The buzzer will sound, and that is the game. The Golden State Warriors watched it all slip away. 130-125. This is to be a frustrating loss as any of them.
Oh, baby. The week just gets longer and longer and longer. Folks, I don't know if I'm going to make it this week, man. Between the Super Bowl and what happened last night at Chase Center, the Clippers score 78 points in the second half, including 44 in the fourth quarter. They go on a 17-2 run to take control of the basketball game, 111 and 108. I'm broken right now as I say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening, the overnight dancers, you know what time it is. Hopefully you're making some cash as we get closer and closer to the NBA All-Star break. All the kids, all the students, all the high school teams, firefighters, cops, you name it, muni drivers. By the way, there's an accident on the Bay Bridge. It'll start to back up on 101 going out there. So drive safely, man. There's a lot of accidents. There's a lot of protests going on. Drive safely here. But the Warriors, they blew their sixth game in which they led by at least 15 points. The Spurs are number one with 7 games in which they've blown 15-point leads. And it was all good. The Warriors were rolling. Looked like, all the extracurricular activity that happened early in the fourth quarter. Ty Lue gets ejected. Plumlee gets a tech. It's like, okay, the Warriors are going to go away with this one. They're going to win this game and win their 6th in a row, which would have been their season high. But nope. Defensively, they broke down. Norman Powell gets hot. Russell Westbrook does what he does. 15, 6, and 5. James Harden controls the game in the fourth quarter, waiting for the double team and finding the open man. And the Warriors lose another devastating basketball game, and they waste a 41-point performance from Stephen Curry. And honestly, I just with the Super Bowl and that happening, I just want to get to the All-Star break. We got 2 more shows, Shasky. I just want to get to the break. I don't have any energy. I'm crushed.
You use the word devastating, and I'm not going to tell you how to feel. I'm numb to whatever happens with the Warriors. I mean, I'm so depressed over the 49ers. Every single day, something new comes out. We'll talk about that in a second. Last night.
By the way, that was Jenny Cavnar, the new voice of the Oakland A's, filling in for Tim Roy.
The Warriors. The Warriors. Where do I begin?
I don't know.
God bless Kevon Looney. No, I don't want. He's not the reason. He's not. I don't know what has happened to Kevon Looney, but when he's on the floor, it's just constipated offense. Defensively, it feels like they're just so slow. They were really good defensively in the first quarter. I mean, they came out like gangbusters. They were attacking, they were scrambling, they were going for loose balls. It felt like their ability to time the double team was excellent. And I don't know. Some of these lineups with Steve Kerr are they're baffling. And I listened to him in the post game. Look, I know sometimes guys say things at the podium and they're just saying things and it's cliche. And he said something to the effect of, it's a one-off. Earth to Steve Kerr. It's not a one-off. Your team has had defensive collapses in the fourth quarter and offensive collapses in the fourth quarter routinely this year. I would say one of the consistent things about the Warriors is they're going to be extremely inconsistent in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
And I look at their offensive and defensive, the connectivity between both ends of the floor is just not there. We could talk about offense and having 2 non-shooters simultaneously. I think that their point of attack defense is horrific. And
it's always been.
But here's my biggest issue. If I watch them hedge on a pick and roll one more time and just get stuck into no man's land, either fight through the screen or switch. JK, I love you. He's got to work on switching, and he's got to work on communication on that area. But he's 21. It's the veterans. How many times have you watched Steph Curry comes over to hedge? I'm like, why are you hedging? You're not stopping a Paul George going downhill into the lane. I love you, Steph. Hang on to the guy like glue in the corner.
Amir Coffey wide open for that three late in the fourth quarter to give the Clippers a 7-point lead.
How many corner threes did they hit?
They hit like 5 in the fourth quarter alone. Wide open.
Norman Powell. I was having PTSD flashbacks from the 2019 finals.
And listen, this is not on Kevon Looney.
I hope it doesn't sound like I'm piling on.
No. But, Clay fouls Russell Westbrook with 39 seconds
I
left, down
don't
3.
Know what he's doing.
And the entire bitch reacted. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell? Like how does a veteran commit that foul? And Clay was not good yesterday offensively. 1 of 9 for the three-point line. 1 of 9. And he did play 29 minutes and 38 seconds, but it's clear that his role will be reduced. And he needs the All-Star break more so than I think any other player on this roster. All the quotes that's come out with him about taking a reduced role, about being with the Warriors, we could tell he's been wearing his emotion on his sleeve, going back to the Brooklyn game. Klay Thompson needs the All-Star break in the worst way. He was not good, and you needed an extra 3 there. Podziemski was good. Podziemski is playing well. He wasted his career high at 25 points, and he made 5 threes, all-around stat stuffer, 8 rebounds and 7 assists, 8 assists and 7 rebounds. But breaking down in the fourth quarter after all the shenanigans that happened on the sideline. And Draymond's playing some really good basketball, but he's starting to push that line. He's sticking his tongue out of people. He's throwing up the fire. I don't know what the hell's going on with Day-Day. The podcast, you're ripping Kevin Durant. Do we really need that right now? Kevin Durant was a great Warrior, all right? Do we really need that? Because now all of a sudden you're talking about Kevin Durant, and, you told him what you said in 2018, and all of a sudden you say, well, I told you and I was right. It's like, we don't need all that. Why? You're overshadowing the great win against the Phoenix Suns by going on the podcast ripping KD. We don't need that. Let's move on. Let's be professional. Last night's loss, I hear you for saying numb. I hear you for saying numb because the way it went down, it was just like, wait a minute. Mully at one point, we're watching it in the game house.
Yeah, what did he say?
After all the shenanigans, Clippers come back.
Why do you call it shenanigans? I love that name.
Because, Pods flopped on the elbow. He didn't get elbowed in the head.
He did get fouled 3 times.
He got fouled 3 times.
Okay.
But you know what, though? That's when the referees blew it.
Okay.
Gucci Man, James Williams, Scott Todorsky, and John Butler.
Every time you call him Gucci Man, I can't stop laughing. Because he looks dead on like Gucci Man.
So remember Plumlee got fouled?
Yes.
And they didn't review it. Draymond Green fouled him hard.
Yes, he did foul him very hard.
Very hard, right? Ty Lue went crazy. Can we get a review to see if it was in the head or neck area?
Yes.
It is Draymond Green.
Yes.
Should we review that? Referees didn't review it. So the Clippers were steamed about that. The entire bench, the entire coaching staff. So when Plumlee did what he did, it was like, this is where the officials don't take control of the basketball game.
I can't argue with
And so that lingered, because remember, Ty Lue was asking, hey, can I get a review? And the guy just paused it with a technical. Tech. It's like, wow, really?
Well,
they lost control. They lost control. So after those shenanigans, the Clippers said, you know what? Forget the All-Star break. Let's go steal this basketball game. So Bully looks up. You were eating some food real quick. Getting some dumpling time in. Looks up, goes.
Dumpling time is good.
Goes, wait, this is a 5-point game? Felt like they were up 30. Felt like they were up 20.
After the first quarter, I looked up like, they're only up like 8? Like what? They should have been up 15.
They ended the quarters terribly.
I know.
The second quarter, they're up 15, 59-44. Clippers ended on an 8-0 run. Third quarter, Terrence Mann hits a huge 3 going into the fourth quarter. Fitz mentioned it right away. You have to close quarters against good basketball teams, and you didn't do it. But Plumlee gets fouled like a million times, right? So he gets no love there. No, it's Plumlee, right? You may say it's Plumlee.
He did get fouled.
He got fouled. And the Clippers are irate.
Yes.
And so then the shenanigans happen, and you lose, and then Draymond's sticking his tongue out at everybody. It's like, oh, gosh.
No, my favorite, I've never seen where a guy's lying on the floor and they're just allowing possession after possession.
3 possessions.
It was unbelievable.
3 possessions.
Tell me I'm wrong. I've never seen that. Have you?
No, I've never seen that.
I've never seen that.
Now, I do have a question. The Warriors come down and Draymond's laying on the floor.
You could break a jaw that way.
You could.
Excuse me for laughing. I needed to smile.
Call me crazy. Call me crazy. But when the Warriors came down and Draymond's laying on the floor in the paint.
And they just kept that JK dunked.
But isn't that 3 seconds in the key?
I don't even know.
Isn't that 3 seconds in the key? I was thinking, could you call that 3 seconds in the keys laying down in the paint?
All I kept thinking was the boy who cried wolf. Like, and we needed some sort of like musical track.
Oh my God.
As they were going back and forth. Literally, JK was like, I got to dunk this and I got to hang on the rim so that I don't land on Draymond. Come on, you were dying. I was dying.
I was cracking up. I was like, I don't think I've ever seen this. It kept going up and down,
Did anyone
up and
think
down.
that Draymond was really hurt?
Did anybody, Steve Kerr, didn't even think to call timeout?
No. Dude,
They didn't even think to call timeout to help out
bench's
Draymond.
reaction to me, I want a bench cam all year. The bench's reaction when Clay fouled Westbrook with 38 seconds
I cannot
left.
believe that.
They cut to Podziemski. They cut to CP3.
Steve Kerr, I've never seen him that irate.
It was like, what are you doing?
What are you doing, dude?
You know, but
Chris Paul, what are you doing?
Here's what I would say to Clay: when you're struggling, and you're not having a good game, and you're frustrated, and clearly, you know, from people that are at the game and people that I know, he was not feeling himself on the sidelines. He was frustrated, right? When you're like losing emotional control, it does affect you. Now, some guys like Draymond can ramp it up and it wills them to play better. The majority of guys, like when they start to not play well, it affects them psychologically.
Yep.
And then you have situational breakdowns where you're just not paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
You're not thinking. You know why? Because you're stewing over not playing, not hitting the shot, not getting the ball, whatever it is. Look, the reality is that this is one of the most difficult seasons I've seen an athlete go through for Klay Thompson, and I'm trying to be empathetic throughout the whole thing. It's playing out in the public eye, and I do feel bad for him. I do. I feel really bad for him. This is an all-time legend who is just getting absolutely crushed by a majority of the fan base. And some I get. Like, you know, I get some, but I think we've gone a little over the top. Look at the team as a whole. This is not a championship team.
No, but listen.
Be a little more graceful.
I've been thinking about it like this. Because you know what? I don't care if anybody's graceful. You want to play, get out of here, fine.
It's just the way we say it.
I'll say this. You're a pathetic fan with the way you talk about Klay Thompson. Did anybody talk about Navarro Bowman like that?
No, we felt bad. We felt extremely bad.
We felt bad.
Yeah. And that's why I put him in the Navarro Bowman category.
Right. So, but we don't feel bad with Klay. It seems like it's like, oh, Klay, get off my roster. I had a guy on the plane tell me, he looked back at me, I forget he was a big roaster, but he goes, Klay's got to go. I say, hold on, homie. Don't speak about a legend like that. Like we understand it's the last year of his contract. Your wishes may come true in 2 months. It just may. If you watch the tape, if you watch the film, if you watch the way teams defend Klay Thompson, they still defend him like he's a great shooter. They still do. They don't want him to be wide open. I was talking, so before the game, I don't mean the names off for flex, but John Witten, good friend of mine, been in the same fantasy football league for over 20 years, knowing him since high school. He works under Lawrence Frank with the LA Clippers.
Okay.
I was sitting with him before the game. We're chopping up, catching up, man. I'm so proud of him. He's been with the Clippers for over a decade. We're catching up, and he's going to catch up with Harry Bear's and Drew Payne, all those guys. Lefty. But he asked me, he goes, so what's up with Klay? How you feel? What's the feeling about Klay? Mm-hmm. I said, well, I don't know. And he's like, guy can still shoot it, man. He still has value in this league. This is a guy who breaks down rotations, personnel, all that stuff. He goes, Klay still has a lot of value in this league. Now, he is getting older. He's going to have to transition his game. But when he's sitting there on the bench, lost in la-la land, and throw back in the game, and he does a foul, like somebody's got to be, hey, Klay, no foul, no foul, no foul. He just went out there and hacked Westbrook. It's like, oh, my gosh, it's 39 seconds left. You're down 3. But, what are you doing? But watching him and watching how fans talk about him, I'm over it. I don't care. You don't appreciate anything. You don't appreciate the 4 championships. We're lucky he came back and played the way he did in that postseason against the Boston Celtics, where he led the team in minutes played and shot 42% from the three-point line during that series.
The hard part, I think, for a lot of people to swallow is that they can't understand that in many ways he's his own worst enemy, because psychologically he's going through hell right now. Like, he just is. And I know people don't want to hear that. They're like, the team.
But no, you know what they say? $43 million. Money doesn't cure all, folks.
That's the thing. I mean, there's a human There's a human element to
this.
Not
the psyche.
And everyone's like, well, you just accept where you're at and accept your role. And look, I've had some criticisms of where Klay is. I do believe, though, that defiance is too strong of a word, but I guess the way this is going down and the fact that there are cameras on everything and people have all their opinions and it's a 24-hour news cycle, I think everything gets ramped up.
Yeah,
and I just think that if this was 25 years ago, there were, like Larry Bird on his back at the end of his career, you think he was happy?
Hell no.
You think he was happy?
Hell no.
And so I don't know. The poor guy is just going through it. And the hard part about everything is that, to your point, he does have value. So, for example, I'm watching that game last night. And look, you guys are going to laugh. You know what I was thinking about in that fourth quarter? Boy, it'd be nice to have LeBron James on this team in the fourth quarter, in the half court, to open things up for Klay Thompson, to open things up for Steph Curry. Boy, it'd be nice to have a second ball handler who can literally do whatever he wants to do on the floor.
Well, you may get that in the offseason.
And either go to the lane and go to the bucket, get a free throw, or create for others. Like, that is an element that they are missing right now in the half court.
Well, your wishes may come true.
I want it.
It may come true in the offseason. LeBron James coming to the Golden State Warriors.
How could you watch that fourth quarter?
I wasn't thinking about LeBron James in the fourth quarter. I was not. I was thinking, wow, they're going to blow another game. LeBron James was not on my mind watching Golden State Warriors basketball.
Well, when I watch Wiggins up and down the floor, and I'm like, his money, CP3's money.
Well, I wasn't. I wasn't
we can do something.
I wasn't thinking about it. I was thinking about, wow, they're going to blow another game to the LA Clippers. But you know what? Let's move out the way for a second. Let's go down Highway 101 down to San Jose and talk to our buddy Nick. What up, Nick?
Hey, Nick.
Hey, guys. First of all, Bonte, your shoes yesterday were fly, brother. Okay.
Thank you, man.
Now I want to give you guys some energy, and I'm going to push back a little. I'm 9 years old. It's 1984. McHale clotheslines Rambis, and the Lakers lose it all. That's what happened last night. Ty Lue purposely got that second tee to give energy to the team, completely got outcoached, meaning Kerr, in that fourth quarter. And you saw this early in the fourth quarter. We needed this win. You ride Draymond and you ride Curry. Why did he wait 5 minutes to start the fourth quarter to get them back in the game? That's number one. And please let me talk, guys. I'm going to explode. Number two, I believe two great traits are compassion and empathy. And Klay deserves a statue. He deserves the Hall of Fame, and he should have been in the top 75. But 29 minutes for Klay Thompson is over from now on. You talk about value. He hasn't given hardly any value. Now, the 26 points against the Jazz, great. But last night, when you showed those highlights in the postgame, it was Klay's body language getting broken down and then looking up. And then, he had open three-pointers last night. Curry brings everything away, and he misses the shot. And I don't care how pouty he is. My 7-year-old and 8-year-old team at the Central Y would not make that foul last night. He does not deserve 29 minutes anymore, especially when you have Pajensky. Now, last few points, and then I want some questions for you guys. Why, with the athleticism that Wiggins has, why doesn't he bring it all the time, even half the time? That's my first question. My second question is, Looney, Mr. Basketball Wisconsin, has a decent shot. Why won't he shoot the ball? I don't understand. That's number two. And my last question, and then I'll get off, is why? The Suns have Eubanks. The Warriors, the Clippers.
Well, I don't know. Hey, hold on, Nick. I don't know how long they're going to have Eubanks. He just got socked yesterday by Isaiah Stewart.
I know. But why don't we have a serviceable big? Because Plumlee, Draymond, that's
Trace Jackson Davis, I actually think he's a solid up-and-coming player. No, he hasn't getting a lot of minutes. Like, last night's a great example. Zubac and their bigs were, what are they, plus 13 in the paint?
Yeah, Zubac kills.
Yeah, can you throw TJD out there? Like, Looney can barely. Poor Looney. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick. Finish strong.
Nick. Here's the last thing. The Bay Area fans got a rude awakening. The Giants are horrible. And if the Warriors don't give us at least till the middle of May, this is going to be brutal.
Oh, dude, I was driving in thinking about it. So I'm going to take 3 days off next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Get my little All-Star break, annual All-Star break off, even though today would have been a day off for me. I would have started it today, but obviously they're playing the Utah Jazz, and pardon me, I was thinking about baseball a little bit on the way home last night, thinking it's going to be a long off season for Niner fans, Warrior fans, and we got to sit here and watch the Giants and hope that
Watch the
Jorge
Giants.
Soler.
They're going to upset some people. I think we're going to be better than you giving them credit for.
All right, what, 85 wins?
No, I want to see the young guys.
Okay, but
Zero expectations.
Zero. So
Show
you're telling
development.
me that they're going to be better than what you think. What I'm saying, I said 80 wins. Can you get 80 wins? Can you be exciting?
I mean, I think they're like most people would say their over-under is like 78, 76.
Is it really? It's about right. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. A smart choice for low auto low rates and super simple online application process. It is a Warriors game day. Brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. We got a lot to get to. Warriors lose, snapped their 5-game winning streak. Just an ugly loss. Ugly. And then Steve Wilks gets fired 2 days after the Super Bowl. How are we feeling about that one? Has he been scapegoated unfairly? 888-957-9570. There's just stuff that comes out of the Super Bowl every single day. Something new. Whether it's Travis Kelce laughing at us about receiving the ball in overtime, or there's Jay Cutler saying, why would you want to give Mahomes 4 downs and let him know what you need?
Jay Cutler.
Oh, boy.
I mean, you know you're down bad with Jay Cutler.
Jay Cutler. Okay, Lubman, we'll go to break, damn it.
After the week we've had, we got it.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
For better poop. Back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Get your 95.7 game gear. When we're going to update this read, by the way, love it. I want you to read it and see what. Just read it. You're so wound up right now. Get 95.7 game gear right now at breakingteam.com.
What's wrong?
/95.7. We got all sorts of cool Niners gear. Maybe we have some Warriors gear too, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95.7 the game. Go to breakingteam.com /957. Keep saying we got all sorts of Niners apparel for you to wear this Sunday. I don't think anybody's going to be wearing any.
You still can. Why not?
Yeah, I guess you can.
All right, so you know,
and you can wear
something?
it this Sunday. Like there's nothing stopping you.
Okay, all right. Somebody on YouTube said, Bonte, you're being a Debbie Downer this morning. Well, do you
our
want me to
pets'
be
heads are falling off. We lost the Super Bowl for crying out loud.
So
Like, what?
We lost the Super Bowl 3 days ago.
In
I just watched
overtime.
my Golden State Warriors blow a 15-point lead yet again. Feels like I've been on the call and broadcast for every one of these damn wins. I got to bring entertainment and joy to you on television, and I come on here and explain a loss. You want us to be happy about losses? The Warriors are 26-26 for crying out loud, and the Niners just blew another Super Bowl. They blew another Super Bowl.
I've been thinking-
And what do you want me to be all excited this week and fake love? No, I'm ticked off. This has been a week from hell as a sports fan. This has made me question my sports fandom. That's how bad this loss is. And you want me to be, you're Debbie Downer, Bonte. Wait, hey, let me do this for you. Random YouTuber and everybody out there who thinks I'm a Debbie Downer. Let me do this because I'm going to move off this. Hey, guys, the Warriors lost 130 to 125. I know they gave up 78 points in the second half. I know they gave up 44 points in the fourth quarter. But you know what? The Clippers are the third best team in the Western Conference, and the fact that the Warriors are right there with them bodes well for them down the stretch. Let me flip it and phrase it like that so I can make you happy and not be a dick.
Now do that.
I
I can't argue with you. Do that for the Niners now.
Guys, we just lost 2 Super Bowls to Patrick Mahomes. Now, he is the Michael Jordan of this league. And yeah, I know you led 10-3. I know you're up 10-0. I know we made a mistake in receiving the ball in overtime. I know we call some bad plays where we don't even block Chris Jones. But you know what? We took the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes down to the wire. Down to the wire. You know what? There's a silver lining in everything. Let's just do that.
Thanks, Mark Willard.
Yeah. See.
What about the Giants now?
Guys, the Giants.
They're smarter than you.
Farhad, you got to give us some credit.
For
he
what?
signed Jorge Soler. He got rid of Alex Wood. He got rid of D. Scafati.
Guys, he signed.
You know what? The young guys are going to play. Jung-Hoo Lee. Wow. He stole Jung-Hoo Lee for over $100 million. He played in KBO, which is like
I
AAA.
like Jung-Hoo Lee.
But you know what? Jung-Hoo Lee and Soler. You know what? There's positives everywhere. Let's just become a positive show.
I don't.
Hey,
I'd
you know,
just be us.
Let me just no. Let me not be me. Let me just be fruit snacks, Capri Suns, orange slices. Hey, you know what? We gave up to 70 points in the second half last
You know
night.
what the kids like? They don't even like those anymore. They like Prime.
Hey, how about
It's
this?
like floated with sugar.
How about this? I know the Warriors just won 5 in a row. They have won 7 of their last 11.
Just come
The
on.
49ers have gone to 4
This
championship
is like when
games in the last
someone
5
falls
years.
in a well and they're like, they're almost out of the well. Look, they're 3/4 of the way out of the well.
Hey, look.
Hit me up when you're out of the well.
Hey, look, we had a great time in Las Vegas. We got to see the Super
No,
Bowl.
I didn't have a
and
great
our
time.
And our 49ers, they came so close to winning the Super Bowl. Oh, so close.
I met Mike Florio.
I know we haven't won a Super Bowl in 30 years, but you know what, guys? We're getting closer and closer. We're 3 seconds away from holding the kids to the Chiefs down.
Okay, so I've been thinking about this long and hard.
The hell, Debbie Downer. What do you want me to be smiling ear to ear right now? Sorry, Shasky.
No, it's all good.
It's unbelievable.
Brightside Bonte. I like
This-
it.
Right side Bonte. There you go.
This loss,
I like that. It's the best
I think
work.
we're going to look back at this loss, and it's going to only sting more and more. When I bring up the NFC Championship game against the Seahawks,
Oh, my gosh.
it wasn't just that it was the end of that particular era. They were physically tapped out.
Yep.
And a lot of people were in denial that entire offseason, myself included. I'll raise my hand. Hey, we got a young quarterback. He's under a team-friendly contract. You know, we're rolling back a lot of the same guys, but we're missing the heart and soul. And now confidence in the coach
Yep.
is it's dissipated a little. Not that it's all-time low, not that a lot of people want to fire him. It's just confidence is starting to leak from the head coach. There were a lot of people that once we lost to the Seahawks the way that we lost, it was like, damn, that was such an emotional 3 years in a row, emotionally devastating losses. You can only take so many of those for a core. And football's violent. Like, that's the other thing. Look at the Patriots.
Yep.
Look at the Chiefs. You have like 3-year runs with cores, 4-year runs, 5 years. The Niners have had a core of 11 guys for 5 years. That's a great run in this league for this era of football. With salary caps being what they are and how physical and violent the game is and how crazy the injuries are. I'm telling you, that loss, the way they lost,
oh my God,
it feels so much like the NFC Championship game lost to Seattle because you lost your heart and soul in Navarro Bowman for an entire year, and you kind of knew he was never going to be the same. And it's
my
the
guy,
same.
Upati, remember him? He was never the same.
Agreed.
Frank Gore, that was probably his last great season.
Absolutely. And I look at losing Dre Greenlaw, like I also seen a Steiny, like, oh, Dre Greenlaw. Do you know how good Dre Greenlaw is?
Can we?
Do you know how good Dre Greenlaw is?
I'm glad
Dre
you brought that
Greenlaw is the, first off, he's the spirit of that defense.
Guru was right. Guru was right.
They are losing what makes them them. I'm not saying they can't be good. I'm just saying you lose. Watch this team without Dre Greenlaw. They're just different.
They are. We saw
he
that.
was dominating that
first
first half.
We saw that in the Cleveland game. We saw that in the Cleveland game. Dre Greenlaw. You don't have Dre Greenlaw. Like, Steiny, I think I understood what he was trying to say, but it didn't come out well. So I don't want to come down
but
at
they're
Steiny.
Losing what makes them them.
Yeah, no, but I don't want to come down on Steiny Road, but I feel Guru's passion for being angry. When I heard Steiny say, well, it's just Dre Greenlaw, players get hurt. Do you understand that Dre Greenlaw is one of the best linebackers in all of pro football?
He was dominating that
one
game.
half of what Fred, like him and Fred Warner are the best duo in the league.
I agree.
And he was assigned and tasked with running around with Travis Kelce while stopping the run. And you know what? Travis Kelce had one catch for 1 yard.
And was ready to fight his coach on the sideline.
And ready to fight. Had him rattled. And then when 57 went down, come on, Steiny, just look at the sounds. I know you don't watch much football outside of work. Watch Patrick Mahomes when 57 goes down. He goes, Matt Nagy, 57's down, 57's down, 57's down.
We're attacking.
They felt bad for him, but they said, who's his backup?
Exactly.
We're attacking him.
How often this year, in the last 2 months, have I brought up Warren Burks being a downgrade?
My God. We know. We didn't want to bring his name up.
And I like the guy. He tried his best. It's not the same. Like, the one thing that made the Niners different from all the other teams defensively is they have 2 stud linebackers that really only Tampa and Baltimore could replicate. Now in retrospect, maybe I underrated Kansas City's linebackers.
Yeah, because Nick Bolton and Crawford Hills boys are big.
But we're talking about 4 teams.
Right, we're talking about 4 teams.
We're talking about 4 teams. Even Dallas's defense, which was very good, doesn't have the off-ball and on-ball linebackers that they have, right? So I'm looking at it this way, and I'm saying to myself, do you know how difficult it is to find a plug-and-play linebacker?
It's not easy.
The Niners whiffed on Reuben Foster, and then they went out and spent a ton of money on Quan Alexander, who is a good player. Drake Greenlaw's way better than Quan Alexander.
But you know what?
And that's not a knock.
Yeah, that's not a knock. And Quan Alexander, you know what? Give him some credit.
Good.
Because he schooled Drake Greenlaw
No
how to
doubt.
be a professional.
But
Remember,
Bonte,
he's seasonal. But no doubt, Drake Greenlaw's
we're talking about one of the best players in the league.
Steiny was off base by saying it's just Drake Greenlaw. Like, have you watched this season? Have you listened to the way we talk about Drake Greenlaw or the league? Like, just watch the game. Number 57. Watch the game. Did you not forget about the Big Dom situation? Did you forget that Drake Greenlaw's pile driving Tony Pollard into the sideline? And he's setting physical the tone Drake Greenlaw set in that football game. On that third play where his hands hit the Chiefs, he just tapped the ground like he was at Duke University at Cameron Indoor Stadium. We looked at each other and said, oh, Dre's ready to go. Dre is ready to go. He told us midway through the year when they clinched an NFC West. I'm tired of these NFC West divisional T-shirts. I want a Super Bowl T-shirt. So it was a little disrespectful towards Dre Greenlaw, Steiny. I'll see him in the break room saying, hey, dude, you're off base with that one. But whatever.
Do you know the story of Atlas in Greek mythology?
Remind me.
Essentially, he's pushing a boulder up a hill for forever, for all of time. For all of time. I truly believe that, like, when you lose games the way that they have over X amount of years in a row, that boulder that you're pushing up that mountain gets heavier and heavier and heavier. Can they compete next year? Of course they can. No one's saying they're completely done. I mean, heck, the Niners, the year after losing to the Seahawks, were 8-4.
Yeah.
But the totality and the accumulation of all of the heartbreak and the physical play in football eventually catches up to every core.
But I want to say this.
I'm not saying they're done.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that the boulder, as they get to the bottom of the hill again, the boulder is going to be more difficult to roll back up to the top of the mountain.
It is. There's no doubt
that's all
about
I'm saying.
That. No doubt about that. But I'm going to make sure on this show Now, we're not saying that the 2024 season's over.
No.
Before it starts.
No
we haven't
one's
got through
saying
the
that.
draft. We haven't got through free agency. We're not going to say that. But Drake Greenlaw is a tough replacement. And it's tough to replace a great player like that. So I don't want to disrespect Drake Greenlaw like that. But the Niners could be back in his position. The core is back. And if they stay healthy, they're still one of the better cores in the NFL. But it is tough to get back to that point. And they're going to have to do it without Steve Wilks, who I want to get into on the other side here. And that's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Wake up.
and Shasky.
Coming out of my shell and I've been doing just fine. Gotta. Can you go to the beginning of this song? I love this.
It's just the bumper. I don't have
What?
I don't have the beginning of it.
Coming out of my shell.
Hey,
and I've
Lakers
been
won
doing
yesterday.
just
Spadoni's in a
fine.
good mood.
What baseball video game was this a soundtrack to?
Triple Play or MLB The Show?
MVP baseball, was it?
No, MLB The Show, right?
Was it MLB The Show? And
When
I'm
did this
doing
come
just
out?
fine. Gotta.
Coming out of my cage. Yeah, you know the name of the song, right?
No. What year did this come out?
Mr. Brightside.
Bonte.
Oh, Brightside. Hey, we're going to make that a new segment, Brightside Bonte.
You also
What year did that song come out, though?
2004.
2004, so that had to be
Yeah.
Triple Play Baseball,
Yeah.
PlayStation.
Okay, I want to ask you. You said that I mixed up my Greek mythology, and I apologize for those that are Greek
Yeah, you tried to
mythology
give me a Greek
majors.
lesson, and you blew that.
What? People said I was wrong. Did like the text?
So yeah,
You're
I'll
always
clarify.
wrong.
So
Yes.
Sisyphus is the Greek guy you were thinking of. He
Sisyphus,
was the
okay.
one that pushed the boulder up the
Gotcha.
mountain for the rest of his life because that
Gotcha.
was a punishment from the
That's
gods.
what I thought, okay.
Atlas holds
the
on
world
his
down. Hence
shoulders.
the name Atlas. Okay, I apologize for that. And normally I'm much tighter in my Greek
I used
mythology.
to be big into Greek
love it.
mythology when I was younger. I've kind of faded away from it. Sports has kind of taken over.
Well,
my
some
life.
call me the Pluto of this show.
Well, you got
More
that
like the
wrong.
dog from
Yeah, I
Mickey.
mean,
Yeah, mouse.
yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean,
But I do
you can't-
feel-
you did nail it. I mean,
I do feel like, honest to God, and I'm not even like being hyperbolic. When you lose 7 combined NFC Championship games and Super Bowls in a 13-year span or
Yeah.
whatever it is, you do feel a little bit of curse. And I know you laughing at me or whatever, but like it feels like we are perpetually carrying this mountain as a fan base up this hill, only to have it fall all the way back to the
Well,
bottom,
they do it to
over and
themselves, though.
over and over again.
They do it to themselves. All these games that they've lost, with the exception of the Philadelphia NFC Championship game a season ago, Super Bowl 54, they controlled the football game for, 53 minutes, right? You blew a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. The NFC Championship game against the LA Rams, you're up 10 going into the fourth quarter. You don't convert third and short. You don't go for it. Next play, Stafford throws it up to Jaquaski Tart. He drops it. Next play, Jimmy Ward, unnecessary roughness after a 30-yard catch. That's 45 yards. All right? You do it to yourself. Super Bowl 58. We watched it play out in real time. We knew once that second half started, what I say, Shasky, this is a slow death. They're leaving this game on the table for Mahomes over and over. Go look at the Kansas City Chiefs' first 9 possessions. They scored 3 points. First 9 possessions, they scored 3 points. Now, I understand Kansas City has a good defense, but they're not some immovable object. The Niners were able to get yards and move the football. But first down plays, negative yards, behind the sticks, off schedule. Pardon me. I understand curses. I understand all that. That plays in sports. Maybe we are cursed. Maybe it's a 30-year curse. Maybe we sold our soul to the devil for 5 Super Bowl championships and 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks back to back.
I would just say tortured existence.
It's torture. It's
to be
just
this
unfortunate.
to be this successful and not cash in one of those.
But think about it.
It's just like wild.
But think about that. NFC Championship game 2011 with the New York Giants. Kyle Williams fumbles twice, and once on the offense on a reverse that would have probably gone for a touchdown.
Bonte, you're throwing to Brett Swain with your season on the line. If I polled 100 Niner fans, 2 know who Brett Swain is.
I think
1,
maybe 50. We'll never forget Brett Swain because of that game.
he played like 4 games.
We'll never forget Brett Swain. But you did it to yourself. The Super Bowl. You come out flat, you're down 28-6. You did it to yourself.
I know.
These are all self-inflicted wounds. Seattle. You don't take advantage of dominating the first half.
I know.
You let them in the football game.
That's the common theme.
And you know what I'm saying?
You should be up more. The common theme is you had opportunities and you squandered them.
So, Kyle Shanahan to Steve Wilks. The big news yesterday was Steve Wilks got let go as defense coordinator.
I'm never getting over this. Every day it's something new.
It's something new every day with this team. Every day. Every day. I got to join the Zach Gelb show later on today. Our boy from CBS.
Why?
Hit me up. He's been wanting me on. He wants to talk about what's going on with San Francisco.
Yeah, you tell everyone around the country I'm MIA. I'm busy.
Sure, we'll do that. Sure, I will do that. Do we have sound yesterday from Shanahan relieving Steve Wilks of his duties? Can we just play that first? Let's set it up by that. Here's Shanahan announcing the change at D coordinator.
Sleeping on this for a few nights, and I'm trying to come up with a few tough decisions. But this morning, I relieved Steve Wilks of his duties. going to end up making a change here, defensive coordinator. Really tough decision because it says nothing about Steve as a man or as a football coach. I mean, he's exactly what we wanted as a man. He is a great football coach, but just where we're going and where we're at with our team from a scheme standpoint and things like that, looking through it all throughout the year, through these last few days, felt pretty strongly that this was a decision that was best for our organization, even though it was one I didn't want to make. It was something that once I realized that I think a different direction is what's best for our organization, and then it's something that I have to do. So I let him know this morning, and I know I wasn't able to let you guys know yesterday because I wasn't sure about it yesterday, but I am now.
So he didn't want to do it, but he did. But I get it. He had to make a move, and this move was coming.
I didn't want to break up with you.
Yeah,
but after sleeping on it a couple nights, it's like, Kyle, and this is where I get you got a posture and you have to put out, you have to put things out the right way. It's like, dog, you were thinking about firing him week 5.
Yeah.
Or whatever week it was for that Minnesota game.
After the Cleveland game. Monday Night Football. All right. Monday Night Football, Deebo Samuel's out, Trent Williams is out, Christian McCaffrey plays, and the old famed zero blitz. Do we have the zero blitz highlight, Spadoni? The zero blitz highlight on that one. Pull it up.
Well,
because before halftime, Kirk Cousins was lighting them up. But the Niners were about to get off the field. And there's no time left on the clock. You just play soft, prevent defense, get off the field, go into the locker room. But Steve Wilks ran a zero blitz. Travis Ward did get the interception. Jordan Addison, let's go ahead and play it. Joe Buck on the call for ESPN.
3rd down and 6. Blitz off the edge. Cousins throws, and it's taken away by Addison for the touchdown. He and Charvarius Ward fighting for the ball, and this time Addison takes it for the score.
Vikings go 5 plays, 75 yards in 54 seconds, 60-yard touchdown for Jordan Addison. Wilks runs a zero blitz. Niners go down 16-7 at halftime. And they were never able to come back, although Steve Wilks' defense only held they did hold the Vikings to 2 field goals in the second half. Brock Purdy threw 2 picks in the fourth quarter, but we don't want to talk about that because Brock Purdy could do no wrong around these parts, right? That's basically what people told me after that week. He threw 2 interceptions that week, but, he was concussed. He threw 2 more picks in the fourth quarter the next week, but it wasn't his fault. See, Steve Wilks got to blame for everything. And I don't think Steve Wilks is the perfect defensive coordinator. But did we all just kind of scratch our head? Think about the situation he was put in. Again, I don't think he was the best defensive coordinator. I had a lot of problem with some of his calls this season. But he told us midway through the year, I'm still learning the scheme. This is not my scheme. So I put this on Kyle Shanahan. You picked an outsider to run your defense, to run your 4-3 with the wide 9 front with the defensive line. You did that. We couldn't find anybody who knew this system or knew how to run a wide 9 or a 4-3 defense. Steve Wilks is a blitzer. Now, he may not be a great defensive coordinator. Did well in Carolina. He's had his moments. But again, he was running Shanahan's defense. Now, the zero blitz, that was a fireable offense. That was awful.
I mean, he did that. He blitzed on like 3rd and 1 or whatever, and they hit the crosser to Rashee Rice. Like there were situations. Again, this is the thing. Like for me, it's not about the Super Bowl. It's about the cumulative. All year, the players were telling you all year. The coach was telling you all year. They had to drag him down to the sidelines. Now, is he good, great, bad? He's whatever, but he's clearly a downgrade from DeMeco Ryans. And then number 2, sometimes guys just don't fit. I don't think he fit.
I don't think he fit.
Let me ask you this.
Let me ask you this. Was the personnel better this past season defensively than it was in 2022?
It was no, because you had Jimmy Ward, Charles Omenihu, Ibukam. You had more depth. And Al-Shaair, you had more depth in 2022, but I also think DeMeco Ryans is clearly a better coach.
No doubt. He's a better coach.
Like both are true.
Yeah, both are true. But he didn't have the same personnel.
No.
He is a better coach.
No.
And then you bring in a coach, again, who can't bring in his assistants to run his defense. He has to run Kyle Shanahan's defense with all these holdovers from DeMeco Ryans' staff. Right? That's a tough spot to be in.
No doubt, but he accepted the job.
He accepted the job, and he tried to meet the challenge. But let's not act like Steve Wilks blew that Super Bowl. Okay, he runs the blitz on 3rd and 4 with Rashee Rice.
That's a different conversation.
And it's a different conversation. He runs the blitz because he had to try to do something. Mahomes is cooking. You got to do something. Mahomes kills the blitz. We all understand that. But he also kills his own defense.
Predictable at that point in time.
Well, Fred Warner did get hugged on that play. There was no holding call. Whatever. Not going to make excuses about that. They missed a lot of holes in that football game. That was a tough play. You got beat by the blitz, no doubt about it.
But Bonte,
but we're supposed
put the
to have
Super Bowl to the side.
But we're supposed to have this explosive offense, right? You scored 22 points. The offense, to me, holds more culpability for that loss in the Super Bowl.
No, I agree. But this decision was not based on the Super Bowl. Just like you're not going to pay Chase Young or even Juwan Jennings. Juwan Jennings is also a free agent.
Right.
Are you making financial decisions on keeping or allowing them to go based off just a Super Bowl?
Actually want Juwan Jennings back.
No, I do too, but I'm saying
we need a guy like
but you're
that
not paying him $30 million because he had a good Super Bowl, right? So, like, to me, when I look at whether I'm hiring, firing, extending, declining options, whatever, it's never one game. It's the totality.
No, it is the totality.
So, like, he had a great game for the most part in the Super Bowl. Great. I think they underperformed at various points all year, and I don't think he's the right fit. We've done shows with people. We hit with some guys, like I hit with you, okay? There were other people I worked with where I just didn't fit as well. Doesn't mean they weren't good in their own right or they could be better with someone else. We don't click, and that happens.
So we say that he underperformed this year. So the Niners started off 5-0. They started off 5-0, and they had the hairy first half against the LA Rams, and they switched it up and made the adjustment and shut the Rams down in the second half. They were basically scoreless until the final field goal at the end of regular. They kicked 3. They had 3 points there, but first 5 weeks, Niners go 5-0. We had no question about the defense, right? We're like, wow, defense is really good.
Well, they had just destroyed Dallas.
You know what the topics were? What's the better unit, the offense or the defense? That was the conversation through the first 5 weeks of the season. So then the Cleveland game happens. They give up 19 points and lose to P.J. Walker. But we could all agree the offense went, 3 and out on 8 or 9 straight possessions in that football game? And then Kyle Shanahan, again, clock management late in the football game. Now, I'm just trying to think of the talking points after each game. Cleveland game, you ran 16 seconds off the clock in the final 3 minutes, and you ran 3 straight passes against that defense. You gave up 19 points. It should be good enough to win.
But it was also as a third stringer.
Right, third stringer. But
come on.
But you lost to a third stringer, but your offense didn't do anything.
And they didn't have their running back. Like, I'm just
19. Kareem Hunt's no jump.
I know, but come on.
Brock Purdy, did he not throw an interception? They gave him great field
the offense
position?
wasn't good. Like, teams win.
You give up 19 points in a football game, you should win.
But you can't gloss over the win. So, like, great example, week 1. Like, let's just go week 1. All right, Bosa shows up last minute, and that's on the team and Bosa. But Bosa shows up last minute. The final 2 minutes of that first, the Niners just went prevent defense, and we all lost our minds. What is Steve Wilks doing? Yes, we did.
They gave up 7 points in that football game.
They went prevent right before halftime, and everyone lost their minds.
They gave up 7 points in that football game.
And they shouldn't have gave up any.
They won 30-7.
They should have won.
At somebody's house.
I remember distinctively.
They almost shut out Pittsburgh in their own building. What are you talking
distinctively
about?
Everyone was saying, what are we doing before halftime? You were up to 21-0, and you let them back.
Happens.
I'm just saying.
The first game of the season.
We can't just look at the losses.
It was 20-7, and as soon as the halftime happened, McCaffrey rushed for 70 yards and the game was over. They scored 7 points in the game, Shasky. They scored 7 points.
Look, I'm not saying that the guy was the worst I've ever seen. I'm just saying they can upgrade.
No, we're just going through.
I know.
Who they're going to upgrade with? Belichick?
I don't know.
Vrabel? Well, who's out there?
Bonte, it's hard.
Because now, if you go Vrabel or Belichick, you're changing your entire scheme.
Can you admit to me, they nailed Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans back-to-back?
Yeah, but even they had their struggles.
No doubt.
Through 2 years, people wanted Robert Saleh fired.
DeMeco was excellent, and their personnel was excellent.
Through the first part of the season, people wanted DeMeco out of here. Oh, I remember. I mean, but let's not have revisionist history. We always
taking Steve
you know what we
Wilks
do.
over DeMeco
You know
Ryans.
what it is. You know what it is, and I figured it out.
What?
And it's actually figured it out a few years ago, but we're scared here. We're a little timid to say what's really on our minds around here.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, we don't want to hold Shanahan accountable for anything. We don't want to hold the quarterback Brock Purdy for anything accountable for nothing. Think about what you just said. We gave up the 2-minute drive at Pittsburgh. The Niners were blowing away the Steelers. They gave up 7 points. Matter of fact, the Niners in the first 5 weeks of the season, 26, 38, 20, 58, 61. They gave up 68 points in the first 5 weeks of the season.
I mean, they went against Daniel Jones, Kenny Pickett. Like, I get what you're saying.
Now we're nitpicking.
But no, but like I listen to the players. But I listen to the players. Like Fred Warner. Does Fred Warner know football? He clearly was like off kilter with the defensive coordinator all year.
Well, that's Kyle's fault for bringing in an outsider.
I'm not saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's trying to rectify the mistake he made.
And so he came down to the booth. You gave up 22 points to the Vikings. 22. All right, you give up the 0 blitz at halftime. We all went crazy. We agree. That's a terrible play
It was
call.
one of the worst calls we've all seen.
Awful. But you gave up 6 points in the second half, and Brock Purdy threw 2 picks in the fourth quarter.
Who had a great year on defense?
Did Brock Purdy not throw 2 picks in the fourth quarter
he
of that
did.
football game to
That's
win?
a separate conversation.
All right.
Let's look at the defense as a whole. Like, right now, who had a career year this year?
Fred Warner. Fred Warner was...
He was excellent. I wouldn't say career year. He was excellent.
Through their end of the regular season, we said this guy should be DPOY.
Okay, all right, you know what, fine. I was going to say Diamond Lenore had a career year.
Yeah, Charvarius Ward was all-pro.
Okay. But their
was he not all-pro?
Line, he was good. Their defensive line underperformed
How's
dramatically.
that on Steve Wilks?
How's that on Steve Wilks?
Where's Chris Kosaric at?
Well, he deserves some of the blame as well, and injuries for Eric Armstead not playing a lot. But Bonte,
but we all agree. We all agree, though. Hold on. I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to step at a time here. We just talked about how the personnel was better in 2022 than it was in 2023.
Yeah.
The D-line depth was not as good as it was in 2022. And then you bake in the injuries, the D-line underperformed, right? And their depth, John Lynch literally had to go trade for Randy Gregory and Chase Young.
But Bonte,
literally had to go do that.
Do you think they were in sync, back end and front end, the defense?
Listen, when they came out the bye week, they got 3 points in Jacksonville. And we all said, oh, boy, the defense is back, right? They got 3 points in Jacksonville coming out of the bye week. Tampa Bay, you held them to 14
points. Knowing what
points.
We know now, like Jacksonville wasn't a good football team.
Okay, all right, so they don't make the playoffs. The Niners broke them. Tampa Bay, did they not make the playoffs?
Yeah.
They held them to 14 points, right?
Yeah.
We had a problem, right? Like, no, I'm just going through. No, hold on.
I just think Steve Wilks is the worst person to defend. He wasn't good.
Why is he the worst person to defend?
Because he wasn't good this year. He's not a great
He wasn't
DC.
good?
No.
The Niners were 4th in the league in points given up per game.
They have the most money spent in the league on defense.
Yes,
they should be good.
How about holding the players accountable?
Well,
we literally watched Nick Bosa take plays off on the final drive of regulation in the Super Bowl. He took plays off on the final drive of the game. I'm looking at you saying, why is Bosa off the field? Kansas City's going down to win the game, and Bosa's on the sideline with his hands on his hips, talking about conditioning in the Super Bowl. And we're going to blame Steve Wilks for that? I just paid this dude $120 million guaranteed dollars.
We're saying that the guy this year wasn't
the worst
good.
Guy. He was the worst guy to defend.
No, but I just think if they don't fit, this happens.
They don't fit. I get it, but let's not put it all.
No one's putting it all.
They go up to Seattle. They go up to Seattle on Thanksgiving night and shut down the Seahawks, right? Do they not? They give up 13 points.
Yes.
Does Wilks get any credit for that?
No.
Oh, he doesn't get any credit for that.
No, I'm saying you're asking me, did he get any credit?
Yeah,
No, he didn't.
That's not right.
Well, how's that not right?
That's not right. They give up 13 points. We want to crush Wilks at every turn, but we don't want to give him credit.
If I have a successful sales
they go to
manager,
Philadelphia and hold them to 2 field goals to start the game and blow away the Eagles. If not for the defense, hold them out of the end zone in that football game, who knows how the game goes? Who knows how that plays out in the first quarter?
I look at it this way. If I'm spending premium money on a sales staff, right, and I think I have all these excellent sales staffs, and they're all complaining about a sales manager that's new, and they've had better sales managers prior, and everyone has, outside of 1 or 2 people, down years, then I'm probably switching out that sales manager.
Listen,
right?
Yep.
Because I think I can upgrade. Now, look, hitting 3 straight DCs is incredibly difficult. All right? And I don't think we've given enough credit to Kyle for finding Saleh, for finding D'Amico Ryans, and guys that would go on to be head coaches somewhere else. To think that Steve Wilks was going to be better than D'Amico was a stretch. Right. Okay? And we all agree.
I
agree. They had slim pickings. Listen. Now, they let him play the year out. It didn't fit. They move on. Like, I don't think it's just Steve Wilks is the reason that they were terrible.
I don't want to confuse you with anything. I agree. Moving on is probably the best move for Shanahan and Steve Wilks.
There we go.
I agree. Steve Wilks wasn't a better fit. But let's put context into everything. Let's not forget the nuances of everything that happened this season and not blame Wilks for everything.
Well, no, Kyle deserves blame for hiring him.
Steve Wilks is being scapegoated here. It is what it is.
It's not scapegoated.
No, he's getting scapegoated. He's getting scapegoated.
He's been on 8,000 teams in 25 years.
He told us midway through the year.
Monte,
I'm still learning the scheme.
If you were to
this ain't my defense.
Name the best DCs of the last 10 years. You'll name 15 before you name Steve Wilks.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know 15 D coordinators. I don't keep up with D coordinators like that. Is he better than Dan Quinn? Is he better than Gus Bradley, who continues to have jobs? Steve Wilks ain't that bad if he continues to get jobs, right? He keeps getting jobs. He ain't that bad. He gets jobs all the time. He stays employed. He ain't that bad. He was that bad, he wouldn't be getting these jobs. But Shanahan, here's Steve Wilks admitting that he's still learning the defense?
I think you have to, because it's based off the defense. This defense is a unique defense, and there's certain things that go with that particular defense, and I'm learning that, and there's certain things that you can't swear away from. So as I evaluate and talk to the coaches, most importantly, as well as Kyle, I see those things. So, again, that's why I'm not panicking. I know we have the personnel. I know we have the talent, and I just got to do a better job putting them in position.
Here's Steve Wilks again on what it's like learning this defense.
It's always challenging when you've done your own thing for 17 years. It's a little different, but I'm encouraged. I got a great supporting cast. These coaches that are around me are phenomenal. They know this defense. They know their craft. These players are great. So we're all in this together, man. So I'm not hitting the panic button at all.
I got a question for you coming up on the other side as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNG, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. This long. I got to search 95.7 The Game. I had to squeeze a legal in here because we're going up against it. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Brought to you by First Intercon Credit Union. Smart choice for low auto low rates. It's super simple online application process.
The beginning of the year. Let's go through the timeline here. The beginning of the year. Man. Our back end isn't synced up with our front end. Middle of the year, we got to drag this guy down to the sidelines. I can't communicate with him. This is one of your leaders of your organization.
They gave him 68 points in the first 5 weeks.
I don't care about the results.
What do you
the process was clearly flawed.
It was flawed, yes. It's the NFL. Everything isn't perfect. It's not perfect. Come on, man.
If you're like, of all the things to be outraged coming out of the Super Bowl, Steve Wilks getting let go is not one of the ones
outraged
I'm
about
be
that.
Outraged.
I'm not outraged about that.
It was the appropriate move. They clearly weren't great. No. It wasn't a great fit. No one's saying he's the weakest ever. No one's saying he's the best ever.
You said I'm defending the worst guy ever. What?
Because if you watched all season, like I know you did, like they were off. They were a tick off all year. The defense wasn't as good. The defensive players, the stars on this team, who are making big bucks, were complaining about him left and right.
Right.
Every single week.
Well, that. You know why? And they're excuse makers. I listen to Nick Bosa make excuses after the Super Bowl. Mad Max Crosby, give me Mad Max Crosby any day of the week right now. He don't come off the field. He don't make excuses. He don't complain. I just paid a dude $120 million guaranteed, and this guy's talking about conditioning and why I held out in camp and this and that. Bosa, get out of here. Your job is to go get the quarterback and contain the pocket.
If the Rams hired Steve Wilks, would you really fear him? Just be real.
I don't know. No, I shouldn't fear him.
I wouldn't.
No, you know why? Because you should. You shouldn't, because you got Kyle Shanahan, who's quote-unquote one of the best offensive minds in football. But you know what? I got something on Kyle Shanahan, too, on the other side. We're going to get to Nick and Rob and San Bruno, because now I'm fired up, and I got my sleeves up. James Cam on YouTube wants everybody to know Bonte Hill is a joke and why our ratings suck. Well, Earth James Cam, our ratings don't suck, buddy. And they haven't sucked for 3 years. Believe that. Believe that, homie. More coming up on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center.
At Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, we know how hard it is to care.
back?
I don't know. Like in terms of franchise quarterback, once you give a guy $200 million, they're your franchise quarterback as long as that guaranteed money's there. Here's what I would say about Brock Purdy. I don't want to pay him anything because he's making $900,000 next year.
Okay.
And that enables me to have the best team around him. So until I am forced to make a decision on him, and even then, I'm reluctant to give him $150 million guaranteed. Like I'm just saying 150. I don't think
Is our YouTube audio up, by the way?
I don't think he's
All right.
I don't think he's worth what Lamar Jackson's worth because Lamar Jackson's body of work is greater. I also think that part of his value is baked in. So, like, for example, Dak Prescott makes $45 million.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what $45 million gets you on the Niners offense?
Probably gets
Kittle, CMC, and Ayuk.
Yep.
All right. So once you pay a quarterback $25 million, and nowadays it feels like you're either getting broke off or you're getting nothing.
But forget all that for a second. I understand all that. We all understand that.
Yeah, so I'm not paying Purdy anything
your point's
until
well
I'm
taken.
forced to do it.
But despite all that, were you convinced after walking out of that game on Sunday that is your guy for the next 5 years?
I would put it this way. When I think of I want to make sure I put this out properly because the Purdy fans lose their minds.
I know. Yeah,
they lose their minds. Right. We had no problem crushing Jimmy, and all he had was a rookie Debo and Kittle.
Oh wow!
And his leading receiver is Kendrick Bourne in the playoffs that year. But he was making $25 million. So part of the evaluation of Purdy is he makes $900,000. Once he starts making big money, people don't want to have those uncomfortable conversations. And the uncomfortable conversations are, on the surface, it looked like he played well. Watching the game back, seeing the breakdowns, watching the decision-making, watching some of the accuracy, the game wasn't as good as people thought it was.
There was a lot of hesitation there.
And here's the hesitation. When I lose playmakers, if I took Stephon Diggs off the Buffalo Bills because I'm paying Josh Allen $280 million, I know Josh Allen can win me a game down a couple playmakers. I have yet to see Brock Purdy win me a game down a couple playmakers. Patrick Mahomes lost Tyreek Hill.
He's won 2 Super Bowl VI.
With Valdez-Scantling, who Aaron Rodgers, who's a great player, Aaron Rodgers couldn't even, make a serviceable wide receiver.
Wow.
To me, that's the next step for this, for Brock Purdy. And we'll see. Like, he's in his second year. We'll see what he's like in his third year.
Shasky? The hesitation told me a lot.
Well, but be honest with yourself. If I paid Brock Purdy, to Niner fans, be real. If I pay him $35, $40 million, what does the offense look like with no Kittle and no Ayuk? What does the offense look like with no CMC or no Debo? It looks different.
I don't think it looks good.
The great players in this league, the truly difference makers, and I know everyone was triggered by what Cam said, but peel it back. When you pay a quarterback $200 million, you're sacrificing multiple playmakers. That's why the Dak Prescott contract gets laughed at. Right. Because when you pay Dak $45 million, you're losing playmakers. You lose your tight end. You lose your second wide receiver in Amari Cooper. And now I'm asking Dak to do more. If I pay Brock Purdy $45 million, and I have to sacrifice 2 or 3 weapons, you're all going to be looking at the equation differently. That doesn't mean he's not a good player. He's a really good player.
But can he elevate others?
There you go.
Is what you're asking.
Yes, it's a different question.
Oh, Shasky.
And I think people are unafraid to bring that conversation. So as long as he's making $900,000, I got no problem saying that's my quarterback. The second I have to think about paying him $45 million, now I have hard decisions. And I'm not saying he's good. He's really good. He's really good. Can he put the team on his back minus multiple stars for an entire year? That's a different question. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
It's a lot of truth.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
When I pay Derek Carr, great example. When I paid Derek Carr $35 million, I'm sorry, Derek Carr's not good enough to make $35 million.
He's not good
now,
enough.
if Derek Carr was making $1 million and I had a bunch of playmakers around him and I could afford a CMC and I could afford a Debo and an Ayuk, there's other guys on here, and I think in a vacuum, Purdy is a very good player for this team.
Listen.
But paying a guy is another step, and you have to be logical. The money has to matter.
Listen, there's 2 things that happened this postseason that alarmed me and knows that no matter what Kyle Shanahan said during the week of the Super Bowl, I'm not 100% sure Kyle Shanahan is 100% sure
Who knows?
that Brock Purdy is his guy. No, let me tell you why.
I think hold on.
Let me get in here. Next year is the biggest year of Brock Purdy's career. If he regresses at any point, Shanahan will look for a quarterback and move on in a heartbeat. And it takes a second, as Guru always says. Two things that happened this postseason that alarmed me, that told me that maybe everybody in the building is not all in on Brock Purdy. One, the article by Nick Wagner that basically Shanahan admitted that, hey, if I could get Tom Brady out of retirement, I'm going to sign Tom Brady. And now everybody says he's the GOAT, but he is 45 years old. And the elbow, I get all that. Okay. But he is 45 years old.
Okay.
But the fact that came out during the playoffs, I was like, that's interesting. Nobody knew about this. Now other people claim that, it was all respected. No, you did. You didn't know until Nick Wagner put it out there. Thing two, the voice of the 49ers. The voice of the 49ers said that it went through his mind during the Green Bay game that, boy, do you have to bench Brock Purdy here? He's not seeing it. He's not feeling it. Sam Darnold could do some of the stuff. The voice of the Niners had thoughts about Brock Purdy getting benched in the divisional round game against the Green Bay Packers. This is a player who finished in the top 4 of the MVP voting. That didn't come from anywhere, folks. So those two things, and then I watched the player. The first 3 quarters against Green Bay, number 13, number 10. I saw no difference between Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy that day through the first 3 quarters of the game.
Okay.
First half against Detroit, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy. I saw no difference between the 2 quarterbacks. They made the same mistakes. And you had 7 points. Now, credit to Brock Purdy. Came back in those games and rallied.
Yeah.
But in that Super Bowl, as we watched Super Bowl 58 in Vegas, Shanahan called, even their pass plays, very conservative. And he wanted Purdy to do he didn't want him to do too much, right? Maybe give Kansas City credit for having a good game plan this time, being Brock Purdy. But I saw a quarterback at times look small, get his balls batted at the line of scrimmage. And when you talk about elevating other teammates, well, we have the sample size. While Steve Wilks, during that 3-game losing streak, took all the hits, right? He's got to come down from the booth. He needs to be on the sideline. His defense to cover 0. During that 3-game stretch, we saw Brock Purdy, without Trent Williams and without Deebo Samuel, look very pedestrian. So I do wonder, if he regresses at any point next season, what is it going to look like? Contract-wise, is Shanahan really sold on Brock Purdy long-term? I don't know.
Why is, like, when I look at Patrick Mahomes, he's set to make 60-something million next year, and he made, in essence, $59 million this year in cash. Okay, cash. Why is he so great? Because I could spend $60 million on Patrick Mahomes, and that means I can't spend that money on my offensive line. I can't spend that money on Tyreek Hill, and you're seeing him do it with a bunch of rookies and basically Travis Kelce, right? Would we all agree?
Yep.
Okay? It's harder to field the team around Patrick Mahomes making $60 million. He's so good, you almost don't even recognize it. I mean, right? Like I hate, like, and he's an unfair comp
because it's already started.
What?
And this is why I'm scared.
But he's an unfair. It's an unfair comp. Like, I look at Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow got $45 million in guarantees last year, just for the cash that he was making last year. And they're going to franchise T. Higgins. And there are people out there. And Burrow has gotten to the Super Bowl. He's an excellent player. And he's gotten hurt a bunch. But people are like, can you pay Jamar Chase? Can you pay T. Higgins? Can you pay Mixon and Burrow? That question is already being asked. And we will see if Joe Burrow can make it work with just Jamar Chase if they move on from T. Higgins.
Yep.
When Dak Prescott's making $45 million, they had to get rid of Amari Cooper.
Doubt.
They had to get rid of Zeke Elliott. Okay? And so they still won 11, 12 games, back-to-back years.
First round playoff loss, second round playoff loss, haven't got to the title game. It does.
But the way we talk about Dak Prescott, baked into it is, well, you make this much money and you don't have this many playmakers around you. You need to do more. Right? And so when I look at Brock Purdy, he's the best contract in sports.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay? But the second I have to start paying him, well, now I got to think about it.
The second Shanahan loses trust in you is another thing. Now, Shanahan...
45... Niner fans, hold on. $45 million.
Let me get it here. That
is
forget the money right now.
Ayuk and Kittle.
I didn't even want to go down that route because I want to go back to Steve.
Is.
Yeah, but I want to go back to Steve Wilks for a second.
And we're talking about right guard.
Listen, there's a Purdy conversation. There's also a Kyle Shanahan. As we reassess the season and we get to the offseason, these are questions everybody's going to have in the offseason. Now, Bonte Hill, has never advocated to fire Kyle Shanahan. I haven't endorsed that one bit in the 7 years. I may have been critical of Kyle Shanahan. Some people think that I don't even like Kyle Shanahan. This could be farther from the truth. I have no problem with Kyle Shanahan. I earned a lot of respect for Shanahan with the way he dealt with the Trey Lance situation. I do. The way he broke it down, the detail and everything, I said, wow, look at my head coach growing up, man. That's Kyle Shanahan. I'm glad I got him as my head coach. But they did give him a contract extension early in the season.
Mm-hmm.
Did they have to? Because now he's so comfortable in his job. They gave him 2 extensions before they had to. Now, he's been great. And a lot of people could say he earned those extensions. Mm-hmm. But then you look at the Super Bowl and you look at the decision-making and you're like, damn, did you learn from Super Bowl 54? Did you learn? And the fact is that your team didn't know the overtime rules. That is a terrible look. The whole league is mocking us right now for not being buttoned up in the most important game of their lives. And you don't know overtime rules? You're not buttoned up here? What's going on? There's just too much stuff coming out of Santa Clara right now with Kyle Shanahan. So did you really have to give him the contract extension right when you did? You could have waited on that. Anyway.
No, that's an interesting aspect.
That's something we can get to tomorrow. Let's go to the lines.
Okay.
Rob and San Bruno. What's happening, Rob?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up,
man, Kyle Shanahan has lost his mind. and I said this early in the year when I said this. There's some sucker stuff going on in that locker room. Now you got a sucker culture. I'm gonna tell you why. The only person I hear complaining about Wilks was Nick Bosa. I hear none of his former players. In fact, I was on Twitter yesterday. A lot of his former players play for Carolina, Arizona. They love the guy. They ain't saying nothing bad about him. It's been the media, ownership, and we know how that goes. So Nick Bosa came into camp late, got his money. He went from 19 sacks to 10, really 9.5. So he went to 19 sacks to 10 sacks. He basically a 10-sack loss. That basically made the defense worse. Okay. Now you bring in Wilks. He get the DBs going. When he wore the first All-Pro, when last time he had one of those? I wasn't sold on Lenore early in the season. He turned him around. Brown played great. I thought Brown, the safety rookie, played great.
He did.
Yep.
In that whole game. So my point is this: it seems like the Niners love to go behind your back. Now with Kyle Shanahan, I disagree with you on the Trey Lance thing, Monte. But
yeah, I hear you.
You run it to the boss man and tell him, hey, you're not working out. My third one better, but I'm gonna start Jimmy Garoppolo, resign him, all right. And then you got Nick Bosa running to John and Cal saying, oh, well, this defense not working out because I'm not getting pressure. Well, hell, next time it's basic football in the Super Bowl. You contain the edge. When you play Mahomes, keep him inside the pocket. Don't let him float out. That's where he make his plays. And what did he do when it mattered most? 4th and 1. He ran outside of Bosa because Bosa got crashed down again. On a game-winning touchdown, same thing. The receiver was so open that he didn't even know he won the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and they've been doing this to him for years and years now. So that's all Wilks' fault that Bosa don't understand edge containment. You pay this guy $100 million and he making excuses. I'm gonna tell you what. Right now, I'm trading Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa. I'm looking for Josh Allen. I'm looking because you're not beating Mahomes with a mid quarterback. The only people that beat Mahomes was Burrow and Tom Brady. That's what you need. You're not. We're 0-2. We're on for a lifetime since we passed the Mahomes. Yep. We're 0-2 in the Super Bowl. What does that tell you? We're the Utah Jazz of the 90s. Stop that. I thought we was about Super Bowls. We just happy to get to. I said it on Instagram. Man, we too happy before. We just happy to be here. You had Cal drunk giving. Oh yeah, I was the one I got Purdy. I knew he was great. Where's all that now? You ain't backing them now. I heard not one player come out defending Kyle Shanahan. His own players. They ain't said nothing about defending him, have they? And they laughing at us right now. Look at it. We didn't even know the rules. They laughing at us on TV.
On TV.
That is a fireable offense not to know the rules. You know what I'm saying? You in a Super Bowl, you don't know the rules.
Good call, Rob.
In a one-possession game.
I hear you. Yep, I hear you. What you say, Spinone?
I was just going to say, sorry, I got in your ear there, Bonte, but Steve Young actually was talking about this on Zach Gelb's show. I know Zach Gelb, CBS Sports.
I'm going on the show today at 6:20.
Steve Young was on that show, and this is what he had to say about the 49ers players not knowing the overtime rules.
Yeah, I think anytime there's rules that aren't understood, it just does. You can't. No one can hide from that. and the players, when they said that after the game, it was alarming that they didn't understand the context of what they're going through. And it is a new rule, but I agree with you. That is not a good look. There's no defending it.
I completely agree with you.
It's indefensible.
And Baldy and I disagreed on that. I know Baldy said one, and we could disagree.
I disagree with Baldy too.
We could disagree. Baldy
I do too.
Totally disagrees, but I side with Steve Young on this one. I really do. And man,
it sucks. I mean, it just think about this week. Today should have been a parade. We should have been talking about a parade in our red and gold jerseys down Market Street, line it up. And so when it comes to Steve Wilks, he got fired, and look, I got no problem with him moving on. It's obvious he didn't know the scheme. He didn't learn the scheme. This wasn't his scheme. It wasn't a good fit. Bonte Hill is saying that Steve Wilks, it's the right move. But let's not scapegoat him, because Rob made up some great points. Charvarius Ward was all-pro. Diablo Lenore is a player. Steve Wilks is a secondary coach by trade, right? Mm-hmm. That's his specialty. Tick Brown was ready to go in a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Ready to go. Remember I was so concerned about Jair Brown? I was like, oh, man, him against Mahomes. Jair Brown played his ass off. And I said, boy, I got a safety for the next 5 years if he's healthy, at least.
What about the Logan Ryans, Ambry Thomas,
Well, you picked up Logan Ryan off the street. Gibson's cooked.
And Wilks wanted Isaiah Oliver. Like, there's a lot.
But you know what, though? Give him credit. They pivoted off of Isaiah Oliver early in the season.
Well, they gave him guaranteed money because Wilks wanted him.
Well, he's gone now. He didn't play.
I know.
You're going to miss sometimes.
No,
Shanahan's missed on receivers.
Well, that's the way I view Steve Wilks. Yeah. You missed.
But Shanahan's missed on how many receivers and how many running backs?
A zillion.
All right. So
but
he's not firing himself.
He found me superstars.
Or was it Lynch or Adam Peters finding you superstars?
Well, we don't
know
credit.
that. So anyway, they lucked into Brock Purdy. We know that. Gibson was off the street. He had a good season last season. This year, he obviously regressed, and he's going to be gone. They lost Hufanga. That's a tough blow. Linebackers, Fred Warner, Drake Grillo played as well as they ever have, right? Did they not?
Yeah, but you
can't just do that, Chasky.
But
Come on,
Chasky.
Timeout. It's either yes or no. Because there's no caveats here. They had career years. Right?
What about the Green Bay game? What about the Detroit game? Like, there was entire halves where they were taking horrific angles. Like, am I supposed to overlook those?
So was the offense.
No doubt.
They went head-to-head.
I'm not saying that. But, like, in the playoffs, in years prior, the defense being absolutely locked down was a given. And then this year in the playoffs, and especially in the first two games, they were getting gashed.
They were. But did they not make second half adjustments?
No, they did. And they get credit for that.
And they get credit for that.
But Bonte, I just look at it as very simple to me.
Games are won in the second half.
Yeah, but we're overthinking. Wilks wasn't great.
He wasn't great.
And they think they could do better.
He wasn't great.
I'm okay with it.
But that's fine. As much as we rip him, let's also bake into the equation Diablo Lenore, one of the best nickelbacks in all of football. Charvarius Ward, all pro.
Yeah, he was good this year.
All pro.
He was really good this year.
All right? Jair Brown was ready to go once Hufanga got hurt.
Yes.
Drake Greenlaw, Fred Warner had career seasons.
Okay.
But
Nick Bosa, the guy gave $120 million.
Well, that's on Nick Bosa.
Okay.
That's on Nick Bosa.
All right.
Your job is to go get the quarterback.
What about
Trayvon Hargraves fell off the map.
Okay.
Where's Chris Kosaric at? Where's Chris? What does that have to do? Is that scheme?
I'm just saying it's never one thing.
No, I know that, but is that scheme?
What?
Bosa and Hargrave and everything?
Bonte, they all were complaining about him all year. This thing that they weren't complaining. Fred Warner specifically said, I can't communicate with the DC in-game. So, like, I get what you're saying on Fred Warner had a good year. Fred's an outstanding player who's making premium money. Yeah, he's going to have a good year because he's a great player. But he is telling you over and over and over again, I need to talk to this guy. They had to drag him down to the field.
Yeah, no doubt. He came down to the field. And they made the adjustments. But
look,
they also
Kyle made a bad hire,
they also
and now he's trying to rectify
years. They had career years. We can all admit that. Because Bosa's complaining. He got $120 million. I just want to know how Steve Wilks' play calls affected Nick Bosa, Javon Hargrave, Brady Gregory, Chase Young. Because after the NFC Championship game, we're talking about effort of players.
Well, we also
how's that on coaching?
Edge. We're talking about setting the edge. I don't know.
That's all players. DeCleve Farrell had no problem setting the edge. Let's go to Mystic in San Francisco. Mystic, what's happening? You're on the roast. We're going to get to everybody here. Full phone lines. We're going to get to everybody.
Good morning. Good morning, fellas. My family, they're all Niner fans, and so when I listen to you guys on the radio, it reminds me of the pain that they feel But it's just interesting listening the last few days to people twist themselves into a pretzel trying to avoid the obvious. And the big mistake is not Steve Wilks. Steve Wilks' defense was decent. They were good enough to win a Super Bowl. Your problem is Shanahan and Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is not good enough to win a Super Bowl. Let's be real about that. He's limited with his arm strength. And so when he was forced to throw the ball down the field in the seams and down the field on the sidelines where you have to beat press man coverage, he couldn't do it. That's why your receivers didn't have a lot of catches. That's why Kittles wasn't involved, because Brock Purdy doesn't have the arm to get it there even after he reads it out. Now, the biggest problem other than that, though, is Shanahan. Why is Shanahan and Lynch getting a pass for 7 years and not having a quarterback good enough to win? You know what? If they convinced you that Brock Purdy was good enough to win, that is your fault. Brock Purdy is an automaton. He's like remote control by Shanahan, and that's what Shanahan wants. But unfortunately, that's not going to be good enough to win. And so Shanahan has to get over his ego. He's got to get a player with talent and not somebody that he can take all the credit for if they win. I think that's the biggest problem, Shanahan's hubris.
Mistake in San Francisco. I'm not sure I agree with everything there, but we're going to find out whether or not Brock Purdy's that guy this year. We are. This is a good stepping stone for him. Second-year quarterback, played lights out. I got no problem with the way Brock played. But you said it, too. We're walking. We're walking out of Super Bowl, Shaska. I want you to share with the audience what you shared with me walking out of Allegiant Stadium. I want you to be truthful.
Which part?
About the quarterback.
Well, I just thought that, you got to make a couple of plays outside of structure. And he did the one to juice. They didn't do enough. It felt very Jimmy G-like watching it in the stadium where you had 10 guys in the box and they dared you to be a pocket quarterback and win on the outside and over the top, and the Niners couldn't do it. And they had many opportunities to do it. They needed to score a touchdown.
Right.
And he had moments where he could have taken control of that game, and they couldn't do it. And it's just that he fell a little short, and I think we're afraid to say it out loud. Yes, he's in his second year.
Yep.
Yes, I get that. And everyone, he's Montana. No, Montana is Mahomes.
Yeah.
Like, who are we kidding?
Right.
I mean, come on, people.
Yeah.
Like, who are we kidding? He had a great year. I'm not saying he didn't, but it didn't translate exactly the same way in the playoffs.
It didn't.
And if you're fooling yourself, if you didn't think the entire first three quarters against Green Bay wasn't great. Now he bounced back in the fourth, and that's impressive.
You get credit for that.
Yeah, first half against Detroit wasn't great.
Right.
And he bounced back in that third quarter and made a couple plays in the fourth. Yeah, it was good. Like that entire third quarter, he was a tick off. You could say Joe's pressures. He didn't string together enough winning plays for this team. And at the end of the day, if it's the most important position in sports, whether it's the offensive line protection, his checks at the line, his arm, his ability to make a play when there's a guy in his face, there's a lot of reasons. He's not the main reason they lost.
No doubt.
But he's also not the reason that they could overcome some of the shortcomings around him.
Well
and they
said.
needed that guy to make a play.
Well
and if you
said.
go back and look at the film, there are some plays out there, and they're tough plays. And he came up a little short. It's okay. If that was Jimmy, we would have been crushing the guy. And I'm not even sure if that's fair.
No, it's
All
not.
I'm saying is that when you play quarterback, criticism comes.
Dude.
When you win, you're going to get praise. And when you lose, you're going to get criticized. And I think we're tiptoeing around because he had a great year, and he did have a great year.
But in the
playoffs look different.
Yep, it did look different.
It's okay.
And it's okay.
And I think a part of that is Shanahan, too.
Hey, no,
I think
no
a part of that is Shanahan, too. I don't want to get, Brock crazy. Shanahan is culpable simultaneously.
Now you're cooking, Shasky. You are cooking. Oh, you are cooking with hot grease, and people are not happy. But a lot of people,
they're not happy because they're afraid to face the truth.
No, the truth hurts. Truth hurts. I'll give Brock this, just like I tried to give Jimmy this. I tried to give him this caveat. In 2019, I said, man, that was the first postseason he ever started at quarterback.
Exactly.
I get how tough that is. It's just different in the playoffs. Brock Purdy, okay, this was his second postseason appearance. He helps lead them to the Super Bowl. But we both said this through three quarters against Green Bay. You might as well slap a number 10 on his jersey. That was Jimmy Garoppolo-esque. First half against Detroit. That was a Jimmy G first half. It is what it is. We ripped Jimmy Garoppolo. I defended Jimmy Garoppolo. I had to fight off the Jimmy G haters every single day because I was just like, look, I know what he is. I know he's not a game changer, but damn it, he ain't the reason why we're losing games. Anyway.
And the same thing with Brock. He wasn't the reason. CMC fumbled. Trent had a bag. Keep going.
Trey couldn't get through 3 games without his fan base crushing him. We didn't even see him enough before, oh, yeah, he don't got it.
Yeah, but Purdy was better. But
Purdy was better, but no. We gave Trey last 3 games. I'm not saying Purdy is better than Trey. But I'm saying, for some reason, we say anything remotely close to criticism of Brock.
Yeah, we're afraid.
I listen to this fan base, not everybody, but he did throw 2 picks against Minnesota. If he was concussed, then he should have been off the football field. But he was on the field, and everything's fair game once you're on the football field. He threw 2 interceptions in the 4th quarter, and everybody blames Steve Wilks and a cover 0 blitz. Cincinnati, you're down 17-10, and the defense stunk in the first half against Cincinnati. Joe Burrow did whatever he wanted in that football game. But it was 17-10, late 3rd quarter, early 4th quarter. Brock Purdy threw one of the most egregious interceptions I've seen at Levi Stadium. Did he not?
Yes.
He threw another pick the next possession. But yet we're afraid to criticize Brock. Why are we so afraid to criticize Brock? He's had a great year. It's okay to critique him. Yeah. I just for the life of me, you're right. I get nervous saying anything remotely close to criticism about Brock Purdy.
Here's something I thought about.
I do.
I've seen, can we play the Kansas City Chiefs sound after the coin toss? I want you to think, I will raise my hand and say, I didn't think of this in real time.
You want the Kelsey what? New Heights? You want New Heights or you want Jay Cutler?
The Kelsey. So play this, and Kelsey. I want to think, and then play Cutler after. Yep.
You win the coin toss. That's what you get. You get the opportunity to have the advantage, and they handed it right over to
laughing at us.
Yeah, well, not trying to harp on the guy, but it was a huge, like when they said we want to receive, and the ref looked at Fred and he said, "Are you sure?"
Yeah.
You sure you want to receive? And he said, yeah, I want to receive. I want the ball.
I was
just like, I jumped out of my seat and said, hey, here we go. Let's go, boys. Perfect. They want to receive. We get second possession. We know exactly what they want. Defense, hold them. Just hold them to 3. I don't just hold them to 3. We're going to go down here and win this thing, baby.
Freaking crazy. Really was.
Now, I didn't think of this in real time, but having a couple days to process this, I've seen a lot of people, you gave Patrick Mahomes 4 chances.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we had, let's play this hypothetical. If you had Burrow, if you had, Mahomes, if you had Josh Allen,
you're kicking the ball
off.
If
you had Peyton Manning,
you're kicking the ball off.
If you had Tom Brady,
you're kicking the ball off.
Exactly.
You're kicking the ball off. You're deferring.
Because you know that you have the bullet in the chamber on the other side.
But we try to say, well, our defense is gas. Look, I thought that in real time,
Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I understand 100% what you're saying.
Part of the logic for Kansas City is we've got the best player on the planet.
So we're good.
And that goes back to the pain. When we talk about $60 million and we pay a guy $45 million, Dallas is presented with the same thing. They're probably like, yeah, we'll kick it off. We'll receive it, and we'll play defense. Because they're thinking the same way the Niners are. Their quarterback isn't what that other guy is.
Philadelphia,
and it's okay to say it.
You know what Philadelphia is doing? They're kicking the ball off. Because they're saying, we got Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown. Hey, we can laugh at the Eagles all we want.
No, you're right.
That's how Sirianni thinks.
You're right.
He's aggressive.
You're right.
Campbell. Dan Campbell. We're going to kick it off, and once we get it, we're going to score and go for 2.
You're probably
That's
right.
Dan Campbell. The mindset in overtime sounded like a losing mentality. Well, we figure we could get the ball, we score, and if they score, we get that 3rd possession. No. My mindset is, all right, we're going to kick the ball off. We're going to get a stop. We're going to take the ball, and we're going to score and win the game. I'm not thinking about a 3rd possession. I'm not thinking about that at all.
You want Montana with the ball in his hands at the end of the game.
Absolutely.
You want Brady with the ball at the end of his hands. So, again, you ask yourself, did you want Brock Purdy with the ball in his hands or not?
Yeah, no doubt.
At the end of that game.
Also, yeah, no doubt. I'm with you 100%. Also,
we were hoping to get away with a win with a field goal. I mean, for Christ's sake, people, think about what you had to punch it in. No, everybody knew that.
People think we're upset. We're passionate.
We're not upset. I'm frustrated we lost.
Breaking down the game.
I'm devastated.
But also, thinking about this, Kansas City. I want to play this cut from Jay Cutler.
And it doesn't diminish what Brock. 1 second. Just because he came up short in the playoffs doesn't diminish the entire year that he had. He had a great year. Let's see if he could build on it next year. Let's see if he can grow.
You know what the hell?
No one is running him out of town.
You know what the hell with that? I don't even care about the criticism of Brock Purdy anymore because this is the same region that will criticize Steve Kerr and Steph Curry for winning 4 damn championships, hanging banners, and you criticize everybody. You had no problem doing that. You got no problem ripping Klay Thompson a new one every single day. He's got 4 rings. The Niners haven't had a ring in 30 years. 30 years. And all of a sudden, I got to tiptoe around Brock Purdy. The hell with that. It is what it is with Brock Purdy. And then let me tell you something. I love the way Brock Purdy played. It's a hell of a story. If he wins that Super Bowl, it's one of the greatest stories in North American sports history. But let me tell you, folks, if Brock Purdy regresses a little bit next season, we will be quarterback shopping because that's the way Shanahan does business. So you better get ready for it. You better buckle up, folks. Let's get tough a little bit. It is what it is. This is what we do in San Francisco. We criticize the quarterback. Steve Young got criticized over and over and over again.
It's
Joe Montana won 2 Super Bowl rings, and Bull Watts was trying to trade him for John Elway.
We're crushing Klay Thompson this year.
So you know,
we're crushing him.
You know, people want to say racist and this and that. Shut up. Get out your feelings, man. Get out your feelings. We just lost the Super Bowl.
They came up a little short. Everybody's going to be critiqued.
Came up short.
And by the way, we're ripping Steve Wilks. We've ripped Nick Bosa. We've ripped Trent Williams.
So you know what? I dare
Christian
somebody.
McCaffrey fumbled on the first drive.
How about this one, though, Shasky, when it comes to the quarterback? I dare somebody to call this show right now, 888-957-9570, and tell me Brock Purdy's downfield passing in the Super Bowl was great. Because it wasn't. He was inaccurate on every deep throw. Now, whether or not Brendan Ayuk stopped running, I don't know the communication there, but it was overthrown. And you told me, I don't know if Ayuk gets to that one. We already know he overthrew Deebo Samuel in the end zone.
I watched it over and over and over again. I don't think Ayuk gets to that one. Even though Ayuk hesitated, I still think it was a slight overthrow. But
you
again,
that happens. You needed downfield passing in this game, vertical passing. Brock Purdy's downfield passing against Detroit didn't look good, and it didn't look good in the Super Bowl, did it not?
No. Look, as long as
against Detroit, it did not look good.
But Bonte, as long as he's making $900,000, all of this is moot. The second I have to think about paying him, and I'm sacrificing weapons, I think people look at it a lot differently. You ask yourself, Niner fans. $40 million. That's the going rate. The going rate. Like, there's no mid-market for these quarterbacks. The going rate is $40 million. Look at the guarantees over the last few years. Jalen Hurts had one good year,
right,
and they gave him $200 million guaranteed.
Right.
$40 million is Debo, Kittle, and CMC.
Yep.
Are you sacrificing that for Brock Purdy?
I don't know.
How many teams in the league are doing that? No, I'm asking.
Not much. Here's Spagnola. How about this on the overtime rules? Here's Spags with Baldy.
We went through it every game. I did it every Saturday night. Andy did it, or Mike Frazier did it for Andy every, I think, Saturday morning.
Oh.
Yes, he did it Saturday morning. I would reemphasize it Saturday night from a defensive perspective. You know, are we going to go out there and it's going to be get them to punt the ball on 4th down, you know, because it was or do we know they're going to go for it on 4th down, which is what San Francisco's defense went through.
Right. So Spags and the Chiefs were ready for that moment. The Niners obviously wasn't. Here's Jay Cutler.
Jay, you said something about Patrick Mahomes running off the field.
He was shocked. I was shocked. I think everyone was shocked. It's like, you're going to give Patrick Mahomes the ball second and give him 4 downs? Someone's getting fired.
That's the thing you say, somebody's getting fired. I know Shanahan's getting all the blame on this, but there's a lot of people in those headsets, a lot of people in those boxes that should have said something.
Absolutely. I don't know, I sound like a broken record, but this is exactly what the Chiefs wanted. You know, they wanted to be in this game. They wanted Patrick Mahomes at the end, and they got their storybook ending.
Oh, I get 4 downs?
Yeah, it's like perfect.
Oh, I do a lot with 3 downs. Yeah. Give me 4. Let's see what happens.
So that was on Inside the NFL. During that clip, Jay Cutler is saying that.
Jay Cutler.
But they had the sounds of the game. They did the whole coin toss and mic'd up on that. The special teams coach for the Kansas City Chiefs basically said, we were going to kick the ball off anyway. We wanted to play defense first. We were not buttoned up. And that leads us in the 8 o'clock hour to Kyle Shanahan. That may have been one of the biggest blunders in Super Bowl history.
Yeah, now I'm injured.
Oh, boy, uncomfortable conversations. Nick in Berkeley, Jesse in Texas, Mark in Indianapolis. We're going to get to everybody as we try to recover from this Super Bowl loss. But, hey, the Golden State Warriors, they lost yesterday. But Brightside Bonte's here to tell you that they have won 7 of 11. And Chris Paul is making good progress in his rehab from his left hand surgery. He will be reevaluated in 10 days. Hopefully comes back shortly after the All-Star break. And then the Warriors will get wholesome. That's right, there's silver linings everywhere, folks. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Curzon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Kyle Shanahan, folks. It's time to have a conversation about the head coach of the 49ers.
B, I can't argue with you.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient,
Wow, I haven't did that in a while. I got my swagger back. Mama, I got my swag back. Shaska, I got my swagger back. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. What is happening? What is happening? Good morning to everybody. Brian at BPA. Brian and Paul also tweeting at me. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Oh, he's a little flustered.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're out here getting it, getting $1, I love it. Hustle and bustling. Cops, firefighters, students. Met a student yesterday. His mother's name was Alex. I forget the kid's name, but Alex out in Walnut Creek. She had her son with her yesterday, 8 years old. Going to Walnut Creek. She goes, we listen to you guys every day on the way to school. Doesn't have school today, but he's like, we want to call it. I say, when you call it, you go to the top of the line, young man. We got baby roasters. We got toddler roasters. We got teenage roasters. We got master roasters. We got old roasters. We got the roasters our age. They come in all shapes and sizes.
Master roasters.
Yes, sir. So good morning to all you. By the way, Twitch and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto low rates. It's super simple online application process. Comcast business text line as well. We got lines here, but I know you want to say something before we get to shed ahead.
Well, I just want to start here. Like, I love the NFL because there's many different ways that you can look at it. And I love the team building aspect of it. I love how they allocate funds and how you build a team. To me, that's like super cool. When I watch the Houston Texans, very few organizations have nailed the quarterback with nothing around them in year one the way they have. Now, we'll see if it's sustainable. Like, who knows? CJ Stroud had an unbelievable year this year. But part of what made it so remarkable is that a year ago, we looked at Houston and said, they have nothing.
Nothing.
And a year later, they have tremendous hope, right? Out of nowhere, all right? Trevor Lawrence. We heard about Trevor Lawrence for 5 years before he even stepped on to an NFL field. And I still don't even know if he's any good. And they have to make a decision about Trevor Lawrence here soon, all right, about how much money to give him. And Trevor Lawrence has been spotty at best. And I don't know what Jacksonville should do. And I look at the league right now, and you got Joe Burrow making $55 million next year. They've got tough decisions.
T. Higgins.
What do you do with T. Higgins? I look at Justin Herbert. Harbaugh's taking over the Chargers. He's the second highest paid quarterback for next year in terms of his average, $53 million. All right? Most people say, yeah, I'd probably pay Herbert $53. I'm sure there are people out there that would question it. Lamar Jackson. He had to fight tooth and nail to get the $186 million guaranteed. He's making $53 million next year. But let's all, like, the guy had an MVP year.
He did.
He is Baltimore, right? Jalen Hurts had one good year. Now, these are the top 4 quarterbacks paid. One good year, essentially. And I thought he had a solid year this year, but not as good as the year before. He's making $51 million.
And what are they saying in Philadelphia about Jalen Hurts?
Did we pay him too soon?
Exactly. And they don't believe he's really that guy. They, you know, if he has a subpar year, if he replicates the season he just had, they will move off Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
Or try to.
I totally agree. It makes it harder to field the team around him. Now, the next 3 guys, Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson, are all making $46, $47 million. And almost everyone would be like, yeah, that's too much for those guys.
Yep.
Would you agree? Okay. Part of what makes the Brock Purdy thing so incredible is that the Niners moved off Jimmy Garoppolo not just because he wasn't good enough, because they needed to reset their financials so they could afford premium players everywhere. And that's why they made the move for Trey Lance. Now, it didn't work out. And in fact, they got more cap relief by nailing Brock Purdy.
Exactly.
Trey would have cost them $10 million or $8 million. Brock costs $800,000. He's the 75th highest paid player at that position. Mitchell Trubisky just got cut. He was making $8 million to be a backup. Swallow that in, Niner fans. Mitchell Trubisky was making $8 million to be a backup. It's one of the greatest values in sports. It afforded them to pay Trent Williams, to bring in CMC, to pay Nick Bosa, to pay Fred Warner, to pay all the guys you love, Kittle and Ayuk and Debo. It becomes exponentially more difficult 1 year from now when they do have to pay Brock Purdy. I'm not tripping right now. I'm rolling with Brock.
But that's a topic of conversation going into next season.
Absolutely.
What do you do with Brock?
Absolutely.
Do you want to pay Brock?
Absolutely.
Do you want to pay Brock premium dollars?
And so put it this way. let's just say $40 million. And who knows, the salary cap's going to go up just a little. Do you want to give 1/4, 1/5 of your salary cap to Brock Purdy and sacrifice Debo and Kittle?
Well,
CMC, Ayuk, and alignment.
Here's what I'll ask you.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I understand.
That's what it costs.
That's what it costs.
And that's what these other teams. These are the decisions they have to make.
Now you can get lucky and maybe draft some guys, and they turn it to Debo Samuels and Brendan Ayuk. And they did that with Rasheed Rice. Rasheed Rice is going to be a good player. Rookie year had over 70 catches. He's not as good as Tyreek. He's not as good as Tyreek. Not yet.
No.
He may one day, but he's not as good as Tyreek.
But they rolled the dice.
But they rolled the dice knowing they had a number one tight end, Travis Kelce, that they use. The problem with the 49ers offense is we don't know who our number one is in the passing game because Shanahan's got the timing. It's like, hey, this is the throw I want you to make. Remember the throw he made, Brock Purdy to Brendan Ayuk on Thanksgiving night? And Shanahan went crazy, said that wasn't the read there. But Brock Purdy said, the hell with this. It was a dime. It was a touchdown.
Yes.
And it ended the football game. It basically clinched the NFC West for the 49ers.
Yes.
Got them closer and closer to doing that. Kansas City knows who their number one is. Philadelphia knows who their number one is. You know, Baltimore, for the most part, they know Zay Flowers and Mark Andrews are 1A and 1B. We don't know who the number one is, and that's part of the problem. But also, when you look at the Super Bowl, did Brock Purdy look like a $40 million quarterback, honestly?
In that game, no. But and to be fair, to be graceful, you could do that. Like, Lamar Jackson didn't look like a $40 million quarterback the week prior or 2 weeks prior in the AFC Championship game.
He did.
But I would say this, Lamar's second half, the week before that against the Texans,
was dynamic.
He's dominant, right?
So when I look at Brock Purdy, and I say,
we could play that game.
If I pay him $40 million and I don't have these playmakers. Now, I argued for years that Jimmy didn't have a lot of playmakers.
He didn't.
He had George Kittle. He walked on the field against Arizona after the Super Bowl season with Dante Pettis, Kendrick Bourne, Trent Taylor as starting wide receivers. And I say, well, look, I know Jimmy's not the greatest quarterback in the world, but damn, he's throwing to these guys.
I know.
Like, what do you expect from him? What do you expect from Jimmy? And nobody was listening to me. Nobody cared to say Jimmy this and Jimmy that because of the money that he was getting paid.
$26
The
million.
money he was getting paid.
Yes.
Baked into the equation that, well, 100%. I don't care. He should elevate his players.
Exactly.
We watched Brock Purdy for 3 games. Cleveland, Minnesota, Cincinnati. He did not elevate his teammates. Now, he's a second-year quarterback. When Debo was out.
And Trent.
They scored 17, 17, 17. So maybe he's not there yet. He's not that guy yet.
He's in year 2.
Maybe he grows into that.
Yes.
But how much growth does he have as a quarterback? After watching what we saw this year, what is Brock Purdy's ceiling? That's something nobody's ever talked about.
Well,
what is his ceiling? Is it Joe Burrow? Is it Josh Allen? Is it Lamar Jackson? Is it C.J. Stroud? Like, if I ask Niner fans right now, who'd you rather have, C.J. Stroud or Brock Purdy?
Well, I think because of the pedigree of being drafted number 2 overall, people instantly are going to go to C.J. Stroud. But I would go to this. I would say this.
There's people to tell me they wouldn't take Josh Allen over Brock Purdy.
Well, that feels pretty dumb.
Well, people were telling me that. They were telling me that. I threw that out there late in the season. Well, Josh Allen turns the ball over. What has he ever done?
Come on, Josh Allen's amazing. If Niner fans, just do this exercise. If Buffalo got a call from John Lynch that said, we will trade you Brock Purdy for Josh Allen, given what the final, they'd hang up the phone. I mean, come on. You got to take a step back and be real. Now, those things, they're unrealistic and they don't happen. You asking me like what the ceiling is. And I think he's better than this player. I do. I think he's better than this player. I think Brock is better than this player. I want to make it clear. When I look at how the rhetoric is around Dak Prescott, the reason Dak Prescott takes the heat that he does is because he's making $40 million a year. When Dak was making nothing and he was a 4th-round pick and they could afford the Avengers around him, everyone was like, Dak's awesome. And he was. He was great. And I think Purdy was better in his 1 year this year than Dak ever was at the beginning of that contract. But once you start making the money, that's when the criticism comes. And I know Niner fans are in la-la land when it comes to Brock, and they don't want to be realistic and take a step back and start thinking about these things. But this is how businesses are run. They're thinking a year out, 2 years out, 3 years out. Part of why they drafted Trey Lance was they were looking 2 years down the line at paying Bosa, at paying Ayuk, about extending Trent Williams. That's why they made the financial move to reset their books. So I do think this year we're going to be thinking long and hard about all this.
Well, Thomas Call right here on YouTube. Spent $10. Thank you, Thomas, for that donation on YouTube. Your guy Thomas from Central Iowa here. You are absolutely right. Next year is the show-me year for Brock Purdy. High stakes. To be the best, you have to beat the best. High stakes. And this playoff run, it was uneven. He didn't play consistent football these playoffs. He really didn't. Yeah. So that's what it is. Let's get back to Steve Wilks and the fiery yesterday.
Harbaugh, I just want to do this exercise real quick. Would Harbaugh trade Brock Purdy for Justin Herbert right now?
Absolutely. No, he would not. He would not trade Justin Herbert.
Right, so do those exercises. When you're talking about, guys, do those exercises in your head.
He wouldn't.
All right? Niner fans? Again, and no one is saying that he's not good. He is good.
Since I'm the racist one
but what makes him great is the value.
Hold on. Since I'm quote-unquote the racist one on the show, let me be clear here. We think Brock Purdy had an exceptional season.
It's amazing.
He deserved an MVP consideration. Brock Purdy did what I like Brock Purdy a lot. I think if he won the Super Bowl, it would be one of the greatest stories we've ever seen in North American sports history. He did. He did some things that I was like, wow, I'm glad to have him as my quarterback. Humble young man, last pick of the draft, great family. I had no issues with Brock Purdy whatsoever. But we can't be one-sided in terms of and pick and choose when we have this conversation about the quarterback. He's the quarterback of the 49ers. And we understand, growing up as Niner fans, what's baked into the equation of being the 49ers quarterback. We know the standard, we know where the bar is at, and we know what comes with that. Criticism and praise. When you lose, you get criticized.
Yes.
You get critiqued. We're not saying Brock Purdy's trash. Those are not coming out of our mouths.
No.
But you are going to have to make a decision a year from now. And is Brock Purdy, I have a hard time paying Brock Purdy $40 million a year. That's just me right now. That's me right now. After watching that Super Bowl and watching these playoff games, I'm saying, boy,
And that's where I would say to you.
Where's the ceiling at?
Well, that's what I would say to you. Let's see what he looks like in that second full season at 24 years old.
Right.
Let's see what he looks like in his second full or third full playoff
Books
run.
coming out on him.
No, but maybe there's growth, right? I'm open for that interpretation.
Here's what I've seen with Brock Purdy. The matchup's over with Baltimore where he almost threw 7 picks. He threw 4 picks. Let's be real. He almost threw 7 picks. It was a lot of Jimmy Odell throws. It is what it is on Christmas night. Maybe it's a one-off. But when I watched Cleveland run that sticky man defense and dare Brock Purdy to throw the ball deep, and he couldn't do it. We watched Kansas City on Sunday. They dared Brock Purdy to beat him deep. 10 in the box. We saw the safeties playing 8 yards off the line of scrimmage. It felt like the 2021 NFC Championship game against the Rams. Throw it deep. How was Brock Purdy's downfield accuracy the last two games of the season?
It wasn't as good as what it was all year.
It was porous.
Yeah.
And in these football games, you have to hit some deep shots. You just have to. These playoff games, you got to be able to stretch the defense at some point.
How many
he was not able to do that.
And it's impossible to compare anyone to Mahomes. So let's just I watched the AFC Championship game over, the one that Burrow lost. Burrow hit 3 receivers on the final drive, 40 yards down the field in the numbers.
Yep.
And we're calling Burrow a loser. Josh Allen hit Stephon Diggs 65 yards down the field.
Frozen rope. In the cold.
in between the numbers, and he dropped the ball.
Yep.
And by the way, Josh Allen was a man possessed in that game against that same Kansas City defense with less weapons around him, making significant money. So, those guys got crushed for losing those games.
So
and that's what we do at the position.
That's what we do.
Lamar Jackson had an MVP year. It was moot because he lost and played terrible in the AFC Championship game.
Exactly. Wow. 925 with this text. This is going to tick some people off, and I'm going to read it anyway because I don't care today. Warriors lost. We just lost the Super Bowl. I'm a little grumpy, folks. I'm sorry. This is supposed to be a better day in the Bay Area, and it's not. Instead, we're going to go home, take a nap, get ready for Warriors and Jazz. 925, Comcast Business Text Line. Guys, hate to say it, but Brock Purdy is Domas Sabonis. Great regular season, but can't come through in the playoffs.
I'm not.
Empty calories. Nick in Berkeley, what's happening?
Follow Brock. No.
Nick in Berkeley, what's happening?
Man, check it out, man. Sasky, I love you, but you're tripping. The man is only 23 years old, Sasky. And let me tell you something. Shanahan is a moron, bro. Like, if I was the owner, what would Eddie G do? He would have left him in Vegas, bro, with no plane ride home and tell him to kick rocks and then go catch Highway 101 or whatever you try to do. He don't care where you go. Because we're going to find somebody that coaches to win and doesn't coach to lose. Because guess what? You can't have players running down the field not knowing where the ball is on the punt. You can't have a dude trying to pick up the ball instead of diving on top of it. It's the little things in big games that count. If you're coaching to lose, you're going to lose. One of Shanahan's tenets is he always defers when he wins the toss. Always. And what did he do? He didn't defer. He took the ball. What are you doing, dude? You went against everything that you always do. You disappeared in the second half for the third quarter. because you're Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Your Mr. Hyde isn't a monster. Your Mr. Hyde is a punk. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you be spacing out, drifting away like I don't even know what you're doing. Shanahan's babbling. All this babbling talk about Purdy, this and that. Man, look, man. The Chiefs led the league in holding penalties the last 2 years, but got called for 0 in the Super Bowl. What the hell's going on with that? You want to talk about uncomfortable? Why would you bet any money on it? You got to be a sucker to bet any money on the Super Bowl. These refs were BSing us, man. It was a joke. There was one play, Bosa did just flinch. He got drilled in the back. Yeah. At the very least, there's a block in the back or clipping. And let me tell you this. You don't even play Mason. You talk about disrespecting a player. You don't give him one carry in the Super Bowl. Andy Reid was using all his offensive players. We drafted a tight end. Why didn't you get in there and run at least 1 or 2 plays? Because Shanahan is stuck on Shanahan.
Let's be honest, Nick. Let's be honest. Andy Reid's a better play caller, better play designer than Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan met his match. He's 0-4 against Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs.
I also think it makes it a lot easier when you have Mahomes.
No doubt.
But
hold on. It does make it easier. But Andy Reid's done this with Alex Smith.
No doubt.
He's done it with Donovan McNabb.
No doubt.
He's done it with Michael Vick.
Kerry Cobb for crying out loud.
Kevin Cobb got paid by Arizona because of Andy
2
Reid.
games.
Nick Foles. I mean, Andy Reid's been doing this. All right? He's been doing this. He's stunned Shanahan on Sunday once again. 0-4 against Kansas City. Let's go to Jesse in Texas. Down to Texas, baby. Don't mess with Texas, Jesse. Don't mess with Texas.
What's going on, fellas? I've further discovered y'all this season, man. Y'all been terrific.
Thank you.
Let's get right into it, man. There's plenty of blame to go around. Around. I think Steve Wilks did a great job in the Super Bowl for the 3 quarters, and Shanahan did it all 4 quarters. So let's just start off with that, man. When that play call with Andy Reid did with Mahomes, that quarterback sneak, and when I saw that, we lost. But I thought we're done because we're getting outcoached. Man, look, Kyle, I know a lot of people don't want to hear this because I'm a big Kyle supporter, but he needs to be on the hot seat next year, man. And I know a lot of us are afraid of it. Y'all might think I'm overstepping.
Well, why don't we say this? Can I interrupt you? Can I interrupt you? I'll let you finish. Instead of saying he's on the hot seat, why don't you just I've lost confidence in him. You know what I mean? We all agree he shouldn't be fired. You lost in the Super Bowl on a walk-off. That's one thing. You lost confidence in him is better than he's on the hot seat and he should be fired. That to me is just going too far. Can we meet in the middle?
Well, okay, but how many more Super Bowls do you want to get stripped away from Kyle? How many more Super Bowls do we got to lose because of Kyle?
He's been wildly successful though too.
There's plenty of blame to go around. There is. But Andy Reid is outplaying them every single time. I'm from Texas, guys. They're calling us the luxury Cowboys here. The luxury Cowboys.
So, listen, Shanahan's not getting fired. He's not. But Jason Dumas, Crown 4 Sports, he fills in here at 95.7 Game, good friend of the program, has been on this. Shanahan originally got a 6-year deal from Jed York, which I think was very appropriate considering where the Niners were at that stage. They go to the Super Bowl in 2019. He gets an extension. I go, boy, did you really have to extend him right away? Let the 6-year contract play out. Well, he gets another extension in September, which we all think, you know what? Okay, fine. But did he get extended too early? Because now he's comfortable. And there's something about being comfortable in pro sports. And I'm not saying Shanahan is nailing it in, but he is Teflon around these parts. He is Teflon. And so he could move off of anybody he wants to and blame guys. Look, Steve Wilks got fired yesterday, and we all saw it coming. And you know what? It's the right move. It obviously wasn't a good fit. I will say that right here. Bonte Hill, thinks that Steve Wilks wasn't a good fit with the 49ers and the scheme they wanted to run. But also, I look at the other side and say, well, damn, Steve Wilks signed up for the job, but you got to run Shanahan's defense. You got to run it with Shanahan's assistants. And when I look at the season, sure, the defense had their flaws, but I also agree that the defense wasn't as good as it was last year in terms of personnel. Wilks had problems. He had his problems, but they also allowed 18 points a game, which was 4th in the NFL. 4th in the NFL in opponent's points per game. So I don't think the criticism for Steve Wilks, I think it's over the top.
Well, what about, like, you're talking about job security for Shanahan? So, because I view the extensions as irrelevant. The NFL, these owners make so much money. You could fire any coach at any time and have gobs of money. Belichick had the greatest 25-year run we've ever seen. 2 down years, and he was out of there. Belichick. Right? So even though Shanahan got these extensions, I'm not. There is something to be said for the comfortableness.
Right.
I do. I understand.
You hear what I'm saying?
I do. But I also see it like, if Jed was that angry, I don't think 5 years left on a deal, 4 years left on a deal is prohibiting him from making a move. This is not 2003 where the money, like literally you didn't have the money to pay.
But with the extension now, we know for sure Shanahan could go 3-14 next season.
Couldn't do that back-to-back years.
No, but he could do it next year.
Yeah, a lot of coaches could.
If he didn't have the extension, he does that 3-14. Jed York may be closer to saying, you know what, maybe it's time for a change.
Okay, you know what?
You know what I'm saying?
The way you put it that way, I'll come around.
But he goes 3-14 next season. His seat's not even warm. And I don't think he should be fired whatsoever. I want to make it clear before somebody tweets and aggregates us. I, Bonte Hill, and I'll speak for Joe Shasky, we do not want to see Shanahan fired. He doesn't deserve to be fired. And Shasky and Bonte both agree Steve Wilks, it's probably better to move on from Steve Wilks. But we disagree on how it happened and whether or not he should get all the blame. You know what I'm saying?
The Shanahan thing is so difficult to me because the margins are so thin. And, like, I almost feel like these coaches, like, for example, Mike Tomlin's got this veneer of winner guy. Yeah. He hasn't won a playoff game in forever.
I know.
All right? And
wild.
Shanahan's this giant loser, right? I'm talking about nationally, not just within, but this giant loser. The guy's won 8 playoff games in a 4 or 5 year stretch, right? Come on. Like, so do you see what I'm saying? Like, I almost feel like he's victim of his own success. Where the farther he goes, the higher the stakes are, and the more the criticism comes piling on him. And I just feel like it's a little over the top.
Yeah, it is over the top. 3-12.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It'd be better if he went 9-8. Like, what? What?
3-12 on third downs. The 49ers on Sunday. 3-12.
I see the same thing with, like, LeBron or Magic Johnson. Well, they lost in the finals and Jordan didn't. Making it 9 times to the finals.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what
tough.
I'm saying.
But you know what? When you make it there, and you have the same blunders that you've had in every big game loss.
That's a different story.
The same things we talked about in Super Bowl 54, in the NFC Championship game in 2021. This season, all the big games, we keep coming around to the same thing.
So
Shanahan decision-making.
Bonte, you believe that if they go 3-14 next year, that Shanahan would not be on the hot seat?
Not
really?
even close.
3-14?
Yeah, not even close.
I think he's.
I also don't think
outside of a quarterback injury, like that's something maybe, but 3-14, that's pretty.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think Shanahan's Teflon.
Wow.
I think Shanahan's Teflon. Real quick, let's squeeze in a call. Larry at Richmond.
What does that 3-14 look like?
Yeah, that's just my opinion. Larry at Richmond, what's happening?
Okay,
let's get you on before we get to Matt Barrows at 9:30 or 8:30. Excuse me.
How you guys doing?
Good, Larry. Let's go. Come on.
All right, hey, let's talk about Shanahan's plays in the third quarter. We went 3 straight 3-and-outs. That's 9 plays, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and of those were passes. CMC is the Offensive Player of the Year. He should have got more carries. Shanahan blows the bag every time he's in the Super Bowl because he gets in his head and he doesn't run the ball. In Atlanta, he had Freeman and Coleman. He didn't run the ball.
Well, Coleman got hurt midway through the third quarter. Coleman got hurt midway through the third quarter. Watch the game over. You're off base with the Atlanta Super Bowl, buddy. You ain't ready to roll, Larry. Get out of here. You're not ready to roll. Get out of here with that. You started off the call bad. Call us back tomorrow, Larry.
Bye-bye.
We got no time for that.
Bye-bye, Salinas.
Kobe got hurt midway through the third quarter. A lot went wrong there. I could do an exercise on Instagram or Twitter on how Shanahan didn't blow that Super Bowl and Dan Quinn actually blew it.
Well, don't talk about it. Be about it.
I will. Let's get this camera set up. I got no problem going through that exercise, but I do have a problem with the second half play calling in that third quarter. 8 passes, 1 run. Unbelievable. We're talking about another Super Bowl loss. We're going to talk to Matt Barrows coming up from The Athletic here on the Morning Roast. Boy, this is fun. I do like talk about the losses. I'm not going to lie to you because we get down to the nitty-gritty and the truth. And we see who's built for this. Who's got thick skin. Let's tell the truth. You know that whole, it's that City College. The truth shall set you free.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
I am built for this. Listen, the truth will all set us free.
Not built for
Listen,
this.
we tell the truth, and it'd be easier to get over the Super Bowl loss.
I mean, come on. Like the entire team didn't play buttoned up enough to win a Super Bowl.
No.
Everyone should be getting a little criticism. That's what happens.
And the guy lost his job yesterday. So you got what you wanted. Wilks got fired. Now where do we go? That's what's coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
He ruined your zone.
Safeway has great deals this week in store.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
No, since it's on the screen and Loveman's been kind of in my ear about it, our condolences do go out to the families in Kansas City. One is dead from the parade shooting, 12 kids, 21 wounded. We've had somebody go into a church in Houston, shoot up the church in Houston, Texas. Bless me. It's just, why? Why? It's. I don't want to get into gun control or any of the politics with that. But
there's also
just,
a mental health
just,
conversation that we're all afraid to have in America.
Well,
walk around downtown.
No, we have mental health conversations. I don't think we are afraid of that anymore. What we're afraid of is talking about gun control.
No, that too.
That's for a different genre. That's for KCBS and everything else.
Well, the sad part is, and I know you have a family, I have a family, Joey, Sam's got, all got a family, and it's like, you can't go to a parade without some whack job.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, it's sad. It's so sad. It's just a terrible, who thinks like that? I just don't get it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man, let's talk to Matt Barrows from The Athletic. Does a great job, as always, covering the 49ers. Matt, good morning. Thanks for joining us here after a tough Super Bowl loss, man. Such a gut-wrenching situation there for the 49ers, and there's a lot of things going on after the fact. And let's start with Steve Wilks being fired and let go from his job yesterday. Kyle Shanahan announced it. You were around the team every single day. You heard all the rumblings. You were around it when Steve Wilks got moved from the press box to the field. I don't think we're all surprised by it. Maybe the timing. What's your take on Steve Wilks being relieved a couple days after the Super Bowl, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, there were all sorts of clues that this was coming. I mean, throughout the season, and then on Tuesday when Kyle Shanahan was asked 3 times about Wilks, and he was asked 3 times because his initial answers were so vague about whether Steve Wilks was coming back. And so that sort of suggested that there certainly wasn't a bold support being voiced by Kyle Shanahan of Steve Wilks. So that sort of denoted some misgivings about Wilks. And, I mean, it was, the questions asked of Wilks when he first arrived were, is this going to be difficult for you? Because this is a system you've never run. He arrived without a single assistant, which is, I've never seen that before. Usually a new coordinator comes in and brings in all of his guys with him, guys that know his system. And there was one former Carolina Panther, Miles Hartsfield, who didn't have a very good off-season, who came in as well. So this guy literally parachuted into an unknown situation. I mean, it's like those bands that get rid of their front man and then bring in somebody else, and the sound is just not the same. And that was the case with Wilks. I mean, like Kyle Shanahan said yesterday, it doesn't mean that he's a bad coach or didn't have the respect of the players.
Right.
It's just an impossible situation for somebody to come in and play with a band that's been playing together for a long time.
Not a good fit, no doubt about that. How much influence did the players have on this move? The Bosas, the Fred Warners, the Greenlaws. How much did they have an influence on maybe this coaching move?
I would imagine they had an influence. I mean, I don't know this firsthand, but Nick Bosa holds a lot of sway. Fred Warner holds a lot of sway. So these are guys that Shanahan consults throughout the year, gets feedback from them. I don't think either guy is shy about sharing that feedback. And that's just it. I mean, after that Minnesota game in Week 7, there was a sense from the players, those 2 guys among them, that, okay, we're not playing our defense. This is different. Zero blitzes aren't us. And there was just a disconnect between coaching and the players and the system that they played in the past. And then shortly after that, it's no coincidence, Steve Wilks comes down from the booth and starts coaching from the sideline and really regains his feet at that point. I mean, that's coming out of the bye, they go into Jacksonville and they just annihilate the Jaguars. I mean, Trevor Lawrence looked like a high school player in that game. They really had a fantastic defensive performance. They had a great one against Philadelphia. But then you get to the playoffs, and then there are all these lapses that we talked about ad nauseum. I don't have to talk about them again, but it was just up and down, inconsistent. And there were a couple of things. As good as that defense played on Sunday, and you got to give them their proper recognition. Give Wilks his proper recognition. I mean, they had Patrick Mahomes on the run for three-quarters of that game, but there were also some lapses that were big ones at the end and helped the Chiefs win the game.
Yeah, I think everyone agrees that understands that it's not about one game or one moment. It was about the totality, the cumulative. I guess as I zoom out, do the players have too much influence? Because this is the way I view things. The NFL, we see the schemes. Players get hurt, and they're in and out of the lineup. Fred Warner's great right now. Drake Greenlaw's out for the year. That changes the fabric of how they play defense. So are they able to find the best candidate, or are they looking for someone to run what Kyle and Warner and Bosa want them to run? Because doesn't that limit finding the best candidate?
Yeah, I think it does, and that question was posed to Kyle Shanahan, and the first words out of his mouth were that he's not going to do something, he's going to try to build the best defense. And the preference is that they can bring in somebody who runs something close to what the 49ers have been running. This is what the players are used to running. It's what they were drafted to run. So they were selected with a scheme in mind, and I think that's important. But the next sentence was that, okay, but I'm not going to close my mind to somebody who comes in with his own scheme, his own ideas. And I would imagine, though, that means that this candidate comes in with his own assistants as well. And that's been a sticking point. I mean, they love Chris Kasarik. They love Johnny Holland. They love Daniel Bullocks in the secondary. So I have a hard time thinking it's going to be somebody who comes in with a whole new scheme, who wants to come in with a whole new staff. I'd be surprised about that. I think that person would have to really kind of blow Kyle Shanahan away. And maybe it's a Pete Carroll. I mean, it's a big name like that, and Shanahan agrees with you that it's time to sort of blow up the system and start anew and things like that. But if you're talking 3-4 versus 4-3, something as basic as that, Joey Bosa plays a 3-4 in Los Angeles with the Chargers. I've heard that he'd rather be in a 4-3, and Nick Bosa has been very open about saying that. Remember, back in 2019, the Cardinals had a chance to draft him as well. Cardinals played a 3-4 at the time, and Bosa said, yeah, I'm glad it was the 49ers because they play a system that I like better. I didn't want to be a stand-up linebacker.
Wow, Matt Barrows here, courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. All right, Brandon Ayuk, it's another big talking point there because he's due for some new money. He's under contract, and he was very emotional at that end-of-season presser. I know you were there. He couldn't get the words out of his mouth, man, and I get it. You just lost the Super Bowl in overtime to Kansas City. But where are we at with Brandon Ayuk? I got to feel like John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan want him back, and they want to pay him. They've taken care of their players before. Where's Brandon Ayuk fall into that equation?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get the sense that everybody's kind of gearing up for another difficult negotiation similar to the one that they had with Deebo Samuel 2 years ago. So the next thing to look out for is Ayuk erasing the team from his social media. Wow. That seems to be the MO these days. But I agree with you. I mean, I think it's clear from what they said and everything that's been said that they're gearing up for Brock Purdy to be their quarterback for the long term, which means a huge contract negotiation begins about a year from now. And if you're committing to Brock Purdy, I would imagine you're committing to Brandon Ayuk. I mean, they're such a duo. The chemistry is there. Both guys do what Kyle Shanahan wants. So if you've got Kyle Shanahan for the long term, Brandon Ayuk for the long term, Shanahan and Purdy for the long term, I would imagine that means Brandon Ayuk for the long term as well. And, of course, the agent will use that, and it's going to be Forgive me, I'm gearing up for all sorts of weird news to come at inopportune times, demanding trades and stuff like that. But that may be in our future this spring and summer.
You keep referencing Brock Purdy getting a huge contract and extending him. I mean, you really think? I mean, because Jalen Hurts got the one great year, MVP season. He was amazing in the Super Bowl, and he had a solid year this year, but he took a little step back. Let's say the same thing happens with Purdy. He's another solid year, but it takes a little step back from how efficient he was. You really think that they'd be, they're going to start with like a Jalen Hurts 150, 180 million guaranteed contract?
Yeah, I mean, if he has a season similar to 2023, I mean, there are all sorts of things that could happen. I mean, injury would be, I think, just as likely as a real kind of step backward. But I mean, Shanahan thinks that this guy has everything that he looks for in a quarterback, and reinforced that in 2023. Big difference between now and a year ago. He spent his whole offseason rehabbing from an arm injury. Now he's going to spend a whole offseason kind of working on, his understanding of the offense. He was talking about mobility. He's still kind of rebuilding the arm back up. So, there's a thought that he's going to be better in 2024 than he was this past season.
Wow.
Man, that's wild. Let me go ahead, follow up, Shasky. I want to ask Matt something else.
Well, so like this overtime thing.
Oh, I was going to go there.
This overtime thing. No, it's the more and more I think about it, I'm like actually kind of surprised because he referenced analytics, Kyle Shanahan. And I'm like, well, what analytics are you referencing? Like, what data points are you referencing? College? You're where they get the ball to 25 in overtime? Like, what was his follow up on the specific analytics that they were citing? Because there haven't been any major playoff game overtimes with these rules. So I want to know what samples and what analytics he's referring to. Where did that data come from? I have yet to hear that answer.
Yeah, I don't know. I can only assume that they're kind of studying overtimes under the old rules and what happened in those overtimes. To me, I get what he's saying, that you get the opportunity for that quote unquote third possession where you could win the game with a field goal. But that's supposing that both teams score the same amount on their possessions. And that's the issue that I have, is that you chose that path, but you just saw in the fourth quarter the Chiefs sliced right through your defense, and you saw Diamador Lenore go to the sideline. You saw Jair Brown go to the sideline. There was no Dre Greenlaw at that point. The defense was running on fumes at that point in the game, and Patrick Mahomes and the offense was getting stronger. You had to think that when they got their possession, which they were guaranteed to have, very good chance they were going to score a touchdown. So, you have to call your plays as if you have to score a touchdown. And of course, they didn't. They kicked the field goal on 4th and 3, or 4th and 4, there at the 9-yard line. So, I mean, there seemed to be a disconnect in the choice to receive and then the mentality on that drive. That's the best I can come up with.
So Matt, we can all agree the decision, whatever. But the fact that the players didn't know the rules, and you look on the other sideline, Kansas City was prepared for this situation.
And laughing.
Their coaches, their players, they knew exactly what the overtime rules was. Now, granted, the overtime rule is baked in. It's made because of the Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes game at Arrowhead Stadium a few years ago in a wild game in overtime where Josh Allen doesn't get a chance. But the fact that the Niners didn't really prep for that was very alarming. What did you think of that and all the chatter coming out of that post-Super Bowl?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is chatter. I mean, there were a number of 49ers who absolutely did know, including Brock Purdy, and there were a number of Kansas City Chiefs who didn't know. I mean, Patrick Mahomes had to tell Mecole Hardman that by the way, he just won the Super Bowl. He didn't know that the game was over. So, I mean, there were players on both teams that didn't know the precise rules. What the 49ers have been saying is that it's not as if we were playing at three-quarters speed there because we didn't know the exact rules. They're trying their best at that point. like I said, I think that the 49ers played outstanding on defense through 3 quarters, and they were just spent by the end of the game. That's how Patrick Mahomes has won a lot of games throughout the years, and this sort of followed that script.
What did you think of the play calls to open up the third quarter? 8 runs, 8 passes, 1 run. They didn't convert off the interception. What did you think about that third quarter there offensively for Kyle Shanahan and his 49ers offense?
Yeah, I think there should have been more first down runs. Now, the issue is that they committed penalties that kind of took running out of the equation, and they also had an negative 8-yard pass play to Juwan Jennings. I mean, if Kyle Shanahan is running in those situations, you're going to be criticizing him for that as well. So, yeah, I mean, I felt like the first down plays probably should have been runs, but you understand why the others are passes when you make those mistakes.
Matt, great stuff all season. Thank you for always spending some time with us. We'll be looking for your coverage in what should be a wild all season for the San Francisco 49ers. Man, we thought we were going to be covering the parade today, Matt. Go figure.
Yeah, next year maybe.
Next year, baby. Good stuff, man. Matt Barrows here on the Boxer and Gerser guest line on the Morning Roast here at 95.7 Game. Biggest takeaway from that? Yeah, Brock Purdy's going to get paid. He believes Brock Purdy's going to get paid, and that Brandon Ayuk, there's going to be a difficult negotiation there with Brandon Ayuk. This team can ill afford to lose Brandon Ayuk.
So let's put a bookmark on that, and I'll say that my biggest takeaway is he cited analytics where the variables don't apply to this scenario.
Yep.
Like, really? Really? That would be like me filing my taxes like I lived in Florida, but I know I live in California. Like that, they don't apply. They don't apply. Like, so it sounds good in a press conference. Everyone's like, yeah, analytics.
No, it never sounded
good. Like, what the hell are those analytics based on?
It never sounded good.
It never, because to me it was BS from the
No, because we walked out, and at overtime I said, boy, the defense is gas. I get why didn't we get the ball first.
Yeah, but
then as I'm walking from Allegiant Stadium and understanding the Super Bowl that we've watched our entire lives, just like when you don't call a timeout before second down on Kansas City's final possession in the first half, I'm telling you, Lubman, I'm like, when's the last time the Niners had the ball? Lubman goes, they had the ball last at 4:46 p.m. Now, they had one play before the half that they just read out the clock.
Stupid gun.
But really, one play within an hour. One play in an hour the Niners ran. So you don't make those, like you've been to the Super Bowl before. You know halftime is 30 minutes. You know Usher's going to be running on stage and they're going to have limited time to warm up. And you don't call a timeout to maximize your possessions. You did the same damn thing in Super Bowl 54, and I went crazy. You did the same thing. 4 or 5 years later in the Super Bowl. And then you come out, you run 8 passes. 8 passes and 1 run. And then you get to overtime. And I thought about this in overtime. I said, okay, the defense is gas. But there is a long television timeout going from the inner regulation to overtime. And then you get the coin toss. The defense had about 10 minutes of rest, 11 minutes of rest. It's a normal rest period for possession. To hell with that. Get Mahomes the ball first. If they face a 4th down, they're going to put the football. You get the ball, you kick a field goal, you win the game, you win the Super Bowl. We're at a parade today. The analytics that he cited, and what bugs me, we were thinking about our third possession. I'm thinking about just getting the first down on first possession. What are you talking about?
You know what it reminds me of? It's the equivalent of leaving Mariano Rivera in the pen because you think you can get to the 10th.
Oh, it's right? It's Buck Showalter in the wild card game, Orioles, Blue Jays. Or we keep Zach Britton in the bullpen because we think the game's going to be. No, I need to stop the game right now.
Exactly.
Get Zach Britton in there.
It's a 6-out save. You know what I mean? It's a 6.
What?
But so like
we look so bad right now.
No, I know we do.
We look terrible.
And every day it gets worse.
And Kelsey's laughing at us.
Every day it gets worse.
The special teams coach is like, we were going to kick it anyway.
Bonte.
Jake Cutler is laughing at us. Jake Cutler out of all quarterbacks is laughing at us.
You want to make my head explode more? When someone hides under the veil of analytics, and then you dig a little deeper. For example, I'm going to cite this. Gabe Kapler, he completely lost. I told Lubman, get on the. I said, Lubman, this 100-pitch outing, this 90-pitch outing thing, right? Ask him some questions about this. This raw 100. I go, how many warm-up pitches in between starts? How many warm-up pitches between innings? Is it curveball, slider? Is it breaking ball dependent? What about a throw over to first? What about warm-ups? So, like, you say 100 pitches, right? But all the 100 pitches aren't created equal. What if I'm in the stretch? What if I'm in the windup? Are they all the same? What if I'm throwing all change-ups? Or is the stress on my arm, is it exactly the same? So don't just file it under analytics. Well, analytics tells us 90 pitches, he's done. Well, wait a minute. What if I threw 45 changeups and 45 fastballs? That is not the same as throwing 90 sliders. Would you agree?
Yep.
Okay, so stop hiding under the veil of analytics. So you're telling me in overtime, we looked at the analytics. What analytics? You were looking at the data from college where you get the ball to 25? Oh, we were looking at the NFL data. Okay, well, this rule didn't exist. So all of the data that existed on whatever you're looking at does not apply to this situation.
I know. It's
and also, so you're let's just say, hypothetically, it's a Rex Grossman playoff game that you're citing. It's totally different from a Patrick Mahomes-led that playoff game. Patrick Mahomes has had 7 opportunities with an opportunity to tie up the game in a do-or-die moment and has converted on all 7. Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback of all time, has a 40% success rate. This guy is as automatic as they come.
I know.
So I don't want to hear about analytics anymore because when you dig a little deep on the analytics, it's all crap.
It's all flawed, and it makes you look worse.
Well,
Not only
you're
that,
hiding.
And here's the other thing, too. And I'm going to get to the calls because David Fresno, you're next. You've been waiting on hold way too long. We're going to get you to Dave. Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry, the analytics thing's trouble.
No, but you know how I feel. Do you know how I feel about analytics?
I know.
You understand how I feel about analytics?
Yeah, I do.
All right? So, you know what that answer? And he doubled down in his innocence of pressing. I'm just like, damn, Shanahan, why do you have to be so stubborn, man?
I wish you just said, you know what?
Why?
In retrospect, I made a mistake.
Just say that.
We
you did it with Trey Lance. Do it here.
Yeah.
So anyway, you get the analytics, but I think one thing that's being overlooked because of this overtime debacle, 3rd and 5 coming out of 2-minute warning. The referees even decided that this is probably the biggest play of the game.
Yeah, you better have your best play, is what they said. The ref said that.
In that situation, knowing how Mahomes is cooking, and knowing now that you don't really have much faith in Steve Wilks in the defense because you fired him 2 days after the Super Bowl.
Yes.
You don't have much faith.
Yes.
You come out in 35, you run it empty. Your quarterback's not looking to the right where McCaffrey's running his right deep. Ike's wide open right away. Ball decided that one. But instead of just like, hey, we're going to line up an empty and throw the ball, knowing that if there's an incomplete pass, Kansas City will get all that time on the clock, over 1:50, with Mahomes on the sideline, and they won't have to burn a timeout.
You and I kept saying what? Don't give it back to him.
Don't give it back to Mahomes in that situation. 2-play sequence. Maybe I run the ball here on 3rd and 5. I get 4 yards. They burn a timeout. Then I have a decision to make. Do I go for it again on 4th and 1? Well, you did earlier in the game on 4th and 3 when you could have tied the game.
Yes.
So to me, that's a 2-down situation to end the game right there. You got to get aggressive. This is a Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. So that was a blunder as well. 3rd and 5. Then 3rd and 4. If you know that Mahomes is on the sideline in overtime, knowing that you took the ball first, that should be another 2-play sequence.
What did I say to you when we
were
were sitting there? The whole drive, I go, they have to get 6.
We all said that. We all said that.
They have to get
6. They didn't get 6, and they lost the damn Super Bowl, and now we're citing analytics. I got
the analytics part really is just
it grinds my gears. It grinds my gears.
It's
real quick.
absurd.
Jay Beasley spent $5. Might as well call them the Santa Clara Niners. They curse till they go back to the city. Well, I don't know about that.
One more thing.
CJ Owens, real quick, spent $10. Yeah. Could Richard Sherman be a candidate for DC? He knows the exact cover 3 scheme Shanahan wants. He has the D'Amico Ryan's personality.
Sure.
Thoughts?
First-time guy. We'll see. I don't know. But, BB, let me ask you this. Are all 3-point attempts created equal?
No.
Okay.
No.
What about the players taking those 3-point attempts?
The players, yes.
So, okay, is a Norman Powell 3 evaluated by a fan or the defense the same as a Steph Curry 3?
No, absolutely not.
Right? So there might be analytics that tell you guy shoots, the league average from this spot is X, right? We all go like, yeah, but for Steph Curry, there is no bad shot.
No,
for the most part.
For the most part.
When Tiger Woods has the putter in his hand, there's no putt he can't make.
We think.
Michael Jordan, ball in his hand.
We want him shooting the ball, no matter what.
Tom Brady, ball in his hand.
We want the ball in his head.
That's how I view Mahomes.
No, he
supersedes whatever data's out there.
Exactly. He kills the data. He's not a robot. How about this?
I can't.
Think about this. Niner fans, think about this.
I just can't
think about this, Niner fans. Matt Nahigan, our program director, just sent out this tweet at 8:52. Actually, 6:52 a.m. Here's what has transpired since the clock hit 0 in the Super Bowl. Feliciano's taking shots at Spencer Burford and going at it with Jalen Carter.
We didn't even
tweeting. Jesus. Brandon Ayuk's comments, future unknown. Kyle Juszczyk not knowing the OT rules. Chiefs laughing at the Niners for taking the ball first in overtime.
The referee almost laughing, basically.
Yes. Are you sure? Are you sure, Fred?
Sure. Are you sure?
Steve Wilks fired his DC. This is, whether you like it or not, he's getting scapegoated.
By the way, today's Thursday. Super Bowl happened Sunday night.
Now, Bosa says they weren't prepared for the read option. Don't even get me started on it. You know what? We're 9 o'clock hour. I'm going to read the legal because that's going to make you want my head to explode? Nick Bosa, I am tired of you right now. Go back to Florida, work out, and show your ass up for OTAs, voluntary camp, and training camp. This guy got paid $120 million guaranteed dollars after holding out. I had no problem with the holdout. I did. But I knew once you got your money, I don't want to hear anything from you again.
I'm with you on that.
This guy, hold on. Let me go through the Nick Bosa timeline real quick. The Nick Bosa timeline. You want to be the best pass rusher in Niners history? You want to be DPOY, all that stuff? Let's go through the Nick Bosa timeline real quick since he wants to chirp all this stuff during the bye week. Yeah, I'm not up to speed because of the holdouts really affected me. And then he throws another shot at Steve Wilks. Yeah, with a defensive scheme. Yeah, we don't know. Yeah. Then you come out to the Super Bowl. Well, we weren't prepared for the read option. Well, yeah, the conditioning. It really caught up to me. I watched this guy who got paid $120 million guaranteed on the final possession of the game, and I'm tapping Shasky. Why is number 97 out of the game?
What'd I say to you?
Why is number 97 out of the game?
Who were the two players I referenced? I said, would Reggie White and Lawrence Taylor be out of the game right now? I don't care what they're standing.
Was Chris Jones out of the game?
No.
He's a D tackle, weighs 350 pounds.
He was incredible.
Oh, what about Hassan Reddick and Fletcher Cox? Would they be out of the game?
No.
Come on, man. Would Von Miller be out of that football game?
No, when he won Super Bowl MVP, no.
Right? What about the Detroit Lions? With Aiden Hutchinson, he was no factor. But was he out of that football game?
No.
Nick Bosa took 3 plays off on the final possession of regulation.
But he was amazing in that game.
I don't care. And he's coming out of here with these excuses? Oh, we weren't prepared for the read option. You watch film, Nick Bosa. You know what's coming.
How about, did you see the
He's blaming Steve Wilks for diving in with his head cut off on 4th and 1 when Mahomes ran an RPO twice against him.
I seen a meme right now where he's running across on the 4th and 1. He's got both his hands out like this as it looks like I'm, pointing at somebody. And it's LeBron on one side doing it to J.R. Smith, and it's Bosa doing it to his teammates. And it was like great moments in collapse history of sports.
This guy, Nick Bosa, this guy, Nick Bosa, is really showing his true colors. He really is. And Joey Bosa's been hurt down in L.A., and they be making excuses and throwing people under the bus left and right. Just bookmark it. Think about the year Bosa had, getting paid, and all the excuses he made this season. I don't want to hear it. I asked for premium players to make gold jacket plays in the biggest game of their lives. And you know what? The premium players is on the Kansas City sideline. It is what it is. Let's go to David Frisno. This guy's making me sick. David Frisno, what's happening? I can't believe this guy. $120 million guaranteed, and you're blaming everybody but yourself for not making a play in the Super Bowl. And you're out there on the final drive on the sideline, the final drive of the game, and you're taking plays off with your hands on your hips. I don't want to hear from Nick Bosa until late July. I swear to God. Go away from right now.
He better be at organized team activities.
Oh, my God. This guy.
With all the rookies.
David
I
Frisno.
disagree. When you pay a guy 120, I want to see him in May. I want to see him in June. I want to see him in all the organized activities.
I want to see you. I don't want to hear from you.
That I agree with.
Too much talking. Dave, what's up?
Man, yeah. How do I follow that? What's up?
This guy.
Hey, man. I feel you, but it's a lot of passion, a lot of anger right now. I feel it, man. I feel you guys, and what I wanted to say, with everything that's going on and the tough loss and Wilks being fired, as far as changes that need to be made, this is what I would say is the biggest change. I mean, I've been saying this. I know we've had a lot of success. I'm not saying the big personnel change or nothing like that, but as far as philosophy. And this is more so with the head coach. And I think why people are like questioning or thinking he should be on a hot seat, whatever, I don't think he should be fired. But what needs to change, he needs to lighten his load. I think he is so micromanaging type. I think he needs to have somebody he trusts on the sideline, a good assistant head coach who can help him in situations like, hey, Kyle, I think in this situation we should probably run. Or if he hires a DC, let that DC do what he needs to do. You be a head coach. I think at times he's a great offensive mind, and that's why we've been to a lot of these championship games, because he does have a good offensive mind. But to be honest, he's a prick, you know.
Okay, that's gone a little.
Let's can't be name calling. That's a little personal.
But here's what I would say. There was a scene in the first half as Kansas City is struggling where Andy Reid is sitting down on the bench next to Patrick Mahomes. And I thought to myself, Kyle has never looked away from the field to go talk with somebody outside of like standing and screaming and then looking at the field. Like he's never sat down with his quarterback with whatever, the laminated play sheet or the surface or whatever, because he is kind of lording over the whole field the entire time. And I thought about what Baldy said. When you hire Spags, you're not second questioning what Spagnuolo's doing. Like, you're in lockstep with him. You trust him, and you even empowered him. And yeah, maybe every now and then you're having a little input with him in your conversation, but you're not micromanaging the guy at every turn. When I watched Kyle throw that surface because of the Steve Wilks thing,
2:48
I said this guy couldn't trust him at all.
Yeah,
That's why he's gone.
He slammed it. I go, Shasky, look at the surface.
I know.
On the ground.
It was flying.
Flying on the sideline.
By the way, you want to buy yourself a service because they're very durable.
Let's go rat-a-tat-tat before we get Laura Brenda. I got to calm down, man.
No,
my blood is
I
boiling,
kind of
dude.
enjoy it.
I know. My blood is boiling. I'm having a meltdown talking.
What dumb video or comment or tweet is coming out today to further infuriate me from the Super Bowl loss? Every single day, more stuff comes out, and it makes me angrier about the Super Bowl.
I know. I swear to God. Hey, I had to save him. I was driving into Warriors here, and I said to myself, why would I think of Super Bowl 58? I wasn't this angry after 54.
No.
I was just sad. I was like, damn, we blew it. We'll be back.
This is the worst loss in 49er history.
This one, I think about the plays over and over in the sequences, and I'm like, damn, we look like amateurs. That looked like JV versus varsity. Even though the game went down to the wire, the way we managed the game, the decision-making, and then the stuff coming out after the Super Bowl. So much excuses, so much.
And you know, we got people that, talk about this and talk about that. This is what everyone in our community is talking about. Correct. I went to go get crab last night at Molly Stone's, and I ran into Tony Lettieri, and he's like, it's the most heartbreaking loss I've ever been to.
George Borges texted me, said, Izzy and I are going to the Warriors game. I hope it helps with my depression about the 49ers.
I told you, I watched that Warrior game. I was numb.
Dude,
numb.
If you
couldn't even feel bad about the Warriors because I'm still reeling about the Niners.
Mully threw some jabs about the Super Bowl towards me, and I had nothing because I knew I was like, damn, that hurts.
Yeah, of course
that
it does.
Hurts. It hurts.
I mean, every single person I run into, the first thing they bring up is, I can't believe we lost that game.
People are talking about, hey, just get over it. It's just a loss. It's just a game. Okay, buddy. We're not cut from the same cloth. JC in Sacramento.
Yeah,
JC, what's happening?
It's fine.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Man, I'm frustrated like you guys. But the thing I wanted to say is this. I don't understand why people are so down on Wilks. I mean, when I just look at Kyle Shanahan's offenses in Super Bowls, he's like Peyton Manning in a regular season. He'll ball out, ball out, ball out. You get to the Super Bowl, now you have time to micromanage and micro dissect his offense. And when you go back to the Atlanta, people act like he put up 28 points. No, the defense got a pick six in Atlanta. He only scored 21 points on offense. Then you go to 2019, 20 points. 2024, he put up 19. If this was a stock a chart sheet, it's going down every time he goes in the Super Bowl. I don't know what he has going on, maybe stress, maybe the pressure when he gets into a Super Bowl, but it's just like, come on, man. Patrick Mahomes had three drives at the end of the game to either take the lead or win the game. And on two of them, the defense stopped them. I've been telling you guys all year, this was a bend but don't break defense. And eventually, come on, man, you cannot keep giving Patrick Mahomes chances like that. And eventually the defense broke, bruh. So I think he needs to figure out whatever he needs to do on offense in those crucial situations. Relinquish some responsibilities. You can't do it all, bro.
No, it's a good call, JC. By the way, as he talking about Steve Wilks, Spinoni goes in our ear. Look at the TV and look at the graphic. There's a graphic in the side-by-side of DeMeco Ryans and Steve Wilks. During DeMeco Ryans' tenure, they gave up more points per game than Steve Wilks did.
And more yards.
And more yards.
And had less turnovers.
Steve Wilks' defense statistically was better than DeMeco Ryans' defense, according to the numbers. Now, we understand it's not all played on the box score.
Back to
DI
analytics.
test.
Back to
DI
analytics.
test. But for you box score users who are anti-Kyle Shanahan and are pro Steve Wilks, well, there's a graphic that was just played on Get Up. Go rewind it and tweet it out there to the world. Because the numbers, like I said, they were 4th in the league in points per game. Give it up. 4th in the league.
I just think Steve Wilks isn't the greatest. He's not the worst.
He's not.
But it didn't fit.
All right, Chenault and Hayward.
It just didn't fit.
Chenault and Hayward, he wants to vent about the 49ers. Go ahead and vent, Chenault.
What do you
That's
got,
all
buddy?
we're doing today.
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky?
What's up, baby?
I just wanted to talk. I'm a season ticket holder for the 49ers, and every year I feel like I cash out and I always get my heart broken, man.
I feel you.
It hurts. It hurts. So I just wanted to say, you know, the NFL, the draft, we wasted so much picks on Jalen Hurd, on a running back, Joe Williams, TDP, Trey Sermon. All these picks we could have drafted O-linemen. Our O-line, especially the right side, stinks.
Well, if you think it's going to get any better, I mean, Matt Barrows is saying they're going to pay big money to Brock. Like, this is what the team is almost perfect when you have a guy making $900,000. Imagine what that offensive line looks like and your weaponry looks like when the quarterback's making 40 or 50.
I don't want to think about that.
No,
As
but
you're
that's
listening to
how you
95.7
have to
The
think
Game,
about it.
KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Is smart choice for low on the low rates. It's super simple online application process. Almost getting in because Shasky cut me off with the legal. Woo!
Another buzzer beater.
Call me Ferris Bueller, baby. Let's go to Coach Greenlock in South City. Coach Greenlock, what's happening, Coach?
Hey, guys, what's happening? Morning Roast. Hey, I just want to talk about how Kyle, he basically robbed Brock Purdy of an opportunity for a game-winning drive and Super Bowl glory. They were moving the ball really well in that overtime. But if we would have kicked off and then took the ball second, we would have been playing in a 4-down situation the rest of the game. And I think the offensive players would have taken that load the weight because it has just been a different strategy. But let's be real. Let's not get upset. Let's think about, the last how many years, couple decades, Nolan, Singletary, Kelly, Thompson-Love. Come on, what are we talking about?
No, this is what we're talking about. Like,
we're not firing Shanahan.
No one's firing
Nobody's
him.
firing Shanahan
But at the same
on this
time,
show.
I don't want to go back to putridness. Like, can we have a happy medium? Why do we have to pivot to Dennis Erickson? Dennis Erickson was 25 years ago. 25 years ago. Come on. Come on, people.
We're not firing Shanahan.
Elevate your standards.
We're not firing Kyle Shanahan on this show. You may listen to other shows and think that we're firing Shanahan. We, Joe Shasky the Butcher and Bonte Hill, do not want Shanahan fired. We're also going to hold him accountable for what happened in the Super Bowl.
How do we do that?
I don't know, man.
How do you do that?
I don't know how. I don't know.
Like, that's a question that I have.
How.
Like, what do you
maybe we'll ask Laura Britt. Because that overtime decision is looking like an all-time blunder. And now on this resume, whether we like it or not, people are going to say 28-3, Super Bowl 54, an OT decision.
Armed with the results, it's one thing to play second chair quarterback, but seeing the players who play the game laugh, not just critique, laugh at you.
Laugh.
That's the part where it's twisting the knife.
Kelsey, hold on. Espinoza, I want you to pod this out before we go to break. But I just got to play the laugh.
You win the coin toss. That's what you get. You get the opportunity to have the advantage, and they handed it right over to us.
Oh my God, I hate him.
We look like a joke right now in San Francisco.
I hate him so much.
What's coming up in a game brought to you by the
I hate
Tides.
them.
Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area. We ran into her during the Super Bowl. Hopefully she has her voice back. Laura Britt joins the roast, the queen of the roast. Next, speaking of which, I may need this. Shasky, the Inn at the Tides, relaxing days, studying sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Maybe we need to go up there. Just woosah. Come experience it all at the Inn at the Tides. Winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night and include breakfast, a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book it at innattetides.com.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Head to Safeway this week for these amazing deals.
This is half that distance. From 27 yards, he makes it.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
What's the point of that?
Oh, here we go. Watch out, boy.
The last lead the Niners had.
Oh, here we go.
Spinoni's evil, man.
Is this the instrumental?
He is evil. How's Jake?
Do you know
Moody?
this song?
No, not really. Man, I don't care. Nah, man eater. Yeah, whatever.
No, you had no idea.
I don't really care right now. To be honest with you, I don't care about music. I'm having a meltdown. I've been driving in straight silence this last week. Straight up silence. Just listening to the wind blow.
I highly doubt that.
To the raindrops hitting the windshield. That's all I've been doing. Shout out Craig Patrick, my guy. Crushing loss. But I didn't think about this. Shanahan trusts his defensive coordinator. That means he's able to talk to his offense between the series and get them ready to go out and do what they need to do. He can take time to talk to his quarterback, calm him down, take the time to his line, all that stuff. The micromanagement of the entire team is what's killing Shanahan and not allowing him to be an effective coach. I do agree with that, and I'll push back by saying this. Only a slight pushback. And I don't know this because I haven't paid attention every single possession. Has Shanahan ever gone to the quarterbacks to talk to him between possessions? Because McVay does it all the time.
I know. Again, this is going off of me watching when I'm at the games and what the television shows you. He'll step back from the front and have conversations standing there. You never see him fully immersed in a one-on-one. It's more of like a not casual, but like a quicker conversation.
Then I don't get a tap on the shoulder. I get a text from Fortenbaugh. Is that you sitting in front of me?
Oh, my goodness.
How about you just tap me on the shoulder, big dog? Or why are we being weird here?
He texted you?
He texted me.
You know, that brings up something really quickly.
Right.
What did this internet on the plane? Why are we acting like internet on a plane is giving someone gold? For Christ's sake, internet at a coffee shop is free. And yet I've got to pay for it on a plane?
No,
and I
you
have
don't.
to wait till
No,
the
you
plane
don't.
takes off. It's absurd.
Do you have T-Mobile?
No.
Hey,
No, I don't have T-Mobile.
United is free for T-Mobile users.
Look, but
It's
you have
free
to
for me.
still, but you still have to click on like the 1-day pass or whatever.
No, you don't. Not if you're a T-Mobile user. You just activate internet.
That's my point. You still have to. You should just get it.
No.
Why do we have to jump through hula hoops?
Dude, it takes 2 seconds.
Too many.
You sound privileged right now.
No,
big
I
dog.
do not.
No, yes,
It's
you do.
2024 for
all you
crying
got to
out
do
loud.
is activate. You sound privileged.
When I go to a Pete's Coffee, okay, and I pay for a $2 coffee, the internet just automatically is free. It's just automatically is free. I'm just joining. Boom.
It takes 30 seconds.
It is 2024.
It takes 30 seconds.
No.
All right, it's an airplane. It takes 30 seconds, and the internet is free if you have T-Mobile on United, which I do. So, but anyway, Atlanta fan in Cabo, I'm in the hot tub. Because, you're a Niner fan. I was wearing because, man, I feel sorry for you, man. You got Kyle Shanahan. I say, well, you don't like Shanahan? He goes, we despise Shanahan in Atlanta. I was like, how do you despise the offensive coordinator who averaged 35 points a game and got to the Super Bowl and not despise Dan Quinn? It's unbelievable. Anyway, let's get to the queen of the roast.
It's like hating the hitting coach. I despise Bam Bam Mullins.
Johnny Ecker, you suck. It's your fault we're batting 200. Not the GM who put the damn lineup together.
Who
it's
is the
you,
worst
Johnny
coordinator
Ecker.
in Niner history?
Mark Trestman, probably.
No.
Oh,
it's Johnson. Mike Johnson.
No. Jeff Hostler.
Jeff Hostler. Good call on that. Actually, Jeff Hostler might be it.
He was awful.
Although Greg Knapp had a moment in time where T.O. was ready to kill him.
Jeff Hostler was the king of 3rd and 5 fullback dive to Fred Beasley.
Fred Beasley. Fred Beasley.
Let's talk to the queen of the roast.
Fred Beasley.
Giants and Niners pre and post game. She did an excellent job in Las Vegas. Exceptional job in Las Vegas. And it was great to catch up with her at the Super Bowl. Laura Britt. We love Laura here on the roast. Laura, sorry you had to wait on hold for so long. How you doing this morning? Do you have your voice back?
It's on its way back. The smoke in the casinos really, in my voice today, don't really get along that well.
You know what, Laura, let me give you a tip. I said this to these guys. They thought I was crazy. And then a day later, I was the smart one. First thing I do when I touch down in Vegas, I go straight to the CVS. I go get Mucinex drops and a Mucinex bottle because I don't smoke. And when I walk through any of the casinos, it's just like coated cigar and cigarette smoke in my throat. It drives me crazy. Go straight to the Mucinex bottle next time.
Well, Joe, where were you 8 days ago, 10 days ago? I needed that tip a long time ago.
Sorry.
Now I know.
Yeah,
now I know.
You were struggling Super Bowl Sunday. I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
it was struggling, but
I was.
You powered through it. And you know what?
Worse than me getting hit in the nose?
Oh, but we know you get it. Laura, real quick. Not only did Shasky get hit in the nose, but do you know on Monday, he goes, my foot hurts. I go, how? Because my foot was tapping the entire Super Bowl from nervous energy. I've never heard.
Wow.
I tap my foot all the time.
Serious.
I tap my foot every show. I'm always doing something. I had nervous energy everywhere. I'm like, only Shasky can get injured by tapping his foot on the ground over and over.
And with his sunglasses at the Super Bowl. Not his fault,
It's
by the way.
not.
Not his fault.
Not his fault.
Thank
not
you.
His fault.
It's
not his
not.
fault.
I am impressed with how much I was listening to you guys yesterday.
Oh, gosh.
And your callers. And I think that you're much more reasonable today. So
Or do
I'm
you
happy
really?
for you guys
Have
about
you listened
that.
to the
Yeah,
last hour? Have you listened to the last hour, Laura?
Yes.
We were screaming and yelling. We're out of our
Well, you
minds right
sound
now.
a lot more reasonable than yesterday. Everyone was fiery yesterday, and I get it. You know what I appreciate, what I take away from that is that this fan base is really passionate, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I think that some of the takes, or not just from you guys have been pretty rational, but some people are just completely off the rocker right now, and I get it because it hurts.
What about Shasky and his internet rent? Is he off his rocker?
No.
And on the
I
airplane?
actually am totally in agreement. with Shafty on the internet situation. And by the way, where are you going to Pete's where you can get a $2 coffee? Well, I guess you're getting a coffee, not a latte. Maybe that's my fault.
Yeah. Well, also Pete's at the Super Bowl, so you got to drop our names at Pete's
to get my latte.
Well, you got to drop our names, Laura. You got to drop our names at Pete's.
Well,
Pete's
apparently
at the Super Bowl. Shout out Vanessa.
I'll try that next time.
All right. Should do
Hey,
that.
Laura. What part of that game irks you the most 5-6 days later?
Leaving too much time for Patrick Mahomes at the end of the game. That's it for me. There are mistakes that happen, and I know people say, the muffed punt, whatever. None of that is on purpose. And I get, yes, you need to clean things up. I get that. But that was a clear accident. I'm not blaming that. I mean, I think you can go back to Christian McCaffrey fumbling. Christian McCaffrey never fumbles.
Oh, no.
Okay? He never fumbles. It's just a mistake. It's a mistake. Things like that are going to happen throughout a game. And, I don't know where you go back. I haven't been able to go back and pinpoint, how can you extend a drive to not give Patrick Mahomes too much time left at the end of the game. That's when I knew, I don't care the game was tied, it goes into overtime. I knew at that moment that the Niners weren't going to win.
Yeah.
You cannot give him time at the end of a game. You can't. I don't care how good your defense is. I don't care. Patrick Mahomes, you can't give him time. You can't give Tom Brady time. Right. You can't give Aaron Rodgers. You can't give the all-time great quarterback time at the end of a game. And that, I think they knew it at that point too.
Yeah.
That's what kills you in overtime is you lose that little bit of faith. And I get the game has to be played on the field, but I've seen it across too many sports. I see it I saw it in the Giants season last year. Yeah, they were quote unquote in the playoffs until the end, had a shot, had a long shot, had a great shot, had a terrible shot, but they were in you lose that faith, and there's nothing that you can do. Also, I do want to give you guys a little bit, you've been playing this Travis Kelce laughing moment a lot. That's Travis Kelce. He's laughing at you. I don't know. I'm not falling for that.
What do you mean?
He's on a podcast. That's what him and his brother get paid to do.
But let me say this, Laura. Let me say this about that. If you watch it, I know you watch Inside the NFL and all, their special teams coach, all their coaches, their players, they're all like, oh, my God, they're taking the ball first. We would have kicked. And I think it's just more so, too, that it felt like Kansas City was more buttoned up about a potential overtime. They were prepared for every situation in this football game where we look like, well, okay, the analytics, we're thinking about a third possession in overtime. To your point that, hey, once we got to overtime, you were like, Kansas City is winning. Why was Kyle Shanahan thinking about a third possession in overtime? That didn't make any sense to me, the whole analytical aspect of that.
But it wasn't that they didn't think about it. You can be unhappy with the decision that he made, and I get some of the players might not have known. Absolutely, hindsight's 20/20. The players need to know. Everybody needs to know the rules, but the players aren't the one making the call. It's the head coach that's making the call, and he knew the rules, and he made a justified, in his mind, decision. We can all look back at the game and how it went and say, they shouldn't have done that. Of course you don't want to kick a field goal. They got into a crappy situation. Yeah. What else are you going to do? It's how it all ended up playing out. So I don't knock Kyle Shanahan for talking to his analytics team and deciding that was the best decision for them at the moment. If it ends up coming to a third possession, we'd be praising Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. Let me ask you this one, Laura. You were around a team with Jimmy G, and I'm sure you had mixed feelings, as I did with Jimmy G. You saw the value, but then you also saw some of the shortcomings, and no one thought he was the worst player, but you didn't also think that he was the best player in the world where he could help win you certain games that are out there. We've got a decision coming up here. Not this year. This year he's making $900,000, but after the year on Brock Purdy. I already heard Matt Barrow say, hey, big money, big money. I'm pump the brakes here. Let's see how this year plays out, and then I'll have a better feel for, what I'm willing to give up. But if you ask me today, I would say no. I'm not ready to give Brock Purdy $40-50 million a year guaranteed at the sacrifice of CMC and Ayuk or Debo and Kittle or something like that, because that's what it would cost you in terms of your offensive weaponry. What are your feelings today?
I think Brock Purdy, I had a lot more confidence in his ability than when watching Jimmy Garoppolo.
I agree.
There's no doubt about that. When Jimmy Garoppolo was under center for the Niners, I heard one of your callers say, I'm just so disappointed. I just feel like, they're right there. And then it's so I felt like every game he played in, you were just waiting for the big interception. You were waiting for the big mistake. I don't get that sense with Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy is a really talented quarterback. And he got this team, along with the Christian McCaffrey and the rest of the team. It's not just one player, as we all know. This is his second season in the NFL. And he went to the Super Bowl. So I think you should be a little bit more excited about Brock Purdy than you are.
What's his ceiling, Laura? What do you think his ceiling is?
Well, he went to the Super Bowl. So do you want it to, of course, winning the Super Bowl would be his ceiling, and that's everybody's ceiling.
But
I think he can actually do it.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. Listen, I like Brock a lot. But when I watch these playoff games,
you want to go give up a bunch of draft picks and go draft a quarterback that you don't is another question. We all know the draft is a crapshoot.
No doubt about it. I still think you draft a quarterback just in case because of the injury history with Brock Purdy. I think nobody's talking about it. Yeah, I like drafting quarterbacks all the time. But I do think the last two games, and even in the postseason, for 3 quarters of his Green Bay, he looked more like Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, he came back in the fourth quarter. He gets a lot of credit for that. Detroit, first half, he looked a lot like Jimmy Garoppolo in that first half against Detroit. Now, they came back from 17 down. He gets a lot of credit for that. But in that Super Bowl, you saw how great Mahomes was, and I saw Brock Purdy look good. But to win the Super Bowl, you almost have to be great.
Everyone looks good compared to Patrick Mahomes.
No. Josh Allen looked great. Josh Allen looked great in that game in Buffalo. Josh Allen looked great in Buffalo.
He played him to his equal.
He played him to his equal. He has in the playoffs. Now, Mahomes has had the upper hand. Joe Burrow has looked great against Patrick Mahomes.
Both times.
If won at Arrowhead Stadium, it could have won again there against them. Brock Purdy downfield passing, the vertical passing game just felt like it was non-existent. And Kansas City said, we dare you to throw the ball down the field. Now, maybe the receivers are getting a lot of separation. That could be one thing. But Brock Purdy looked very ordinary in that Super Bowl, Laura. And that's just my opinion.
I just think he took care of the football. And you can't ask too, like, he's not throwing interceptions.
I hear you.
It's true.
Those are very valuable pieces. Now, if he comes out and throws 3 picks in the Super Bowl, I might be on board with what you're saying. But where are you going to find Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes? Where are you going to go find them? Where are you going to find Lamar Jackson?
Yeah, it's not
Where
easy.
are you going to find them?
It's not easy.
So you have to take a chance, and really you don't know what a quarterback's going to be until they've been in the league for a few years. And those are just the facts. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is an anomaly. But you don't know what you're going to get until a guy's been in the league for a few years. And then by that time, they're getting paid by their team. So all you can do is do an educated guess in the draft, because we've seen it too many times, and get what you get. And I think Brock Purdy, I think the slander of Brock Purdy right now is too much. I think he's a really great quarterback. He's very young. He's young in his career. He's a young player. I've seen Kyle Shanahan trust him like you haven't seen him trust other quarterbacks. And I also think, just to bring everyone back to reality, losing in the Super Bowl is awful. I think it's worse than losing in any other area. In the NFC Championship game, you just want to make it to the Super Bowl. Losing in the Super Bowl is terrible. And to do it in the way the Niners have done it and haven't won a Super Bowl since 1994, and they've gone 3 times since then and lost every single time, it's terrible. But Kyle Shanahan has been coaching in this league for 7 seasons. He has an 8-3 record in the postseason. He's taken the Niners to the NFC Championship game 4 times, and they've gone to 2 Super Bowls. I get it. It stings. But check your rationality some. Andy Reid did not win his first Super Bowl until he was 60 years old. 60 years old. He started being an NFL head coach in 1999. So it doesn't come easy. You're going to go. You're going to lose. You've got to learn. And I get that everyone's saying Kyle Shanahan can't get over the hump. But Andy Reid struck gold with his magic that he's got in Kansas City. He's a great head coach as well. I'm not taking that away from him. He's got a great quarterback, and he's a great head coach. But Kyle Shanahan, I would say, is a great head coach too.
I would agree. I would agree with that. All right, before you get on out of here, Laura, because I'm loving this conversation. We got to do more of this. Two things. First one, next Saturday, Kimball. All right, bring the kids out. You're more than welcome. I'll be out there emceeing SFYBL. It's baseball, pony league out here for all the kids. There'll be tons of kids out there, tons of families. The mayor's going to be out there. Joe Shasky, yours truly, emceeing.
Wow, getting the mayor out?
Yes, this is like my third or fourth year doing this.
I will be in Scottsdale next time.
Well, speaking of that,
oh gosh,
Jorge Soler, huh? I'm excited.
I get everyone's disappointed with how free agency went this offseason. The hot stove was like very ice cold. I think people should be excited about Jorge Soler.
I am.
The stove didn't work, Laura.
Let her
stove's not working.
Trying to bring everyone's rationale let's bring the energy up a little bit.
You're
yes,
so positive,
you don't get
Laura.
Shohei Ohtani. You don't get Yamamoto. The Giants need a bat. They got a bat. And it's not the perfect bat. It's not the one every single Giants fan wanted. What more can the Giants do right now? I think this is a really good addition. I think Jorge Soler is a really good addition.
I'm with you. Here's my barometer for the Giants this year. I've wanted them to play the young guys all year, and we'll move off this immediately. But I get to finally see Luciano. I want to see Schmidt. I don't want to see them bring in Chapman. I want to see Schmidt either he sinks or he succeeds. Like I want to see him play. I want to see Tyro. I want to see what Jung-Hoo Lee does in center field. I am very excited, and obviously Patrick Bailey. I'm excited to see Harrison. I want to see Wisenhunt. Let the young guys play. Even if they win 72 games and I get 150 of the young guys, I'm all in. I'm all in.
Do you think that most people feel that way? Because I don't think so. I think at the beginning of the season people say that, and then they're like, another losing season, but you get to see a lot of young guys. I just don't get that.
Yeah, but 2009, I would say this. 2009, I knew we were cooking something special because we had Lincecum. You saw Sanchez. Matt Cain was developing. They won more games. And Pablo came out of nowhere. And I felt so optimistic for 2010, not knowing they would do what they did. But yes, I do. I actually do. I think we're more sophisticated. We understand where we're at. We're the clear-cut 3 or 4 in this division. Develop. This is not our time to win a
Just wait
championship.
till the Giants start the season off 30-17. And the expectations get raised.
Yeah, but if you see flashes from Luciano, we'll be good.
I'm kidding. No, I do want to see the young guys, Laura.
I will say I'm consistently impressed. I got the chance at Giants Fan Fest in Napa to chat with Patrick Bailey for a little while. First off, he's put on like 20 or 30 pounds.
Good pounds?
Is that a good
not
thing?
Not the jock pounds.
Yes.
Right?
Like
it's not Jock Peterson.
No.
Crushing the
no,
buffet.
These are pounds we discussed, and that I'm thinking him and the staff discussed, and he looks great. He's just such a level-headed guy. This is who the Giants were hoping Joey Bart would be, and they get Patrick Bailey, and Patrick Bailey is the guy you want as the anchor.
Joey Bart's still on the roster, Laura.
Yeah,
he's still on the roster.
Slate.
He's still on the roster 7 years later. When he drafted in 2017. Oh my God!
We've got them all. We're going to platoon by
Laura, thank you for bringing some rationale or some level-headed takes today. Even though I don't agree with you, Laura, and I feel like screaming at you, but I can't because you're the queen of the roast, and we love you.
I will always be here for you guys to bring you back down to reality.
We need Laura, real quick. A lot of people, they've been coming up to Shasky and I said, you guys are like our therapy. It's been therapeutic. You're our Dr. Melfi. Well, I think Shasky and I need our Dr. Melfi.
Yes.
And I think you're that person.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched The Sopranos, but Dr. Melfi was the psychiatrist of Tony Soprano.
Yeah.
And I think you're our Dr. Melfi.
I'm happy to hold that role for you guys.
I like it.
Nothing makes me happier.
Laura, you're great.
I like it.
Have fun at Scottsdale.
I'm Tony. You're someone else. You can be
I'll
Chris.
talk to you guys soon.
See you, Laura.
Right, Laura. The fact that she listens to the psychopaths has been listening. She goes, we've been more reasonable today. We've been screaming left and right for the last hour.
Are you Paulie Walnuts? Or are you Sil?
No, Paulie turned into a snitch. I'm Tony. I'm definitely the Tony in this equation.
Tony.
I am Tony.
I'm going to call you Uncle June. You
No,
think
I'm
you're
not
in
Uncle
control,
June. No,
but
no,
really
no,
it's
no, no,
me.
no, no, no.
I'm the straw.
No. I'm in total control here, buddy. I'm in total control.
Spadoni, who's who?
Well, Bonte, he channels Johnny Sack a little bit when he gets big.
100%.
He gets like this morning. He got upset like Johnny Sack gets
100%.
mad. That's not a bad thing.
Tony
Sack
gets upset.
He does, but
Tony ripped the phone out of the wall. That's what I do.
No, but you were on edge like Johnny Sack.
100%.
You needed to rip one outside. You needed to have
100%.
You need to have a cigarette.
No, I'm Tony.
100%.
He's definitely snitching Shasky, Tony Soprano.
Johnny Sack also dressed to the nines at all times. That's you, dog.
Tony is big. The name I can't say on the air. That's who he is. We're taking him to the boat and killing him.
The fact of the matter is, you guys are a collection of a lot of the characters in the show. You're not just one of them. You got a little Chrissy in both of you, by the way, too.
Somebody's calling me Ghost from Power. Now, I know you guys didn't watch the Power series.
Well, can I be Manolo and you be Scarface?
Doesn't end well for Manolo.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't end well for
But Manolo was a smooth cat.
Oh, man. Oh, let's get to the lines.
They're calling you Jimmy Conway from Goodfellas. That makes me Henry Hill.
Oh, boy.
You are a snitch.
Well, I could probably
You do admit to be snitching.
Nahegan's
You do be
Pauly?
snitching.
No, Nahegan's Joe Pesci. I'm here to get made by Odyssey.
Hey, listen. I know this for a fact. I know this for a fact. When things are off the rail on the show, I don't get the call anymore. Shasky gets a call because Matt Nahegan knows he's getting everything out of Shasky. He is snitching on everybody. Lord knows how many times you guys have thrown me under the bus. But you know what? I am like Scarface. I don't care. Just give me the yayo, and I will cook. I am Teflon around these parts until I'm not.
Don't talk about that.
Oh, yeah, we can't talk about that no more. We got kids listening. Oh, man.
Crack.
Oh, man, the Super Bowl. I can't believe we lost that Super Bowl, man.
I'm not going
to lie. Because, like, when I was praying during the Detroit game, I was praying because I knew the shows would be like this. If they lost that Detroit game and I was praying at halftime, I wasn't praying for a comeback win. Honest to God. When I was praying and I was in a dark place, I said, and I saw the text coming in from Shasky and Spadoni.
I love how I get blamed. This is the guy who sent us a text. Kirk Cousins is back on the table.
He is.
Multiple times in the Green Bay game.
No, listen, he was. If they lost the Green Bay game, he was. But then the Detroit game happens, and it's Belichick and it's Cousins.
I was all over Belichick.
And I was praying. I said, oh, my God, if they lose this game to Detroit, the morning roast is going to be in shambles. Well, you know what? The sports guy said, pause, Bonte. Just wait until the Super Bowl. You ain't seen nothing yet.
I'm going to tell you this right now.
We didn't even text during the Super Bowl, did we? I don't think we did.
No.
You guys were locked in. You were at the game.
Nothing is worse than the I'm pulling for you fourth quarter text that I got from certain people. I'm like,
oh my God.
Leave me alone.
Fourth quarter. I stopped texting. After a while, I moved seats. I moved away from Shasky and moved away from Ridley.
I think I hit your arm 100 times.
No, but I started standing up. And after the 4th and 3 to Kittle, I was standing up freaking out. He's really going for it. And he converted. I didn't even fist pump. I looked at the sky, just exhaled, said, I can't handle this anymore.
I'm going to make this very clear. Y'all are crazy. There's no way right now that I'm signing a check for $150 million guaranteed to Brock Purdy.
Oh my God!
You got to there's the franchise tag in the back pocket. If you had to go down that route,
down that road.
You know, if you had to,
not doing it.
I'm sorry, 1 year, Jalen Hurts just did that, and I'm questioning what Philly. And I like Jalen Hurts a lot. I like Brock for our team. I like Jalen for their team. But 150 plus guaranteed. I'm sorry. I'm no.
5-1 whole Comcast business text line.
Today. Now, down the line,
I'm 100%.
We'll go down there. We'll see. I want to see another year.
I'm in lockstep.
Come on, you guys.
I'm in lockstep.
Come
with
on.
You. I saw an ordinary quarterback in the playoffs. He made a couple it plays, but when I need deep down the field throwing, the same thing we got on Jimmy Garoppolo because he couldn't throw outside the numbers and couldn't complete downfield passes. Well, in the last 2 playoff games, how did Brock Purdy do throwing down the field?
When you give your quarterback 20% of the cap, you better understand how building the team around him becomes infinitely more difficult.
I have no problem giving 20% of the cap to a quarterback if I know they can make the plays down the field.
But again,
I give Josh Allen 20% of the cap any day of the week.
Yeah, but the sample on when they don't have the Avengers all out there in full force isn't good. And so I want to see a more body of work. That doesn't mean I don't like the player. I like the player. Everybody rips Dak. Everybody. I think you can win 10, 12 games every year with Dak, as they have the last couple of years. You know? But when he makes that money and you don't have that second wide receiver and you don't have the center, it looks a little different.
Do you think because they play in the NFC too, they'd be willing to be more complacent with Purdy? Because if they were in the AFC, this would be a totally different conversation.
I don't even want to pay Trevor Lawrence at all.
No.
Right now. I want to see him do it again. I'm not paying Trevor Lawrence.
No.
Trevor's done a fraction of what
Brock's
done way more.
He's not even the best quarterback in his division.
Exactly.
Stroud is.
Yes,
exactly.
Already. after rookie season already. Damn. Let's go to the lines. We got about 7 minutes left. Honestly, it's been a fun show. I know our blood pressure's high. We got to get this out, folks. It's
Would
painful.
you pay Tua?
Painful. Hell no, I wouldn't pay Tua. And I love Tua. I wouldn't pay him. Hell no.
He had a really good year.
Hell nah.
Right? Did he not, guys?
Listen,
did he not? He had a really good year.
Listen.
And I think he's solid.
Let me just say this. For all the Brock, because there's player stands and team stands. I'm a team stand. I root for the 49ers.
Me too.
I like players, but I root for the Niners.
41 years in a row, I've rooted for one team.
I'm rooting for the 49ers, okay? So I'm not a stan of a player. I'm not a Clay stan. I'm not a Curry stan. I'm not a Purdy stan. I'm not a Jimmy G stan. The Purdy stands, though. There are stands. Guys who just love players. I'm sorry, folks. If you don't think Purdy, if he regresses in 2024, we're going to have the quarterback conversation. It's not just going to be coming from the morning roast. It's going to be coming from ESPN. It's going to be coming from Fox Sports 1. It's going to be coming from the internets, all these articles, think pieces, everything. J.T. O'Sullivan broke down the Super Bowl. He doesn't think Brock Purdy had a good game. Now, some of you may say, what's J.T. Sullivan? He wasn't good. Well, he knows what it's like to be in an NFL huddle. He knows what it's like to be in an NFL sideline, on an NFL sideline.
And he was one of his biggest defenders for 2 years.
He didn't think he had a good Super Bowl. That's J.T. O'Sullivan.
3 games in a row, he was critical.
But you know, if we say that, we're just hating.
Well, it's called analytism.
No, you know?
We're analyzing players. This is what we do.
I'm sorry.
When Steph Curry turns it over late in the game, we break it down.
Dude.
Like, for example, when I think of Game 7, I close my eyes. Yeah, Curry kind of came up short in the final 6 minutes.
Did.
I mean, look at it. He was hurt, and there was a lot of they had no Bogut. They didn't have Iguodala, whatever. Curry's one of my favorite athletes of all time. He came up a little short.
Let me throw this at you.
It happens.
Let me throw this at you. Mahomes is facing 3rd and 16. He faced 3rd and long 3 times on the first 4 possessions. Were you petrified on 3rd and long because it was Mahomes?
What do you think? I had the fear of God in me.
Were you petrified when Joe Burrow faced a 3rd and 10? And then he checks out of a play and runs a quarterback draw for 11 yards?
Seeing Joe Burrow dismantle us healthy this year once his calf healed, he was incredible.
Incredible. Lamar Jackson, were you not petrified every time he dropped back?
Lamar Jackson destroyed us.
When Brock Purdy's facing a 3rd and long, how are you feeling?
Well, it's my quarterback, so I feel different, right? Like, I would say the same thing when Jimmy, Kaepernick, Garcia, Steve Young, like, it's just different when it's your quarterback. Do you get what I'm saying?
I hear you, but here's how I
was more this is how I would phrase it. I was most confident in Brock than I was any of the preceding 6 or 7 Niner quarterbacks.
Here's how I feel.
Much more confident.
Here's how I feel when the 49ers face 3rd and long, even with Brock having an MVP season.
Yeah.
You know how I feel? Punt team, get ready. Punt team, get ready. That's how I feel about my quarterback. That's not good. That's not good. 3rd down, money downs is the key in the NFL. 3rd downs, what did the Niners go for? How did they do on 3rd down in the Super Bowl?
Well, I think that that was also a byproduct of them
early
failing
downs.
on 1st and 2nd.
No doubt. Yes. They were early downs.
But you're right.
But 3 and 12 on 3rd down. You got to hit a couple of these 3rd and longs. You got to hit just a couple. All right, rat-a-tat-tat the calls.
Let's go.
We got about 5 minutes here. Rat-a-tat-tat. Let's start off with Vinny at Castro Valley. Vinny, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Just wanted to talk about this Kyle Shanahan situation, and a lot of people are glazing over the fact that he lost 2 Super Bowls to a combination of Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, one of the greatest 1-2 punches that we've seen in the last decade. Especially they got Mahomes. I understand that, but Steve Spagnuolo came out and he said this is one of the highest IQ defenses he's had all year. And I never heard offenses win championships, so his defenses win championships. He made a couple of key moves that confused Brock Purdy. Maybe Kyle Shanahan had the right play call. Maybe Purdy didn't make the right read or didn't have that natural instinct, which I wouldn't expect him to have in his first full season as a starter taking the team to the Super Bowl. And I think that his feeling for him has to be off-season, working, like he said, mobility, arm strength, see what he can improve there. But sometimes your natural ability is your natural ability. I think where he can improve is his knowledge within the game, like a Patrick Mahomes. I've seen every defense, how we say LeBron James he's on the court, he's like an orchestrator where he doesn't break under the pressure because he's seen everything. Mahomes being a 6-year starter, 4 Super Bowls in 5 years, probably one of the greatest top 3 quarterbacks that's going to go down with Reid.
Vinny, I hear you cooking. Mahomes in his second year threw for over 50 touchdowns. First full season. Dude threw for 50.
He was the MVP of the league.
I mean, come on, man.
He was beating Brady in the AFC Championship game, and one of his defensive linemen jumped off.
Do you think Mahomes recognizes that 3rd and 4 blitz? It was obvious to everybody. Even Shanahan. McCaffrey. Oh, my God. That's Shanahan. That's not us. That's Shanahan.
If I see him waddling in my dreams with the football in his hand, I know he's getting a first down.
Ryan and Irvine.
Drives me nuts.
Ryan and Irvine, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'll try to make it quick. I hear what you're saying about Purdy. Second-year quarterback. Let him have an off season. We don't have to worry about paying him. It's his third, it's his 3rd year, so don't even worry about that. Right. Let him go out there and see what he does next year.
What else you got? All right, that's it. J-Dub, Union City, what's up, baby? What's going on?
What's going on, y'all? I'll be real quick. First off, with Brock Purdy, I think y'all are fine. Now, this whole Steve Wilks thing, I felt like hiring him was almost like if I were to hire Shasky because of his energy, but then that's going to be Vern Lundquist calling the Masters. Like, you don't take away what makes someone so good. You didn't let Steve Wilks call his own defense, but then throughout the year, you're going to criticize him for this, that, the other, and then you fire him. It just felt like he never had a full chance to show the reason why he got to where he is.
Yeah, there it is. That's a great call. Great call on Steve Wilks. We all agree it was not a great fit, but let's not all put the blame on Steve. Patrick Mahomes had 19 points at the end of regulation. Kevin and KC. Kevin, what's happening? Kansas City. Hopefully everybody's safe in Kansas City. Yeah. We apologize for what happened. Our hearts go out to everybody out there in Kansas City.
Absolutely.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Hey, I've started this new thing where I like to listen to the radio show of the teams that the Chiefs play. You guys got a good show there, so congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We're pretty insane, huh?
Yeah, you guys are right on. Hey, a quick take from the Super Bowl though, and I was listening to you earlier and talking about Bosa and and the influence some of the players might have on the Wilks decision and stuff. And to me, that's a culture issue. You can't have. Hey, the players can voice their opinions when they want, but at the end of the day, after being here in Kansas City for 30 years and watching how the Chiefs operate. Particularly now under Andy Reid, that kind of stuff wouldn't be acceptable. You can go talk to the coach and say what you want to say to the coach, but at the end of the day, the coach is going to support the defensive coordinator. And I will make one last point on this, and I'll be honest with you, on the 4th and 1 in the Super Bowl, I pretty much thought that's it. Chiefs are done. Because, I think the Niners called a timeout, and I thought for sure they were going to come out and say, okay, we're going to put 3 guys on Mahomes. We're going to put 2 guys on Pacheco and 2 guys on Travis Kelce, and the rest of you do whatever the heck you want to do. But those 3 guys are not going to beat us.
Yep.
And you watch Bosa on that play. There's no way you can tell me on that play his responsibility was to chase Pacheco down from the backside.
Good call. Good call, Kevin.
Today we didn't have time. I do believe on some level, part of what makes Kyle great is the players love him and he loves them back. But it's in part he's a little too close.
Yeah.
And if you look at the greats, even though it ends ugly, Walsh, Bill Parcells, Belichick, you got to distance yourself a little from the players in the NFL.
Instead of partying in Cabo with them, with a certain group, that's not cool. It's not cool. We're down bad, folks. Fast 5.
It's time for the Xfinity
Yes, sir! Vern Lundquist. This is going to be his final Masters in a month. Vern Lundquist, 84 years old, still great, going out on top. I know it doesn't mean a lot for other people. When I think of my life watching the Masters, hello, friends, Jim Nantz, but I always think of Vern Lundquist and basically Amen Corner.
Yep. I love Vern. One of the great broadcasters of our lifetime. Oh, my final thought, boy, the Warriors blow a lead yesterday. They get to bounce back against Utah. We'll talk more Warriors tomorrow as we'll reassess them going into the All-Star break. But, boy, this 49ers situation, we're going to be talking about this for a very, very long time. Wilks is fired. That's great. Let's see what happens with Ayuk. I got no problem with Wilks being fired. No problem with it. But everything that's happening and transpiring after the fact, we look pretty weak as an organization and as a fan base. We are making nothing but excuses. Nothing but excuses. We need to own the loss. We blow it. And we need to assess the situation. The fact is, Shasky today proved it's going to be a while before we get over this one. A while. This one stings more than any loss I've ever suffered as an adult being a 49er fan. It truly is. Not even close. Second place, not even close. This is numero uno.
Yeah, I thought it was NFC Championship games to the Giants and the Seahawks. It's this.
It's this. The way it went down. The way it went down.
And all the stuff after.
Yeah, it's
and
bad.
the ramifications of losing Greenlaw.
Right. Wow. Go ahead, Spinold.
Tiger Woods is back, baby. Through 2 holes at the Genesis Open at Riviera Golf Club. -1. Tiger Woods. Let's go.
100.
Sunday Red is the name of his new apparel.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, gosh. Oh, boy.
And he ripped off the Sloginger. It's an old golf ball's like a logo.
He ripped it off?
Oh, the little lion?
Are you going to buy some gear? Tiger gear?
My wife went through my phone.
Yeah, I don't think.
I need to have an Olympic Club logo on it for me to buy it.
I love it.
I knew you'd laugh if I said that.
Go ahead, love it.
Saw some clips of Jung-Hoo Lee taking batting practice yesterday. Oh, so hyped for that guy. Give me my song.
Let's go.
Lee Jung-Hoo!
Whoa. No wonder you're having a rough time on the dating scene.
It all makes sense.
Hey, hon, let's go to the dance floor to the Jung-Hoo Lee song.
After hanging out with Lubin in Las Vegas and at the airport, yeah.
You know what I would tell him?
See why you're struggling out there in the field, buddy.
Lubman, remember, you have 2 ears and only 1 mouth.
You don't have to talk. The key to dating, Lubman, with girls, listen. Ask the questions and listen.
I do just
Ladies
fine
love
on
to
dates.
talk.
I do not act on dates like I do on this show. That would be ridiculous.
I beg to differ. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet on all of your devices. Future starts now. Study Guru.
Hey, it's Tiger.
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Morning, everybody. Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you on a Thursday.
Going up on a Thursday. Norm just texted me, thought we were off because it's 10:05. I said, no, we started 10. Norm just
if you want to take a shot at Bonte and Shasky, take a shot at Bonte and Shasky.
Those
Don't
are
go
my
through
brothers.
Norm.
Oh, boy.
Don't go through Norm.
10-18. Right. What's up, baby?
Not much. So it's funny because the Super Bowl was Sunday. It's Thursday now. And it's one of those things where over the course of a week, man, Goo, a lot of stuff has come out. The boss came up to me and Evan and you and said, guys, think about this for a minute. Since the Super Bowl, Steve Wilks was fired. You had Feliciano and Burford going at it on Twitter. Bosa said we weren't prepared for the run-pass option. Ayuk's family's making some noise about his future. Juszczyk said he didn't know the rule about overtime, and some other players didn't. And then he threw this one in there that after the Chiefs lost the coin toss but realized that they were going to kick off anyway, that the Chiefs kind of laughing during the coin toss was another thing. So we got Warriors to talk about, and we will.
Oh,
but I guess my question to 49er fans is, now that we've kind of had a week or two, 5 days, what bothers you the most right now, and was it different than what bothered you an hour after the game? Because I mean, I'll just I'll throw you my thoughts, and then you tell me what you think.
Go ahead.
I watched the game, and in the immediate aftermath of the game, I said, you know what? They didn't quite play well enough. I thought they just didn't do enough to a man. It was a close game. They had so many chances. 1 or 2, 3 plays go different, all that stuff. But now it's Thursday, and I'm thinking, I think it was a big mistake to take the ball in overtime. That's one that I'm thinking, you know what? The more I think about that, the more it's becoming, I don't want to say obvious because there's always going to be a gray area on those, Goo. But I think that was a mistake.
Okay.
Did it cost them the Super Bowl? I can't make that leap from A to B, but it didn't help. And I guess that's the one thing that kind of gets me on Thursday is the overtime was something that was kind of significant, but I feel like Shanahan is glossing over it. And yesterday he said something like, yeah, we it didn't matter. Didn't matter at that point. You know what? With all due respect to Shanahan, that's where I want a coach to say, you know what? We thought we did it right. Maybe if that situation comes up again, we'll take another look at it. And maybe we'll do the same thing, but maybe we won't. Why can't he do that?
Possibly.
I guess that's what, and I'm not here to say he needs to be fired or anything like that, but dude,
I love it.
Just say, you know what? Maybe next time we do something a little different. Does anybody out there think Kyle Shanahan would do anything different if they had the Super Bowl tomorrow?
I'm going to tell you this because I got so much. I just processed what you said. I appreciate it. And after the game in real time, Steiny, there was growth from your partner because I really had no, I don't want to say antagonist. I had nobody on my list that stood out more, or I was ready to come here and blow the house down and say, oh, such and such cost him the game, some more than others. But I will say with what's going on and what happened yesterday after hearing Kyle say about Steve Wilks and all his coaches, Steiny, you tell me if I'm wrong here. There's a greaseball element coming from Kyle Shanahan that's not sitting well with me. And let me tell you why. We all saw the turbulence, if you really had that vision, that X-ray vision with Steve Wilks and this Niner defense. But to say you needed time in the lab to think about coaches coming back and to come to that conclusion yesterday that fast, there's the greaseball part of it for me, partner, is I feel like you announced it when you maybe could have waited 2 weeks, but you announced it in a way to where I feel like subliminally Kyle Shanahan was saying, we lost the Super Bowl because of our defense. And from my vantage point, I could totally be wrong. I don't like it. And my runner-up, I know you didn't ask, is Bosa. How the hell are you not on the field for every play in overtime and in the fourth and step to the mic and say what it is? You were not fond of Steve Wilks and the calls he was making, and let that be it. You got that gravitas. You get the 100 milli, but to come out and say we weren't prepared for everything, we're good on the backside, that's what I don't like. But those would be my top two. But I'm going to ask you and the listeners, 888-957-9570, has anything since Sunday transpired from a Kyle Shanahan standpoint to where you like him less? And is that fair, Steiny? Because we're taking calls left and right. They something's changed a little bit.
Well, for me, it's not liking him less or more, but, I mean, maybe the questions come more frequently. Maybe the skepticism is more in abundance. I mean, he's had an unbelievable amount of success without winning the big one. Do you think he can't win the big one? If you don't think he can win the big one, then we do have to make some decisions, you would think. If you think that he's a hell of a coach, that he's going to break through, well, then to me, there's really not a lot of decisions to be made. I'll say this. Here's what I actually do believe. All right. Wilks is a scapegoat. But I also agree, I don't think he was a good fit because I don't think he got the most out of the defense. And I do think I don't think the players were crazy about Wilks. But I actually come at it from the other way. I'll bet you if you ask Kyle Shanahan, I'll bet you he would tell you know what? We should have fired Steve in the middle of that losing streak. I bet you if he had it to do over again, he would have fired Wilks in the beginning of in the middle of the year because now, isn't it obvious they weren't on the same page? No, there was something not clicking. Yeah. And it lasted the whole season, and they both kind of lived with each other, but they weren't crazy about each other, and Kyle threw him under the bus, and maybe things changed at that point for even the worse. But I'll bet you Kyle Shanahan kind of wishes he would have seen what would happen if he cut the cord. At the moment, he had doubts, which let's say was after the 3-game losing streak.
No, I'm not mad at that at all. And let me tell you why that might not have been a bad idea, because I was going to look at you not knowing what I'm about to share with you and say, well, that wouldn't work, Steiny. Who the hell would call the defense? But there's sound here we can play where Steve Wilks, the defensive coordinator, to me, defensive coordinators implement their system. It's their algebra. And for Steve Wilks to say, I'm still learning the system and principles, I'm paraphrasing, somebody else was doing something or had input too, Steiny. So that shook me to my core that this man's in a defensive coordinator position, and yet it's not your baby. It's not your math. It's not your fractions. So that was alarming in itself. I don't know if we had that, Steiny. Do we have that sound?
Which one?
The Steve Wilks saying he's still learning the system.
Take a listen. This is after the Vikings
It's your system.
Game.
It's always challenging when you've done your own thing for 17 years. It's a little different, but I'm encouraged. I got a great supporting cast. These coaches that are around me are phenomenal. They know this defense. They know their craft. these players are great. So we're all in this together, man. So I'm not hitting the panic button at all.
Oh no. It's interesting, Stoney. And my last thing, Mark Willard. I can shout out to Dibs and Willard. So if you don't think Wilks is a scapegoat, it still falls at Kyle's feet, just as Mark said, Willard, because he hired him, Stoney. Yep. You got to have the foresight to know if it's going to mesh in jail. So I'll say this about Kyle. Do I think he should be fired? No. Am I more skeptical? This is the most doubt now that I have that he can win the big game that plays out the way it did. That took a hit. But, Matt, what do? He's got so much power, he's almost untouchable.
Well, I don't think there's anything to do. You go out and hire a defensive coordinator, and you come back and do the best you can with the players you have, most of whom will be back from this team. The question I asked at the start of the show was 4 or 5 days after the Super Bowl, what's bothering you the most? And here's what's bothering me the most.
This is something we talked about with, that none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked with those guys, and we just thought it'd be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we felt it was in our hands after that.
No.
Good gosh.
I'm not on board with that one.
Can I give you an analogy, and I'm a bad one, and I'll pass it right back?
Yep.
I want to have children. You got to get a girlfriend first. You know what I mean? Well, you can't. What are you talking about? Third. Evan, where's first, second, Fedoni? Third. That's entitlement that you might. You know what I mean?
You can just hit a walk-off.
Here's the other thing that that hit me about Shanahan. It's obvious. I mean, this one I think we have to acknowledge. And maybe 99 out of 100 games, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs were exceedingly more prepared for an overtime game than the San Francisco 49ers. And here's what I was thinking about. So here's what we know. The Chiefs had been talking about that all year long. Let's say 4 months. 4+ months. Hey, I know it's down the road, but if. And by the time it came up, they knew if it happens, we're deferring. We're deferring. They all year long they talked about it and got more and more affirmed that if this situation were to come up, they would take the ball second. Okay? Now let's go to Kyle Shanahan. They didn't deal with this till the playoffs. Then he told the assistant coaches to talk to the players and make sure they knew the rules. But I think that the Chiefs used 4 months of data and decided this is the best way to do it. We must defer if we win the toss to give Patrick and our team a chance at the very end. Shanahan did not prepare for that moment for 4 months. He prepared for it much less than that, and the data he used wasn't as comprehensive. And he fixated maybe or thought the most important part of that was, well, who gets it third? Well, who gets it? I mean, there's part of me that goes, who gets it third? Yeah. Might not be a third. But that's where I think the 49 and the fact that the Chiefs players during that toss were so gleeful and that they were incredulous
incredible.
that the 49ers were not were not deferring.
Man.
Like it almost gave them confidence. Like they walked off
like
after the coin toss. Like, this is unbelievable. We lost the toss, but we still get
we got momentum.
Exactly. So that's the part that just I don't know. I wish Kyle would look at that a little bit differently and at least say, "Oh no, everybody on the other side's got a good point. I see it."
Well, we'll
think about it next time.
I'll tell you what.
Can't even do that.
If he learned his lesson, we won't know until his team gets to the Super Bowl and again
or playoffs.
I just can't believe I sat there with my fat butt not knowing the rules, and I don't believe
But that's kind of the thing.
Did you know the rules, Tanya?
No, but
I did not.
No,
I'm bothered.
But that's what I'm getting at is, so now we go into overtime. Matt Steinmetz and Daryl Guru Johnson, we're watching overtime. Okay, now we're going into overtime. Hey, you guys know the rules are different, right? Yeah, no,
Big 12.
Well, Shanahan will say, yeah, I know. But it would just be like, oh, the rules are different? Well, okay, well, let's make a decision. Like you're making a decision right there, right then, based on, whereas Andy Reid and the Chiefs have been thinking about this forever.
And their players knew.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We have a great show coming up today. We're going to get into some Warriors later.
Hey, well, we have to.
At noon, we're going to have Ted Nguyen. He's an NFL staff writer for The Athletic. He's really, really good on X's and O's. He studies game film.
Man.
And I can't wait because the first thing I'm going to ask him is, were Ayuk and Kittle and Debo not open, or were they open and Purdy didn't see him? He's the kind of writer and analyst that will have great answers to those kind of questions. Let's go grab a call. Let's go start at Mike in San Rafael. Mike in San Rafael. Kick us off, buddy.
Mike in San Rafael. Hello, guys.
Hey.
Glad to be in your call. Still hurting from the Super Bowl loss. I'm a season ticket holder with the Niners and the Warriors. I was hoping last night would have been a little healing, but we lost at the Warrior game too. But my perspective on the football game is a little different than yours. I feel that the real issue was first of all, the defense did hold them to 19 points in regulation. So I think the defense did a great job, but we needed a Purdy for 30, and I'm not blaming Purdy. I think Purdy did a great job. Against Patrick Mahomes, we needed a double-digit lead, 2-touchdown lead in regulation time to have that buffer. As soon as we get into overtime, I don't think it mattered first or second. Honestly, we're in the Michael Jordan, Patrick Mahomes zone. 9 times out of 10, you're going to lose to that guy in overtime. We needed to execute better, and you got to give credit because I think too many Niners have sour grapes and whining and complaining and criticizing things that are wrong. The Chiefs' defense stopped us from doing what we were trying to do. Sure, we made mistakes. They made mistakes. They capitalized on our, that fluke thing with the punt.
Right.
Man. We didn't capitalize. But the bottom line is we didn't get enough touchdowns. Even George Kittle said that. You got to have a buffer with that guy.
Yeah.
And I don't think it mattered whether going first or second. Patrick Mahomes is going to find a way. If you're in Vegas and you're betting against Patrick Mahomes, it's a losing proposition.
Well, you know what, Mike? Mike, it sounds like what you're saying is when they weren't scoring in the first half and they didn't score on those 3 possessions, like you knew trouble was brewing.
Absolutely. We lost it then. We didn't lose it in overtime. We were going to lose in overtime.
That's fair.
We needed to not be in that situation.
Yep.
And then the other thing is the Wilks thing, I agree with the fire. I don't think it's scapegoating. You make a decision. It didn't work out. I don't think you could call it a scapegoat. I think that's sour grape stuff. First of all, this idea that I don't like the way Shanahan answered the question, energetic versus good coach.
Right.
I think we need somebody who's both. I think you can look at Dan Campbell as the coach of the Lions. He's passionate, but he's a very smart coach. You may argue with some of his tactics, but he's very smart and he's very successful.
Sure.
We need a replica of Saleh and D'Amico that were both smart and fiery, and that's to set the culture for our defense. We did not peak going into the playoffs.
No.
The Chiefs peaked perfectly into the playoffs. We fumbled our way into the playoffs. Through the playoffs. We did not peak. We were not playing. We lost to Baltimore. We got hammered by Baltimore. We lost to Cincinnati.
Hey, Mike, I got you, buddy. I want to get some other people in here, but I don't disagree with anything you said. The overtime decision I didn't like.
And you knew it then because you
can I say they lost? Yeah, and Can I say, well, that's why they lost? No, I can't say that's why they lost the game, but that was one of, dozens of things maybe that had they gone a little different, maybe the outcome would be different.
Why I like doing radio with you, because we're family, all of us, but Donnie, Evan, you and I, we could talk about any and every subject, Stoney. And I just got to go here because I'm going to read this from Anthony Jackson. And I brought it up yesterday on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat because my phone it has a lot of this. I don't agree for the first time, but I'm going to read this to you real quick.
Right.
So tired of this from Anthony Jackson. So tired of black coaches in the NFL like Wilks being scapegoated. Margin for error for black coaches in this league in the NFL's razor thin. Anthony, there's so much truth to that, but I'm sorry, Steiny. From my vantage point, I saw in Minnesota on that all-out blitz by and called by Wilks, him coming out the booth from upstairs, the D-line, where it's the most expensive part of your team, all of a sudden collectively took a step back. My point is, whether right or wrong, Helen Keller could see that Steve Wilks was in jeopardy. So I hear a lot of that. But I feel like Wilks, for whatever reason, Steiny, why would he take a job if his imprint or his thoughts and principles were not going to be all over this defense? And now it sounds like he was running somebody else's defense. So I kind of understand the move, but it's not why they lost the Super Bowl. And what's climactic about it, now I'll shut up here, is I can make an argument their best performance in the last 5 weeks of football was Sunday. So this is bigger than Sunday, I guess I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I hear you, Anthony. I disagree here with the Wilks, though.
I mean, the other thing is they had 2 minority defensive coordinators before Wilks, and both of them became head coaches.
And they got draft compensation for that, too.
And Steve Wilks was an NFL head coach. Just throwing that in there without any comment.
Just a thought, man.
All right. Let's go to Cynthia. Cynthia and San Leandro. We got time for Cynthia. How you doing, Cynthia?
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
And thank you for having this topic this morning about Kyle Shanahan. I'm of the belief that Kyle Shanahan deserves to be fired. What I feel as a fan is he accepts no responsibility for anything. Wow. He's laying the blame at the feet of everybody else except himself. He's the head coach. As a fan, what I don't want to hear is the players saying they didn't know the rules. That should have all come from the coach. He's the leader. Do his job.
That is, Cynthia, I hear you. And again, Stotty, she got me thinking about my thing in my heart that you asked about real quick here, the timing of it. You got guys saying they didn't know the rules. That's on you. Your offense basically sputtered the whole game. That's on you, Kyle. But yet you want to fire Wilks. I just felt like if there was any respect or class component to it, and maybe I'm wrong, they didn't give up 80 in the Super Bowl. I don't like the timing. The timing is kind of like, yeah, I'll make this the story so it ain't on me.
Yeah, well, it's going to be on him. I mean, it is, and it will be, and we're talking about it. And the question is, how you feeling about the 49ers right now? Is there something that's bugging you more Thursday morning today than it did, let's say, Monday morning right after the game? Hey, a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling? Is there anything bugging you more now than bugged you in the immediate aftermath of that game? 888-957-9570. That segment also sponsored by Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation.
At Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, we know how hard it is to care for loved ones. Come and check out the 5-star facility named one of the top skilled nursing facilities by U.S. News &
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game. Aftermath of the Super Bowl. What is Klay Thompson doing?
It is single. We'll get to it. And I don't know. I'm going to say this as a show, Spadoni, Evan, Steiny. If we're ever on the hoop court and I'm down because I got hit in the head and you guys don't stop play, that is the ball went up 4 times. I would have got up if I were Dre and just said, y'all MFers are just going to keep playing. You don't see me down. I have never, Steiny, I pulled out the stopwatch. They kept going. Let's just keep playing hey, Dre, I love you. They love you. But that was wow. Steiny, take a foul.
The bottom line,
Evan.
The bottom line is for 12 years they've been playing 4-on-5 offensively, and they didn't even notice.
Look at my
They didn't even notice he was laying on the floor for 3 positions. No, I'm just kidding.
They're not going to come back down, are they? And they did.
So my understanding of that is the refs can stop the game at any point if they think it's a serious injury.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
But the Warriors didn't seem to think it was a serious injury because they weren't fouling. And they were still trying to score.
Like he's not taking a nap. You know, Steiny, the Warriors kept playing.
Yeah,
I saw
did.
Steph got the ball. He'll stop it. He's a good. They just kept trying to.
Yeah. All
why
right.
do you think I'm laughing? I don't know why I'm laughing. I was odd.
Well, I'm laughing because Steve Kerr went nuts.
Well.
And, of course, you can't really come down Clay's road because.
Oh, man.
I mean, he's got to know it was a dumb foul.
They just put him back in the game.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't know the scoring situation.
Well, that's
wouldn't be the first time the Warriors have lost track of that in the last couple of years. All right, let's get back to the Niners. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Rich in Hayward. Rich, what do you got, buddy? How are you?
Hey, doing good. You know, I met you guys at that Hilton at the beginning of the year.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. And I'll tell you right now, is that, and I called yesterday, but I'll tell you right now, it's that I don't care if it's Saul or whoever would be defensive coordinator, you're going to be fired today or yesterday because, Bosa, the game was on the line, 4th and 1. And that's your only response. That's your main responsibility. I played that position before in high school, some in college, and you can't give up that corner. He bit on the run, 4th and 1. I'm not saying that's the only thing, but you know what? It's like, and then for 6 yards, I'm like, come on, that's the game. And then 95 comes in there, and then they talked about Wilks at 0, and they blew that timeout. It's like, come on. You got to put some pressure on this dude. They did that to Purdy, and they did that right off Williams' side. Williams had to, he had his guy. That's his responsibility. Then they brought that blitz, and that's why we had to do the onside, the field goal on that. And then they came down there, tied the game. It's just fundamental football, and I love Bosa, but it's like you get paid all that money for a reason. And Lynch, and I'll tell you right now, I don't fire Shanahan because I love Lynch because Lynch and they're a good duo. And that's the reason why, and there's lemon booty. I'll tell you that's lemon booty. For Shanahan, because even Lynch in that first Super Bowl we went to, he was like, timeout. And if anybody's played the game like he has, you just say, dude, and Shanahan did too. He went to Texas. But it's just, you can't give up the corner. You can't give up that corner.
Man.
That's something. Yeah, that's something Romo was talking about on the air. A fair amount of bad look for Bosa. It's a bad look for Bosa to do that to Wilks.
And now he's talking after is what's bothering me.
I'm convinced that
no doubt
that Wilks is going to get fired anyway. Yeah. But why'd he do that? Why'd Bosa do that?
To make sure, Steiny. Yeah, and I'll say this: I heard Bonte and Shasky going in. I had my fist up in the air. Steiny, you're telling me you're going to call out the coach, the defensive coordinator, but there were major important plays in that game in the fourth quarter and overtime. You were on the sideline. I'll just leave that there for you. And I know we disagree about Bosa. I can't hate on him to where I said he would. there was impact, Stoney, and I know you're like, he was all right. But Bosa, there was some impact. But that 4th and 1, man, and then you got the audacity to say, oh, we're good. He's good on the back end, and we weren't prepared for everything. That's kind of greaseball-ish.
Maybe he was good on the back end is because the defensive line was supposed to be such a position of strength that it didn't need as much coaching as the defensive backfield.
Yeah.
I would think that the defensive line is the best part of that. Then the linebackers are right there with them. Maybe you ought to coach the defensive backs because they were the weakest part of that defense. You know? Ryan's in Livermore. Hey, Ryan, what's going on, man?
The more.
Good morning, sir.
Hey,
thanks for taking me on. I appreciate the answer, and I listen to you guys almost every day with my son, and we're diehard Niner fans here. I want to talk about the loss of Dre Greenlaw. During the game, I didn't think much of it, just because there was still a lot going on. Game was still going on, but knowing now that he tore his Achilles and is gone for the next year, that's a huge loss. That's Bowman and Willis 2.0 right there. Warner and Greenlaw. Like, how are we going to replace that? Like, whether it's through the draft or through free agency, you just can't replace a guy like him. Like, he's a monster out there. So I don't know.
Here's the thing that I was thinking, and maybe this is unfair, maybe it's a cheap shot. So people are saying that when Greenlaw left that game, that's kind of when Kelsey.
No doubt.
Okay. Well, I thought we had. So Fred Warner can't do that?
Well, now he's got to do two things. When both of them were there, both of them were so spectacular at what they do, Stoney, the assignments. When one drops, now I got to go how
about just, all right, Fred, I don't know.
Yeah, no,
tell me, Steiny, you don't know anything about football.
No.
How about just,
nobody
hey, Fred, why don't you cover Kelsey? And
we saw that.
And maybe he couldn't. Or maybe he got put in some bad positions. I don't know.
Again, I keep going to our guys in the morning, Stoney, but they made a great point. Remember the NFC Championship game against Seattle? The Niners, the Richard Sherman game when Cap got picked off and Bowman, his career was forever changed. And he never, you know what I mean? So Greenlaw might be back week 3. And I owe you an apology yesterday, Stoney. I had some stuff going on. But anyway, took it out on you. You've done it to me before.
Not
but
me.
Anyway, I love you, buddy.
Come with that.
But no, seriously.
I'm not accepting it.
But I still stand by the Greenlaw stance. Donnie, we don't know if they're going to be great again. And that's why tomorrow's not promised. And before you grab this next call, you brought up yesterday, and I was driving home to Karl Malone and Jordan there. But just imagine had they closed the deal, Brock Purdy would be one of 3 quarterbacks that have beat Mahomes. They have a rival now, and now you just feel like, is Brock the guy? I'm not saying he's not, but everything's changed, Matt. And it's another Niner fan base of close no cigar.
Curtis in Napa. What's up, Curtis? How you doing, man?
Hey,
how you feeling?
What's up, C?
Oh, my. I am 33.
All right.
I don't count when they won at last in 94,
you got nothing.
95. I mean,
you got nothing.
I was just
Curtis.
a little kid. Say again.
I said you got nothing. You got every right to be mad. Go ahead.
Sorry, guys, my phone was cutting out. But yeah, no, I am just seeing them lose it 3 times in 10 years. I'm just feeling numb. I'm heartbroken. I mean, it's just devastating. And the fashion that they've lost the last 3 Super Bowls, you'd almost rather get blown out.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I said this jokingly to Evan, Curtis. I said, 49ers lose that game 31-10. I think we're all coming in just saying, we weren't good enough. Yeah. Let's move on.
Exactly.
Right.
So I'm almost feeling, and you guys will know this stat, I'm literally almost feeling, what was the stat that Detroit Lions hadn't won a playoff game in, was it like 50 years or 40 years?
It was since Barry Sanders. They won a playoff game with Barry Sanders. I don't know about a road game, though.
But road game was 50-something years.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, exactly. So that is how I am starting to feel as a Niner fan. Like, we anticipate and expect all of the success, and then we make it to the big one, and it's just tragic fashion every time. But the points that I wanted to raise today, guys, you guys were talking a lot about Kyle Shanahan's call to take the ball first.
Yeah.
Honest to God, I genuinely like the call. The entire drive, I mean, we're moving the ball. We get that route, almost a wheel route in the flat to Christian McCaffrey. He goes up the sideline for 25, 30 yards. I mean, they are rolling, and I am literally feeling so confident. And then it bogged down due to pass protection breakdowns. And I don't think that that's on Kyle. You can't anticipate your right tackle just letting the Chiefs' best defender straight through untouched, right?
Right.
So I guess my point there is I like the aggressive call because, okay, we're going down with the intention to score. Mahomes, he's going to touch the ball, and if they score, we do get the ball the last possession. So I do like that, honestly.
That's
but
fair.
The last thing, Steiny, you did ask. You were like, what is the most frustrating thing since the loss, right?
Yeah.
I saw this stat on social media last night. This could be bogus, but apparently the Chiefs' offensive line has not been called for holding once in 3 Super Bowl appearances.
We mentioned that.
Dude, if that's true, that is literally laughable. Like, I can't get over that.
Did the 49ers get called for a hold Sunday?
Yeah,
like
Trent
on the first
Williams.
possession.
Yeah,
Okay.
Trent Williams right out the gate.
Because I know they had some false starts.
Yeah.
How many holds did they have?
Trent was one of them, though. Yeah.
And that was obvious.
Be better at your job.
By the way, I can't thank a bunch of people.
Oh, boy.
A bunch of people sent me stuff on Instagram that was just
With
like
Trent?
Yeah, we have Trent Williams basically saying, you know what? Wasn't just the 2 false starts. Like, he got manhandled all game. They
You
were
got to
showing
stop
me
blocking people on IG. I'm driving in this morning. My buddy goes, Guru, can you send this to Steiny? He kind of has me blocked where I can't send him stuff. Let me get the name. I go, my old partner.
Kevin's in San Francisco. What's up, Kevin? How are you?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Going well.
I've been listening to you for the last several days.
All right.
Especially with this blame thing. And come on, guys. That was Brock Purdy. That was his first Super Bowl, and as far as I know, for the first 3 quarters, he was handling his business. Nobody was perfect on either side. We even got Kansas City frustrated to the tight end running into his coach. We did everything. He may not. If we would have scored that touchdown in overtime, we'd have won it. But we kicked the field goal. The only problem was our defense could not stop Mahomes. And what did Mahomes do? The same thing Brock Purdy did to Detroit. He ran the ball.
Hey, listen, before you hang up,
I got something for you, too.
I'm surprised you didn't talk about, I hear you, but I disagree. The offensive line didn't show up. That 3rd and 5 from the 9, you get that first. You know it's over. You got them burning timeouts. They blew that collectively, but you didn't mention them, the O-line.
Well, that's the thing about it. Everybody made mistakes throughout the whole game, but we had Kansas City frustrated.
You did.
We could have won that game if the defense could have made a stop on Mahomes.
Take a listen. Hey, Kevin, take a listen to this text that just came in right before you called, because I think this is kind of where you're coming from, and I am too in a way. From the 408, Patrick Mahomes' second year in the league, he loses an AFC championship game to Tom Brady. Brock Purdy, second year in the league, has just lost a Super Bowl to Patrick Mahomes. There's levels to the game. I think you have to struggle sometimes in the playoffs before you can break through. Could it be as simple as that?
Brock learned a lot. Brock has learned a lot in this game. Brock has learned a lot.
Yeah. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate you calling. Appreciate you listening.
Yeah, we both gave thumbs up to Purdy's performance. No turnover. I didn't say he was MVP, but
he was like, of all the how about this?
Go ahead,
Of all the players on the Niners, what players resembled who they were in the regular season, and what players kind of didn't look like that?
Can I go first?
Purdy looked like he looked in the regular season to me.
Check.
Okay.
All right. But can I, and people are going to come down my road.
That may be it.
What about Bosa? I thought Bosa had a good showing.
Not good enough.
And
that's just me.
There was one more thing I was going to give to you. Oh, it was Chris Cashman on IG that sent me the video of Trent Williams. He wanted me to send to you.
Getting manhandled? Yeah. Which highlight?
I'll send it to you.
There's about 7 of them.
But, darn it.
I think let me ask 49er fans another thing here about, and this one's one where, I think you can take everything positively or negatively. So, you lost to the Chiefs 5 years ago in 19. You lost on Sunday. I think is part of the frustration this. There's really nothing to do. Like, you just lost the Super Bowl. There's a lot of frustration. But we all know, if we've been watching the Niners for the last couple years, they're pretty much going to come back next year and try it again. There probably won't be a monster reaction to this loss. It won't be like, you know what? Well, now we know Purdy can't get it done. Let's get another quarterback in here. It's not going to. You know what? Kyle Shanahan can't get it done. Let's get another coach. They took care of Steve Wilks. All right, he's no longer the. But by and large, there aren't going to be any major ramifications to this loss, either coaching or personnel-wise.
I agree,
right?
100%. But what's scary about that, Steiny, is Green Bay's going to do something. Kansas City's going to enhance their weaponry outside, you would think. All the other teams are getting Detroit you got to deal with. So that's not the slogan for every other team that was almost knocked you off or that will be trying to knock you off next year.
But my point is, okay,
you're telling the truth.
Tell me some changes they can make where they'll be better.
Oh, that's why I said what you said is valid.
And that's why I think the 49ers can be better next year. If Brock Purdy improves, if the young guys get better, maybe Ayuk takes it to the next level next year.
Are they going to improve their O-line?
I think they will.
It's a must. But it ain't just about drafting, Stoney. It's about that whoever you draft, coming in. I'll save this for later. I remember I was going to ask you. If you had to give Brock Purdy a check now, would you?
No.
And that's where I'm at.
Well,
that don't mean I'm not believing it. I need to see more, Matt.
See, we're going to ask Ted Wynn of The Athletic. He's coming on at noon. A lot about Purdy and what you do with him and maybe if you end up paying him at the end of next year, what that means for other players on the team, whether you can keep them or whether you can't keep them. Like I'll tell you what, he said this 2 or 3 years ago, and now it's become something I'm fixated on. It was when Bob Myers said, you don't have to make a decision until you have to.
That's Brandon Ayuk.
You don't have to make a decision until you have to.
That's Brandon Ayuk. They could take care of him this offseason if they wanted to, Stoney.
Right. So Purdy, nothing to do with Purdy. Come back. Huh? We ain't paying you now. There's nothing to do with Purdy. Come back and quarterback the team and try to win a Super Bowl, and then we'll talk about it. Or come back, quarterback the team. We'll come up short again, and then we'll figure out how much we think you're worth. But I think that's another thing that's a part of this is there's not a lot you can do without dismantling a team that is been to a championship game 4 out of the last 5 years. How much do you want to dismantle?
Well, you got to go get you a DC, Stoney, that fits. And that defensive coordinator won't have the luxury of having Dre Greenlaw week 1. You know what I mean? So you're already kind of starting out the gate hampered.
But I look at their defense and say, you know what? They've had a really good defense for 5 years. Are we saying right now, and I'm being honest, are we saying right now that this version of the 49ers defense under Steve Wilks, wasn't nearly as good as it's been for the last 4 years under Saleh or Ryans? Because it feels like some people aren't even ready to say that now.
But something changed this year. They were great this year. And I keep thinking of Evan when we did the show together, not front runners in a bad way, but just like they were a different defense when they had the lead as opposed to what we saw in the playoffs.
So, real quick, not to cut you off, Steiny.
Sure.
DeMeco Ryans from the years 2021 to 2022, the opponent's points per game, 18.9. Steve Wilks this year, 17.5.
Damn.
Under Ryans, 305.3 yards for the opposition per game. Under Steve Wilks, 303.
Yeah.
So if you want to just go by the numbers, Steve Wilks' defense was better.
Yeah.
But I'll give you this.
To me, it was just like, they've had a good defense the last 5 years.
But let me tell you two both this, to Spadoni's point, and I don't know if he has it there, but I bet you Saleh and DeMeco Ryans, I know for a fact, just vivid in the Guru computer, they didn't have a first half Detroit debacle in the first half on their resume. You know what I mean? When they went in the playoffs, they were more like the defense they were in the regular season, and I really believe that Detroit performance, Donnie, you can tell me if you disagree or not, That was the shovel to start digging the grave of, man, we can win it all, but there's going to be some changes. I don't remember Saleh and D'Amico. They played Green Bay and Minnesota, and the defense was stout.
Here's where I got to come and say, they didn't get it done either. Well, Saleh and D'Amico Ryans, these great, so great. They didn't get it done. Uh-huh. They weren't defensive coordinators of a winning Super Bowl team. And I would disagree with you slightly. I think this thing's been building all year.
The Wilks?
Yeah. Let's go to Anthony in Marin. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I love what you guys do. It's so entertaining, and I've been listening, and oh, my God, this is cathartic. It's part of the healing process, so I appreciate you guys guiding us through this. But I had one comment and one question that I think is hopefully additive to this great dialogue. But the first one, the comment is, regardless of Kyle's decision on that overtime possession, right, wrong, indifferent, what it really revealed, and we've all seen in hindsight, it clearly pointed to a team that was not prepared for that moment.
Correct.
They had played out all their chess moves, and the discrepancy between the Chiefs and the elation. I mean, they could not believe themselves, like what just went down. Oh. And if you could only imagine the dialogue and the confusion and the chatter on the sidelines of the Niners when they were still confused, that confusion, like it or not, goes right into the huddle. This was evident that I'd have to believe the entire coaching staff did not even fully understand the rules.
I am with you there, and I'll take it a step further. It not only might have led to a little confusion on the 49ers, it gave the Chiefs confidence. The Chiefs had been preparing all year. Hey, if we lose this toss, they're going to give us the ball so that they know what they have to do to win. You lose the toss, and you get what you want anyway. That's why they were running off the field. They want the ball. Okay, they want the ball.
You got to play that on the other side again, man. Just hearing that.
Pretty sure.
All right, but that's just incredible. It was like a turnover. You're right. It gave them a shot, like Pete's Coffee.
Yeah. Gary's in Daly City. Actually, you know what, Gary? Let me hold you to the other side. I'll give you a fair crack at it, Gary, in Daly City. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up in an hour, Ted Nguyen, he's an NFL staff writer for The Athletic. He specializes in X's and O's. He's a film guy through and through, and I can't wait to hear what he has to say about who was open, did Purdy miss guys, was there not enough separation, all those kind of things. You can also check out his latest story on the Chiefs' defensive game plan and Steve Spagnuolo, which helped them beat the 49ers in Super Bowl 58. 888-957-9570 is the number. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, you can watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by Safeway. 49ers in a shambles.
Our world is constantly changing, and every day, Stanford Medicine advances our
I want to say good morning. Happy Valentine's Day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Spino, can you be a favor? Run over to Chase Center and see if Draymond Green's still laying in the key.
Oh, boy. 3 seconds.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
And then when you're over there, find out what Klay Thompson was doing last night.
He's not
going to
get
be
over
there in
the
Utah.
foul. That's on me. And so was his bench. The bench was like, dude.
Steve Kerr fell to his knees.
How do you
he looked
like?
mad.
Now, let me ask you this: who do you blame on that one?
Oh, Klay Thompson for sure.
I do too.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, if you have to emphasize,
there you go,
not to foul with 40 seconds to go in a one-possession
39
game.
seconds.
What are we doing?
No doubt about it. They could have D'd up and got a crack at it. To the young lady that
Melody,
yeah, tell her to call back because yesterday
some people don't like to get onto the. They don't like to get on the radio. They get a little nervous.
No,
so
not Melody.
along.
The lady that said we were fighting said you were getting a little loud yesterday. She actually said it was me. But you're a little mad. Evan took the last Danish. Call him out.
I'm giving him grief.
Oh,
I was a blueberry muffin. He was sitting there for three hours.
You mad you didn't get snooze, you lose.
No, you know what?
Look how he's looking at you.
So yesterday I had that Valentine's Day pizza in here. I had a slice at about 12.
What pizza?
That's the last thing I ate.
I was so
I'm I guess I'm just on an unofficial fast. I'm up to 24 hours.
Look at you.
But you wanted to break it.
With the Danish.
Yeah, it didn't really.
Evan, if you could have heard what he said, look at him eating that much. That's supposed to be mine.
That's stupid.
Fitz.
Oh, Fitz was hurt.
Fitzy.
15-point lead. 14 going in the fourth.
Oh, I thought they've blown bigger leads than that. Let's go
to the Clippers, too.
Michelle. My belle. She's on. Michelle in San Jose, what's up? Hey, Michelle.
Hi. I just need to keep hammering on how prepared, the difference in preparedness Andy Reid and his team versus Shanahan and our 49er team. I mean, just the interview alone, they were literally shouting. I mean, Brock Purdy had a great answer when the interviewer asked, it's now after the Super Bowl and the 49ers have won, finished the second. Oh, no, that's now the end of the Super Bowl. The 49ers are, and Brock's answer was our champions, which is a great answer. But when they asked Mahomes the same question, you can tell the mentality in that team and Andy Reid. His answer was, and the Chiefs, the Kansas City Chiefs are a dynasty. I mean, that's how far ahead that they were in preparedness for this game and beyond. So they are ready to go for the next Super Bowl already.
You know what, Michelle? That's a good point. I mean, am I leaving? Just a talking point. Somebody said, the rule was put in because of the Chiefs. So, of course, the Chiefs are more prepared. The Chiefs are like a dynasty. They've kind of been there. Not that the Niners haven't, but maybe.
Niners have against the Chiefs. This was their second.
I'm just saying.
9 quarters worth of football on the Super Bowl stage.
Hey, I'm agreeing with Michelle. There's no way you can look at that game and the way it finished and say the Chiefs weren't more prepared for overtime than the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, is anybody out there, would they say, I'm calling BS on that? Because that to me was kind of as plain as
what
day.
about the sector of people, not even just 49er fans, that say the game shouldn't have got to overtime?
They're right.
That's where the pain to me
And that's why I'm not saying when Kyle decided to take the ball, that lost them the game.
Oh.
No. Well, it was one of about 15
You got to still go play and score, and if you got a
lost them.
touchdown, you still be playing.
Let's go to Vinny in the city. What's up, Vinny? How you doing, buddy? What do you got for us?
Hey, fellas, man. I just want to say thank you because without your show, man, I don't know how I would mentally be getting through all this.
We're here for you, buddy.
Show, everybody that talks has been great this morning. Both of you, Guru, O-line, I don't know why we haven't done anything with that since we went on the losing streak without Trent, and without Trent, I can't even explain it. Like, I don't understand why we don't have people behind other people like we normally try to do. the D line without and I think the problem, and sorry, because Guru, I get just like you, man. I start going and I'm trying to keep my calm.
You got
down,
it,
baby. Because it's frustrating, and I think the frustrating part about it all is the team that we have in place right now across the board. The paper on paper, you look at it, we have all pro in almost every position on offense, but yet we don't use it. Why aren't we blowing teams out? We skated into this Super Bowl, and we should have never skated.
Yes, Donnie. What did you say? You got the line of the day, and you don't even know it, a line of the year, to summarize the Niners, the San Francisco 49ers 2023 season, and you said, Goo, they didn't play their best ball in the playoffs. And I guess we'll ask Ted, why? Or was that their best ball and I overrated them?
I don't know. We got a lot of time to talk about it. Let's go to Barry in Oakland. Hey, Barry, how you doing?
I'm good. Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I think that when we talk about Shanahan, we have to talk about management style.
All right. Yes.
And when we do that, we take a look at how he didn't support Wilks as a defensive coordinator, calling him down from the booth. Once he does that, he could cause the defense to not have as much confidence in the defensive coordinator as he should have, and therefore they don't play to the extent that they need to in order to win games.
It's fair. It's fair.
But like you said, Matt, and I'm not saying people are clamoring for change, but if my eyeballs read anything on the text line or the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat about it's time for Kyle to leave, the rat on the table brought to you by Atco, it's not even a rat, Stoney. The bottom line is this man is he's Teflon. He is Elliot Ness, the real untouchable, Mr. So nothing's going to change. And that's why I felt like, and I love the word I came up with, there's just a greaseball element to the way they handled the timing of firing Steve Wilks, especially after 12 hours when you said, well, I ain't talked to no coaches. We didn't discuss anything. You got to that fast. You got to Steve fast.
Bronco Marv.
Santa Clara.
What's up, Bronco Marv? How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, I'm a lifelong Denver Bronco fan, and a couple of things about Cal Shanahan I've been telling my family and friends that are Niner fans is that his dad, we didn't win until we had Elway and Terrell Davis. We had the great offenses, the three amigos, all that stuff, but couldn't win until we had both. And I don't think Kyle Shanahan wants a Hall of Fame quarterback. I think he wants guys that will just follow the line, what he tells them to do. And then number two, both Shanahan and his father, if you look at all of their games, the first.
Bronco Marv, call back. You started to break up at the very end there, Bronco. 888-957-9570. From the 925, Fred Warner said it best. Super Bowls aren't given, they are taken, and we didn't take it.
Damn. Wow.
That's from the 925. Gary's in Daly City. Hey, Gary, how you doing, man?
Hey, you guys. I'm 66. Been through all the 49er wars throughout the years with the Giants, the Redskins, you talk about tough losses, people. Nothing like those at all. Getting screwed by the Redskins, getting killed by the Giants, losing on a field goal on a Roger Craig fumble. I could keep going if you want, but I'm not. Kyle Shanahan, real quick. This whole year, all the time, on a coin flip at the open, he always wants to defer. He wants to defer because he wants a double. He wants the second quarter to score, third quarter to score, and put the game away. Whoops, didn't do it, Kyle. Also, 3 Super Bowls Mr. Shanahan's been in. Fourth quarter, his team has scored a total of 12 points. As with Atlanta and 2 with the 49ers. Wow. Sure, there's a lot. Yeah, that's it.
Well, let me throw. So Gary, what do you do?
I I don't know what they're the third oldest team, and I'm sure they're cash strapped. I have no idea what they do. I really don't. And everybody talks John Lynch does this. John Lynch has made hell of mistakes, too. But you always got to start with an offensive line and defensive line. But you can't be paying these guys these $30 million contracts and not producing.
Let me ask you this, and I love you shared your age and your experience. Everything you said just hit me. But you know how close you were to picking up that same phone you're on now, calling and probably being at the parade today? So I'm not telling him anything he said is wrong, but they were that close, man. And that fumble was reminiscent of Kyle Williams against the Giants. And you know what I mean? But no excuses. You feel how you feel. But, Steiny, my bigger point is they were this close.
Okay.
Minute.
They lost.
For us being in a parade.
Well, you wouldn't have been in the parade.
Well, we would have been there.
You would have been at the parade.
Yeah, you and I. We were going to, I guess I can say where we're going to be. We're going to be somewhere special. Rooftop.
We were?
Yeah, we got the email. You don't check it. I was juiced.
You mean the email that jinxed the 49ers? That one?
I wish there was a jinx. Well, some are saying the Kaepernick jinx, but I don't.
Jason, Central Valley. What's up, Jason? How you doing, man?
I won't.
I'm good. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Yep.
I'm not, an X's and O's guy or anything, but just watching the team from week one this season, I think just the Steve Wilks effect has been apparent since that point. The defense didn't pass the eye test. They just didn't look like they were pressuring the quarterback enough for my taste, at least the way I was used to seeing it from prior seasons through D'Amico Ryans and Saleh. So I think it was just a matter of time that Wilks got the boot, and here we are. Look, he got the boot. And no one's mentioned this yet, but I really like that rookie third-round pick, Jair Brown, and I think he's going to take Hufanga's spot because Hufanga's due for a paycheck, and I don't think the Niners have the room to pay that. Thanks, guys.
That's a good call.
Yeah, I'd slow down there. Hufanga was definitely missed down. They bringing him down in the box, but
he gambles too much.
Can I say something?
Mahomes would have picked him apart if Hufanga plays because Hufanga gambles too much. It's a little like Pods on defense.
25 Pods.
I'm sorry, Pods.
Yeah.
On defense. What were you gonna say?
Okay, we got to be careful here.
Well, I know
because there's a shelf life to everything. Look at you. 2019. You went to the Super Bowl, almost won it, should have won it, 10-point lead, you lost. 2020, we won't talk about that. 2021, Steiny, you come back, you play the L.A. Rams, 10-point lead in the NFC Championship game. You almost get that. Come back the next year, NFC Championship game, you lose your quarterback, you almost get that. This year, you get to the Super Bowl, 10-point lead, you lose. Steiny, what I'm nervous about, maybe like Queen Latifah, what set me off yesterday is just hearing, and it wasn't just you, assuming that they're going to be back to the same plateau next year.
I'm assuming they're one of the best teams in football
next
year.
Yeah.
They have more talent than 90% of the teams going into next year.
That I get. All right.
So
but even some talented teams don't get there,
Well, I would say that Shanahan, this is the other thing.
That's a lot of winning.
Well, I could say, Steiny, why aren't you worried Shanahan's going to kick the door in? You know why? Because he's gotten to a championship game 4 out of the last 5 years. That's why. That to me could give a fan more confidence in they'll get it done. Now, and this is my buddy again, Derek. You want to be a Lions fan? Of course you don't want to be a Lions fan.
Or Cowboys
You want to get there and knock on the door. You'd rather lose in the Super Bowl than be 7-10.
Damn,
I'd rather lose in the Super Bowl than lose in the first round.
Mm-hmm. You just hit me with that.
What?
Would you rather be a Detroit fan or a Cowboy fan? Or a Raider fan? Well, sorry, but or a Charger fan? You know what I mean? No. So I guess I would rather get there and get my heart ripped out, but not miss it all. Not make the playoffs.
I mean, if the 49ers, the fact that they've knocked on the door year after year means we're probably going to, knowing that the team essentially is going to be very similar, why shouldn't they knock on the door next year?
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Melody. There's Melody in San Jose.
Hey.
What's up, Melody?
Hi, guys. I just wanted to give you a quick call and say thank you for even being on the air, because I didn't even know I could listen to you guys until a few days ago. I came across this channel and I've not turned you off. I know nothing about football, but I'm learning as I go. One thing I do know is that I love my Niners, and it did break my heart. So this has really helped me get through it all. And I'm learning from not just you, but the callers. So you guys keep up the great work.
Melody, I'm random. I got to ask you this. Where'd you watch the game?
At home.
Okay. I got you. Me too.
Yeah.
And me. Yeah. I watched Spadone at home. Yeah, thanks, Melody. Appreciate the kind words.
Was Spadone at home with the kids?
Of course.
Yeah. Where's Evan at?
Where were you at, Evan?
Look at these.
I was watching it from a hot tub, actually.
At home?
No.
Did he just go Tony Montana in a hot tub?
We smoking a cigar?
Oh, my. Evan, do tell. Wow. That's how you been in the hot tub, Stoney. Seriously.
I don't know. 10 years. I don't know.
I didn't mean to bring it. Hey, I didn't mean. I'm random.
By the way, speaking of cigars, I'm still waiting for the first human to smoke a cigar without looking like a tool.
I've seen a couple cats.
No. If you're smoking a cigar, you look like a tool.
Now, Stoney, they got some out there that can do
Michael Jordan, you're a tool.
What about Lo Neal? He had one on set.
What's that guy, Andrew Tate? Tool.
Ocho Cinco had one.
Wasn't lit.
You're right.
Big different. I don't mind the guys with the cigars that don't light them because they need something to fidget with.
All right. You talking about Tony Soprano. Now he mastered it.
Let's go to Dennis, San Francisco. What's up, Dennis? How you doing?
How you doing, guys?
Hanging in.
I don't think that coin toss, we shouldn't even have had a coin toss. We lost that game in the third quarter.
Wow.
They fired Wilks, right? They fired Wilks. Yep. Well, I rewatched the game twice. I've been watching Niner games for over 60 years. I'm 69 years old, and I had season tickets at Kezar. But anyway, what I wanted to point out was the defense. We had the interception. We didn't do anything with it. The first 6 plays in the second half were passes. The run game got Shanahan there. That was a big part of it, the run game getting them there, and then he doesn't stick with it. And so we had 3 and outs in the third quarter. And listen, and if it's Wilks' fault, Kansas City had only scored 6 points up to late in the third quarter, and then the Muff punt happened.
Wow.
So I don't see how you put it on Wilks. I mean, I don't think that Wilks is a good fit either, but I thought he did a good job in the Super Bowl. And I don't want to fire Shanahan, but he drives me nuts. He did, you look the Super Bowl before this one, Mostert just went for 220 yards against Green Bay. Mostert didn't touch the ball in that Super Bowl until the end of the first quarter. So that he doesn't learn by his mistakes. Shanahan does not learn by his mistakes. That game, I rewatched it twice, and it reminded me of the Jimmy Garoppolo offense. It didn't look any different.
Wow.
So, I mean, who do you blame? You're going to blame Wilks? What about Shanahan?
And who?
I don't want to hear that he's a great play caller. I don't want to hear that anymore. There's been only one genius, like I told you guys last week, and I told you last week they were going to lose because they're going to get outcoached. And there's only been one genius, and that's Bill Walsh. Yep. And he's the greatest play caller I ever saw. And Shanahan can't hold a candle to him. Not a candle. He's a good coach. I'll give him that. They put together a good roster. I don't know how he kept his job after the Trey Lance debacle.
Well, thanks, Dennis. Appreciate the call because he found Purdy.
Yeah, but I'll say this. I heard Bonte this morning, Stoney, and just going off of what he said he felt like he was watching the Jimmy offense. Not blaming Purdy, but he just felt like he was watching that offense. My question to you, I'll go back to my DeVry days when I was a college admissions rep. Stoney, I would have my boss sit behind me during an interview that would go 40 minutes. I would get you to spend $100,000 to enroll in school. But when you left, my boss would sit from across my desk and tell me what I need to work on and what I could have did better. And I'm like, fool, I just sold $100K. Don't matter. I'm critiquing you. I say that to ask you, who gets in Kyle's face? Not to yell, but to say maybe the philosophy, maybe you might need to do more of this. Or is he above that? Because it looks like he's continually making the same mistake. Does anybody get in his ear? Or does his daddy? I'm thinking his dad is about to watch him win the Super Bowl again.
Is he making the same mistakes when they go to the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Then the next year, they go to the championship game. Then the year after that, they go to a champ. He can't be a terrible coach.
I'm not saying that at all.
Again, like
areas of improvement, time management. It happened again in the Super Bowl. Steiny called the timeout 45 seconds too late. And it's like, what
about Kyle's growth?
What's going through your noggin?
For all you guys saying they went away, Christian, I saw this stat.
I know, I'm with
Christian McCaffrey had 5 runs for 0. 5 of 22 runs for 0. That's 1 out of basically 4 runs. He got nothing.
They were waiting on him.
So there you go.
Downs. You and Willard got me off of that.
Stop thinking that McCaffrey was gashing. He was not gashing.
But they were down
22 carries, 80 yards. That's not gashing.
That's your own line too, Steiny. What if I told you that? Your own line ain't creating holes.
CJ's in the city. What's up, CJ? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up?
Hey.
Obviously, still devastated from the Super Bowl loss. I mean, it was a tough loss, you know. But one thing that I feel like I've had a consistent thought throughout the year, and that was we should not have extended Kyle Shanahan without him proving that he can win the big one. Until then, he's always going to have an excuse with the defensive coordinator because it's going to be a new one almost every single year. So if they don't win, that's the person that it's going to fall on. Secondly, to all the fans that keep calling in, and Steiny, thank you for touching up on the run game. Yeah, it was working. It was working for the first half. But guess what? Spagnoli, whatever it is, Ravioli made an amazing adjustment and basically tossed the ball back to Kyle Shanahan and said, okay, what adjustments are you going to make now that I'm making Brock Purdy throw the ball? And we've seen the O-line is lacking. It's lacking a lot. Kyle Shanahan failed to make adjustments, and now he's just blaming it all on Steve Wilks. And Steve Wilks held the Chiefs to 19 points up until overtime. So really, Kyle Shanahan, there's no excuse. This is all on Kyle. Or I would say, you know what, forget the blame game, but Kyle holds the majority of it. And that's all I got, man. We should not have extended Kyle Shanahan. He should have waited to prove himself. Now, I'm not saying he should leave because obviously I remember what the Niners used to be with Blaine Gabbert and Brian Hoyer and all these other quarterbacks. So I'm grateful for what he took us out of, but there have been plenty of coaches in the past that have been successful, never won the big one. They replaced them, and they were able to turn the whole franchise around. So that's all I got for you guys. Thanks for taking my call, man.
Appreciate it, CJ. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, get it out.
Don't get me started on this.
Oh, boy.
I don't want to get into a fight with Evan.
What happened?
From the Comcast Business Text line. Hey, Steiny, what about the empty backfield sets? Listen. You can give me every reason. I'm when I'm inside the 5, and I got to look at. I would never call a play without a running back if I'm inside the 5-yard line. I don't. And I get it. Hey, you got to spread the defense. It's 6 wide. I get it. I don't know why you would take that option off the table. That's all. On that empty, I hate empty backfield. That's all. Tell me why though they do it, Evan. I got to give you a fair shot here. Remember how we got into it. I'm like, I cannot stand when you go empty backfield down near the goal line, and you said this is why they do it. I want to give you a fair shot.
Well, the answer for the 49ers is look at McCaffrey's receiving total.
80 yards.
Yeah, you don't get all of that by running the ball.
What do you mean? No, he had 80 yards rushing, 80 receiving, I think.
Yeah, I'm saying you have to flex him out sometimes to get him free.
Then I'd keep Juszczyk back. I don't know.
We got to go.
It sounds to me like you want to pick a fight. And I actually
6 minutes in the commercial break.
Went to you to say it's not fair for me to leave Evan out to dry like that. Evan, why do they do it? And then you stuck it to me. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. And you know who else? Big O Tires.
My fault. It's Big O Tires. Buy 2, get 2 tires.
You got a little cop to you.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know what? I'm proud to have a little cop in me. Because the two biggest duties of a police officer are to protect and serve. Those are two incredibly admirable qualities.
Shout out tennis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 888-957-95. Is that Clay?
Next question.
What was he
What
doing?
are you doing? Okay, let's do it. I'm sorry. What, Clay? I didn't hear you.
Next question.
What are you doing?
Next question.
No, seriously, what were you doing last night?
Next question.
Why?
Why did you foul Westbrook with 39 seconds?
Oh, my God. I don't know.
That's the one. That's
Did
the
you
one.
see real quick the look on Kerr's face? That was the first. Steiny, he looked like this. Wow.
Here's I got a plan, Gil. You tell me if you're okay with it. It's 11:30. I'm sorry. Tribute to Chad Doing. It's 11:35.
Okay.
We'll talk Niners for another half hour. Then we'll get Ted Wynn in here.
Let's do it.
He's the X and O genius when it comes to football. He's a film guy. We'll talk more about who was open, who wasn't, who played well, who didn't. And about 12:30, 12:30, we'll switch over to the Warriors.
Do it. Sounds like a plan.
All right. Let's get Marcus and Hayward to start us off.
The stats.
What's going on, Marcus? How are you, buddy?
I'm good, fellas. I'm good, man.
Yeah, you sound all right.
Just before
you sound all right.
Life, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So before I go, I just want to let you guys know that I'm a season ticket holder. Was at the NFC Championship game against Detroit. So I think I have somewhat to say, some meaning into this.
All right.
My question is this. Who do we get besides Kyle?
Well,
Shanahan is the right man for the job. You know, it's not the plays being called, it's the execution. We got a rookie quarterback who balled. We had a defense that was tired, that didn't use timeouts, and a DC that was suspect. We're right there. And people have to understand, you know how hard it is to win a game, to win an NFL championship? So according to everybody else, we should be what? 2-0, 3-0. Harbaugh shouldn't have lost. Kyle shouldn't have lost. I mean, fellas, they're killing me here. So my question to the Bay is, if not Kyle, who?
I'm with you there.
I do want to say this. I do want Belichick, though, at the DC. I think he comes, he tightens it up, we're good to go. You know what I mean?
Appreciate the call. I mean, I don't even know. I mean, is that even within the... Bill Belichick's not taking it.
Right.
Bill Belichick is not working under Kyle
Kyle has enough security to where he wouldn't be scared. You know what I mean? Like other coaches be like, God, it's Billy.
No, I think you're right. I think it works both ways.
I'll be like, hey,
and
Bill,
Kyle
give me some
wants
coffee.
no part. Because the minute they hire Belichick as a defensive coordinator, then the clock starts ticking on Kyle Shanahan.
Possibly.
Now, let me give you this before you take the next call. You and I are experienced. We talk a lot of shop, relationships, because we've been through it. I tell people all the time, and I've talked to myself, don't stay in a relationship because you're afraid you might not find love again. If you know the relationship is rotten and you need to get out, get out. But don't settle and stay because you're afraid of maybe what's not out there. And that's
now you're bringing this,
who do you want?
All right, you're
it
bringing
ain't
this
about
up,
that.
You're bringing this up,
okay.
And then I'll say, so it's a rotten relationship?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah. You're
so
not.
It's not rotten.
No.
So we're not there yet.
But I'm
so
just like,
are we like, is this kind of thing that if you and I were married, you would say to me, Steiny, you have another year next year like this past year, the way you treated me and the things you did, I'm out. So you're on the clock.
Well, pretty much. Like the halftime things, you're coming home late.
Let me tell you,
those are the halftime.
Let me tell you how real life works.
I'm out.
Let me tell you how real life works.
Go ahead.
Kyle Shanahan says, okay, I'm going to try to get better. He gets better, but nobody appreciates it. That's what usually happens in life.
But better looks
better execution, more buttoned up.
Parade, Steiny?
I don't know.
I'm judging Kyle on his own brilliance. I've given him every accolade and verbal award. Steiny, you judge the greats by closing the deal, and he's getting close. I'm not blaming. I didn't come in here, he should be fired. But when you're as good as him and you got these loaded rosters, at some point you got to get it done. That's all.
He's 44.
Well, the age is on the side for sure.
408, Steiny. Kyle doesn't, I'm going to say Steiny and Goo. Kyle doesn't suit up for the games. The players do. Players need to execute the plays. All Kyle can do is call the plays.
People on YouTube.
There's truth to all of it.
No doubt. He didn't win. But, hey, let me ask you this, Steiny. So how much do we blame the O-line? So they're the problem now, but they're good enough to get you to the Super Bowl and get you a 10-point lead multiple years?
Yes, because they broke down. They wore
Did
down.
somebody take advantage of them? Did Spags take advantage of them?
What if the 49ers are a damn good team, but guess what? Their defense wore down. Going up against Mahomes all game. They did a great job all game.
They did.
But they couldn't get – here's the way I look at it. Here's my blame chart. What does Shasky call it? Pie chart of culpability?
Yeah.
I'm just going to do this off the top of my head. 10% of that loss is McCaffrey.
I'm writing it down.
10% of that loss is Purdy. 10% of that loss is Kyle Shanahan. 10% of that loss is Bosa. 10% of that loss is Trent Williams. 10% of that loss is, did I say Kittle?
Nope.
10% goes to Kittle. 10% to Ayuk also. He didn't have a great game. How many guys is that for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6 players all on
I'll
offense.
say,
Fred
Warner gets 10%. Absolutely.
He had a great game.
Couldn't come through on Kelsey when it mattered most. Like, here's the thing. I know this is a troll statement. I'll say it. Well, Fred Warner's the best middle linebacker in football. Can guard Travis Kelsey.
Well,
no, the minute Greenlaw leaves, we can't guard Kelsey.
But you know how hard that is, though, to ask the linebacker
Okay, well, then he's not the best middle linebacker in all of football.
In fairness, before the game ended in regulation, he did guard Kelsey in that corner. Otherwise, it would have been.
And he was guarding his ass when Greenlaw was available, too, and that's when your boy almost caught a misdemeanor hitting Andy Reid.
So then take 10% out for Fred Warner because it's too much. It's too much to expect him to step up in the wake of a Greenlaw injury. All right, take that off.
I knocked it down to 5.
Put Moody on there.
Yeah, there we go, Spadoni.
I'm not putting Moody on there.
He missed extra point.
He's a rookie.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Purdy's a first-year player.
Brock is
second year, technically.
No, this is his first-year starter.
Like 7 playoff games under his belt, Purdy. He gets 10%.
Moody kicked in Michigan.
How many guys do I need to reach 10? Oh, Wilks gets 10%.
Where's Debo?
Because Debo gets 10.
We're past 100 now.
You know what, Koo? Great question. Where's Debo?
I am ready to go.
Yeah. Okay.
That was weird, man.
Wilks gets 10% because when the chips were down, he couldn't get a stop.
Somebody said, my lunch is cold. It's Wilks' fault. Oh, my goodness.
Bill's in Santa Clara. Let's talk about Steve Wilks. I call him Stevie. Stevie Wilks, Stevie Weish.
He gone.
Oh, he's gone?
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey, Bill.
Hi. Listen, there's something I think you guys are missing here that I don't believe you've touched on near enough. The decision to fire Wilks didn't take place after the Super Bowl. It was made mid-season.
Oh, no, we said that.
How many times have you seen a defensive coordinator have to be pulled out of the box and down on the field?
Yeah.
That irked them. And there were players that were talking during the season, but they wouldn't say much, is that sometimes we weren't prepared. At the end of the Super Bowl, the only thing that both of us said, we should have been better prepared. When they gained 128 yards against us in the first half against Green Bay, that's Wilks' defense. He wasn't prepared. They had to make the adjustments. When they did the same thing against Detroit, 149 yards running, you don't go into those games as a championship team and not be prepared. And when they fired Wilks, one of the things that Shanahan said, we decided he wasn't a fit.
Right.
That wasn't just his call. Who do you think built that defense? Lynch did. Lynch put that team together and knew how it should perform. So I guarantee you, Lynch was in Shanahan's ear, and Shanahan was not going to fight Lynch on that. He probably agreed with him. That isn't a one-man call.
Question for you, Bill.
He sealed his fate.
Question for you. Knowing what you know about Kyle Shanahan, if you could get him into a room and he'd be completely honest with you, and you said, do you regret not firing Wilks in the middle of the season? I think he would say, I should have.
He might say that, but then that would mean that the decision made at the beginning of the year was wrong.
You're right.
You don't want to do that to your defense, because if he has doubts and you fire him, now your defense starts to ask questions.
Yeah.
And you don't want to go down that road. They rode with him because they had no choice, but the decision to fire him took place much sooner.
Hey, let me tell you this before you go. Let me tell you this. That all-out blitz on Monday Night Football against Minnesota, and the way Kyle basically threw him under the bus, I'm not saying it was right or wrong. You normally don't. There's a buffer right then and there. You could tell that he needed to start getting on the EDD website, because we saw it coming. Like, this is no surprise.
Absolutely. That is my point, is that when you start having doubts about your defensive coordinator in the middle of the year, you can't change him because you don't have people that are prepared. That's why he's having to make this decision now, and he doesn't know where he's going to go with it. But if you're an organization, you back this up, but somewhere down the line, you start asking those defensive players, when going into the playoffs, do any of you guys have any doubts maybe that Wilks wasn't on board with the system that you were running and maybe he tried to insert his stuff? Because they knew that they were going to run the ball and they knew that Mahomes was going to carry it. But the defense they had in mind that Mahomes would throw that pass on 4th and 1, and they assumed Pacheco would get it or he would pass, and that was the wrong call on Wilks. Shanahan didn't make that call. Wilks did. He didn't have the proper defense set up. So you guys do a great job. Have a good afternoon and chew on that for a while.
I will, Bill. And here's where I'm at on that one. Like, that's the one where I don't think I am. You can judge if you. Okay. I'm not inside enough to know where they really were. I do know this. The Milwaukee Bucks, all right, they got halfway through the year, and somebody of weight,
Giannis,
a boss, the owner, the GM, whether Giannis did or not, said, we cannot win a title with Adrian Griffin.
Damn.
We cannot do it. And they fired him.
17 games over 500.
Okay, we'll see what happens. But clearly they believed Griffin was a problem. So when it comes to, well, you can't fire him. Well, in fact, it's interesting you said that because I Googled offensive and defensive coordinators before the show. Like, how many offensive and defensive coordinators get fired during the season? And there are a few. Yeah. There are absolutely
rare,
a few.
But it happens.
So, I mean, you really want to talk about inside baseball. If Kyle Shanahan lost all confidence in Steve Wilks midway through the season or early in the season, then he should have fired him if he wasn't the right fit.
Maybe he didn't want what it would look like. Like,
well,
I'd rather delay that I got made the wrong choice.
Maybe it looks like a Super Bowl title.
Wow, you got me there.
Maybe you make the move to fire Wilks, and now the defense is like, you know what? We weren't crazy about Wilks. This is a good move. We're going to be better. I don't know. Just throwing them out there. Matt's in Oakland. Hey, Matt, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Just quickly on the Dubs. Boy, I hope Kerr benches Clay today. That was inexcusable. But I'm too pissed to talk about that. Regarding the 49ers, I mean, since I don't care as much, maybe this is a little perspective. I mean, they got within 10 seconds of winning a Super Bowl in overtime.
Matt, you got to call back. You're clicking. You're clicking.
Man, breaking
it's going click, 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 click.
But they
call back. I'll put you right up. Ryan's in San Jose. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, it's great to be on again. Prior to the inception of the season, you had asked a question directed at 49er fans, pretty much asking the question as to whether or not we have a conviction of whether or not Kyle Shanahan is capable of winning a Super Bowl. Yep. And I had called in and answered that question and responded with a resounding no, based on the fact that in critical situations, he makes the worst decisions, and unfortunately, that reared its head in the Super Bowl. So, unfortunately, I was hoping, like I said before, I was hoping to be wrong, but unfortunately, once again, I turned out to be right when I didn't want to be, and I believe that Kyle Shanahan could win a Super Bowl. However, he needs to have an offensive coordinator. See, the reason why Andy Reid has won numerous Super Bowls because he's smart enough to realize that you have to have a system of checks and balances in place in order to win a Super Bowl, which is why he went out and grabbed Matt Nagy to be his offensive coordinator when Eric Bieniemy left. Because what happens is, the way the human brain is constructed, when you put too much pressure and responsibility on the human brain, it gives way to human error taking place. And so if you have, in the case of Kyle Shanahan, if you get into a rhythm of bad play calling, you're not going to have anyone to to overlook you and say, you know what, maybe we should go in a different direction.
Let me throw this at you. Ryan, let me throw this at you because would you get rid of Kyle Shanahan?
No, I would not, because I believe he's good enough to win a Super Bowl. However, he needs to have
tweak
a offensive coordinator.
Fair.
He needs to be tweaked. That's exactly what I believe, and nobody is stressing it. And I believe that if the 49ers go back to another Super Bowl, I don't care how much talent they have, you're going to get the same end result, because it's like this. Andy Reid is going into war with as much talent and as many generals as he can. And so when you're down a general going into battle, you're giving the opposition a huge advantage. And that's why the 49ers lost, is because they don't have that vantage point that the Kansas City Chiefs have, and so that's why they ended up winning the game.
Let me ask you this. The reality of that happening for Kyle, or that person appearing, is kind of slim to none. Would you admit that? I don't disagree with you, but that's not going to happen.
What did Mike McDaniel do? What was Mike McDaniel's job when he was here? When he was with the 49ers?
I want to say co-offensive coordinator or something.
Do the 49ers have an offensive coordinator, or is it Kyle?
Well, he calls the plays and has the title, but Mike McDaniels was in a role to where he had a title, but it was like your boy...
coordinator in 2021.
Okay. But everything that guy's saying, there's validity, Steiny. Kyle's not taking ownership to say, I need that. And to be honest, he's one completion away, Kyle, of having a Super Bowl ring, and none of this is being brought up.
I mean, I think it's fair to ask, like Steve Kerr. Why doesn't Kerr play that? Like, part of Steve Kerr's makeup, part of who he is as a coach, part of the reason one of the big reasons you hire Steve Kerr. He's got, like, one of his traits as a coach is he relies on veterans. And given a choice, he's always going to take the veteran. All right, now you hired Kyle Shanahan, really good coach. But when you hire Kyle Shanahan as a coach, clearly you give the entire offense to Kyle Shanahan. So
it hasn't been a bad decision, Stoney. It's just he can't get over the hump, or they. We're talking about two different quarterbacks now getting to the same plateau.
One below average quarterback and one average quarterback. Very few average quarterbacks win the Super Bowl. Over the last 58 Super Bowls, most of the quarterbacks who win the Super Bowl are great.
I think of Trent Dilfer and Brad Johnson, but their defenses were great. They had all-time great D.
You can think of the three.
This team's D let them down then, if what you're saying is correct. If you think that's fair to say,
everybody let everybody down. Man. It's the defense.
Kyle included.
Yes. This was again, 7 times already. This was top to bottom. This was coached to the 53rd man on the roster. To a man, everybody could look in the mirror and say, we didn't do enough. Now, I don't know if you admit it. Kyle seems to sometimes not want to admit that there's ever another way to look at things. But let's go to Matt in Oakland. He's back. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man?
Like I was saying, I hope you're all doing well. I sure hope Clay gets benched tonight. That was inexcusable, but I wanted to mention the 49ers. I mean, they did.
Next question.
Come within an eyelash, nice, within an eyelash of beating the best coach and best quarterback in football. Although I could have thrown that pass at the end. What really kind of bugs me. I'm a musician, and one of my mentors said this to me once. He said, "Don't get people who you have to tell what to do. Get people who already do what you want them to do. You don't force them into a style that isn't their own. You get the guy or woman who already does what you want, so you don't have to worry about stuff like that." And I mean, the lack of accountability from that arrogant head coach is really kind of appalling. I mean, he hired the guy, and he wasn't the right guy.
Yeah.
And did he take any blame for it? Did Bosa? Well, it's not really Bosa's fault. I mean, they were right there. It wasn't like they stunk, but man, they could use some offensive linemen. That's all I'll say. But if that guy doesn't have being Shanahan, if he doesn't have some kind of come to Jesus meeting about his personal arrogance, I don't know if they're ever going to get over the hump. They do need a guy like, Kerr went and hired, Alvin Gentry, all these other people who knew what they were doing. And he didn't worry about his own ego. This guy doesn't seem to have gotten past that. So guess we'll see.
Appreciate it, man.
That's all I got. Take it easy.
And here's one thing. I don't know why this crossed my mind now, but why? So the 49ers extend Lynch and Shanahan before the season.
Right.
Why didn't they announce it when it happened?
And Kyle answered that question. There was something going on to where
it was like a month to 6 weeks.
No doubt, but I vaguely remember Kyle explaining why that wasn't announced in real time.
It might have something to do with the Bosa holdout, quite frankly. You didn't want to announce those guys got extensions when Bosa was holding out.
I want to say you're right, but they explained it. Kyle explained why it took a little longer. Again, nobody cares. Do I think Kyle should be fired? No. Steve Wilks, I saw it coming. I understand everybody's prerogative if you feel like he's a scapegoat. But the way Nick Bosa threw him under the bus with his comments and the way Kyle did it his timing, Steiny, the word of the day is greaseballish. Those two, it's my life. Those two, it bothers me that they did that man that way.
All right, coming up on the other side, we've got Ted Wynn. He's a staff writer for The Athletic. He covers the NFL. Great X's and O's guy. I've been looking forward to talking to him for the previous 2 hours. You can check out his latest story on the Chiefs' defensive game plan and Steve Spagnuolo, obviously, which helped the Chiefs win that game. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Athletic NFL staff writer Ted Wynn on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Visit Friedman's Appliance.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it. Bring in Ted Wynn, NFL staff writer at The Athletic. You can check out his latest piece. It's on the Chiefs' defensive game plan, and Steve Spagnuolo. Check that out in The Athletic. Ted, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, listen, we know you're a big film guy and a tape guy. I guess here's where I'll start. Kittle only had 2 catches, and Ayuk only had 3, and Debo only. Were they open and Purdy didn't see him, or were they not getting separation? Is there any way to generalize maybe why the offense sputtered, or some of those guys sputtered a little bit in that Super Bowl?
Well, if you look at what the Chiefs have done all season, they have been the best team at taking away a team's number one receiver. And Steve Spagnuolo is just one of the best at being able to take away a number one, because he has so many different tools and schemes and strategies for taking away a number one receiver. You look at throughout the playoffs. They didn't consider Zay Flowers the number one, so they gave him a bunch of one-on-one coverage and they gave him some catches underneath. But other than that, they I don't have the stat in front of me, but before that game, the last 5 number ones, including Devontae Adams, Stephon Diggs, I think they only gave up 128 yards total to those guys in 5 games in a row. So he's just really good at taking number ones. They bracketed IU. Sometimes they'll show a bracket and then they'll blitz. They just made it tough to get the ball to him. And they gave Deebo Samuel a bunch of one-on-one coverage. But then they had Trent McDuffie or Snead press him, and those 2 guys are, top of the league at what they do. And Deebo, as great as he is not really a downfield route running, intermediate deep ball type of receiver. And we saw that in the game. He wasn't able to win those one-on-ones consistently. So with press coverage, you can't get those screens to Deebo because the corners are right on you, right? So. They just made it tough to get the ball to Debo, and they doubled Ayuk. That's what they do all season. Some of the teams that had success against the Chiefs, they were able to get the ball to like their 3rd or 4th receivers or tight ends and running backs, and they just weren't. And Christian McCaffrey had 90 yards receiving. So that's the game plan that you should have coming into playing the Chiefs. But unfortunately, they didn't win in the red zone, and they had the turnover, and those things could do you in against a good elite defense.
Ted, I got like a million questions, but I know we got a short amount of time, and I'll start with this one. What would you say to the crowd that said Kyle should have ran McCaffrey more?
I think the Chiefs had a lot more success against the run than people realize, especially with their base personnel, which means just 4 defensive backs and some combination of 7 defensive linemen and linebackers. When they had their base defense on the field, in the first half, the Niners only had 5 carries for 11 yards. So the Chiefs had a good game plan against the Niners running game. They were able to create negative plays. They got the Niners into some long yardage situations on early downs that kind of forced them to pass. And really, the Niners' superpower all season has been, if you're going to put your base personnel on the field, we're going to punish you with explosive pass plays because we have guys that can beat linebackers, and that's been their identity. That's been how they been putting up so many points against other teams. But against the Chiefs, they couldn't do it because the Chiefs have good matchup players as well.
Ted Wynn joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's an NFL staff writer at The Athletic. You want to check out his stuff he wrote on the Super Bowl and the Chiefs' defensive game plan. I'm looking at the San Francisco 49ers, and obviously they just fired Steve Wilks. I'm going to ask you a question that you don't have to answer it if you want, but I bet if you ask Kyle Shanahan in his heart of hearts, do you think he wishes maybe that he would have gotten rid of Steve Wilks in the middle of the season? Because the breadcrumbs now seem to be leading us to, they weren't on the same page this year.
Yeah, but, also, I don't know if they have a guy that they felt good to be his replacement because Steve Wilks does have a lot of experience in the league as a defensive coordinator. And I'm sure that they had some hope that they could have, eventually right the ship, too. So I think they wanted to give Wilks a chance to get things right. But unfortunately, they just never got on the same page.
Ted, let me ask you this about Brock Purdy. I told my partner Steiny here, I was shocked that he wasn't overwhelmed, didn't turn the ball over in this game. And all I hear about, because, Ted, I feel like the Niners let this one get away. We'll leave that there. But, when you're playing a Patrick Mahomes or some a quarterback of that caliber, they're heroic. Has anything changed in your estimation from a Brock Purdy standpoint that he could either not be Mahomes but be a championship quarterback moving forward?
No, I thought Brock played pretty well in the Super Bowl. I mean, again, this is an elite secondary. He played an elite defensive play caller that had a really good game plan. And, obviously there were some mistakes and there were some plays that he would love to have back. But I think, to me, that's where experience comes in. It's hard to – sometimes people forget he's in his second year. He hasn't seen a lot of football. He hasn't seen a lot of NFL football, and all these reps that he's having, he is being registered in his mind and is getting better. But there were some plays where I thought, experience is what would make the difference. Like, maybe he could have changed the protection. Maybe on that 3rd and 5 at the end of the game where they couldn't convert, if he told George Kittle to look towards the slot and he hit Ayuk on the hot route, that might have ended the game. But that's tough to see as a second-year player that's still learning and getting these reps. But now he has that in his bank, and he's going to build on that.
Ted Wynn joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's an NFL writer for The Athletic. The overtime situation with the toss, just your feelings on Kyle taking the ball, the Chiefs apparently loving that they took the ball in that situation, and kind of the second guessing around that. How did you view it?
Yeah, I mean, to me, all the analysis that I've read on it, it's pretty much a 50-50 proposition, and you can make arguments for either strategy. And obviously the Chiefs believed in one strategy, and they kind of ingrained in their guys that this is the strategy that we want to go with. So they obviously believed in it, and they were ready to go, and we're very happy that the Niners chose the other strategy. But this is a brand new rule, it's a brand new format for overtime. So to me, it wasn't as egregious as people thought it was. And obviously the results were what it was, and it makes it worse. But to me, it's kind of a 50-50 proposition. I could see both sides of the argument, and to analyze that, we kind of have to not look at the results and kind of. I think we need more evidence to kind of steer which way it should go. But they made this rule so that it's more fair to whoever wins or loses the coin toss.
Ted, can you help me break this down? I just can't get over the 3rd and 5 from the 9 late in the 4th. I just thought a first down there. I know first down there. They bleed the clock, kick a field goal, Niners win the Super Bowl. So now I'm hearing and I'm reading a lot of people blaming the O-line collectively. But if the O-line is good enough to get you to this plateau, do you think, Ted, it's fair to say, okay, in the big game, it's cool for everybody to say we lost them the game? Or is it on Kyle? Is it on the O-line? A combination of both? How do you see that?
Well, it's definitely not the offensive line, because the guy that got in was Trent McDuffie, and he wasn't the offensive line's responsibility. George Kittle was in the backfield, and he was that extra blocker. And I don't know what he's taught, but maybe they thought a blitz was going to come from the slot to the opposite side, but it actually came from the wide side, which is where McDuffie came from. So in a perfect world, Kittle would block McDuffie. Or maybe Brock sees that blitz and he throws hot to Ayuk right away. But that's definitely not an offensive line. It's either on Kittle or it's on Brock to see it. It was a well-disguised defense because Spags hasn't called that before, and he brought that at the perfect time, and it kind of fooled the offense. But if you were to put blame on somebody, it would have to be Kittle or Purdy, not the offensive line.
Ted Wynn joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the NFL for The Athletic. I mean, I think objectively, if we look at the San Francisco 49ers, Ted, they're going to look a lot similar next year to this year. It's just kind of the way it plays out. Greenlaw maybe won't be there for the start of the season, but essentially the team's going to probably look like this past year. So how do they get better, and where do they need to improve the most in your mind?
To me, the secondary has to get a lot better. I thought they were a problem. Jimmy Ward leaving in free agency was obviously a huge problem because Lenore had to move in to play nickel when they had 5 defensive backs on the field, and obviously Aubrey Thomas got picked on relentlessly. I thought losing Hufanga was huge for this defense, especially the run defense, because Hufanga just created so many negative plays in the run game, and he was still good back there. They dealt with multiple injuries to the safety position. So I think they have to get deeper in the secondary. I think they need a nickel or outside corner so they could decide what spot they want to put Lenore into. But I thought the secondary was pretty bad this season.
Ted, I was telling my partner, I know football is a violent sport. No excuses. Everybody's got a story. But if you watch that first half up into the Greenlaw injury and Kelsey going crazy on his coach and the frustration that had set in, there's no way that injury didn't have a bearing on the outcome. With that said, going into next season, you know, what are the ramifications you think of that Greenlaw injury to this Niner defense, whoever the coordinator is?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, to me, Greenlaw is a top 10 linebacker, and you pair that with Fred Warner, who is either 1 or 2 in the league. You know, obviously the Niners don't have great depth there. I mean, Oren Burks got picked. I think he got targeted 9 times for 9 catches and over 100 yards. Or I don't have the stat in front of me, but I think it's something similar to that. So that injury is pretty big, and it's a huge part of the Niners' identity is having those 2 top-flight linebackers just chase everything down and take away the middle of the field. And then obviously Travis Kelce went off in the second half. So I think it was a huge injury. It's tough when you're starting to get to the point of the stage of development with the Niners where people are getting paid to have a lot of good depth because you're paying these top guys so much money. It's hard to build out that depth, and you really have to do it with the draft and with guys that other teams don't want. So you have to find these diamonds in the rough. And the Niners defense was pretty thin this year, and we saw that play out. And then obviously you don't expect to lose a top flight linebacker just running on a field, but it was a very impactful injury.
Ted, are you done writing for a little while, or do you got something in the hopper that we can look for in the next day or two?
NFL news cycle is never done. So I'm writing about some of the coaching hires, about Luke Getsy, and then I'm going to write about Mike Zimmer's fit, and then I have to get into the draft and start really studying these guys and breaking down these draft prospects.
What do you think they'll do at defensive coordinator? Or thought process?
It's really tough at this point of the season because everybody is settled in with their positions and all that. But I think Mike Vrabel is an interesting name because I think he could cycle between. I think he could play, run a 4-down system. I think he's a really good strategist and good defensive mind. But maybe he's too buff for Kyle Shanahan to change his play calls. So, maybe he won't fit in. Brandon Staley's an interesting name, but he's an odd front guy that doesn't really fit what the Niners are doing. But maybe if he convince them that he could run the Niners single gap system and adjust, he could be a name to watch out for too. But anytime you have a guy that's switching schemes, they dealt with some of that with Steve Wilks, it's going to be adjustment. And maybe Jeff Ulbrich, who is the Jets defensive coordinator right now, maybe if you convince him to want to come home to the Bay Area, he'd be a great name as well. So I'd watch out for those guys.
Ted, I gotta leave you. I know I gotta leave you with this one, Ted. For all the chatter, because it has got some fertilizer that says Kyle can't win the big one. Do you scoff at that, or do you say, you know what, everybody's entitled to their opinion? There's enough data to show that, or where are you at when you hear talk like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough to put the first Super Bowl on him when the offense scored so many points in that. When he was the Atlanta Falcons offense coordinator, when he was offense coordinator with the Falcons, and then I just think it's hard when you're in the Patrick Mahomes era. You know, it's like being in the Jordan era. All these guys that never became champions or never got the accolades they deserved because they were playing in the era of the greatest player of all time. We're seeing a similar situation with Patrick Mahomes, who is going to be in a running for the greatest quarterback of all time. I mean, it's tough to beat him, you know. So there were definitely some things that Kyle could have done better. But I think Andy Reid made a bunch of coaching mistakes too, but he had Patrick Mahomes on his side, which is the the great equalizer.
Hey, Ted, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and really like your stuff. You have great insight. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. Ted Wynn, NFL staff writer. You can follow him at The Athletic NFL. You can also check out his latest story. Ted Wynn of The Athletic.
Everybody and their mom's coming up with that comparison between Mahomes and Jordan and it being the era. But can I just say this to you about that, Steiny? And I get it, but Magic got beat 5 games, his Laker team, against Jordan. Malone wasn't able to take in Stockton Jordan to 7 games. Barkley either. And I guess what I'm saying is 2 different sports. They were never really close. Mahomes, 2 of the 3, Steiny, were right. The Niners had them.
That's you know what I mean. It wasn't 38-10. With all due respect, I don't think they had them. I don't think the Niners ever had them. They were up 10-0. They couldn't take advantage and score more. Well, at that point, you're like, oh, boy, they're wasting opportunities. Now it's 10-3. You know, then it's 13-10. They lost another close game. Yeah. Let's go out to Rafi. Rafi's in Berkeley. Let's take some calls, maybe get into the Warriors on the other side. What's up, Rafi? How you doing?
Good, guys. How y'all doing today?
Hey.
So my take was a little taken in that, I just did want to say, it's not like people give Pat Riley such a hard time losing to Jordan. It's like we are up against one of the best coaches in league history with who will end up as potentially the best quarterback in league history. We were in the game and we lost the game and we lost a close game. And that's great. And my kind of just take on Kyle, which I did want to share, is I think that the thing that I think is a little different from him and Andy Reid is just time. And Andy Reid is the ultimate, there was a really great article in The Ringer. I don't remember who wrote it, but it was about Andy Reid and his level of attention to detail. He's telling people to change their socks halfway through practice because he sees someone have the wrong sock on. And that just comes from time and life. And I think to have gotten this far this young is incredible, but let's just not forget that Andy Reid didn't win till he was 60 years old. Kyle's 43, 44. We put a lot on this guy. He's got to learn that attention to detail. And I think, they lost the game because there were details that weren't handled. But for where he is in his career, I think we're pretty hard on the guy. And I think that in 10 years, he's going to see more, know more, and have more under control to the point where you win these kinds of Super Bowls and you win multiples. If you look at guys like Reid, Belichick, they are beyond fanatical with attention to detail. And Kyle is detail-oriented.
What about this? Nobody expects Purdy to be Mahomes. He's had a second year. Why do we expect Shanahan to be Belichick or Reid?
Yeah,
right now.
And he is a fun for 43 years old. What a coach we have. Of course we want to keep him for 10 years. Are you kidding me? Fire Kyle?
I'm with you.
Sign Kyle up.
I'm with you, but nobody wants to hear it. Rafi, I'm with you, but nobody wants to hear that after you lose the Super Bowl.
To both of you, Stoney, I get that, but miss me with the age component. If you're good enough to get your team to the big game, Rafi, is it too much to ask to win that big game, especially when they're close? And then you hear the fallout of the 49er players didn't know the rule. My point is, I hear you on attention to detail. How are we so sure, Stoney, that some guys and gals are going to get that? So
this is
what I mean?
And I guess this is going to be my greatest frustration moving forward is I feel like you gotta call a side on Kyle. If you really think he's problematic and he'll never get better and he's snake bit, then by goodness, man up and say, let's fire him. But I don't like the idea of, well, he's a great coach, great play caller, hasn't broken through. Then we can't fire him. So what are we going to do? We're going to bring Kyle Shanahan back and just rip him a new one until and unless he wins a Super Bowl. Like, to me, that's kind of having it both ways. And that's the part I'm not crazy about with the assess. Like, I'd rather, like, okay, and this is not personal. Yeah. In a way, I would rather, remember, I swear to God, I'm not doing this. When you said I'd fire Kyle for what he did with Trey Lance.
Yeah, and I meant it at that point.
I almost wish you would have said at that time, oh, that's a fireable offense what he did to Trey Lance. Plus, you know what, Steiny? He ain't never going to win a big one. I'd fire him. Because you could be standing on that right now.
But I didn't feel that
and
way.
You could be like, I'm telling you, Steiny, I didn't like the way he did that, and I don't think he can win. But I think it's unfair to just, we're going to kill him until, so we're going to kill him all next year. You know that, don't you?
I hear you on the two-way street, but Steiny, it goes back to your analogy with the relationships. You tell your spouse you want them to work on something, you're going to work on something, we'll reconvene. So I'm not ready to just say, Kyle, like I recognize the brilliance, but Steiny, my point is the list is getting longer by the season with the they had the best
and let me just
they had the best roster going into this game. So that's
were they the best
like
team?
If his name was Tony the Tiger, they had the best roster.
And you know what, Goo? That's where I now disagree. Ooh. Coming into the game, I thought the 49ers had a better team. I do not think that now. Do not. I think the Chiefs had a better team. That's just me.
And what does Jordan at quarterback make up for whatever? Hell, you got a better punter. You got a better say. When you got Jordan at QB, I'm asking you, how much is that worth to bridge that gap and maybe give the lead to the.
Wait, one more time.
Oh, you got a better roster. You got a better safety or backup nickel. But when you got Jordan at quarterback, which is obviously more than Purdy, maybe that's where the argument stops.
Maybe. I mean, it could stop there for like that's again in the wake of the game. Right after the game, I'm like, you know what? That's a great game. Great game. Mahomes, unbelievable. 49ers, they just didn't get it done. You can't make a week's worth of shows. They just didn't get it done. No, you got to go into why they didn't get it done, and I get that, but sometimes you just don't.
I know you hate this. McVay won at 35, Steiny.
Right, and we always so you're using the greatest coaches of all time when you.
Oh no,
that's what I mean. He's a victim of his own success. And here's the other thing, and I'll just say it: he's lost 2 Super Bowls as a head coach to Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's where I think some people could be like, what are we talking about here?
And then the NFC Championship game to Sean McVay.
Okay.
And then the NFC Championship game.
I like coaches who get to NFC Championship games every freaking year. Like, I'll take that coach over, somebody mentioned Dan Campbell. There's a chance in 3 or 4 years we're going to look at Dan Campbell and be like, he wasn't a great coach. I mean, he better follow it up, right? He's got to follow it up. 888-9... We still got some calls we can take on this on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We can finish up on the San Francisco 49ers, maybe get into Golden State Warriors on the other side. Little potpourri on 95.7, The Game.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
It's Big O Tires. Buy 2, get 2 tires free sale now through Monday. This deal comes once a year on select in-stock sets, and with the purchase of a tire protection package, 1-year alignment, and installation package on all 4.
$95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stein and Guru. 95.7 The Game.
You don't mind if I tell our business, do you?
Depends.
You're going back to be with your family in Pittsburgh, so you'll be out tomorrow.
Reading.
Yeah, Reading.
Pittsburgh.
Larry Kruger will be in for you. So people won't be like, son, you got tired of you, Guru.
Well, I am tired of you, but I still have to go back east.
Luke is smiling. I'm going to give you a one. Because
I'm trying to find. I'm going to have the same. You might have the same problem with me in 30 years. We're having trouble getting anybody to talk about my dad.
Oh, stop it. Rest in peace, Mr. Steinmetz.
You got to get the same.
He's the man. He made you.
You got to come up dry when I'm 87 in the grave, too. We need some. Goo, can you give me 5 minutes? No. No, I gave him 4 hours a day.
Oh, boy. It was a long 4.
888-957-9570. We can talk Warriors. Let's clean up some calls. Okay. Let's clean up the calls.
It is Super Bowl week. The people hurting.
Vince is in the city. Hey, Vince, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm still reeling from the Super Bowl loss, but it is what it is, man. Got to look forward to the next season. But, I just wanted to talk real quick about this whole overtime situation. It took a trick play in the first half to put 7 up on the board. And when he busted that out that early, I knew we were in trouble. It was going to be a long game. So there was no guarantee that we were going to, let's say it goes the other way in overtime where we defer. They get the ball. We can damn near guarantee because they were rolling. They were going to put 7 up on the board. And then they came out and said, well, they were going to go for 2. Okay, so they go for 2. Let's say they put up 8. There is no guarantee that we were going to go down and score a touchdown, let alone also convert for 2. So I don't know what the big deal is. I mean, I actually agree with Kyle's take on overtime. You were hoping that your defense was going to hold up, and, it just didn't happen. And that's what it was. It was a 3-point game. It was very tight the whole time. So, and it went into overtime. I don't remember the last time a Super Bowl went into OT. So the better team won.
Hey, let me ask you this, caller. Let me ask you this. I told Stoney this on Monday. You know what? Everything you said I don't disagree with. But if your defense is so damn good, and I'm talking about the Niners, why are so many Niner fans calling in saying you got to assume Mahomes is going to get 7? Because so much of that game, or at least a half of it, you were in his ass. Why is everybody just assuming they were going to get 7 when you're sitting there with Warner and Bosa?
For me, you see a difference in production once Greenlaw went out. The middle of the field was closed off. They weren't doing nothing in the first when he was playing. Travis Kelce was a ghost. But the guy that you had on earlier, I want to say Oren Burks was targeted 7 times. He gave up 107 or 100-something yards and a touchdown. So, yes, you have to assume because Greenlaw was shutting down the middle of the field with Fred Warner, but it's not the same player in Oren Burks. You lose the middle third of the field with that coverage. So how else are you going to stop him? Travis Kelce got going after Greenlaw went down. They went after Oren Burks, and you see it in the film. Oh, 57's hurt, 57's hurt. Of course you're going to go after the replacement. That's smart football.
Yep.
So there's no way you're going to stop that.
I get you.
Thanks, Vince. Yeah. I like Vince.
Vinny.
See, this is why I just look up at the TV and I just get annoyed.
I can honestly say
I'm watching Kendrick Perkins, Brian Windhorst, and Stephen A. Smith. Would LeBron and Steph be the greatest duo in NBA history?
Don't be disrespectful.
Not even close.
Dude, I saw it and I got irritated.
One's 40, one's 36. Yeah, they're better than Jordan and Pippen in their prime.
Oh, Kobe and Shaq for me.
Yeah.
Steph and Clay.
Well,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Fair. Steph and Draymond. Steph and Durant. Come on now.
Or would it be more of Stephen over Draymond?
Jason in Oakland wants us to stop praising Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, no. I want to hear this.
What's up, Jace?
What's up, Steiny and Cooler, man? I love listening to y'all. I love listening to y'all in the afternoon, man. Y'all got a great combination. Let me let y'all know that first.
Thank you.
But this is what I want to say, though. This is what I want to say. People are acting like Mahomes threw for 5 touchdowns.
Talk to me.
400 yards. And ain't nobody saying if the Niners one of the offensive on the right-hand side would have made a block, Jennings would have caught the touchdown, or he would have looked over to the left and seen Ayuk was wide open because the cornerback fell down. That would have changed everybody's conversation. But now I'm hearing the narratives of, oh, yeah, he's playing against Patrick Mahomes. When we played him with Garoppolo, we was up 10 points. Shanahan did not run the ball when the running back got 6 yards on the first down, and he threw the ball, 2 or 3 times after that. So the Niners handed them another Super Bowl. And then we got on the special teams, this dude knowing that it's on a kickoff, get out the way.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to make a block. I'm going to let my guy catch the ball and down it right there.
Hey, Jay.
So it's not about what Patrick Mahomes did. It's about what the Niners did.
I feel that, man.
And the mistakes they made.
I feel that. I just said it.
About how great Patrick Mahomes. They're talking about how great Patrick Mahomes is and he's playing against Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes threw a pick.
Jace.
Brock Purdy didn't even throw a pick.
So what do you do, Jace? What do you do?
What after this? You talk. They got a guy that's up in Santa Cruz, and if Shanahan don't get it done this season, they got a guy in Santa Cruz that's been watching by the name of Mike Holmgren.
Oh
wow!
I was going to say Bob Hill. I was going to say Nicholas Kerr.
He went Holmgren. Wow.
How about Pete Carroll for defensive coordinator? Doug's in Berkeley. Hey, Doug. How you doing, buddy?
Dougie.
Hey, guys. I'm good. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, listen, I got a couple of quick takes here. Number one, you got to overcome adversity to have success. The defense this year had a bad stretch there in the middle of the season. And then in the last 2 playoff games, they overcame adversity. They dug deep. They didn't look good all the time, but they dug deep. You have to do that. In the Super Bowl game, we held Andy Reid, and the great Andy Reid, 10 years or so in Philadelphia, never won a Super Bowl, and we're talking. Didn't win one until we got Patrick Mahomes. We held Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes to 19 points in 4 quarters. This up and down horrible defense. We couldn't get it together, and people complained. We held them to 19 points, okay? That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good. Steve Spagnuolo, on all the key plays in the game that could have made a difference, he outcoached our head coach, okay? The bottom line is, on the key situations, the defense is not nearly as bad as we're making it out to be. Wilks has gotten sandbagged. He wasn't the greatest, but he did a hell of a job. They pulled together. Shanahan on every key play. What do we say about Brock Purdy, how he goes through his reads, okay? If he had a little more time, a little better play calling, he would have found Ayuk open, okay? So there's enough blame to go around. There's enough praise to go around. There's all this talk. We tried hard. We didn't get it. But Wilks, for me, the bottom line is Wilks is getting a bad rap. Not perfect, but he's getting a bad rap. And as much blame as you're going to put on him, you could put the same amount of blame on Shanahan for not putting us in position on those key plays where he got out-coached by Spagnuolo every time to win the Super Bowl.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate it.
Stoney, I was just going to say something you brought up Tuesday. Ted talked about it from The Athletic. We had him on. Ted Wynn. He maybe a more experienced quarterback tells George Kittle, when he whiffed on the block, because I thought it was O-lineman. I didn't know it was Kittle's responsibility, and he was just saying maybe a more experienced quarterback recognizes that, and you brought up the question. This is why I bring you up. Would a more seasoned quarterback have made a better throw or saw that breakdown before it actually happened, and maybe we're in a parade today? I don't know, but Ted kind of – I don't want to speak for him, but he brought that up, Steiny.
Well, you don't have who are the quarterbacks we said might have been able to make that
Aaron
play?
Rodgers.
You know what? I'm not sure about that, but whatever.
Okay,
Aaron Rodgers.
Mahomes.
Brock Purdy's not that good. He's not good enough.
Or seasoned.
Or whatever. Like, that's the other thing. You know what? Shanahan's coach said, how long has Andy Reid been a head coach in the NFL? 21 years?
Yeah, a long time.
20? Yeah. Andy Reid's been a head coach for 20 years. Shanahan's 7. Shanahan's getting better.
Yeah.
Shanahan's getting better as a coach. He just needs to get a little better. Just needs to improve. Just like Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy needs to get better.
But you just hope
maybe we win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, you just hope you don't get his bling in Denver.
How do you think Kyle got better between the first and second Super Bowl?
Oh, I'm not saying he did or he didn't. I don't know that. I'm just saying he has to get better.
No, right.
Kyle's got to get better.
I think the problem, I don't want to speak for
everyone. Is Kyle a better coach now than he was in 19?
I thought he was. But now
so one game now
I'm
he's not?
I'm not saying he's not. I didn't see any growth. We got the halftime debacle. We got your team not knowing the rules, and they're talking like they're snitching.
Sounds like next year's going to be a lot of fun ripping Kyle Shanahan all season long. That's what we're headed to. You know it. You know it. You lie.
If you were York, would you be like, a little part of you?
It's too late.
Honey at dinner talking to his wife.
Then why'd you extend me?
And that was, do you think, no.
Do I think what?
Because there's a Steiny.
Jed York extended this guy before the season.
So there's no regret.
He had 3 years left. I don't know if there's regret or not.
Always,
but that's called making a bed. He made a bed.
But when you can turn a furnace up just a little bit,
Jed York
that's a good thing.
Let me ask you a question. You really think Jed York can turn a furnace up on a guy like Kyle Shanahan? Yeah, how'd that work out when Jed York tried to turn the furnace up on Harbaugh?
Well, that was different. That was personal.
Kyle Shanahan, on the one hand, we're saying Kyle Shanahan's the most arrogant coach we've ever seen. He's arrogant, he's arrogant.
Yeah.
Oh, but Jed York can turn up the heat.
No, he gave that
Jed
away
York
when he gave him the
cannot
extension.
turn up the heat. Kyle Shanahan will say, fine, fire me, and I'll get a job yesterday. Let's go to Jay in Berkeley. What's up, Jay? How you doing, man?
Hey, how are you?
Dynamite.
So, diehard Broncos fan, living in the Bay, feeling for all the Niners fans who have been, I've been there. Of
course.
It took a while for the Broncos to get one. And the formula is simple. Shanahan's only win when they have an Elway. So, go get an Elway.
There it is.
Wow. That's what you like. I mean, I'm just saying, you don't like the two-way.
I'm just saying, okay, let's really talk about it. Andy Reid or Shanahan? Well, Reid's got the advantage.
Next question.
Mahomes or Purdy?
Next question.
Mahomes. Kelsey or Kelsey?
Next question.
Well, it's more than
and here's
that.
The other thing.
You had a 10
Here's the other thing.
lead.
Chris Jones or Bosa? Chris Jones.
Well, I ain't mad at you on that one.
Okay. Again, all the big boys played better than all their big boys played better than your big boys. Period. Let's go to Rob. Rob's in Dublin. So I need a complaint. I need somebody to. I'm ready for somebody to blame the officials.
Rob from San Bruno, give us a call, buddy.
Hey, question for you, fellas. How is it that the Chiefs have one holding penalty for 3 Super Bowls? Explain that to me.
I thought it was 0 holding penalties in the 3.
Well, that's well coached.
Actually one, go. Just one, but one.
Still 0.
One. It's crazy. Yeah, still 0, exactly. So my other question, then I'll take Vrabel as a defensive coordinator. If we have to go, I think we need to go with a player coach, somebody who's played the game, knows it. And also, too, what would y'all say to having an extra 2 refs on the field for the Super Bowl to not miss certain calls? I'll take your questions. I'll take your answers off the air.
Well, one of the reasons is they haven't been. I mean, that's just superior coaching. No, it's coaching.
No, I was saying the one holding call. They played good.
Who?
The Chiefs, offensive line.
Oh,
they got one in 3 Super Bowls.
Difference between being buttoned up and not buttoned up.
Yeah.
One team didn't hold. The other team had
and your best
5 false
player
starts.
held. That first drive was symbolic.
Who held?
Trent Williams, false start.
And trying to get the word out on him all year.
And then your boy Jordan puts it on the carpet. We're not used to, like, just think about how that game went. The first drive, you're gashing them. And then it's like, oh, Trent, well, we ain't used to that. And then your boy puts it on the carpet. McCaffrey, like that was a sign.
See, I don't believe the 49ers were ever gashing the Chiefs.
That first drive, they were moving.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, boy.
You got scored even
you're right
considered
there.
a gash.
Your boy put it on the
McCaffrey
carpet.
fumbled.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That
doesn't mean you weren't gashing.
I don't think they were.
They were 90. They were moving. I'm watching the game. They just were. I'm just saying.
Okay, fine. They were gashing. Like, and what did he get them?
Not cashing.
Did they gash after that? Okay, you know what? They gashed on that first possession. Did they gash after?
They were in the process of gashing.
No, they weren't in the process. They were after the first drive, they were in the process of not gashing. That's why
first drive of the overtime.
Ted Wynn. Ted Wynn. They got a field goal. Ted Wynn.
Because of a holding.
Uh-oh, not buttoned up. Ted Wynn.
I don't know what you're talking about.
49ers weren't buttoned up.
No, I won't fight you on that.
Oh, you think they got a gift holding? The 49ers.
No, he said.
Are you talking about the defensive hold in the Chiefs that lengthened the 49ers drive in overtime?
No, I'm talking about the Jordan Willis hold. Or not. Yeah, the Willis hold on the final drive.
Was that the one? Was that the one because
Kittle was out because he was hurt?
But didn't they get a first down on that possession anyway? I'm thinking of Willis.
Yeah.
They got a first down, I think, after that penalty. I think.
They weren't buttoned up, so it really didn't matter.
Well, no, they got buttoned up for that play.
It's one that got away. I'm sorry.
You can say that.
Who called us free? I know. I know Mahomes is the badass. Evan, just 2 seconds.
You can't have a game given to you in a Super Bowl by Patrick Mahomes. You got to take it. They didn't take it.
We all, Evan, we all know, and I love your young mind. We all know how brilliant Mahomes is. I'm the guy saying he's brilliant, but there's just something about how that game played out to where I say, you know what? You allowed the vampire to stay out of the coffin, and he sucked your blood.
Yep, just like greats.
Is that fair for me to say? Mahomes was great, but Evan, he was quiet for a half.
Yeah, the defense kept him quiet.
Michael Jordan once had 7 points in a first half and then 32.
No,
I mean, like,
how many yards did he throw for, though?
Who?
Different sport.
Brady threw for 700 and lost
What I'm talking about is I don't give a rat's behind if they did a good job against Mahomes for a half. Like that's a full
nuance,
game.
Donnie.
We got to play a whole game.
But it hammers home the point that the Niners offense had an opportunity to kind of distance themselves, and they wet the bed.
And their defense had a chance to win the game for 3 straight possessions at the end of the game. They couldn't get one. Like that's what I mean.
So they fired Wilks, right?
Huh?
So that's why they fired Wilks.
They fired Wilks because
he couldn't get a stop when he needed to.
I think they would have fired him anyway.
No, but like what you're saying, it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter because they just didn't get a stop, or they didn't make a play, or they didn't get a stop, or they weren't buttoned up. Like that's all.
They weren't all those things. But what are you saying? Like Steve Wilks held him to 25 points. Like he
actually 19.
Okay,
18.
Right. Like they did a nice job. Like, I don't understand what's so hard to understand about the 49ers played a good game. It came down just like any game, and their defense couldn't come up with a big play.
But I feel
they still couldn't have come up with a big play, and maybe the offense nobody bailed anybody out.
No doubt, but Stanley, I feel like you're being sometimey when you talk about because you're honing in on money time. But in the Super Bowl, it's all money time. So the defense answered the bell first half by holding them to 3.
Right. So they answered the bell
tired,
for 2 out of 5 quarters. Like, that's not enough to win a Super Bowl. You have to play 60 minutes.
2 of 5, but
they played 5 quarters.
But the D stopped Kansas City from scoring the touchdown in regulation.
Okay, then blame the offense.
Oh, I am.
Okay.
I just have a problem
things can be equally
blaming
true.
the D. You're right on the sequence part of it. But it's like, damn, we didn't done it the whole game almost. Y'all couldn't give us no points talking to the offense. You're right on it. They didn't stop them.
Made, the 49ers didn't make one damn big play in that game.
Well,
Not one. They had a flea flicker.
No,
great.
The muff punt. Yeah.
Well, that's my point.
Oh, the interception.
Okay, they had an interception that gave him the ball at midfield.
It did
essentially.
nothing with it.
Like, is it,
offense?
I mean,
did
that's a turnover.
Yeah.
But
big
like
one.
nobody made a big play. Dino in the city. What's up, Dino? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I appreciate the banter. I think everyone's going through their collective trauma processing right now. And, the first couple of stages are denial and then blame, right? Oh, why did we lose? We shouldn't have lost. And, oh, it's Shanahan's fault. It's Wilks' fault. It's this guy, that. It's the punt. I think the last couple of stages we got to get to be honest with you, and this is what I think is so tough and everyone has a hard time forgiving Shanahan, is you got to get to acceptance and then corrective action. I think on the corrective action side, I think what grates people, at least me, is from Shanahan in particular, just to be the ability to say with some sincerity, hey, I messed up on this play. Maybe I should have gone for it on fourth. Maybe I should have actually deferred in overtime. I think just listen that a little bit.
Asking for that.
And I think overall, right? I mean, I love our team. I love Shanahan. I actually think we've got the recipe to do it. We just got to fix things at the margins. And so that starts with recognizing where are those deficiencies, right? Offensive line, maybe a couple more corners. Got to find a good defensive coordinator. And I think with Shanahan, the biggest thing has got to be, can he learn to make second-half adjustments? And I think that's what we haven't seen yet. And I think that's what's going to take us over the top. Love to hear your thoughts on that.
Appreciate the call.
And that's, if I were Kyle, Evan, and Steiny, even if I didn't believe it, I would say, you know what? What I don't want to do is come off as arrogant, so I'm going to take one for my brand, and I'm going to say what Steiny and Goo and listeners, that's how people gravitate to you, as opposed to saying, you know what, that Evan never admits when he's wrong. He's so smug and arrogant. Like, why wouldn't Kyle just
but we've been
give
saying
us
that
a little
forever.
sprinkle? Yeah, a little sprinkle of, you know what, I did it wrong.
Like
people
with all,
would love you.
with all due respect, why shouldn't he be arrogant? People like you have been calling him the greatest play caller of all time for 5 to 7 years without him ever winning a title.
Right.
He's got 7 more years left on his deal. To a man, Peter King,
go ahead,
Schlereth, Baldinger. This is one of the greatest. Why shouldn't he be arrogant?
Well, Baldy said he got to kick the door
Everybody
down in
kisses his
Vegas.
ass.
Well, I'm going to say this about that. I did say that, but it's like a bottle of ketchup when it's damn near done. The bottle's running on E, Stoney. You've been living on that. Now you got to get you got to close the deal.
Well, he's lost 2 Super Bowls.
But you know what I'll do? I'll come in and say, hey, Kyle, have you thought about your staff coming back? Oh, I hadn't even thought about it. 4 hours later, your boy guy is fired.
That crap does not bother me one iota. It did not bother me. It doesn't bother me that Mike Dunleavy said we'd like to have Jordan Poole here for a long time.
I ain't got over that.
And it doesn't bother me that in the wake of losing a Super Bowl, Kyle Shanahan basically said, I'm not answering your stupid question about a defensive coordinator. Everybody's going to be back.
And 20 minutes later, he didn't fit our system. Oh, boy.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Looks like the Warriors may be off the hook today because we still got tons of 49ers calls.
No, we got to get to them, though.
They blew it.
They let Draymond on the ground and continue playing. I would be irate if I were Dre. I'll do it behind closed doors.
I want to make sure.
Next time I go there, y'all MFers keep playing.
I want to make sure that this doesn't come off wrong. Come
check on me.
They're going nowhere. And the reason they're going nowhere is because they cannot continue to play Steph 36 minutes and ask him to carry them for 4 quarters. I
didn't know where you were going.
Got nothing to do with Steph, but that ain't happening. Like, he'll win you some games, but it's a long season. He's got so little help on a consistent basis. All right, we got to go on the other side. And what that means is, just a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment also brought to you by Robert Half.
You like that?
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help.
live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
What are you going to do?
If I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school. My fault.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's funny?
Shut up, Ross.
We really took it to him.
Tool. Tell you what, here's what I want to do before the start of next football season. Let's get rid of all these East Coast tools we're using. Ride or die with the 49ers or get out of here.
This is going to get back to him.
You think I give a rat's behind about
buddy.
Ross Tucker, who hung me out to dry? Oh, Steiny, I got to go with Guru on this one. That's right, because you want to be wrong.
He tricked it off. Dude, you blew my wig before the break.
How so?
The Curry minutes. Because he looks so fresh and spry. I hadn't even. But he's bald. Steiny. This dude's incredible.
He can't keep it up.
But I hadn't thought of that.
Why not? It's obvious. He's 36. To me, I was talking to Evan about this. I'm like, man, he has been unbelievable the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And Evan was like, you know what? I think he kind of turned it on a little before the All-Star break.
I want to say Drake came back.
They're having a break.
All right, okay.
Right, but Curry's been playing phenomenal.
And now he's got the, the 3-point contest with is it just going to be them two? And Stephen A. and Shannon Sharp, Shay, they'll be coaching the celebrity game tomorrow. I can't wait.
How jealous are you? Like that's your dream, wouldn't it?
Mr. Fab has them.
That's your dream.
In Oakland Tech.
Mr. Fab has what?
Celebrity games he'll throw. And I'm like, Fabby, let me in, baby. We didn't have you on the show. That's on my bucket list.
But that's the only time where you're unbecoming. Like you're great.
Get me to a celeb
but
game.
when you beg about it.
Well, you brought it out. But the Clay foul, I'll never forget.
Well, hold up.
Yes, you
What do you guys give me for the celebrity coach, right? You want to be that? Well, Eastern Conference has a celebrity coach.
Eastern Conference.
Doc Rivers?
And he didn't deserve it, but it's really Adrian. Yeah, right. AG should be doing that.
Yeah, I'm just guessing here. Clearly Adrian Griffin can't coach.
No, it was personal with him.
How lousy do you have to be as a coach when they pull the plug in 41
Well, you were
games?
30-13, and Doc ain't lighting the world on fire.
Let me just be honest with you.
I ain't betting on Milwaukee.
I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen with Milwaukee, but what they did with Adrian Griffin, good. That I respect. I respect.
Okay, right.
Somebody, and you know what?
Damn.
If the minute Jed York looks at somebody and says, "I don't know if Kyle," then fire him, mouth.
Damn.
That's putting your money where your mouth is.
Yeah. Last thing. Just one more thing about the Warriors. I hate guys. They got into it. They went thug life. Billy Badass, Plumlee, and then the Clippers went on to win the game on your home court. That ain't town business. They wanted to smoke and funk, and then the Clippers ran them down. That is bothersome to me.
It's happened all year long. They can't hold a lead.
But not after
they're old,
fisticuffs, Steiny.
Because they're old and they're not smart enough anymore. See, that's the other thing that's happened.
They just won 5 in a row.
They're paying. There's an 82 games in the NBA. Well, say that again real quick.
They just won 5 in a row.
Okay. Right. And now that's when you got to win 3 out of the next 5. Go 8 out of 10.
God, that was one you wanted.
Of course you did, but you weren't good enough.
You said they were all. I said they.
They're paying the price for not being a high IQ team. Now, people can get. I'm not here to say how smart or how not smart they were when they were winning titles, but you're not as good. So you better be smarter, and they're not. They're not smarter.
2 games over
between Draymond Green in and out and making dumb decisions, and Klay Thompson's head not being in the game.
I'll never forget it.
And also, I think he's terrific, but playing Pajemski, a rookie, he's going to be, again, he's fine, but he's going to be a little bit erratic.
And I'll tell you this about Kuminga, because offensively, I love everything, Steiny. On those switches, him and Wiggins, they've been getting lost a little bit. Like, come on now. This is a big game. That would have put you 2 over. You could laugh. But I'm just saying it would have felt like 8 over. Like we dug a hole, a deep hole, and now you get
Don't lose tonight.
No doubt, Utah, you're a game and a half up on them, but that just, without Kawhi Leonard, just that hurt.
That's right. I forgot. No Kawhi.
That cut, man. And then you wanted to get Billy Badass. And that's what Clay coming up. Like, I love it until you got to back that up. And Clay, I have never, ever seen Steve Kerr have that look on his face. What the F did you just do, Clay? In this whole time here. 39 seconds, bud. What? The CYO foul.
Well.
Oh, the air was let out the building.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you who, if you put this guy on the Warriors yesterday, I swear to God, you put this guy on the Warriors, I'd be like, now they could be a problem.
Oh, God.
Plumlee.
Why are you mad at that?
Plumlee.
I'll take an L on that, calling them a bum.
Plumlee would help the Warriors.
Oh, there's no doubt.
What do you want to do?
We're men of the people. Take a deep breath. I don't get to see you until Monday.
Tuesday.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, you're.
I want to, Evan, I don't see him Monday. I see him Tuesday.
Yeah, some people don't. I'll tell you what.
Hey, and I'll tell you what, real quick.
They print out, you get that calendar, that 2024 calendar, and you start Xing out all the holidays.
Hey, listen, stop.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what's a myth. Put the rat on the table is me not here on Thursdays. I didn't put that thing to rest.
It's a new year.
Yeah, look at Stoney he has been here.
Well, see, this is him. He Guru thinks 2 Thursdays in a row is a hot streak. And I got to tell you, no, you need to win 14 or 15 Thursdays.
It has been that. Oh, the smart asses on the YouTube chat. Come on, Stoney. We're
Honestly,
rolling.
showing up for Thursday in Vegas counts for like 4 Thursdays.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to Jaime in San Carlos.
Yeah.
Hey, Jaime, how you doing?
Jaime.
What's up, fellas?
Yo.
All right, so I got the fix, but before I tell you the fix, I got to tell you, I'm with Guru. I think Shanahan needs to stand up there and be a leader and say, you know what, my fault. Take it all on the chin, like a true leader does. Okay. Second thing is, the way you fix this is
give it to
you
me.
Bring in Bill Belichick.
Oh yeah,
as a special advisor. Hold on, as a special advisor, and you hire Mike Vrabel as your D coordinator. Now, if that falls through, then I got one more name you guys probably haven't thought of. Lovie Smith, Tampa Bay 4-3.
I'm mad at nothing
Bring
he
that
said.
guy in. You bring that guy in, he'll be able to run that defense you got now, and that guy is a beast when it comes to the defensive alignment.
Well, let me tell you something, Jaime. I'd much rather – I like the idea of Lovie Smith more than Brandon Staley because I just don't like that he runs that odd front.
Oh, man.
You know what I'm saying? He can't – yeah, you just had Steve Wilks. I mean, you can't bring Staley in here who runs an odd front, too.
Let me give you 4.
And then –
Stoney.
Hey, Stoney. Stoney.
Yeah.
Just real quick, too, man. Purdy, I've been watching football for a long time. Purdy, that kid's good, man. And if you look at Spags, he gave him credit. He called him the next Drew Brees.
Okay. What do you think?
I don't know. I think you got to give him a couple more years to be able to get where he wants to be. Spags said they went in the first quarter, they went to zone, and he was ripping their zone apart. So he went from zone to man, and luckily they have that personnel to be able to do that. If not, he said Purdy would have ripped them apart and just kept doing what they were doing. So the kid's got something to me.
I mean, hey, Jaime, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. The only thing is they really only have one more year to decide whether he's the franchise quarterback.
No doubt about it, and there's pressure on him. But that old... Hey, he's going to be Drew Brees after we beat him is like...
I tell you what, this was
breaking up with the girl in high school, and then you see her years later, we would have been something. Like, it's easy to say. Come on.
I got it.
What's he got?
You see the 209 he's been having?
No, I'm reading the
You guys have too many days off, guys. It's why you guys aren't number one in the market, first of all.
Oh, read the number.
We are.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you know what?
We are.
You know what? 209.
Get your chest out.
No, you know what? 209, you're right. I have too many days off. So my dad died. My dad died.
Take that for data.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't walk. I had to have hip surgery.
And check the ratings. We
Been a
are
life
number
changer.
one.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
Good.
I've taken a couple days off.
Hey, we got a celebrity.
I cannot believe my dad chose now to die.
I want to come over there and wrestle you because you don't mean that.
You know what? I should have worked through
you in here. He brought you in here. Hey,
he didn't.
Guess who texted us? Bob Myers, listening to the show from New York. Goo, love that your dream is to coach the All-Star Celebrity Game. Come on, Goo. You have to be better than that. It's not, I wanted to play in it, Bob. That's why we number one. He's in New York listening to us. Look at you turning.
I can't believe that.
He just texted
I
both of us.
cannot believe that.
He just texted both of us.
Clearly,
Bob Myers.
Count the bucket.
Yeah.
Clearly, Bob thought we were coming out hot on Warriors today.
Oh, boy, we love you, Bobby.
You know
Doing
what?
a great job on TV.
I got to tell you something.
Dude, I said he's not listening.
He said he's listening from New York.
No, he didn't say New York. I added that. Where is he at? He's doing the countdown.
I think he does those in L.A., doesn't he?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
But he ain't in the Bay.
Let's go to Raymond in Richmond. What's up, Raymond? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Spanky? What's up, Goo? Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, no problem.
New York.
I just want to say, I hear Shanahan taking a lot of heat for not going for it in the red zone. But then if he goes for it and we don't get it, they can win the game on the field goal. So I think you've got to take the points. Also, I don't hear anybody criticizing the zero blitz that Steve Wilks called on 4th and 1 in OT. I truly believe that single play cost us the game.
Wow.
The same play he called against the Vikings. We were one play away from holding Lombardi up. And it sucks. I'm taking it on the chin. We'll be back.
Appreciate the call.
How about this? We had Ted join us from The Athletic. Ted Wynn. I've never heard all week. I haven't. That Kittle was the one that blew that assignment.
Yeah. I know. It's tough when your heroes
I hadn't
fail.
heard that one. No, I'm just saying, Kittle.
Another big boy who just didn't have a big boy game. Thank you.
They had it, man.
Yeah, that's a great point from the 925. If anybody's coaching a celebrity game around here, it's probably Bonte.
What's that mean?
Well, he's just bigger than you.
Well, I'll be playing, though.
But he's got two mediums.
Oh,
you only have one.
That's my brother. I knew Bonte when he had the
He's your
flannel.
brother until he gets that celebrity coaching job. Then you'll stick it to him.
No, he'd have me on the coaching staff. I have assistants.
Doing what? What would you bring?
Well,
you're not really an offensive coordinator. Defense, you don't even.
They do have
you're like
a staff.
Don Nelson when it comes to defense. You can care less.
Please, that was my nickname.
Hey, you know what? I made a mistake. Let's get to Rick in L.A. He's been waiting all day. Rick, my bad, man. I usually even out the calls a little better.
No worries. I just figured you weren't putting the LA guy before the Bay Area guy, so no worries.
No, we don't roll like that. He just missed you. Yeah. Where your readers?
So, I mean, my thing is, like, I want to see more creativity from Shanahan, especially down the stretch. You know, we've seen him with Matt Ryan. We've seen him with Jimmy Garoppolo, and now we got Brock Purdy. And I'm like, man, 3rd and 4 on the 9-yard line, you got to use the quarterback's legs on that. You know, like, I think Andy Reid and Mahomes, they kind of have that kind of sync. It's like, hey, if something's not there, you know, use your legs to kind of get the yards. You're athletic enough, you can kind of put that on your shoulders. And I just feel like he sticks to his script so much that in some ways he kind of hurts the offense by not letting his quarterback do a little freelance. You know, think outside the box. You know, you're going against Spags. Spags, he shut down Tom Brady, 07 Tom Brady, Randy Moss and those boys. So it's like we got to throw something at them that they haven't seen before. And I just think, you know, it's the lack of creativity kind of down the stretch. Not just with this team, with Garoppolo, Matt Ryan. It's really hurt his teams, especially down the stretch, second quarter, that second half, when the defense have made adjustments.
Good stuff, Rick. Appreciate the call.
Thanks for holding on.
Well, that's the incongruity, right? Is he an unbelievably creative play caller, one of the best in the business? Yeah, but apparently something goes awry, according to people.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, Stoney, Brandon Ayuk has to get more than 3 targets, and I'm not saying, you know what I mean.
When are you ever going to blame him? Didn't you hear when? couldn't get
they doubled
separation.
Kelsey. And who was it, Baldy or
they bracketed his ass?
Reed in Vegas say you can't double. You can
Somebody
try.
needs to tell Brandon Ayuk how to handle getting bracketed.
Or Kyle could have said, you know, those 1,300 targets we gave to Debo, maybe I could have get more to 11.
Oh, but the weaponry.
That's retired.
No, Ayuk catches 7 balls for 92 yards, and they lose, and we're saying, why Debo only get 2? And then Debo gets 8 catches, and why did Kittle only get 3?
But they had 7 at half against the measly Packers. Then they had 7 against Detroit at half at home. So when I talk about the weaponry,
you're right. Whatever. Don't blame the players. Blame Shanahan. I get it.
There's something there.
I know there's something there. But how can I get a word in edgewise for 4.5 months when the guy across from me saying, this is the greatest offense I've ever seen? Ayuk is the greatest wide receiver in hitting 49er history. George Kittle, he pisses on Kelsey.
And speaking
McCaffrey,
of Bonte,
he's better than anybody.
Speaking of Bonte, we love him. And now I backed him up. I co-signed. Tell me you don't remember him saying, Shasky, this offense is like the 94 offense. Like it can be greater. That's how much they were rolling. And I agreed. We all agreed.
Who was the quarterback of that team?
Steve Young.
Huh. Who's the quarterback of this team?
See, it's
answer the question.
Brock Purdy.
Okay, so why would people say that?
Because we were watching him distribute the ball. Right. They all had 1,000 yards. McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo, and it all just evaporated. And if you're going to tell me, hey, my playmakers didn't get the ball because they double-teamed Steiny, they double-teamed Jordan. They double-teamed Kobe. They double-teamed Bird.
Right, and again, stop
Kobe.
This. They double-team Kobe, Jordan, and Bird. Brandon Ayuk ain't any of those guys, man. He isn't. There was only one player on that field in those guys' stature, and that's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I'm going to lay off of the weaponry.
With all due respect, who the hell is Brandon Ayuk, who got off to a slow start here in San Francisco because of his work ethic? Now they lose a Super Bowl and he's grousing. Who are you?
He's talented, man.
Talented.
And you want to go down swinging, that's all.
Then get open.
Well,
get freaking open. Because if you're not, then blame Purdy. Then say, we can't have it both ways. If they were open, then Purdy was not good. If they weren't open, then they weren't as good as we thought.
15 passes on the day, Purdy. But there were some at the, Turf Monsters. But it happens. You ain't going to complete every one. I guess my point is, Steiny, when you talk about Kyle, I do wonder about the route.
You know what I want?
The route.
How about this? Brandon Ayuk got lemon booty.
No, that's what
he had 9 catches in the. He had 9 catches in the entire postseason.
But one of the biggest, the one that bounced off the guy's head, should have been an interception in Detroit to keep you alive.
So give him 8. Give him 8 catches.
Brett told me, "Go take a play off," and I will.
Well, you'll say you will. Let's go to it.
Evan laughed.
Do you have the? I'll get it. Big D's and hold on, Rich and Fremont. Let's go to Rich and Fremont.
Atco.
Anything to not talk about Klay Thompson's foul?
No, I'm not. Actually, I want to bring up things during that game that a lot of people are not honing in on.
Give it to me.
Look at the fact that in the first half, you saw Patrick Mahomes, and he was getting shut down.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why is because the Niners had all their pieces together in the first half.
Wow.
Now, in the second half, Dre Greenlaw was not out there. Their leading tackle for the offensive line of the Niners wasn't there. They went with Spencer Burford. Big mistake. Why? Because we know Burford does not make the correct decisions when he plays. That's the reason why he's not in the first string. And that affected Brock Purdy's ability to deliver the football. And even Steve Spagnuolo said, and I quote, he said that in the first half, they couldn't stop Brock Purdy because Brock Purdy was reading all of their defensive moves. Okay? They were doing zone. And when they were running zone, Purdy was picking them apart. And Steve Spagnuolo, we got to change because this guy, he is reading us. Okay? And in the second half, they went man to man. And when they went man-to-man, and they didn't have all the guys out there, it was like, hey, it was a totally equal ball game. And now that, your offensive line, there's a chicken armor now in the second half.
Rich, as a diehard Niner fan, before you hang up, what did you make of the OT decision? Do you feel like, I don't care when they got the ball, they need to maximize it, or are you bothered at what's coming out now? Oh, the Niners didn't know.
No, I think at the end of the day, they should have sealed the deal. Never should have won in overtime.
And there it is right there.
Yeah, because this is the thing. What do we know? The Niners are not an overtime football team. They're not. Okay? They're not. Okay? And so once they went into overtime, it's like now you don't put the heaviest pressure on the defense. These guys have been playing for 4 straight quarters, and now you're going to put them in overtime? They're exhausted. Yeah. They were exhausted. That's the reason why they could not cover.
I got you.
In overtime.
Well, nothing he said I don't believe, Stoney. But I do want to say something about your dad, because you shared with us and you have multiple times. His philosophy was, son, when you can pick a dude, don't do it right away when you can save it. And I'm wondering if that's what Spags was doing when I hear everybody call talking about not making an adjustment and they were getting killed in the zone. You know what I mean? He did it money time.
Yeah.
Second half. Shout out, Mr. Steinmetz.
Let's go to Jan in Mountain View. Hey, Jan, how you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Hey.
Nice to talk to you too.
Thank you.
What I was gonna bring up was that Kyle Shanahan, before when he's deciding who he picks for the defensive coordinator, he needs to get out of the way, just like Jed York did when he hired Shanahan and Lynch, and let the defensive coordinator take over and mind the defense. You're taking care of the offense. You're also drawing up the plays for the quarterback. You need to get out of the way and stop, thinking that defensive coach doesn't know what they're doing. Is what I think.
I love it, Jan.
So who would she put in charge of hiring?
But that's not who Kyle is.
So who would make the hire? Lynch?
For what?
The DC. Because she's saying tell Kyle to get out the way. So Lynch would handle it.
But let's keep in mind,
I can't wait.
The rat on the table.
Brought to you by
It's
Echo.
one of the. I bet it's. This is the head coach has the hammer.
Yeah.
Like.
No, I get that.
Like, hey, John Lynch. Oh, he's a nice guy. No, he is. He's a nice guy. Great guy. I've heard great
he was
guy.
gonna have a Super
He's a
Bowl,
great
man.
guy. He's a great guy. He's still saying yes, sir, and no, sir to Kyle
Totally
Shanahan.
get it. I got you.
Nice guy, though. Hall of Famer.
But I think he may know. I think he knows
Kyle's-
more defense than Kyle Shanahan.
That may
was
be
her
true,
point.
but this is
gotta go.
Kyle's. Team 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I want to say good morning.
This is why I'm such a loser. Now, do I know how to milk a cow? No. Have I ever milked a cow? No. But you put a cow in front of me and it's ready, I can milk it.
I lost. I'm out. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tell you what, Warriors only gave up 44 points in that fourth quarter last night.
I can't get over. Clippers were dead. They were begging. They're already with their All-Star break plans. This game was over.
They haven't lost 2 games in a row
I heard that
in 35 games.
I heard that, but Steiny,
I think they're pretty good.
Going into the fourth, up 14.
Instead of complaining, why don't you take a victory lap on your Clippers?
That's not what I live for.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm here to say you were right about the Clippers. Warriors ain't in their league, Chief. You're right.
Well,
Clippers
if you look at the standings, you could say that. And what was
what
Draymond doing this, sticking his tongue out while they were reviewing the What happened
I don't know
last night in Chase?
But I guarantee
he kept
you,
sticking his
it was
tongue out
probably
and
profane.
doing something with his fingers like Prince. What was going on?
You know what it reminded me of? Remember when Jameis Winston was eating his fingers and saying we're gonna eat W's or something like that?
Hey!
I believe his whole team laughed at him.
By the way, my sources told me that Draymond is now out of the key. He is no longer laying down in the key.
Why didn't they stop?
Because they're used to playing without him. There's a bunch of one-liners there.
Now.
You see a couple Warrior things I wrote down here that are gospel. Let me see. Let me put my glasses on. Oh, what do you make of this? Steph Curry, in games this is what I mean. In games where Steph Curry has taken 24 or more shots, the Warriors are 3-8. They're 0.
How did I miss
They're
that?
0-3 when he takes more than 30. Now, I'm not saying it's Steph. To me, it's an indication of this guy.
Well, he was getting a lot of bad shots early on in the season, especially when Dre was out. So the way the zone he's in now, Steiny, I wouldn't worry about that because we were talking about the type of shot he was getting, and it definitely had changed. And teams were just zeroing in on him, and he was just throwing them up, or it was hard to. Now it's so easy. He's at a kid in a candy store right now, man. He's in a zone, but I'll go you, Steiny. 26-26.
Clay is under 37% from 3. Hold on one second. Hey, it's time for the call of the game, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors.
Pajemski has it on the right wing. Pajemski against Coffey. 8 on the shot clock. Throws it up. Nothing but the bottom of the net for Brandon Pajemski. 18 points for the rookie who's going to shine bright in Indianapolis on Friday night and doing it big here at the Chase Center tonight.
New voice, Steiny.
That's Jenny Kavnar. She's the new voice of the Oakland A's. She was filling in for Tim Roy last night. That was your call of the game. Congratulations to Jenny Kavnar.
She had to think she was calling a win. We all did.
Well, no, she's probably been around long enough to know the game's not over until the final horn sound.
They got into some fisticuffs, and it went all bad. Can somebody guard the corner 3? Oh, this is what I was going to say about Clay. I'm all for Clay. Oh. I know the journey. Don't stop believing. But, Steiny, I'm sorry. If you want to know what's going on upstairs, this is how I took that foul. That was Exhibit A, man. For you to come in and 39 seconds after a big 3 and not have any idea or react like there's 9 seconds, they could have D'd them up and got the ball.
So what was he doing?
That lets me know the light ain't on. Like he's going through so much out there, man. I hated that for him.
Okay, am I a jack-off for saying I've seen Clay play 13 years now? Okay, he's never been considered a cerebral player.
Next question.
Never. So now he's not as great as he used to be, so you pay the price a little more for not being smart.
Wow.
You know what? Maybe this is easy, but 4 years ago, he doesn't go 1 for 9 from 3. He goes 3 for 9, and maybe that foul doesn't cost him a win. But he's not as good, and they're not as good, and they're not paying enough attention to detail. By the way, I wanted to get into this yesterday about Draymond Green. But
go ahead, we right here, man.
This guy. So let me get this.
He's back.
I said this yesterday, and then Wilks got fired. He and Nurkic are 2 peas in a pod. They are. Draymond Green is so predictable, it's a joke. So let me get this straight, big Draymond. You're going to come in after that game and rip Nurkic and say he's soft and call him a coward. You know what, Trey? Don't you get it? You're doing everything that everybody laughs at you for. You're going after another European dude who's got a reputation. It's like, hey, bully, go pick on somebody other than Nurkic. Pick on a big boy, Draymond.
Wow.
How hard is it for Nurkic is gutless. Nurkic is it. Right. And that's your MO.
But he did say something to
Durant. Your MO, Draymond, is to go after guys like Nurkic. Period. Yeah. End of story. And you know what?
Aunt Will giving
He's
you
right.
love right now.
Nurkic is kind of soft.
The YouTube
Nurkic is kind of soft.
No, he ain't kind
and you know
of.
what?
He is
okay, Nurkic is soft. You know what? And that's why Dre goes after him. Because he's soft. Mm-hmm. How was Draymond last night? I guess he was great. They were all great.
Well, Scotty, I won't even boil it down to, I'll just talk about, ask me how he's been since he's been back. Phenomenal. Last night wasn't his best game, but damn, they don't win 5 in a row and 8 or 9 or 7 8 without his energy,
Curry.
man. Yeah, and Steph's game has been helped by the just mere presence and the passing of Draymond Green. It's infectious, man.
Yeah,
so
3.5 more years of Draymond.
I just want to know what he was doing with the tongue and the fingers and all that. But they tricked one off last night. They'll tell Steph said it without saying trick.
And that happens a lot to teams that are getting up there in age.
How many games were that of a 15-point lead? 15-point leads blown. I think the Warriors are number 1. Oh, the Spurs. They're up there. When you understand that with the Spurs, they're young.
What are you going to do with Clay? It's just not as simple as, we're going to start pods and bring Clay off the bench.
What did you think of Clay saying what he said about, I know where I'm at now? That
words. Those are just words.
I'm rooting for Clay. I don't want to see him in another jersey.
But they're just words.
If I'm being real, Steiny, and I'm Klay Thompson, okay, you know what? I was such an icon here. It was such an era. But the lows, from a personal standpoint, have been low to the point to where I think if I'm going to go on this next journey or be a different type of player, I need to do it somewhere else. So there's part of me that hope Clay does that for his mental. Because when he said it, I was like, oh, this is profound. And then when I kept rewinding why he fouled, it let me know that maybe he was thinking about his shooting performance that night, Stoney, or him not. Of
course.
Like that's a lot to.
But this is where
you can't play free.
But for 12 years we've watched Clay, and the one guy we always the nature of Klay Thompson is you worry about his mentals. Wow. Like that's who he is. He can pout. He can mope. Like that's who he is. I ain't sacrificing ass. Like it's who he is. It's what made him great. It's what made him a 4-time champion. Coming up on the other side, Willard and Dibbs. It is crossover time. By the way, that's a reminder you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Freedom is all about choices, and while there is only one Jeep brand, you have the freedom to choose from an epic lineup of Jeep brand vehicles. Hit the trails with the versatile classic, the Jeep Gladiator, or experience the wild in style with the sophistication and comfort.
I want to have children. You got to get a girlfriend first.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, I'm old school. I'm conservative.
first,
I'm
yeah.
going to get a wife.
Well, that was in regards, Willard, and
What kind of
Gibbs,
life
to
do you live?
Kyle Shanahan said,
He has
hey, I
a
want
life.
the third possession. Well, worry about the first two first to get to the three.
Thank you. The third possession.
Listen,
That's a loser mentality, Goo. This is what it is.
Well, then you can call me a loser because in the middle of while it's happening, my mind was on the exact same thing. Exact same thing. And I still maintain, even though it feels like every day, you know how those reality shows, America Says, like it feels like we're moving more and more every day toward Kyle was an idiot.
Oh, right.
And we're learning.
We're there, yeah.
No,
We've learned.
in the moment, that's what I was thinking, and I still maintain that if it had played out that way, let's say you deferred, and the Chiefs get a field goal, and you get a field goal, and then Patrick only needs a field goal to beat you, I think Kyle gets
He gets rid. Well, you said it yesterday.
I think he gets hammered for that.
You get
decision.
a field goal and you hold them to a field goal, and then Kyle comes out and it's 4th and 3, and we're gonna punt. And we're gonna give our defense a chance to get us the ball back for that 5th possession.
Here's what I will say. You can have any opinion you want. Obviously, this is pretty split down the middle, but I did hear someone like screaming at Bonte and Joe this morning. A caller. Who's like, you've always deferred. You've deferred all year. And then you get to this and you don't defer. And I'm like, you do realize this is a completely different deferral than before the game.
And your defense
it's a completely different deferral.
But here's what I thought.
I'm not saying it's wrong.
I'm not saying
you're
wrong.
Don't compare it to the beginning of a game. That's totally different.
I won't compare it word for word. But I do think when you find out both teams get the ball, then it does lengthen the possibility of overtime.
Of course.
Right. And so at that point, but this is what I thought. Oh, both teams get the ball? Oh, well, at that point, the game's longer, possibly. So let's stick to what we would normally do in a situation like that. Now, listen, did it cost them the game? I'm not willing to go A to B like that.
Right.
How about this? Is it were the Chiefs more prepared for that than the 49ers?
Of course.
Okay.
And they won they won the poker match.
And how much
because if you knew they were going to go for 2, there's now you don't. There's never going to be a third possession.
Let me ask you two that.
Unless it's field goals.
49ers get 7, Mahomes comes back, gets 6. Do you believe the Chiefs would have gone for 2? Dan Dibley.
Of course, yeah.
100%.
Do you really?
Absolutely. Knowing that the Niners would.
I don't know.
The Niners only need a field goal, and Jake Moody's already blasted 2 from 55 yards.
Yeah.
So you're saying we can either kick an extra point and hope that our defense will not let the Niners cross the 50.
Or we try to win it with our
Or we try to win it right now with Patrick Mahomes.
With the best quarterback in football and maybe the best quarterback ever. And you've got 2 Lombardis in your pocket.
Yeah,
so
I'm with
even
you.
if Andy goes for it and they lose,
that's a great point.
Andy's like, well, we thought we had a good play from 2.5 yards, and, darn it, we like our chance to be back here next year. And, we've already got 2 of the last 3. And we've been here 3 of the last 4, so
that is true.
There was no pressure on the Chiefs,
right?
At any point this whole week, there was no pressure.
It's like when you're the big stack and you're playing Texas Hold'em, and it's like, okay, somebody goes all in, and you look at your cards, and you go, I don't love my cards. It's a coin flip. Sure, I'll match you. I'll go all in.
I've done it.
I got the big stack.
Yeah,
they had the big stack. Now could Kyle have gone for 2? A little bit tougher.
Oof.
Yeah,
I would say no.
I would say no, but you know what?
No.
And let's put
I would
the rat
say
on the
he
table.
should, but he won't.
Why would Andy Reid have gone for 2? Well, because he's probably thinking at the end of the day, I'm going to be 7-4 in the Super Bowl or 7-3. You know what I mean?
Well, I would
Kyle
also.
Shanahan,
And he's got Mahomes.
So here's the other thing to argue. I would say now thinking more about it, and I did tell Dibbs this early in the week. I would only switch to say defer if you're automatically going to commit right there to we're going for 2.
Okay.
If it's touchdown. And here's why. It's not even just the can we get a 2-yard play, which is, I know, a little bit, give or take, a 50-50 play depending on who your offense and quarterback are. But you're now into a 6th quarter. I am not asking my defense to go get a 3-and-out.
And that's
in
why
quarter number 6.
We've got 3 guys already hurt.
Quarter number 6, Dre Greenlaw is out for the year. Right?
And they just went on. Oh, go ahead.
There's
I'm going back to original
I would argue that if it was tied after 1 possession each, the chances of that next team, either one of them, getting a field goal are north of 75%. I
ain't mad at that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'd go for 2.
Yeah, and that speaks to the 3rd possession argument. It's like me right now, and, I'm waiting for you guys to wish me a happy half birthday, and I guess I won't hold my breath.
Now, why would we say half? It's tomorrow?
It's my birthday 6 months from today. It's a half birthday.
Keep in your pocket.
That's a 1.
Don't pander to it.
Dude,
I'm done.
I'm not asking you to judge it. It's a fact. In 6 months, I will have an actual birthday. Today's a half birthday. If you don't celebrate it, that's on you.
No, but
I've never heard the div math.
But you asked for basically an acknowledgement. And,
I demanded it.
No,
and,
you're going to be waiting.
And
for
I was
a while.
waiting for a present from the 3 of you slappies, and I'm hoping by 6 o'clock or 5:30, it comes to fruition. My point is, if I was to invest in a 50-year investment right now That's a losing investment for me at 55.
Okay, gotcha.
So Kyle Shanahan waiting for a third possession, to me, feels the same way. You're putting your money into a thing that is not going to bear fruit, most likely. I don't know if we've
on the present.
Have we ever had a third possession in the playoffs in overtime? Maybe once or twice.
In an
I'd have to
NFL
look it up.
In the playoffs?
In the playoffs.
Well,
in the playoffs.
How long? This rule's only been here for a very short amount of time.
But even before that, like the idea of a punt and another punt,
right?
Or
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
doesn't
know.
really happen.
Does anybody buy though what John Lynch said, which was that our defense was sucking air and we needed to get off
I
the
watched
field?
that.
Right, but then 20
I'm
minutes
sold.
later, they were still sucking air and they still were terrible.
But you had to give them a breather, man. After that 11-play drive, and they stopped them from losing the game. They stopped the Chiefs.
The
they
clock
held them.
stopped. The clock. Clock.
All right. But
Yeah.
you get my drift.
I do.
Now, can I do something here? We've been talking football, rightfully so, all week, but the Warriors had a game last night, and we'll get to the Clay foul. But I like to have fun and laugh. It keeps you young. Have you ever seen a player go down like Draymond Green did, Dibs, and the game kept going? His own players did. They went up and back 4 times, I counted.
This is where
somebody say,
Dibs
my
and I'll
God, Willard's down.
Dibs and
Stop play.
Dibs and I'll take this one.
Well,
as knowing the rules.
I mean, for me, there are two things, and I referee. I referee little kids, so when I see that with little kids, I don't care if you have a fast break going this way. Boom, we are going to stop the game. We're going to stop the game. However, grown men, when you've got a situation, and unfortunately,
He laid there.
in the association, 9 times out of 10, the player is okay. Now, in this case, he was not okay. It turned out he was okay a little bit later.
They were stepping over him.
Stepping over him. To me, if it's a safety issue, you stop the game. I'm surprised they didn't stop the game because I thought, Steiny, where he was, it was a safety issue. Like, you can't conduct a normal basketball play with a 6'5" guy laying in the key. They kept playing.
They were actually.
I was surprised.
Why? They like playing 4-on-5 when Draymond's on the floor.
They do, but then it was 5-on-4, and then it was 4-on-5, then it was 5-on-4, and he was still down.
To me, it is interesting because maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding is if the officials think it's serious, they'll stop it, whether there's an advantage or not.
Right.
So they don't stop it. Now I think the refs in a way are like, well, now we'll just wait for the Warriors to take a foul. But they didn't.
They didn't.
They didn't take a foul.
My teammates, Willard.
So I'm not sure what you do in that situation. And I don't think anybody scored, so you couldn't. Oh, they scored. Now let's stop it. I think they missed. Kind of fast broke a little. I don't.
Was it 3 seconds into key, Willard?
Yes, about 12 times.
I stole that.
Does anybody think that it was officiated a certain way because of who it was?
Of course.
Oh, maybe.
Of course.
Hadn't even thought of that. You already went there. I hadn't even thought
Like
of
the
that.
refs were like, I hope someone steps on his head.
But what about the players
no,
not
no,
stopping,
not
Willard?
that. Not
what
that.
about
You
Steph?
don't know that. I know you take up for every ref, but you have no idea what was in those 3 people's heads.
Of course. But I don't think they looked at it and thought, I hope somebody shows him. I think more likely was he's going to be fine. He'll get up.
And if it's a little worse than we think, the Warriors will take a foul.
Willard, so his
Right.
teammates should do it. I think the refs are like the team will do it. His teammate.
But the teammates should do what?
Stop or call
Stop,
timeout.
and the other team's going to score.
No, you can call a timeout.
Well, yeah, they call
kept
timeout.
playing.
Yeah.
And I think the refs were like, well, if they're not going to do it.
I think so too.
Every other
I
sport,
would be
every other
hot if I
professional
were
sport,
Draymond
they
Green.
stop. In football, if somebody goes down, we stop. And if you're under 4 minutes, you're charged a timeout. Fine. In baseball, if the second baseman suddenly goes down, we're not going to throw a pitch. In soccer, a guy goes down and the other team will kick the ball out automatically and you'll get it back. But somehow in the NBA, we have a culture
was
where
weird, man.
it was weird. It was weird that, okay, they go down, man, Draymond's down. Okay, we go down 4-on-5.
He's still
And we
down.
go back the other way, and then we go back, and then we go back again, and then finally we stop. That's, to me, what was unusual.
Willard, I would have cussed y'all out in the locker room. Next time I'm out, y'all stop the damn. Somebody call the timeout.
Somebody come in the foul.
I couldn't believe it.
It's funny because that game last night to me has been exactly like the Super Bowl. Only the Super Bowl takes you 3 or 4 days to process it, and then you start thinking, well, maybe Kyle did make a big mistake. Well, maybe Bosa did. what is Klay Thompson thinking?
I'm gonna take a play.
Like that's a big problem.
Wow.
Because that isn't even the coach. Hey, no foul. Like that's basketball 101.
Right.
You just cut it to a one-possession game. There's 39 seconds. Let's get a hold. But there's no more to it than that.
No foul needed, Willard.
But Steve Kerr is also 10 feet away screaming no fouls with both arms up in the air like Creed. I mean, like, and then he goes and does it anyway. And for me, I don't know, man. When you see Steve react that way.
That was incredible, man.
Macaulay Culkin.
Well, there are different kinds of reactions when you're frustrated. And when they're that over the top, you start to wonder if you're dealing with what I would call a repeat offender.
I agree.
Do you know what I mean?
You know
this
what?
This person has been frustrating me a lot this year.
Right.
And they just did again.
Now Klay was a little checked out because of another bad shooting night,
doubt.
and he cost us.
Yes.
I think there's something to that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah, and young Pajimski puts his hands up. I mean, look at the bench. They're incredible. Like,
right.
And what scares me,
Chris Paul and Streets.
Yeah.
Even pods they showed, and he goes, Klay.
Yeah, no, double. But I guess, Willard, what I'm saying is I understand the journey for Klay Thompson, and it was a bad night to his standards, but I'm mad at myself for believing that was a scoreboard of what's going on upstairs when it ain't going his way, because that's the only thing that told you to foul. You didn't have to foul. That was the Cardinals. I know you were down.
It's way past you didn't have to
that
foul.
lets me
You
know the light
absolutely
ain't on.
100% do
You're
anything but
consumed
foul.
with I'm playing not up to my like you're not invested in the game.
I don't think it's about how he's playing. I think it's about where his head is.
Yes, I do too.
Well,
I think that he's in a headspace of, and maybe it's partly that, man, I'm playing badly, but he's not focused on what he needs to be focused on, which in that moment is game situation. Okay, down 3, 39 to go. It's not 25 to go where, okay, this is a 50-50. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. I missed the call from the coach. My bad. This is a absolute cut and dry, no-brainer. You don't foul. Now, if there's 12 seconds left, good foul. 39 left? I mean, come on, Klay.
No, this is a great point, I think, because there's nobody else on the team that I feel that way about. Where if you're having a bad night, you suddenly have to worry about you mentally just completely heading off of the planet.
Yeah.
Steph has had bad nights.
Not a 12-year veteran.
Right.
12-year veteran kid.
I mean, even Draymond. I've never felt like he's frustrated, and now, I mean, maybe with the exception of the time that Jordan had him walking off the court. That'd be the only exception. But, like, look at all the Warriors and the frustrations they've dealt with. So many of them are getting older. How about the kids who couldn't get on the floor? Jonathan Kuminga's moments away from asking for a trade or whatever. But I've never felt like they took that personal journey to a spot of, well, now I don't even know what's going. Like I completely lost track of time, space,
right?
And
I'm just out here.
Game.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
just out here.
I'm just gonna let.
I felt bad for him. Really, I did.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you feel bad for him?
Because it's a glimpse into it's bigger than the score. He's on his own personal journey, and he's doing it at work, Willard.
I'm having a hard time with sympathy here.
So maybe
I'm having a really hard. Like we all get the injuries, and we all getting older, and we all get that. But like anything that any of us have dealt with in life, at what point do you look at the person who's dealing with a challenge and go, "Okay, I acknowledge your challenge. Get off the floor." And do something about it. How are you going to handle your challenge? Are you simply going to curl up in a ball in the corner?
Well, I think we're getting the answer to that.
But you can't do that.
No, you can't.
He's acting like he's the only player in NBA history who is dealing with diminishing skills.
No, I won't argue that.
That's
but guys,
okay.
I'm
Well,
just
that's a
saying my
problem.
trust for him, it took a hit yesterday. And maybe,
Why
Willard, you
yesterday?
were already there. Like you may have
watched
already
the whole year?
But nothing was as blatant as that. That let me know
that was mental. And most of his mistakes have been physical. And, okay, he's been hunting his shot. I get it. And he's been, a little bit off and, the things that he's done. This is, as a 12-year veteran, it's inexcusable. This is, like maybe Trent Williams committing a false start followed by a holding penalty. I mean, you can't have your veterans making these mistakes in big games. I know this wasn't a big game, but it led to you not being able to come back from a lead that you collapsed.
Can I pivot this exact topic into veer off the corner for just a second? So here's one thing that I find interesting / frustrating a little bit. All right. Listen to the conversation we just had. Did anybody at any point with this Klay Thompson foul last night blame Steve Kerr?
Not one iota.
Did that even occur to anyone?
No, I was sick for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Steve told him in the previous timeout, the situation, not to foul.
I mean, if you can read lips, he's screaming no foul.
Or the scoreboard.
He's screaming no foul.
If you can read the scoreboard, you know what time it is.
Yes, it's a bonehead play as a veteran, no matter what is being told to you, right?
Right.
Okay. That's how it sounds to my ears when Kyle Shanahan gets blamed for people's ankles getting hit by punts, for offensive linemen going the wrong direction, for people missing assignments. That's what it sounds like to me. It'd be no different than blaming Steve Kerr for Klay Thompson's foul.
It's apples and oranges.
Because apparently they're supposed to be out there buttoned up, and that's the responsibility of the coach.
Luter Jr., who had the punt hit him, is a rookie. And Spencer Burford is a backup who came in there. So this is not Klay Thompson, a Hall of Famer.
Well, that's fine.
To me, that's a big piece of this.
Okay, but then how about Fred Warner missing an assignment over the middle with Travis Kelce?
That's Steve Wilks and bad defensive design.
I guess that's just something I've been thinking about a lot this week, which it feels to me, certain coaches, I won't make it only about Kyle, but certain coaches are held responsible for their players' mistakes because it's their responsibility for everybody to be buttoned up. Other coaches are not.
Well, Kyle's not Steve. Steve's looking for one for the thumb, and Kyle is looking to figure out a trip to the jeweler.
But that's kind of
to me, that's a big thing.
That's a global response, though.
That's a big thing, though, because Steve gets a pass, and then he gets another pass, and then he gets a third pass, and then he gets a fourth pass.
Well, then what's he even doing there?
He's trying to make it back for number 5.
I mean,
and Kyle's trying to just win the big game.
What about Bosa when he crashed on the 4th and 1? Is that on Wilks? I'm asking.
That one I have no idea because I don't know.
You can't blame Kyle for the muff.
I'm not blaming. No, by the way, I don't blame. I don't blame Steve. It's not about blaming Steve Wilks. Like, I mean, I give the two of you credit on this. What's bothering me about the Wilks thing is people seem to think that it's reactive to last weekend.
Thank you, man.
It was all year.
All year. Yeah.
It was all year. And yes, if you watched I hate stats. I can't.
You love stats.
Where am I going? The people
you were using DVOA when it served you about 6 weeks ago.
Listen, it's a necessary evil.
We love stats when it serves us.
No,
I tell you that all the time.
Stats are like a good waiter.
It's a necessary evil, but I'm never going to use them unless it's not to serve my narrative. It's if I think it accentuates something that I believe after watching the game. But those of you who are out there with the whole so a top 5 ranked defense wasn't good enough for you. That's why we're firing Steve Wilks. Did you watch? You cannot.
I saw the Detroit first half.
You can't be a Niner fan and tell me you felt good about the defense this year. If you say that, then
nobody knows why.
I'll listen to you.
It's still a mystery.
Right. Because it wasn't a good
And
fit.
you got the most money on your D line was your poorest unit at the end. That was the most baffling one.
Mm-hmm.
To me, the Clay thing is
Clay,
selfish is too strong of a word, but it's a guy who is so self-absorbed in his own game right now and trying to figure out his own game that he lost sight of what we have to do as a team. And here's the other thing. Now, I was thinking about this. Westbrook's a terrible free throw shooter, 66%. I do think there's a scenario in which Pods makes the 3. Okay, there's 39. Westbrook, go ahead and look over at Kurt. We're not fouling, right? We're not fouling. Maybe you do foul, and he only makes 1. Now,
where does that put you?
What I'm trying to say is, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, even that
it was Westbrook.
Yes, but there was no
This is not Shaq, though.
But it wasn't Clay looking over, double checking. We're not fouling here, right? No, go get him. It was complete obliviousness.
I think it's J.R. Smith light is what it is.
Man.
It's J.R. Smith light.
From a 12-year veteran.
Yeah.
We were in the arena that night.
Yeah. That's so funny. That's still one of my favorite NBA guys.
Where are you going? They got the memes. You going to the liquor store to get the
I don't like that.
we were in the
I don't
house.
understand.
LeBron was like, where are you going? Get in the game, bud.
Totally. Totally.
I felt bad for Kerr. That was one time I was like, he looked like, dog it. I just like
For
that
Kerr?
one hurt. Yeah. And they were going to be two over.
How about we feel bad about the blown 15-point lead again? So if you want to talk about, and we can all look at the Clay foul and say, oh, Clay, you cost us the game. No,
They're probably
get a
gonna lose.
rebound.
They're probably going to lose anyway.
You were up 15.
No
and
doubt.
you
What
blew
keep
another
preaching.
15-point lead. So
you and the Spurs, we understand the Spurs, but not when you got Dre, Steph, and Clay.
Yeah. Big time.
Tiger taking a shot that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, behind the tree.
Little punch out from behind the tree.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to derail the segment, but Tiger was sitting in the fairway.
It's a good shot.
That's a hell of a shot.
I just hate when it's not a major for him. So if he wins this, it ain't a major.
You feel sorry for him.
No, this
feel
is
bad
his
for Tiger.
major.
He's not going to win this.
This is his major.
Now, why would you say that?
Well,
This doesn't set up for him?
He's already 7 shots back.
Okay.
Number one.
But is there a course thing or something?
A little bit.
He's won there before.
I used to, and he also decided to stop coming for years. I used to cover this event.
Yeah.
And they were, do it.
Yeah.
Thank you. They were repeatedly, by the way. I've walked this course many times. Media Day is a ton of fun. But anyway, that tournament used to be annually crushed by Tigers not showing up. And there's something to be said. I don't know. You know how golfers start talking about types of grass?
Poa.
That's Kikuya.
Kikuya, whatever the hell. Yeah. And you're like,
Kikuya.
Well, Aaron used to do this to me all the time.
Yeah.
Like, what does that even mean? What
Manti Te'o's girlfriend,
Yeah.
Kikuya.
Well,
like,
don't expect. Well, I'll tell you what. When the ball hits Kikuya, don't expect the bounce.
Okay.
Exactly.
Whatever. And so there was this thing. It's like, oh, it's Kikuya. Tiger's not coming. And I'm like, what language? It's grass. Like we're playing golf. The ball goes where it goes.
Hey,
but anyway,
it's Tiger.
Yeah, he wouldn't come. So
Why did he say his name? That is the greatest.
Oh, what do you guys know?
I know who it is.
What
We got
they said, hey, it's
we got
Eldrick.
Thursday meeting today.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I got to get on a flight too.
Save
Now
mine
where are you
Steiny's.
going?
Hold on.
My dad's funeral.
Going to me and Larry tomorrow. Larry and I.
You looked at me like you're going to feel like crap when I answered this.
Oh, boy.
And I was like, now I do.
All right, it's not a formal funeral. It's more of a ceremony.
Are you going solo, or is the big fella going? Or
Big fella's not going.
Where are you going?
Okay.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, back east.
Okay.
Enjoy, man.
I would have gone with you. We all would have gone with you if you would have. If you wanted us to go, we all would have gone.
That's all right.
Because I mean,
Dibs could have just left it
no,
there.
no.
I know. Like,
I met his
Are
father.
you speaking for me now? Like, I got stuff going on.
Come to think of it, you want to go in place of it?
I'm speaking for Dana.
Right.
I'm speaking for
I got you. I'm
Sal.
playing.
And I met Matt's father, and his father reminds me a lot of my father. And so when I spent a little bit of time with Matt's father. I talked to him maybe 4 or 5 times in person, and every time it was like, oh my God. Can I call you daddy?
Yeah, right.
Because you are
you my daddy?
father.
Yeah.
Dude,
He's blazed the airways at 95.7 the game.
Dibs showing up to Almond Funeral Home on Saturday at 2 saying, oh, yes, Matt's not coming. I'm here to take his place.
Then Maury Povich runs
Now
in.
batting.
You
Yeah. Matt
are not the father.
All right, gents, have a great show.
Now batting.
Travel safe.
Yeah.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, your answer's a fair one. It's a fair one. There's no doubt. We view people through different lenses.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr's won a championship. Kyle Shanahan is not. All right.
Steve's won 4.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
Yeah.
Although I don't ever remember being at any of the parades where people were like, did you see Steve Kerr coach that game last night? So in other
No,
words,
but the first one, when they went to Memphis and they were down 2-1, and he decided to put Iguodala in the starting lineup, we all laud that as one of the great moves in history.
you don't need to explain Steve Kerr to me. You know I'm a big fan.
I know you are, but
Yeah.
to me, that first title was like, man, Steve, you took Mark's team, hand down, man down, and you made him a champion. And yeah, the 2 KD years, whatever. And then the last title felt more like a Steph title. But for me, the first one felt like a Steve Kerr title.
Well, like everybody gets credit, and so certainly
Right.
not going to take that away from anyone. I'm also, though, I'm not someone who looks at coaches and players for that matter and goes, your greatness will solely be determined by whether or not you win the last game of the year.
Right.
That's just not the way that I look at it, and I know a lot of people do, and that's fine, and so I'm not here to change anyone's mind on that. But I do hate stats. I do hate stats. I really do.
I'll remember this.
At their core, I do not like stats. I try to come up with a different argument away from stats because just think about it from a conceptual standpoint for a moment.
I love stats.
You watch the game.
Thank you, Peter.
Where do you get the stats? I get the stats on the internet.
Footballreference.com.
Right. So that means that happens after the game. That means I'm acting like I can experience the game on my computer on a Tuesday. I can't experience the game on a computer on a Tuesday. I can experience the game on a television set on a Sunday or whatever. And I just think that too often the stats don't tell the story. I used to hate the name of that ESPN show, Numbers Don't Lie. Yeah, they do. All the time they do. And so if you're just joining us, the reason I bring that up is it feels to me like we are still in a now national debate over whether or not Kyle Shanahan used Steve Wilks as a scapegoat. Jason La Canfora today on Twitter called Kyle Shanahan an eternal scapegoater. Sean Merriman, not Sean Marion. He had a funny looking 3-point shot. Yeah, he was great. Sean Merriman on Twitter, quote tweets the firing of Steve Wilks and says, I don't understand this one. Clarence Hill Jr., who covers the Cowboys, comes out and lists all the things that you don't blame Steve Wilks for. Luter's foot and Burford the wrong way and Mahomes and the decision in the OT or whatever.
Right.
All the things. And I'm like,
McCaffrey fumble.
Are we all still there? Like, are we processing this as Kyle's blaming Steve Wilks for the Super Bowl loss? That never even occurred to me. I don't think that had anything to do with it at all. And what's sort of gaining steam as this like snooty comment on social media is, well, if you watched 49er games, you'd understand why Steve Wilks is not the DC anymore. And I agree with that. I also understand how it comes off very high and mighty.
Of course.
Oh, thanks, Clarence. You never watched the games. But it's a correct statement. You never felt good about the Niner defense all year. And it's not blaming Steve Wilks. It's simply two philosophies that didn't go together. So Steve can be an amazing DC. Kyle can be an amazing offensive coach. I just don't know if they can do that on the same team. That's all.
I disagree with that statement about you never felt good about the defense all year. You felt great about them in the first 5 games. So if you look at
great. I didn't.
I felt great about the.
I went to
first 5 games.
went to the New York Giants game, the home opener.
I was there too,
and I was like, "This is good." It doesn't look dominant to me. The seats were good too. It doesn't.
Yeah, I know what you were saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought that they looked great. They were dominant. And
remember
they were
Nick Bosa's sack? I think that was his first sack of the year, and it was a complete Daniel just turned the wrong way right into Nick. It was like, it's fine. It's solid. And you're right. There were moments.
I thought it was better than solid and better than fine. And, maybe it was the opponent, but when they beat Dallas 42-10, I think we all were thinking, this defense is best in the NFL. They're elite. And if the offense can do that and the defense plays like this, Super Bowl or bust. And I think that's what many people were thinking.
Well, let me rephrase it, because there were a couple games where you felt that way. I felt that way against Jacksonville as well.
Yeah.
However,
I felt that way up until about December.
Whenever we would use the statement, they're the best defense in the NFL, looking back on it, I do feel like a lot of us said that because we felt it should be the case. But way too often, and for me, I'm specifically talking about the run defense, and I'm specifically talking about how the defensive line, in my eyes, never looked like you thought it should look. That's what I thought. I mean, come on. We said it all year. Why is Nick Bosa, why does he look like this as opposed to the way he looked the year before? No?
Well, he didn't look dramatically worse. I think he looked a little bit worse, and he's coming off a year where he was the best defensive player in football. So I think if you look at just the games in general and you watch him play, he was if you give him an A for last year in his DPOY year, he was a B, maybe a B+. He wasn't a C or a C-. You look at Javon Hargrave, I think he was a little bit more of a disappointment.
Agreed.
And then the left defensive end spot, whether it was Chase Young or Gregory, Cleveland Farrell was good, but other than that, their defensive line was not as disruptive as we would have thought. But I look at their defense for the first half of the year, and I think this defense was the best defense in football.
At no point did I look at the defense and go, it's as good as it should be. I never thought the production matched the names. I just didn't. Never felt that way. Did I think it was good enough to win a Super Bowl? Yeah, I did. This is
they were for 3 quarters.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and by the way, last year, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl by giving up 34 points. Like, it's today's NFL. You don't have to have the best defense in the league in order to win the whole thing. Baltimore bases themselves on defense. How they doing in the playoffs, right? The 49ers had to outscore the Lions 34-31. So, yeah, I thought they could win a Super Bowl, but the whole year I was like, it's good. It's good. It's good defense. Doesn't seem like it's really performing the way you would think it would based on the names that they have. And at no point did I had curiosity, but we've never done any shows where I'm like, dude, Steve Wilks has got to go. Steve Wilks is doing something wrong. There's intricacies to it that I see as a fan that there's no way I can know. I felt all year it was a head scratcher why it wasn't more dominant. And then there was one play in the Super Bowl that, for me, crystallized it. And I won't blame Steve Wilks or Kyle Shanahan, or I'll blame them both. It simply came down to when you hear people talk about complementary football, and they need to be a concert, and the DBs need to play with the D-line. I think most of us go, yeah, that sounds good, but okay, what the hell does that mean?
Right,
all
right.
Do you remember I think this was the last drive. It's either the overtime drive or the final drive to tie the game to send it into overtime by the Chiefs.
It was OT, and I know where you're going.
Okay.
Rashee Rice.
No, not Rashee Rice.
Oh.
No.
That's the one for me.
That's a good example. They sold out. They went all the way.
And they played off.
But there was one that was even easier. I think it was a 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2. And the Niners brought a blitz. They're like, we got to go get him. We got to set up 4th and long. We're going to go get him. And they sent everything on the right side of the offensive line. And then Jerick McKinnon was just like, I'm right here, 3 yards away from you, with the linebackers and the other backers out there playing off. And Patrick Mahomes has never had an easier throw in his entire life. He could have made that throw when he was in Pee Wee football. And so he did. And it gained about 10 yards, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Because whatever's happening up front is not married to what's going on in the back.
Right.
If you're going to blitz, the first thing you got to do is go get the hot route on a play like that. And it was absolutely wide open. And that simply tells me that a divorce is needed. Like they're not in sync.
Yeah, to me, that's a scheme thing. And that's what happened on the Rashee Rice play where you brought the blitz in overtime and Rice was able to go across on the crossing route. It was man coverage behind, and you were all playing about 6 to 8 yards off, trying to prevent for the deep pass. And it was a lot of that, Mark, and it was a lot of that throughout the course of the year where the pass rush didn't match up with the coverage, and that's something you can't have.
You think it was a scapegoat situation?
No.
Kyle blaming Steve Wilks for the Super Bowl loss?
No.
Kyle reacting to the Super Bowl loss?
I don't think so. And I said this 8 weeks ago, and, Guru stole it from me, and everyone wants to give him the credit, and that's fine. This was going to happen anyway. Even if they won the Super Bowl, they would have had a parting of ways, I think, because when Kyle Shanahan comes out and after the Minnesota game and says he knows he can't do that, and he calls timeout in the Super Bowl.
That was the one for me.
Yeah, there was a disconnection going way back this year that was not going to go forward next year.
Should he have fired him halfway through the year?
No. What do you do?
I don't know.
At that point.
Bring in somebody who runs the defense you want to run.
Right. And
Which
who
is
that?
what I have no idea.
And that to me is always the thing about any head coaching job.
It would be an in-house thing. You would elevate somebody who's been on the staff for a while.
Fire Kyle Shanahan right now.
Okay.
Who are you going to hire? And you have a whole off season to figure that one out, but are you going to find somebody who's better than Kyle Shanahan? For all you fans out there who want to fire him,
No, I'm talking about Wilks.
No, I know, but I'm saying that this is the example of why you don't fire Wilks in week 9 or week 11, because what are you going to do? Who are you going to hire at that point to keep this championship thing rolling?
Yep.
And they were rolling. They made it to the Super Bowl.
Right.
It's not like this thing was so broken that, you were heading for the cliff. You still were a Super Bowl caliber team, and you made it to overtime of the Super Bowl. You don't fire anybody in that spot.
There is something about this Super Bowl, and I mean that now because the 49ers have lost 3 of these. There's something about this one that's sending the grief process in the other direction.
Back toward anger?
It gets worse every day.
Yeah.
Not better.
Well, the Kubler-Ross model, they talk about the 5 stages of grief. They are not sequential. You don't go from denial to anger to bargaining to depression to acceptance. It's not a linear process.
You bounce around.
You bounce around. And every individual goes through their own process in their own way. And, many of us on Sunday and Monday, it was anger. And I got to bargaining pretty quick, which is you get to that point of, well, what if this and what if that? And even yesterday, what if they would have called illegal man downfield when the Chiefs scored to win the game? Well, then it would have been 1st and goal at the 8, and maybe then, and what if, and could they have, and what if Greenlaw doesn't get hurt? That's bargaining. And then you get to acceptance, and I don't think that many fans have gotten to that point where you can just look at it and go, you know what? And you got there early. Dude, Mahomes.
Yeah. You can still feel it out there. The Shanahan thing it's still going up. The anger, the angst.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Let's take your calls. You think it was a scapegoat situation? We're working on times for Ramona Shelburne. Sean Salisbury's on the show. We'll take your calls. Let's rock. It's Willard and Dibbs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
Find seasonal produce.
Not always. Not always.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, this
cold takes exposed.
I wonder how long this is going to go.
What? What is this?
Kyle anger.
What's the date? You know the date. It's my half birthday.
No.
Come on, Mark.
February 15th.
Yes. The second greatest day of the year.
A day that has nothing to do with Dan Dibley whatsoever.
A day that marks that I am only 6 months away from turning. I'm halfway to $1.11, Mark, and I hope I make it.
I love the young people.
Whatever, Grandy. It's my special day. And we got cookies on my day, scoreboard.
What's shocking is how excited you are about birthdays at your age. If I were you, I'd lose the whole birthday thing.
See, what you don't know about getting old, and it's because you're just a young little G in value packs.
That's right.
Every birthday when you get north of where I am, it's a true blessing. And even your half birthday, when you take a moment to realize how great it is to still be alive. That was a live look at my pulse.
That was unsettling.
Yeah. Actually, my pulse is way slower. I gave blood last week because I try to give blood every 4 months because I have O positive and I'm trying to give back, literally. And the technician's like, your pulse is 48. Do we need to call somebody?
Do those people know how hot your blood is?
My blood runs hot 2 to 6.
Do they know? Like, we'll save your life, but you're going to be angry half the time. Dude, do they know that?
Your body temperature is 108? Is that possible? I'm mad. I'm mad about Shanahan.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They told me my pulse was remarkably low, and I said, yeah, I've got a big, very big, very strong heart. That's a fact.
Oh.
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
I thought you were going to play I'm a fat red pumpkin, which also would have worked.
No, if that's the way
red pumpkin.
There you go. If that's the way you feel, then why are you waiting every 6 months? You should feel that way about every day.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Great. But we'll celebrate again tomorrow.
Every 6 months.
If we get here.
Well,
Kyle Shanahan doesn't know if we're going to make it to tomorrow.
When you get to your birthday, and at my age, your half birthday, you take a moment and you realize how great it is to still be alive.
I mean, I do that every Thursday.
Well,
it's the best
when you're
day of the
your
week.
age, you're still you're still head down and grinding.
Yeah.
You get to be my age and you stop and you smell the roses.
Oh, for God's sake.
And you have a cookie in the kitchen.
Stop it.
When the Girl Scouts break you off a couple of boxes for your half birthday.
Break you off something.
Thank
okay.
you.
All right.
Anyway.
888-957.
Back to Kyle.
957.
Back to anger.
But that's my question. How long does it go?
This one, and I told you this on Monday, I think this one goes on and on to the break of dawn. I honestly, Mark,
to his half birthday?
Well, and I think that this one lasts. Normally, a Super Bowl loss, your team makes it, you lose. It's a 3-day thing, 2 to 3 days. This one, I think, is a 2-week. It's 2 weeks plus for me.
I think it's longer than that.
Well, I mean, 2 weeks of top of mind.
Well,
because you mentioned whatever you mentioned going to break about Kyle and Wilks and Scapegoat. The phones are still blowing up. There are still many people who want a piece of this.
You can see it all over social media. People
everywhere,
are still batting around Kyle Shanahan. And Tommy on our YouTube page just said something on the chat that I think is exactly right. It goes until they win a Super Bowl. I agree. However, I also think it's bigger than that. I think the Kyle's anger is not just about the loss. It's not just about Sunday. It's more than that. It's more than that. It's conceptual, it's personality, and I bring it up today especially because I think that it is what is creating this idea. The arrogance of Kyle Shanahan, the now high-profile nature of multiple Super Bowl losses has created a vibe surrounding Kyle Shanahan that would suggest that Kyle Shanahan, when things don't go well, blames other people. And I don't really see that as a repetitive characteristic with Kyle. You can make that case against Minnesota. He held a press conference that to this day surprises the hell out of me. Not that he was wrong, but I couldn't believe he did it. I couldn't believe he went to a microphone and went, Steve knows he messed up. I couldn't believe it. I remember the shows we did that day. And I'm like, this is not good. They don't like each other.
I think I
Something's
likened
wrong.
it to Michael Corleone giving Fredo a big kiss and saying, hey, I have an idea. Why don't you go fishing? And that's basically what happened to Steve Wilks.
Joe Pesci, you're a made man. Come on.
All that.
Right through this door. Yeah.
The Morning Roast called Nahigi and Joe Pesci earlier today.
Oh, how'd that go?
Well, I mean, they did a whole thing about who's Tony Soprano and Bonte. I'm Tony. Got it. And then, they did a whole thing on the Sopranos cast, and it was pretty funny.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then they turned it to Joe Pesci and the whole deal. I'm trying to remember after the last Super Bowl loss who the scapegoat was, because it felt like, I guess it was Jimmy G.
but I don't think that was from Kyle.
Right.
See, that's
Did
what
Kyle
I mean.
fire anyone last time?
I don't think so.
Feb 2, 2020, you lose by 11, and then what happened after that? I mean, D. Ford.
Nothing.
Jimmy G.
Nothing. He picked Jimmy G over Tom Brady.
Right. Well, Tom Brady said no thank you.
So what about this? Uncle Looney, one of our favorites, just sent in this note. It's not that he blames, but he doesn't take accountability first like every other head coach. You buy that? I've heard Kyle take accountability. And by the way, what I really disagree with on that comment is that every other head coach takes accountability. Oh, no, they don't. Oh, no, they don't. Get any NFL player on and ask if they've ever been put in a situation where they feel like the coach is putting it on the players. I've seen coaches do that even with injuries. Yeah. Suggesting that a guy should play through it, but, well, he's selected to get surgery, so what are you going to do? I mean,
I wonder what Kyle needs to take accountability for in this game.
There you go. Or
let's just think about this game.
Or whenever.
This game. What does Kyle need to take accountability for? Like the overtime deferral?
We weren't prepared for overtime.
Fine. You can take accountability for that.
Okay.
And, he can maybe come out in a week and say, after further review, we should probably not take the ball. And my third possession analytic is maybe not accurate. Okay.
You're a genius. You should be able to convert 3rd and 4.
Right. Well, I mean,
apparently every time.
The play, I like the play that we called and stuff, and the first one and stuff. Jimmy G. Brock Purdy. He didn't see that Ayuk was open and stuff, and there was a breakdown. And on the second one and stuff, Spencer knew that he had to slide right and stuff. And if we get a block there, Ayuk is alone in the end zone and stuff. And if he chooses to throw to Juwan and stuff, he's open as well. And so I feel like if the protection was better and stuff, that we might have scored and stuff.
Yeah, that's not accountability. But I'm with you.
Well, what's the accountability there?
No, I don't.
Well, that play call was terrible. I only schemed 2 guys open. I should scheme 3 guys open.
Right.
My bad.
Right.
My fault.
And I should have known that my offensive lineman was going to go the wrong way.
For me, the only accountability is first half, maybe I should have used my timeouts to get the ball back.
Okay.
Although he could say, up 10-0, I felt good about where we were. I get that. And Kyle's always going to be conservative, and I don't like it, but that's Kyle.
And that's fine. But my question is, like, even go through the exercise of the things you're saying right now. Examples of what accountability would sound like from Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
I don't ever hear any coach ever say stuff like that. Who the hell walks to a microphone after a loss?
Well, Steve Kerr, but he's,
Steve,
4
first of all,
titles and
by
he's
the
a
way,
made man.
not right after a loss. He waits till he gets to Willard and Dibbs because he needs 24 to 48 to think about it.
Good point.
He didn't did he go to the microphone after the Warrior game? Oh, I should have left Moody in. Nope. Took 24 hours. And he heard what everyone was saying. And Raymond Ritter called him. People aren't happy about Moody. All right, I'll go on Willard and Dibbs. And the first question they ask, they could be like, what'd you have for dinner? Well, I can tell you what. I didn't have nudies because it rhymes with Moody, and I should have left him in last night.
Nice.
Like, I'm sorry. That's not what a coach sounds like. Who goes to the microphone after the game, moments after it's over, with a list of everything that they did wrong? That they did wrong. Which, by the way, many of those things they didn't do wrong. But for whatever reason, we hear that word all the time. So I hear you, 49er fans. I'm just curious what you think it would do for you. Accountability. So many of you want accountability from Kyle Shanahan.
It's because what we all want, Mark,
is what?
You know what we want. It's a pound of flesh. We always want a pound of flesh. When something doesn't happen.
A pound of flesh is someone being fired or punished.
I mean, in Steve Wilks' case, it's probably 195 pounds of flesh. We want somebody to say, I screwed up. And then we can either be forgiving or we can say, see, Shanahan, I knew it. I knew you screwed up.
Right. But
it's the I told you so mentality of America or of our society.
So Looney follows up on YouTube and says, Dan Campbell, there's accountability. Dan didn't say he messed up. He said he would do it again.
On the 2-point conversion?
On all of them. The fourth downs.
Well, the 2-point conversion was the one against Dallas where...
But he didn't. He never came out and said, I messed up. He went on
I thought he came out and said, I probably should have kicked it after that.
He went on a radio show and enforced the announcers to say, he goes, say it. Be an adult. Say it directly to me. You think I messed up. Say it. And the radio host is like, I think you messed up. He's like, great. You think I messed up. I get it. He never said I wouldn't do it again. He never said that. I'd argue this. I don't care if you want accountability. You want accountability, great. I think you'd be super uncomfortable if he actually gave it to you. I think you'd think it would be cringy. I think it would be cringy. I think it would be incredibly strange and uncomfortable.
Or soft, people would say.
Exactly. For a head coach to walk in front of a microphone right after a game or even the next day and be like, so, all right, I know y'all saw the Super Bowl. Let me get my list. Here's all the things that I messed up. What? What on earth are we doing? Like, you don't want him throwing other people under the bus, but you want him to throw himself under the bus. No, like, that's not. By the way, mistakes.
I had a few.
They happen.
Yeah.
The Chiefs committed a truckload of them. Do you want accountability from Andy Reid for defensive holding, interceptions, and 4 fumbles? His team escaped.
5 fumbles.
It's just, I don't know, man. It's not that I don't understand the emotion. I just think it's a weird request. I want accountability from Kyle. And then what? What if he did?
Well, then you either move on or you don't.
What if he came out today and was like, so
I have 5 things that I wish I did differently. Then the people who want him fired would say, see, these are the 5 reasons why we want him out. And the people who love Kyle would say, man, it's so great, Kyle, that you came out and you kept it real and you came clean about the mistakes you made. To your point, doing what some people are asking him to do, it solves nothing because the people who are against him will be even more against him, using that as fuel. And the people who are apologists or Shanahans.
Shanafans.
Yeah, they would say, oh, see, Kyle, he's so transparent. We love him even more.
Hey, Grandy, take your time. Can you go find a clip or two from the press conference when Trey Lance got traded? That sounded like accountability to me. Grandy's
got a mouthful of cookie right now.
Well, that's why I told him to take his time.
It's an apple, Dibs. Come on.
Whatever. I see you with a box of Girl Scouts in there.
Apple of the day keeps the Girl Scout cookies in your mouth. Slots and coffee in the city.
Whoa.
Hey, Slots, what are you doing?
Can't say that.
What's up, guys? Still carrying this heartache.
Yeah. It's not going away, is it, Slots?
I think you guys got a few things where you guys hit the nail on the head right there, but I'm going to give you guys 2 things of why it ended up like this and we had to fire Steve Wilks.
Okay.
In overtime, what is Kyle Shanahan's job to do? Get down the field and score.
Well,
Get down the field and score.
I would have answered it differently, but go ahead. My answer for almost anything that you say about what's Kyle Shanahan's job, I would answer it to put his players in the best position to succeed.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I can agree with that.
Okay.
Well. And Steve Wilks' job is once the Kansas City Chiefs has the ball, stop them, and we win.
Right. Same thing. To put his defensive players in the best position to succeed.
Best position.
Right.
And this is where it comes down to. Our defense has never been in this best position this whole season. They looked very unorganized. our defensive line to our safeties. If Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw was not on that field, the middle of that field was just completely lost. It's like he was running two different plays for the sets of players that was on there. And that's just the way it seemed. Our defense was nowhere bleeding in sacks the way they were in the previous years. I thought our defense, we were getting people on 3rd and 10, and they were getting first downs. 3rd and 15 first downs. We couldn't get off the field on a 3rd down.
They did give up a lot of those.
I think it was we gave up so much big yardage plays that I don't think teams scared us getting that 3rd down conversion.
Yeah, Slots, it's a good call. You know what? If we're gonna go stats, and I know you're real good at finding these fast. What were the Niners against the run this year? Do you have that?
Yeah, Mark, I do. And I'm glad you asked me that.
Yeah, what were they against the run?
Yards per attempt, they were tied for 10th, 4.1 yards per attempt.
Okay.
And I think that's the best way to do it as opposed to total yards because different teams get rushed on at different levels.
Sure.
Overall yards per play, they were tied for 7th
Okay.
with Dallas at 5 yards per play.
Okay. I mean, if you want, I don't want to play the stats game.
Yards per attempt in passing, they were 5th. 5.4.
Okay.
So better, and they actually, and we did this yesterday a little bit, they were better year over year against the pass this year as opposed to last year. Last year they were 10th or 11th. This year they were 5th. So the back end, he's better at the back end. As Nick Bosa would tell you, the back end was better. The front end was worse. So the junk was in the trunk, but the top side was not as...
And he's a back end guy.
Right. Go ahead and cut that.
I didn't mean that. Anyway.
Anyhow.
A lot of people are.
It'd be better if you would have said that you were a back-end guy, but you didn't.
It's increased through the years.
It
anyway,
has.
I'm both. Anyway, babe, I'm coming. Yeah, exactly right. A few more hours. So I don't want to do the stats game. I don't want to, but I think you can. Like those of you who want to play it, you can play it back. And here's the other thing that I notice a lot, and this is what I really hate. There seem to be fans who've decided, and maybe this is just 2024 in America, you have to pick a side. You have to pick a side. Do you feel that?
Of course.
Offense or defense? It's like, are you...
Red states, blue states.
Thank you. Right. Are you a... this is a bad example, right? Are you a Kerr guy or are you a Kuminga guy? Are you a Shanahan guy or are you a Wilks guy? Are you a Kobe guy or are you a Shaq guy? Are you a whatever? We could on and on.
It's everything at all times.
The offense of the 49ers and the defense of the 49ers are on the same damn team. And we have ended up in a debate over who's to blame. I'm not sitting here saying that the 49ers offense had a great postseason. It did at times. It didn't at others. It was great in the second half in the first 2 rounds. It was great in the first half in the last round. I don't think that this is a relevant conversation, though. A lot of people, if you understand this, if your response to anything negative about the defense is, well, but the offense, that means you are buying into the scapegoat narrative. You're buying into the scapegoat narrative. I don't think this was a scapegoat. I think the 49ers want to be at their best. I think they would like the whole team to be at their best. And on the defensive side of the football, you've got a lot of coaches doing a lot of different things that did not blend well. And for me, the end-all, be-all, forget anything that Kyle says. The players said it. The players have gone public, Nick Bosa chiefly among them, saying that we struggled this year to get everybody on the same page. If that's how the players feel after a full year of trying, then yeah, let's do something different. Let's do something different. And that's not a blame or a scapegoat.
I get it, but the offense also struggled at times to be on the same page and to get things done. And you look at Spencer Burford.
To be on the same page?
Spencer Burford was not on the same page.
That's one guy going the wrong way on one play.
On the biggest play of your season.
Granted.
And on a 3rd and 4, your protection broke down. And you can look at it 2 different ways. And if you look at the offense, you're not going to look at the offensive mastermind and say, well, he might be in trouble. He's got to go because he's the architect of the whole thing. And if you just look at the numbers, and I know you love stats, Mark, the offense gained 68 more yards than the defense allowed in the 3 postseason games.
Okay.
But the defense got 5 turnovers and the offense committed 3. So the defense got you the ball twice more than you gave it up. So if you want to look at just the numbers, it was pretty even. And the team was they were a +3 in the postseason. You won by 3, you won by 3, you lost by 3. So for me, if you want to look at just the 3 postseason games, it's a wash in terms of offense versus defense. Because the defense was great in the second half against Detroit. And they were great in the first half against Kansas City.
Again,
they were great.
Well, but now you're whittling it down to the last game or 2 or so.
Those are the biggest games of the year.
Right, but that's not what this was about.
I know.
This was about the whole year.
For sure, Mark. But I'm just making the greater point of if you really want to look at the year in totality, the defense was really, really good. Now, were they as good as they should have been? That's debatable. And Kyle Shanahan obviously didn't think so.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All right, everybody wants to get in on this. We're coming to you. Ramona Shelburne is going to join us shortly here after the 3 o'clock hour. So Waterman and Mike and Spencer and Nicholas and Jay and Jason, stay right where you are. We're on the way. It's Willard and Dibs.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. A lot of you want to weigh in on all things 49ers. Got a lot of emotion still out there. And so we're coming to you. Stay right there. We're coming to you here shortly. But an opportunity to talk with our friend Momo, also known as Ramona Shelburne of ESPN, was not to be passed up because she is at the front of the line of those reporting on the Genie Bus / Joe Lacob high-level phone calls that at some point, no doubt, will lead to LeBron James wearing a Warrior uniform. Isn't that right, Ramona?
I don't know what I go out for.
You didn't say no. You didn't say no. I noticed that.
Yeah, I think the moment was right there. Like, I think if he wanted to do that, and if they would have given the green light and said yes, and then I think things would have progressed. But this was a very interesting 24 hours for the Lakers and for the Warriors.
And it's 24 hours that passed with a Shakespearean much ado about nothing, but just play with it for a minute, Ramona, about the offseason. And if Chris Paul is off the books and Clay is willing to take less and LeBron doesn't want a full rack of $50 million, is it still possible that maybe he would want to head north and be a part of the goodness that we have up here?
I mean, I still think this door is open. It's not, it'd be hard to do now because the expiring contracts will now have expired in the offseason, right? Like the Chris Paul contract or the Klay Thompson or whatever it would be. But there's still sign-in trades. LeBron has a player option. Like I think it's there's a way that these talks could be revisited, and I do think that it was more than just like obviously the Warriors checked on it, but it went on for like 24 hours. Like this wasn't a quick no. I mean, on the Lakers end, it was a quick no, but it was let's check with LeBron, and it was a lot of lobbying from Warriors players, from people in and around that can get to LeBron, that people were trying to convince him, right? And I think this. Let's see how the season goes. Let's see how everything wraps up. Let's see what the summer looks like, where Bronny gets drafted. Like those are going to be big decisions for everyone. Plus, LeBron and Steph are going to be on the Olympic team together. So we'll have all summer to talk about it.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, with us on Willard and Dibs. Okay, let's back up. You have twice referred to this 24-hour period. Can you take our listeners through the timeline of what exactly happened?
As best I know it, I think the people involved probably know a lot more than we do, right? But I think my understanding is the Warriors decide on something like Tuesday night to make a real concerted run at LeBron, and most of Wednesday is Don Levy calls Pelinka, Joe Lacob calls Genie Bus. Genie Bus says, well, both of them give we don't want to trade LeBron answer. But they also both, but Genie Bus essentially says to Joe Lacob, like, I don't know if LeBron wants to be a Warrior. You have to ask Rich Paul, ask his agent, right? And so they do. And it's Don Levy and Rich and Lacob asking Rich Paul his agent. And I think this 24-hour period was more like Draymond, who has the same agent, is calling Rich, trying to convince him to convince LeBron. I assume there's some back and forth between Draymond and LeBron. I don't know if I know that, but I assume it. And I think that during that period, ultimately the answer came back as no, LeBron wants to stay a Laker, and he doesn't want to go through the trade, and he or even explore this option any further. But the fact that it played out all over Wednesday, right before the trade deadline, as they're concurrently working on Alex Caruso scenarios and Olynyk scenarios and fielding calls on Wiggins, pretty interesting.
Well, very interesting. What about this, though? You said Warrior players are all lobbying. Aren't some of them in the deal? What would the deal have looked like?
Look, when I say Warrior players, I mean, I assume nothing happens here without Steph, right? I'm sure he's looped in on this. Draymond obviously was a part of it. I don't know who else was high enough on the food chain to be looped in, because these were very, very secretive, super, quiet. I think the word we used was clandestine, talks. Like, everybody involved was like kind of shocked that we found out about it when we called them. They were like, what? Like, nobody could deny it because it happened, but they were all very surprised that it got that it got out. So I don't know which players knew, but I assume at least those two, right? Steph and Draymond.
Yeah, and the idea that it does get out makes us think, Mark and I and other people, about where that might have come from. I'm not trying to get the source, but wouldn't this feel a little bit like a trial balloon from the Warriors side in terms of asking the fans without directly asking them, hey, what do you think about LeBron as a Warrior?
That's more of a question that I have for you guys. Like, how would that play? I mean, like, you're in the Bay. He's competed against the Warriors in 5 finals. Do people like LeBron? Do they
answering a question with a question? That's veteran right there. That's level 3, Ramona.
The answer is they're a lot more open to it than they've ever been before.
Interesting.
There are still plenty of people not open to it, but there are a lot of people starting to open to it because the Warriors are 25-25.
Right, and he's LeBron. And he's still really good.
But he's the villain and he's the enemy here. But the idea of maybe getting one more for Steph, I think, kind of trumps the idea of, and, look, Momo, the idea that we've now stomached Chris Paul as a Warrior maybe has primed the pump, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. I was wondering how it would play in the Bucks. This is a guy you competed against for 5 finals, and then also he joins the Lakers, who ousted the Warriors from the playoffs last year, and then in the play-in game the year before that. They're obviously historic rivals, but I've always sort of felt like the Warriors and Clippers have this chippiness, and then the Warriors and Lakers, I don't know, they're rivals, but there's not a hatred there. There's not a chippiness to it. Right? There's a sort of there's a friendliness to that rivalry, I guess. This thing, right? I don't think they dislike each other. We know Draymond and LeBron are close. They were sitting together at the Super Bowl. They do a lot of things together. They both live in LA. I think they live 5 minutes from each other in Brentwood. I don't see it coming back up in the sense that I think the Lakers are better positioned to go add around LeBron. I don't think they're shopping him. I don't think they want to ever trade him. Theoretically, he wants to retire a Laker, but let's again see how the season ends. Let's see how people play this out.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, with us on Willard and Dibs. What is Klay Thompson's future with this organization?
Good question. I think he would like to. I think they would like for him to retire a Warrior. I think they would like to get another deal done with him. They obviously offered him an extension. It wasn't agreed upon, and I don't know if it was, the years and the money were not what he was looking for, right? Draymond gets 4 years, and they offered him 2, so there's a sort of, how is that presented? How is the money presented? But then again, what is the market, right? And especially with his injury history and how he's played this year. And so I think he'll have an opportunity to stay. I really do. I really think that everybody I talk to up there is very loyal to Klay Thompson. Like, they really have an appreciation for him and what he's meant to the franchise and who he is as a player. But will it come about in a way that he can stomach? Will he have a market elsewhere? Will somebody else throw a longer term deal with him? I don't know. I do think he's going to get to free agency this year, and we'll just have to see what the market is. And so far this year, it hasn't. You see good signs, and then there's a game like last night.
Yeah, boy. I mean, a rough one, and then an inexplicable foul late in the game. Just more of those games, I think, than the Claymaker games we're used to. Ramona Shelburne here on 95.7 The Game. What about the market for Andrew Wiggins at the deadline? Do you get a sense that there were no teams clamoring, or was there any teams covetous for his services?
Yeah, there's a handful of teams that were calling the Warriors about him. I think the Dallas stuff was real. I think the Knicks, there was several other teams that I'd heard of expressed interest in him. But were they giving the Warriors anything for him? Not really. I mean, he has a lot of money left on his deal. So that, the Warriors had a choice. Like, do you want to sell low on him? And especially with the way he's been playing lately, the answer is no. I mean, he's still a really good player if he can be that guy he was 2 years ago.
Ramona, going back to LeBron, and every time this comes up, there's the brawny part of it. And I don't even know what kind of prospect he is. I just know that he's LeBron's son. It hasn't been a very seamless kind of collegiate experience for him. So what does that mean for where LeBron is going to play next? Are NBA teams, are the Lakers, are the Warriors willing to give up a draft pick to try to get him just to woo LeBron?
So that's a really good question. Is it a first-round pick or is it a second-round pick, right? Like where does he actually fall in terms of, how he's played so far? What's his market like? I think there would be teams that would use a second-round pick on him. I don't know about the first round. I don't know where he is on the draft board. There was one. Remember last year somebody put, I think Jonathan Gavoni had him in the first round, but I don't know where he is now. And LeBron's rhetoric has changed just slightly on it. Because he always said, I'd love to play with my son and be, and then lately he's used the phrase share the court. What does that mean? Right?
That means he's either a ball boy or the guy cleaning up sweat under the basket.
Or no, like they could both be in the league at the same time.
Right.
But on different teams, and then has anybody thought about, does Bronny want to be on his dad's team? Like, I don't know if anybody asked him what that's like. And I don't know. Like, I mean, maybe if they're in the league at the same time, they can play against each other. And does he want Bronny to go up to a team that has championship aspirations where he's sort of like never going to play? Like, is he going to be Thanasis Antetokounmpo, right, where he's not going to play very much?
Right.
Or do you want him to be on a young team where he might get some run and be developed?
And the other piece of it is the reality that Bronny's probably not an NBA player. So does LeBron want to corrupt a college development just to rush him to the league so he can, quote, play with him or play on the same floor as him? Because what I see from Bronny is a young man who's probably 2 to 3 good college years away from maybe being an NBA player.
Yeah, I think he could use another year in college based on what we've seen right now. But it's a weak draft this year, and I actually do think somebody will take him. And he does have skills, so I think especially with the promise of like what it could mean for whatever team drafts him. So I agree with you. I think he could use another year, but I think he's coming out. I mean, that's the vibe we get. That he's going to test the waters this year.
Ramona, I totally get the PR of this, and you say publicly what you have to say when you're the Warriors, but they start playing better, and they're publicly going to say, we think we still have it in us, in-house, this roster, playing better. And then 24 hours before the deadline, they feverishly start calling for LeBron James. Do they really believe in what they have or not?
Okay, all season long, every time I talk to people there, they all just keep saying, we really like our team if we can just get healthy. Like, that has not deviated all season long, even in the worst of moments. And so I think I believe them. I think they believe it. And I don't think the LeBron, trade chatter was a desperation move. I think it's sort of like what the Warriors do. They always shoot their shot. They always go after stars. They're always interested in getting a Kevin Durant or a LeBron or whatever. And they saw it opening with his public comments, his hourglass tweet, like, "Hey, let's call. Let's see if we can make a run at him." I know some people interpreted that as like, oh, they don't think they have enough or they're desperate. I didn't feel like that at all. I just think the guy's a great player and he would give him a better chance to win. So why not explore it?
And seeing what you've seen from the Warriors over the past 2 or 3 weeks since Draymond's come back, do you really think that this team is a viable NBA Finals contender?
I might be crazy, but I do. I think when they're healthy, and if you get Wiggins playing at the level he was supposed to be at, or he should be at, if you get Kuminga continuing to grow, if Chris Paul comes back, I still like Moody a lot. Podziemski's taking steps forward. Klay Thompson, if he can get it together for an extended period of time and sort of accept that role that he needs to be in, I think they have a really deep good team. I mean, they could have used some more size, yeah. But okay, so they'll play Saric and Chase Jackson Davis, out there, and when they play the Nuggets or the Timberwolves. But I think they have a deep, talented team.
Part of that is because of the emergence of Jonathan Kuminga, right?
Yeah.
The light bulb has really gone on, but I also wonder when names like LeBron are out there. Our friend Anthony Slater with The Athletic followed up your report with the idea that the Warriors are going to be interested in any big-name wing that's out there. So if all that is the case, how committed are they to Kuminga's future? Is he completely off the table, or what are they thinking?
I had heard him referred to as untouchable. Like, one person said that they're never trading him. Like, they really are committed to him. So if there's a wing that's getting traded or another person being traded, I don't think it's Kuminga. People are going to ask, but they're very high on him, and I think that's I can't think of a trade where they would put him in.
Ramona, that's great stuff. Thank you so much for coming on.
You got it. Thanks, Mark.
Okay. There goes Momo. Ramona Shelburne. Jonathan Kuminga, untouchable.
Yeah, it makes sense the way he's played and his
Totally makes
age and
sense.
the contract spot that he's in. And honestly, the way the NBA works in terms of trades, he's untradeable right now until he gets that Jordan Poole spot.
Yeah.
So he plays like this all year, and then at the end of this year, you give him the Jordan Poole deal, which would be 4 or 5 years and $115 million. Then he becomes tradable if you want to get somebody back at that same price. Because right now you're not getting somebody at $7 million who is as good as he is.
No God,
chance.
No. Man, this is going to be interesting.
Down the stretch, right?
The whole year.
Well, think about the 6 games that they've blown 15-point leads. And I heard Bonte talk about this last night on the post game with Mully and Festus Azili.
I like Bonte's kicks last night, but go ahead.
Looking good.
Yeah,
And Valentine's.
yeah.
He had the Valentine flavor. If they would have won 4 of those 6 games, well, now you're talking about maybe being the 6th seed or being in that same mix. So if you look at their record, you can look at it and go, wow, I mean, they're 500. They've been mediocre. Yeah, they're going nowhere. But you think about those games, just the games they've blown leads.
Yeah, I mean,
forget the close games, the nip and tuck, the double overtime, the buzzer beater losses, Chet Holmgren hits you with a 3. Those games, just take the blown lead games.
I know it.
And if you don't blow 6 of them, let's say you blow 2 of them or 3 of them, that's 3 more wins you would have.
There's no doubt. And last night sucked.
Again.
By the same token, get a win tonight. At no point this season, other than the first week and a half, if I offered you 27 and 26 at the All-Star break, oh my God, you'd have jumped for joy. If I said you're in the play-in tournament.
Other than when they started 5-1.
That's what I'm saying. Other than the first week and a half. Other than that, if at any other point I had offered you a winning record and a spot in the play-in tournament just at the All-Star break, I think you'd have been thrilled.
2 weeks ago,
yeah,
I would have been thrilled.
Yep,
and we talked about the 5-game road trip, and you and I both were of the mind of, hey, if you get 3-2, 3-2 is like found money. You had a pair of back-to-backs. You had an Indiana game that was going to be tough. And, Philly, even without Embiid, not going to be easy. You figured 3-2, you'd take it. And they go 4-1 on that trip. And then you come back and you win over Phoenix. And
stole one.
Yeah, you stole one, but then you gave one up last night.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Twitch and YouTube, we love having fun with everybody there. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And also, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, Morning Roast, Steiny and Goo, get all locked up and subscribe to all of the shows here on 95.7 The Game. Whew, that was hard. My God, that was 20 minutes of not ripping Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Can we please get back on track? Jeez.
You won't.
Let's go to Spencer in Lafayette. Hi, Spencer. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We are fantastic, Spencer.
Well, look, I think that there is some criticism for Mr. Wilks to take. But fundamentally, I'm a buck stops here kind of guy. And Kyle Shanahan's, at the head of the table, and the buck stops with him. And when I look back at the losses this year, fundamentally, I feel like he didn't do what he was supposed to do with the number one player on his team. Purdy played great, but he's not the number one player on the team. It's CMC. And you had an opportunity let's go back to the 3-game losing streak. I think against the Browns, he had 11 carries. If I look at the Vikings, I think he had 14.
Hold on, Spencer. He got hurt against the Browns. He got hurt. So we got to keep it genuine now, okay?
Okay, that's fair.
All right.
But when I look at the second half of the Super Bowl and he comes out and 8 out of the first 9 plays are pass plays, when you have a lead, I don't like that. And I think, running the football there, getting another score there in those first 2 possessions, potentially wins you that game. So that's it. I just think people always want to talk in generalities. It looked this way. It felt that way. I like to talk about specifics of what is his responsibility. His responsibility is play calling. And in my opinion, on the losses throughout the year, with the exception of Baltimore, where they just didn't show up prepared to play.
Sure.
They lost because they didn't run the football. They didn't commit to the run. And in the Super Bowl, when they had the opportunity to really put the hammer down, he put 8 of 9 plays on the shoulders of his second-year quarterback. And Purdy's great, but you have the number 1 running back and the number 1 weapon in the NFL, and you didn't use him the way you were supposed to. Now, I'm also not saying Shanahan should get fired. By no means. I'm not on that wagon. And I think, if I'm a manager. Before I went into real estate, I managed teams. And if your management isn't on the same page, regardless of how good they are or not, if they're not on the same page, a change needs to be made. I don't want to sit here and talk about misassignments and all that and, what was called. If they're not on the same page, there just needs to be a change, because the management needs to be in lockstep with one another, and the message from the top needs to be clear all the way down. And if it's not that way, then you just got to make a change.
Yes,
that's where I stand on that. I don't think he's a scapegoat. I just think there's a difference of opinions there.
Spencer, I think it's a reasonable take. However, I would respond, and thanks, Spencer, by saying, how specific do you want to get? You're like, I don't want to talk in generalities. How did it feel? I want to get into the specifics. You didn't run the ball 8 of 9 times to start the second half. How specific do you want to get? Do you want to go further? I'm not going to disagree with you. I think you have a point, but you do need to acknowledge the specifics of those plays.
Right.
The false start, which was going to be a run play on second down, and you end up at 2nd and 15. You're not going to run the ball. The throw to Jawan Jennings on first down that sets up 2nd and 18.
Yep.
You're not going to run the ball. If a couple of those passes...
And they run at the start of the next possession, and it's no game.
And he got stonewalled.
He got 0.
So, quite frankly, McCaffrey would have had more run plays. No doubt in my mind, and actually you could see it based on the pre-false start setup was going to be a run for Christian McCaffrey, and then penalties change the play call or mistakes. Now, you could argue, hey, those mistakes, like at least the Jennings one, that came out of throwing the ball on first down. How about don't do that? That's fine, but now we're whittling it down to 1 play, not 9.
And that's a play that Brock Purdy hopefully in the future throws into the ground, knowing full well that, you complete it. You're already 10 or 11 yards behind the line of scrimmage yourself. You throw that away to where Jennings can't catch it, and it's 2nd and 10.
Right, got to be careful.
2nd and 18.
Careful with the throwaway in the pocket, though.
Throw it at his feet.
Yeah,
and that's.
tough,
a more
man.
veteran quarterback can make the correct throw there.
Yep.
And protect the receiver from himself.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, you could. I don't think it's a fair argument, but I mean, you could almost argue that Juwan should drop it on purpose.
Right.
But he can't see necessarily behind him and who's there. Again, you're talking about split-second decisions. Right? Right. Okay, I got you. 888-957-9570. We're right up against it, but we're not even close to done with you. Salisbury, 4:15? Is that what we're rocking, right? Sean Salisbury at 4:15? Is that the deal? All right. Sean Salisbury is going to join us at 4:15, which means we got a clear runway from now until then to keep talking to all of you. 888-957-9570. We will continue with your calls. Do you believe that Steve Wilks was a scapegoat in this situation? And let's just let's put it center stage. This tennis match, this angst, this Kyle Shanahan anger. What's the root of that? What is the root of that? And I know what we've already had to do. Oh, accountability. I don't think that is realistic. I don't think that would feel the way you think it would feel. And I also argue that the idea that he doesn't take it. I think he does. I've never heard other than Minnesota, I've never heard Kyle Shanahan just walk to a microphone and be like, I got my list of people to blame, not named me. I don't think that's what his pressers sound like. Do you? We can keep getting into it. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and it's Willard and Dibbs. Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Head to Safeway this week. He's a back-end guy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Hamzy on YouTube just popped into the chat. Hey,
Hamzy?
Checking in. What's the topic? What's the topic?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're on fire today. I mean, anyway.
Let's put the rat on the table.
What? We've known each other for a long time.
Which is why it doesn't count when she says, "Oh, Mark, that's a great question."
There's a rule.
And you know what,
Do
Ramona?
you get paid by Odyssey?
Hey,
if
Ramona.
you do, you're ineligible.
Memo to Ramona Shelburne.
Cash me out one time.
He's not doing a solo show. It's okay to say thanks, Mark and Dan.
It is okay.
Thanks, Mark.
But then again, she may.
Thanks for the great. Oh, that's a great question.
Thanks.
It's a mediocre question.
Lucas's was. Mine was really great, though.
Lucas's question was my question from 6 years ago that I've asked repeatedly that you basically stole. But that's all right.
What are you talking
Take
about?
the credit. About Bronny. I was the first one on radio, local or national, to posit the idea that LeBron would keep playing until his son came into the association.
What is your thing?
I had
about,
it first.
What is your thing about being first?
It's not a thing. It's just facts.
You think you started everyone's career?
Just some people. Just half the people in the market.
You thought of it a year ago. I thought of it 14 months ago.
These are just facts.
I mean, what's your thing?
It's not a thing.
Yeah.
It's my own verbal Wikipedia.
I've been trying over here to give you credit for the Wilks thing all week. And you're like, well, now everyone's giving Guru. I haven't said a word about that.
Guru came in and said, well, I had it first. And you said, hey, yeah, you sure did, Daryl.
That's
Go ahead, Lucas. You're clamoring to get in, Lucas. What do you want?
I've never said the word Daryl in my
I know you
entire
haven't.
life.
You got to adjust to new information, Dibs. Bronny came into this season as a top 10 prospect coming into the draft.
USC correspondent Lucas Alexander joining us.
Have you watched Bronny at all?
I've watched almost every game he's played.
He is very, very mediocre.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, he came. It's
If his
rare.
name was Mike Jones, no one would be talking. Who? Mike Jones. No one would be talking about him as a possible draft pick.
I feel bad for the kid. I really do. Can you imagine?
Yeah, my heart goes out to him.
No, for real. I know we do the, oh gosh, he's a bajillionaire. Can you imagine? Get your drop ready, Grandy. Get your drip ready. Get the drip ready.
He's eating cookies.
I know you're eating.
Got
Get
a
the drip
napkin
ready.
in
You're
his
gonna
hand.
like. So
It's a
once
sandwich now.
So once upon
Can you
a time,
eat with that tooth thing in, or do you take the tooth thing out?
Way too behind the scenes.
Wow, that was a huge bite, Grandy. Are you all right? What are you doing?
I'm gonna eat it,
dude. Chill.
I had to rush.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have to talk. You're just eating.
Just smash buttons.
Yeah, you
did ask him a question, though.
I know.
Couple of them.
No, I didn't. I told him to get the drip ready.
It's a great
So
question.
I had to get it ready.
Okay, but you don't have to talk to get
I
the drip
asked
ready.
him if he had the tooth thing in that you sometimes can hear when he talks.
It's called Invisalign, and no, you can't eat with it, Dibs.
Okay.
Can't eat with the. That's super gross to eat with the Invisalign.
If you are a Grandy stan, you can hear when the tooth thing is in and when the tooth thing is out.
You know
That's all
what?
I'm going to say.
You know what? It's kind of rude to point that out. It really is. You're making him self-conscious now. I've had Invisalign.
Whatever.
The whole point of Invisalign is that it's Invisa. You're supposed to not notice it. So don't make him feel like everybody knows that there's something in his mouth.
Here's an idea. When you are working in a medium where you need to use your mouth, have your mouth be unencumbered by the tooth thing.
He is not on air right now.
Get braces like a man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He is on air.
Braces.
When he pulls the mic down and he goes, because he's got the tooth thing in, then he's on the air.
The tooth thing.
Whatever. I'm not getting paid by the Invisa people. I'm going to call it when I see it.
Anyway, get the drip ready.
Yeah.
So one time I was talking to Jerry Rice Jr.,
Back to the sandwich.
who was a wide receiver.
I've heard of him.
And he said, I really wished when I got to the NFL that I could change my name. Like to walk into an NFL facility and your name is Jerry Rice Jr. carries with it this humongous backpack where everyone's like, oh, look, so you're the GOAT, right? You're going to come out here and be the GOAT. And you're like, no, I'm trying to make the team, and it's really hard.
Right.
And so Bronny has been known since he was in elementary school. And to be told in elementary school, so your dad's one of the greatest players of all time, and you will be too, right? and we're going to follow you. We're going to follow you around. I know you're 12, but we're going to follow you around with cameras on your journey into the NBA. Jeez. Do you know what kind of pressure that is in a kid?
Sure, but the other side of it is...
I feel bad for him. I really do.
The other side of it is Jerry Rice Jr. and Bronny James, they don't get the same opportunities that they've gotten if their names aren't Bronny James and Jerry Rice Jr.
Maybe, maybe not. Jerry Rice Jr. could play a little bit. He got, Bronny, you might be right.
Jerry Rice Jr. played 0 snaps in the NFL.
Correct. He didn't make it, but he got a lot of looks with teams. And
if his name was Jerry Jones Jr., no relation,
then he would own the team.
Well, then he probably wouldn't have even gotten the sniff that he got.
Well,
so I do think that it's a double-edged sword.
I can also say this. I don't know much about Jerry Rice Jr.'s pedigree coming in. Jerry Rice has another kid who was actually at SC as well, Brendan Rice. He's coming into the NBA, the NFL. He may have an easier way because he's not a junior.
Correct.
That said, for LeBron, he also has another kid, Bryce James, who is known as the better of the two.
Yep.
And he also may have an easier way. Also, if you're in the NBA scout universe, a lot of these people know that, or at least they saw, Bronny James was not known to be like the next LeBron. He was seen as a 3-and-D guy going into college. It's so rare to see a high school prospect known as a 3-and-D guy. Unfortunately, he's shooting 27% from 3 at the college level.
No doubt.
It hasn't been great.
No doubt. Like, I think most people, you mentioned Brendan Rice, I bet the average fan doesn't even know is related to Jerry Rice.
Exactly.
Any more than Rasheed Rice. Like, it's just a last name. Rice, James, whatever. It could be anybody. But when you name them after you, it's a whole thing. All right. Anyway, 888-957-9570. Let's get back to it. Again, we keep, not hating on Kyle Shanahan for too many minutes.
Well, lead the way, Mark.
This is ridiculous.
Lead us in hatred of Kyle Shanahan.
I've had it.
What fires you up the most about Kyle Shanahan?
The whole,
See, you can't even do it seriously.
Making the playoffs every year.
You can't even do it seriously.
And then getting all the way to the end and being in overtime and then ticking me off because you don't score because you're supposed to score on every drive because you're a little genius over there with your flat bill and your sneakers. Jerk.
What about his squandering of timeouts and his Chokosaurus Rex act in overtime? What about that? You're probably delighted by that. Can't win the big one, but, let's give him a pass. Super Bowl or have an extension.
Try again.
Yep, and they will. In the meantime, let's rip him, somebody.
Let's go to Jay.
Let's rip this guy.
Let's go to Jay in San Jose. Hi, Jay. What are you doing?
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
I'm ready. I'm ready to rip them.
Let's go.
I'm fully ready to rip them.
Let's go.
Let's do this, Jay.
I've had enough.
And I don't like to rip anybody, but hey, man, this has gone on for multiple games, multiple seasons, right?
What is this? Define this.
Let him eat. Let Jay
No, he's
eat.
gonna eat.
Let
but
him
what
eat.
I want to understand. This has gone on. What is this?
This is the arrogance of blowing the biggest game, walking away after the game, and not having to explain anything to anyone in regards to what your role is in that game, other than the standard coach talk that we all hear from everybody. So no slander from when he got Trey Lance, didn't work out, when he had all these players, all these all-pro players that didn't work out. It's either our quarterback at the time, which, Garoppolo, it's his fault, or it's, the defense didn't step up, or it's this, or it's that. I want that accountability piece because I feel like until he actually says it, then he could actually address it moving forward. He never addressed it after the Falcons game, and he wasn't even our coach then.
Right, because he wasn't the coach. I have a complete mental block for the whole Falcons thing. We've never even again, I could go through the last 10 Super Bowls, and most of you don't even know who the offensive coordinator was. So it's
Kyle Shanahan again.
Yeah, super unfair, the whole Falcons thing. Let's talk about the 49ers losses. Those are the only ones I give a rip about anyway. But, Jay, I guess let me ask it this way. This thing that you're asking Kyle to do you hear other coaches do it? Do you hear, let's go last year, Doug Peterson, did he sit in front of a microphone and, or it wasn't Doug Peterson, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused there. Sirianni, did he sit down with you and go, all right, I got a list of all the things that I did wrong in that game? I missed that presser. Did you see it?
I did not see that.
Okay.
No.
What happened the year before? Who was in the Super Bowl?
Also hasn't been to multiple. But there's context that's missing. Like, this is a reoccurring theme with this one coach.
Twice.
Everybody sees it.
Twice
in the biggest game.
Right.
There's been other games for Niner fans.
I get again, Jay. I guess where, and this is that old adage, and we it's a boring old comparison because we do it a lot. But the whole like, would you rather have loved or lost, and or never have loved at all? Like, when I hear someone go, and he's been to the Super Bowl multiple times and messed it up, and I'm like, right, he's been to the Super Bowl multiple times
and messed it up.
But that's really hard to get to the Super Bowl multiple times. And actually, I reject the idea that you seem to suddenly be falling into.
Oh, I'm just playing. I'm playing a little bit of a role. But I also realize that he's been there twice and he's 0-2.
He's been there
and
twice.
Only 5 coaches have been 2 or more times and not won it, and he's one of them.
He's been there twice, and I'm not going to say he was perfect in the game by any stretch. There's plenty of stuff we can question, but I'm going to reject the idea of Kyle went to Super Bowl, Kyle messed up, Niners lose. Like, if that's
too simplistic.
Come on, man.
But Kyle went to the Super Bowl, Kyle's team messed up, and they lost. So why did the team mess up? And you can look at all the different things that they messed up on, and it all falls at the feet of the same guy because you're the head coach. It doesn't mean it's his fault that Spencer Burford went the wrong way or Darrell Luter Jr. staggered into a punt and didn't hear an audible call, or that Christian McCaffrey fumbled. Is that Shanahan's fault? No, none of those are.
So how do you separate that?
Well, you don't separate any of it. It all comes back to the same spot, which is your team didn't win, and your head coach is responsible for your team. And so at the very end of it, he's responsible.
But all the things that you point to as to why they didn't lose aren't his fault, but it's his fault.
They're not all his fault, but collectively, when you have a team that's not buttoned up, it falls on the position coaches and the head coach.
I think there are
doesn't mean he needs to be fired.
Well, but I think there are pieces of what they did that are quote unquote not buttoned up. Christian McCaffrey fumbling is not they weren't buttoned up. Guy fumbled.
That defense made a good play. They jarred the ball free.
He fumbled.
Sure.
He fumbled. Like, life happens. These are human beings. They're not going to go out and nail every single play. So.
Right, but the plays that were pivotal, the plays that were there to be made, the plays that you needed to make to win the game, you didn't make. And that, to me, is a thing that you look at and you go, why? And is it because the individual? Sure. The players have to make plays. Coaches put the players in position. Players make plays to win the game. And they didn't. So it's too bad.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
It's on his resume. I get it. Nicholas and Martinez. Hey, Nicholas, what you doing?
What's up, gentlemen? How you guys doing today?
We're great.
Good. Yeah.
Great. So, first off, I just want to say this. The whole 40 whiner theme, it's never felt more relevant than now. And it really kind of gets under my skin because as a fan base, we really do need to grow. And this sucks. It really does. But here we are, a few days after. Hopefully, for the faithful, acceptance has started to sink in a little bit, and you kind of get a bigger picture, which is what I want to talk about. I don't really want to talk about specifics because there's so many things that they didn't go our way in that game. We'll just leave it at that. But just generally speaking, right, when it comes down to Wilks, here's the thing. He was going to leave either way. He was already interviewing for other positions. Rather he won the Super Bowl or obviously didn't win the Super Bowl, we were going to get rid of him or he was going to be with another team. Fact of the matter. As Niner fans, we got to get used to that. It's fine. We've lost DCs, year after year. It wasn't a good fit. We all saw that. If you didn't see it, you should go back and not just watch the game, watch the entire season. All over, up to the point where they bullied him to come down to the field. That wasn't his forte. That wasn't his cup of tea. Publicly stated, I wasn't running my scheme. Great, whatever. That's just the general stuff. The other thing I want to speak on is Kyle Shanahan as a head coach and OC. The man needs help. If he's going to continue to shift blame or not even speak to what his faults are, it can't just be a DC that's going to leave or stay or go. He needs an OC. It's obvious that when the moment is big, it's just not there, and he can't come through, and I don't know why. And like I was listening to other callers talking about checkpoints and people to say, hey, what about this or what about that? It doesn't seem like anybody's questioning Kyle when it comes to this stuff. And at the end of the day, it is a team sport. We take it as a loss, guys. The last thing that I'm going to leave you guys with, hey, man, it was a great season. It's been a few great seasons. We have a bright future. If we can't get that O-line protected, here's where we'll end this call. If we don't protect Brock Purdy and Brock Purdy gets hurt because of our O-line next year, then I'm out on Kyle. Because then we're looking for another quarterback again. And he bailed us out this year. And he bailed us out last year. So at that point, I'll be out. I'll be out on Kyle.
Yeah, Nicholas, it's a really good call. There's a lot to chew on there. And while I understand that last point, and I think it's a good one with regard to the offensive line needing to be different, I think it's a very slippery slope to go into a season and say, this one player right here, if they get hurt, I'm out on the head coach.
And you never know how he gets hurt.
Yeah, right. You be careful.
It could be a Jimmy G by himself, quarterback run where he tries to cut back and gets hurt.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
But I get the sentiment that you're going at, which is, and like, okay, what do we think Kyle should do better? All right, let me see if I can flex this muscle a little bit. Let me see, because I know I live in his guest house.
Yeah,
all in him, Shanna fan, and all that stuff.
All that and more.
All right. I think that Kyle Shanahan focused, there's three things. The offensive line, he focused too much on the run aspects of their game plan this year. I do think that's probably because in the offseason he wasn't 100% sure what the hell was even going on at the quarterback position. Okay. But in the end, that decision bit the 49ers a little bit. I also think, and these next 2 points seem to fly in the face of one another, but let me see if I can make them. I think that he made a mistake in going away from his tree in hiring a defensive coordinator. I think he should have stayed true to what he does. But at the same time, and maybe this is one of the reasons that I identify with Kyle Shanahan, I'll try to be as vulnerable as I can here. I think he and I struggle from the same place. I think we're control freaks. And that's not something that's easy to release, especially when what you do is going well. You tend to be like, okay. And a lot of people who do have that characteristic, it's very, very difficult. It's actually a trust thing. It's do I trust other people to step in and do what I think I can do really well or in a leadership position? I'll give you an example. I was reading a thing on, Instagram sends you all this stuff that is like, I don't know, these phones are listening to us. So you say something out loud, and the next thing you know, your Instagram,
no doubt.
Right? They're listening to us. So I was getting this thing, and I was probably talking out loud in my house about the kids, you need to do more chores around here. You need to do more chores. Next thing you know, I'm getting all this stuff on Instagram about the kids and doing chores. And I realized, through the years, I've done a terrible job of delegating. Why?
It's hard when you're a control guy.
Because I'm a control freak.
Yeah.
And I don't want my kids doing the dishes because when they do, I take the dishes out of the cabinet and there's crap all over the dishes.
Them, yeah.
You gotta rewash them. But I also realize that's not setting them up for their best selves. They've got to have some responsibility. They've got to do it.
And it drives you down to a nub.
Crazy.
Because you're doing everything and you feel like you have to do everything where if you would just take a step back and, maybe let somebody else call the plays.
So I don't think anybody else is going to call the plays.
Right.
But
I don't think anyone else is going to come in and help him with game management either.
Probably
because
not.
I think you're right about Kyle Shanahan.
He's a control freak. He's a control freak.
Well, most of these guys are.
Right, and
honestly.
Exactly. Like, Bill Belichick will be a DC. Good luck. Control freak, like the highest level. Control freak. And so I don't think, that's got such a negative connotation, and there are some negative aspects to it, but it's not a horrible thing either when you're in a leadership position and you've had a lot of success. So could Kyle open up to some more ideas? Yeah, sure. But I would also remind everybody who wants that if you do talk to people, like talk to players, like current defensive players, will tell you, they're like, yeah, the hardest thing in the hell to figure out and cover is a Kyle Shanahan offense. So why do fans watching on TV go, well, this situational play caller, this moron can't figure it out in the big game? But people who are in the game are like, yeah, this is as difficult and complicated as it gets.
Well, sometimes it's more difficult than it needs to be. And that is, at times, that's a criticism. And I also think that the criticisms of Kyle Shanahan, for the most part, are not about his play calling or his play design. It's the other stuff. And that's where people look at it and say, would you be better served to have somebody in there to help you with clock management and help you with game management and help you with things like overtime navigation, to where your team knows exactly what the rules are and maybe you have a more clear design on what you want to do in overtime, because Kyle's doing a lot. He's like you with 4 jobs and 3 kids, and you're trying to do everything. And, when you try to do everything at that level, there are going to be things that fall through the cracks.
Yeah.
No, dude, believe me.
Yeah.
And I think about myself, not only as a parent and as a partner, because I'm not the controlling member of my household. And so sometimes I say to my partner, the lovely supper, what can I do to help you? Because I want to take things off of her plate.
Nothing.
And exactly.
Fine.
I got it.
Right.
I got it. It's okay. You got it. And, I'm more likely, and I think about Steve Kerr and the way he coaches, he's not a control freak, and he empowers his assistants, and he allows everyone to have a voice. And, sometimes maybe that's not the right way. There's a happy medium in there somewhere. But for Shanahan, you're going to keep doing it a certain way, and you're going to get all the way to the end, and you got to find a way to get over the hump.
Let's think about this also for a second. It's not good. For those of you who were like, gosh, Kyle, could you stop being such a control freak? Well, let's look what happened last offseason. Kyle opened his mind and went, let's get a defensive coordinator. He does it a little bit differently. Now, we want him to do kind of our way, but we also like what he does, and he's an accomplished coach, so we'll blend what he does with what we do, and we'll have this really good thing. And then it didn't work. Uh-oh. What does the control freak do when the control freak opens said mind, and that ends up being not a good thing?
Well, he buries the defensive coordinator at the end of the Minnesota game, and then he calls timeout in the Super Bowl because he's, so in charge of what has to happen. He doesn't like the scheme, and he calls timeout.
He goes back to more control.
Right.
Exactly. So I would expect some of that this offseason, whether we like it or not. We'll keep going with your calls, and Sean Salisbury is going to jump in here too. Always a phenomenal listen and a really, really smart talker on all of this stuff. So Sean Salisbury joins us next on Willard and Dibbs.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy.
question. That's a really good question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Listen, we're asking good questions today. That's what we try to do on this show.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Props
That's
to
a
you.
really good question.
Sean Salisbury is about to join us, and we're going to try to ask him great questions. And we'll see what he says. He gives great answers. That's what we should start firing back at people. That's a great answer. It's a great answer.
Yeah.
We'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here, let's squeeze one in. Let's go to Jason in Palo Alto. Hey, Jason, what's up?
What's going on, guys? Still
Hey,
trying to
Jason.
process this.
How you doing?
All right. Hey, man, so why – I don't understand. What else do we want Shanahan to do in these situations? I mean, everyone's talking about getting the ball to McCaffrey more. You want to see last Super Bowl, 4 years ago, we said we want Debo to run the jet sweep more. Well, those run plays are getting stuck. I mean, they were all over the sweeps to Debo, and they were all over the run game. McCaffrey didn't have a huge running game, and plus all the pre-snap penalties and misassignments and stuff like that. But what we wanted to see from Shanahan was him be more aggressive. And he drew up plays for touchdowns at the end of regulation, at the end of the fourth quarter there. We had a play for a touchdown. He drew up a play for a touchdown. The players just didn't execute the play, which is fine. No one's to blame. Can't really do anything about it. But in overtime, everyone can criticize him for taking the ball. Well, it's less pressure on Purdy to get the ball first.
Yeah, Jason. Jason, Sean Salisbury's ready to rock. So I think you make a really good point. Appreciate you calling. And yeah, that's kind of the way I see it. There's a conceptual thing that people ask Kyle Shanahan to do. I think he did it. Other than that, there's a whole family of people that all have to do the right thing for plays to work. So it doesn't mean Kyle's out of the blame, but you know, it goes to everybody. Sean Salisbury joins us now. Sean, what did you think of Kyle Shanahan's performance last Sunday?
You know what blows my mind? And you guys know I hold Kyle in high regard. Why is it, I was thinking about going back to when he was in Atlanta. Why is it that Kyle is the head coach, and I understand criticism, every coach and quarterback and player, in particular the quarterback and coach normally on teams, take a lot of criticism and too much, no doubt. But have you ever noticed, Dan, for instance, the Dan Quinn thing? Who was the head coach in Atlanta? Dan Quinn, right?
Yep.
Why is it that Kyle, I know he's play caller and the head coach, but why is it that Kyle gets all the blame for Atlanta and San Francisco, but Dan Quinn doesn't shoulder any of the, dude, like Kyle did, don't play man or do play man when he went to Steve Wilks. Why is it that Dan Quinn, it's like it was Kyle was the head coach. I'm fascinated by our selective criticism. So that's for another long conversation, like a 4-hour one on my morning show.
Nice.
I think Kyle is a brilliant. The question does have to ask is what happens in the second half of the fourth quarter. I didn't like, and you can't pay attention to social media or what the media is saying about you as a coach. Oh, be more aggressive. They were aggressive. They had a lead at halftime. They came out. If I'm not mistaken, I'm going to go back and watch it for a third time. Did they throw 6 straight times coming out of the locker room? I think they did. You're close to it. But 3 and outs is the key to the game. I'm not in it to make the fans sitting in the 12th row happy. I'm just not. I thought Kyle called a good game. I thought he got out of what he does best. And I would have put the ball in 23's hands even more than I already did. That being said, it's easy from my vantage point. He deserves blame. Everybody does. Golf and tennis.
All right, we're gonna Sean. We're gonna try to reconnect with you, man, because we're getting we're losing every third word, and we value your words. I'd like them all.
Yeah,
I want them all. I'm an all or nothing guy when it comes to words. And I want to
hear what he says in terms of he got away from doing, and he was about to say that Kyle got away from doing what he does best a little bit. And one thing that the caller said, and I want to ask Sean about this as well, is, yeah, they were starting to stop the run in certain ways. Are there other approaches you could take to run the ball? Because I saw early in the game you had Juszczyk in the backfield, and you were going straight ahead inside the tackles, and you were gashing them. And it felt like you got a little bit away from just straight up power football. And I wonder if that's what Sean's talking about.
Well, and I wonder about the adjustments. You know, Sean talks about going to see it for a third time. Like I don't watch the Super Bowl 3, 4, 5 times.
Super Bowl.
But yeah, I wonder what Steve Spagnuolo was doing differently, because they did have more success against Christian McCaffrey as a defense in the second half. All right, I think we got Sean back. Sean, good to have you. Okay, I'd love to hear you complete that kind of thought. Although one thing we keep bringing up in that third quarter, when they did come out, they threw it 6 straight times, but that's also because prior to second down on the first drive, there was a false start, and then the next drive, the first down play was a -8. So it's like you're way behind the sticks. Does that kind of change the way you look at those play calls?
No, I'm going because I watched the game twice, and I'm going to watch it a third time. I'm with you. Listen, one thing we always do is blame everything on the coach or the quarterback. There's a lot of other things going on, and I'm with you guys 100%. I was listening to your previous caller say this, talk about, you know, players got to execute, and they do. For instance, in a red zone, well, what in the world is going on? Chris Jones, listen, that'd be like when Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White, or one of these great players is sitting in the defensive tackle position or on the edge, and you decide to block everybody but him. Listen, when in doubt, block the best player on the planet on defense, or one of the 3 or 4 best. I don't know. You give a free runner. If you can let Brock Purdy set his feet for just a split second more, that's a walk-in touchdown in the right flat. Well, things like that. That's not on Kyle Shanahan. It's on somebody screwing up at the line of scrimmage, not understanding. When in doubt, if you don't know what you're doing, block their best player, the inside guy. Don't worry about the guy further away from the line of or further away from the quarterback. The quarterback will handle him. It would have been a touchdown. So there's that. We can go through a litany of things that happened. I thought Kyle called a good game. There was a stint in there. We talked about the 6 straight those. You're right. Pre-snap penalties, which are inexcusable. And when a wide receiver jumps off sides, inexcusable. It just is. We could talk about all the stuff. Wide receivers can't jump off sides or have a legal procedure when they're standing up staring at the ball. You just can't do it. There's no excuse. I don't want to hear crowd noise. You're moving on movement. You're not going on sound anyway for another day. But Kyle, for some reason, when it gets late, I don't think Kyle needed to prove to the world. And you're right. At third and 14, throw it. I get it. But on 1st and 15, I can also mix in some other things. I just think that at times he got away. I'm not blaming him for this loss. I'm just not. He's got a part in it, and players and coaches and Steve Wilks and the defense and all the other things. But I think what he got away with from what he would normally do. I don't consider 1st and 15 a passing down all the time, or 2nd and 12. I see McCaffrey get 6 or 7. Now we're 3rd and 5, or a screen game or the quick game. That being said, execution, missed field goal, blocked field goal, or extra point, should I say, even though the kicker had a good game, letting the guy run free, pre-snap penalties, all those things. Hey, you get an interception from Mahomes. You get it on their half of the field, boom, 3 and out. You can give me extra chances as the opposing quarterback. You cannot give Mahomes that many shots. Because the first 3 quarters or 2.5 quarters, I thought Purdy played better than Mahomes. I did. And I'm thinking San Francisco's winning. I've never, this is as hard as I've rooted for a guy and a team in over a decade, meaning the 49ers and Purdy and this game. But Kyle deserves blame. I get it. Steve Wilks deserves some. The defense deserves some. Purdy, I know that sounds cliche, but Andy Reid never got away from doing what he always does. Stayed the course, and he's special at doing it. I think at times, because Mahomes is on the other sideline, the opposing team feels they got to keep up when they don't. And unfortunately, you know, it ended like it did. But anybody that says it's just Kyle Shanahan's fault and he doesn't know what's going on is wrong. But it is fair to question why late in games in 3 Super Bowls as a coordinator and a head coach and a team that they're not able to close it out when they've got better players than the opposing team.
That's fair, Sean, and I think it is too simplistic to just blame Kyle. But I've watched the game back now twice myself. But the one thing that stands out to me, and correct me if you see something different, but a lot more shotgun and a lot more empty formations for a guy who loves to run the football. It felt to me like they were signaling to Spagnuolo that they were going to throw the ball a lot more and not have that threat of CMC in the run game.
Amen. That's such a great point. And we were talking about that on Monday on my show. And I want to, now that we're local here with you guys where the team was playing, it hits even harder. You are so right. Listen, and doesn't that kind of tie into what you and I are both talking about? Why do you think they do all that? A couple reasons. One, don't you think that the Mahomes factor has something to do with it? We got to get a bigger lead. We got to listen. I'll take a 2-score lead. 1 score, you're dangerous with Mahomes late. But if you capitalize on the 1 to the flat that Chris Jones came free, you got a chance. And I love this discussion because to me, you can do the same thing without going empty. I love the threat. I think back to USC and Texas in the national title game when Vince Young had that big game at the Rose Bowl.
Right.
I was standing on the sidelines, and I'm thinking to on the final play on 4th down, I don't mind you giving it to Lindell White. Why isn't Reggie Bush in the game in the backfield or motioning out just to just to give the defense some bandwidth thoughts? And so for me, I can do the same thing pre-snap, post-snap motion, which Kyle's as good as anybody at the league at multiple formations and motions and personnel groupings. And you're telling guys, we've got to give credit to Spagnuolo too, because that guy doesn't deviate from what he does. I mean, he knows how to create confusion. He's going to pressure you, and he's going to do it. It may be from different areas, but he's going to try to create confusion on the offensive line. And he didn't deviate from it. And to me, when you see Christian McCaffrey sitting in the backfield, you have to respect 3rd and 6 run. I understand mix it in, but that's not their specialty. I want to be in the gun. I want to be under center. I want to do both. But to me, like you would your great players, I know when we played against like Lawrence Taylor or Reggie White, every snap, in the entire week of practice, we were so focused. Where's he line up? Who's blocking him? How are we going to do it? And even when he wasn't a threat on the play, it was going away, it still gave you a little bit of a headache or a little bit of thought. It used up space in your mind. And so I think at times people get too cute. He's not immune to that. We all do. So yes, I am with you 100%. I think pre-snap formations gave Steve Spagnuolo, because defense is audible and have checks too. I think you made it too easy to know the throw was coming, or just a simple flag, play action, fake, flash it in there. And Kyle's smarter than I am at it, but from my vantage point, I would have got back to what I do. What they do is what got them to the Super Bowl, and I think the Mahomes factor helped them to deviate just enough to cause a loss in the end.
Sean Salisbury with us here, Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. What should Kyle Shanahan be looking for in his next defensive coordinator?
A guy that he interviews and is on the same page as him. Now, I don't want to – I'm not there in the meetings with Steve Wilks. It was a hell of a regular season for top 3 defense. I mean, they had a good season defensively. They weren't as effective in the postseason, and obviously philosophical differences. Here's what I know. When I interview a guy, whether it's me or Kyle or anybody else that's coming into my job or what we do or any job, when he walks into that room and sits down and I'm interviewing him to be my coordinator, I want him to get up and teach me. You tell me what your philosophy is, and if it doesn't match what I'm doing, don't hire him, even if he's great. Because no matter how good a guy is, if it goes against your offensive philosophy and what you believe in, eventually it's going to come to a head faster than normal, and 1 year's fast. So when I'm hiring him, and I may not even maybe I'm Kyle Shanahan, I say I'd rather have a zone guy instead of a pressure guy or vice versa. But he's got to fit into what you like philosophically, because philosophy, that'll get you into fights on the sideline, and before you know it, you're going to say we can't do it anymore. So I want to know, I don't care about your personality. I don't give a rat's ass about where you come from. I don't care the color of your skin. I don't care about your previous places. I watch tape. So does Kyle. When you walk into my office, I need to know what your approach is. And now, I'm not going to tell you what my approach is as the head coach. You're going to tell me. I already know what my approach is. So when you come in and sit in my office, whether it's a Jack Del Rio or Steve Wilks or Bill Belichick, I want to, even though I've studied the tape and your defenses, I want to know, after watching us as a 49ers team in offense and our personnel, Tell me your philosophy. You teach me. And then I'll make the decision after I question and we go back and forth. But if you hire a guy because he had great stats and he comes highly regarded, but philosophically he's different, whether it's under pressure or just when you're winning by 30, then I can't hire you. So my only question about that is when you sat him down to interview him, when D'Amico Ryans left, why didn't we know there was philosophical differences before you ran him out there? You shouldn't have hired him if that's the way you felt. So to me, and I know you find out guys do different things under pressure, I am not hiring a guy. I don't want a yes man. I'm going to let him do his thing. But if he doesn't believe in what we're doing or he has his own way, then he needs to go coach his ass somewhere else, meaning the coordinator. Let him tell you what he does. You don't tell him what you want. Because I'm telling you guys, creatures, you think Steve Spagnuolo, if he left Andy Reid to go be the coordinator in Pittsburgh, do you think he's all of a sudden going to change his DNA to fit Mike Tomlin? No, when pressure hits, you know what he's going to do? What he always does, what we all do, revert back to what got us successful in the first damn place. And if it doesn't match your philosophy, the coach will get fired. Both of them eventually. So find a guy who fits what you want, or a guy, if I'm a quarterback or a coach or a coordinator or head coach, I always want the guy who gives me the most fits. I want to interview a guy or hire a guy that makes it miserable on me as an offense to score on. That's my second trait. Other than that, good luck. But those are two things you must have when you're hiring a head coach.
Yeah, and that's Steve Spagnuolo. I don't know if he's available, but yeah, he's the guy who gave Kyle Fitz. What did you make of his decision in overtime to take the ball? Had you thought about it before? And looking back at it now, do you think any differently about that approach?
It's the same. Listen, opening a game, it happened. First off, you can't go in. Your players not. I understand players should know, but that's a meeting you have at training camp. Hey guys, here's the rule change. And even if you didn't, before you go out for the coin toss, you got to let Fred know. We win the toss, defer in overtime. You just have to, even if all of them didn't know. That guy who goes out there for the coin toss has to know, and then you bring them all together and say, remember guys, we get a chance to match whether it's a touchdown or a field goal. That it takes 30 seconds and that's it. That has to be done. That notwithstanding, for me, opening a game, this team scores almost 60% of the time when they get the ball out of the locker room on the opening kickoff, they go down and score. Fine. There's not a lot of analytics like Kyle had mentioned. Well, analytics say that we should have. We get the ball, we go down for pressure. Mahomes is different. You don't treat that the same. And there's not many analytics to tell me, and I don't know one coach in this league. And if Kyle had to do it over again, there's no way in hell he takes the ball in overtime when you get a chance to match. That'd be like in a college game, Nick Saban saying, hey, we're playing Auburn to see who goes to the SEC championship game. Oh, we won the toss. Let's take the ball first. I don't know a coach in a league that would do it. And I know they said analytics. Deep down, my personal opinion is if Kyle was thinking like he normally does as a brilliant mind, would have deferred. You have to defer. It's not an option. It is legally, by rights it's an option, but I don't like it. I wouldn't do it, especially if your defense rears their head. Like they played a decent game, especially the first 2.5 quarters. They're really actually better than decent. I got to know if I'm going to kick a field goal or score a touchdown because that changes the way I call plays, especially when your kicker had just banged two over 50 yards. So, yes, he should have deferred. I'm sitting out here watching the game thinking, why are you taking the ball? I'm not in the game, and it's easier for me, I guess, because the pressure's not on me, but you cannot take the ball in overtime when both teams get a chance to possess the ball, no matter a touchdown or a field goal. You absolutely cannot do that.
So,
you just can't.
Yeah, Sean, here are the two questions I have, because this has also been stated. John Lynch said the defense was gassed. They didn't want to send him right back out on the field. And secondly, the comparison you made to college, the only difference there is if the two sides do both go out and match each other, then the rules change. In college, you just continue, but the rule changes to sudden death. I mean, isn't that like
no?
That's got to be a thing.
You guys can't. There's no way. As much as I love the 49ers. I love you guys. I love Kyle. There's nothing you're going to do that's going to convince me that was the right move. You guys, you don't have an argument.
Oh, I'm not trying to convince you. But I think that those 2 points are at least fair things to enter
They are fair
to the discussion.
Yeah, listen, you guys know. I think you guys are awesome. You're exactly right. It's fair to discuss. Okay, let me ask you, what would you have done?
Well, here's what I've said all week. If I had known that the Chiefs were going to go for 2 in a match situation, then I would have deferred. But if not, I still contend that if, let's say the Niners defer and they hold the Chiefs to a field goal, and then the Chiefs hold the Niners to a field goal, and now it's sudden death, and Mahomes gets the ball first, and they cross the 50, and Butker hits from 62, and they're celebrating. I think Kyle gets ripped, Sean.
Of course, no, not for. He'll never get ripped for deferring. Never. Not in overtime with during the regular season.
I don't know.
No, dude. Let me tell you something. I hate to tell you, you're not even anywhere even in the playing field with this one. Okay, I get the argument when you're talking about what with the college and the NFL. Let me do that. You just gave me if my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle. If he kicks a 64-yarder.
No,
if
Sean.
Mahomes goes for 2.
Sean.
If Andy goes for 2 to end it. All these ifs. The bottom line, you don't know. So what you do, like a good gambler would or a good investor would, I need to know where my ROI is.
I don't disagree with you, Sean. I don't disagree with you, Sean, but here's what I'm saying. And
let
this
me
is
finish.
Well,
let me finish. You asked me the question.
Go ahead.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. Listen. Nobody, not one coach is thinking, well, if we kick a field goal and they kick a field goal to match, and then they get the ball back and Mahomes takes an 85 yards, and then they went for 2 on the – No. You can't think like that. Your job, number one job, is to put your team in the best position to succeed. Taking the ball first is not, especially with number 15. I got to know in my play calling, well, what's he doing? And that also tells me you don't trust your defense. I got to believe my defense is going to try to get a stop, maybe hold them to a field goal. I'm not worried about can Butker kick it from 70. I can't think like that. I got to think one possession each. What do we do? And I'm sure as hell not thinking, well, what if Andy goes for 2 to end it if we're tied or if they score a touchdown? Okay, I get it. But in this situation, you're not giving your team. We're trying to reinvent the wheel. There's not one coach of the 32 coaches in this league, not one, would have taken the ball knowing if you know both teams get a field goal or touchdown a chance to match.
Well, there's one. There's one. His name's Kyle. His name's Kyle Shanahan.
What?
I said there's one. His name's Kyle Shanahan.
Let me ask you this: who's wearing the ring?
Yeah. Not him.
Boy.
Not him. All I'm saying, Sean, I'm not even disagreeing with you. I said if you're going to do that, I would commit to going for 2, which is fine.
Okay, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I'm just saying if you gave Patrick the ball first in sudden death and you lose on a field goal, my contention is that you would be publicly ripped the same way he's being ripped here.
No. If Patrick goes down and scores and you defer, you're not going to be ripped for doing the right. Now, only an idiot would rip them for deferring.
Well, no.
You know who that idiot is? You know who those idiots are? The same person on Twitter who rips you for deferring is going to rip you for not deferring.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So am I, as a coach, real quick, am I supposed to give a rat's ass what social media or getting ripped by the media thinks about my decision? That's why I get paid as a head coach. Screw you. That's why you're in the stands, not you, but any of them. That's why I pay for a ticket, and Kyle's coaching them. He's smarter than we are. He's got the job. And even on top of that, you're deferring. And we can never say, well, Patrick, Mahomes is an outlier. He'll make you do crazy-ass stuff all over the place.
Yep.
And the pressure hits. Well, it's Mahomes. It's pressure. What do we do? Listen, who do you trust? I mean, and you know I love Purdy. Who do you trust more having to match? Brock Purdy or Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes.
Right? You see that over here? Sure. So let's see what he brings. What if he goes drop pass, run to Pacheco? They got a punt at 3rd and 8. He throws one, it hits the ground. Now they're punting on 4th and 8. Okay, great. Now you go down and you punt it back to him. Now it's sudden death. Now it's just football like we do in the street, and you just got to be smart and play. There's a lot of different branches to this. But, guys, we can question what he should and shouldn't have done play calling. But when it comes to this, there is no option. I love Kyle Shanahan. It was the wrong choice in overtime, which leads me deep down to believe that all the pomp and circumstance might have had them thinking that you didn't get a chance to match on a touchdown. There's a part of me deep down where people aren't talking about. There is no way you take the ball in overtime. I don't give a rat's ass who the other quarterback is. You got to find out if your defense can get a stop and you can go score. You can't sell me on. There's nobody selling me on it was the right thing to do to take the ball and not defer. You can't do it.
Sean, now that the season is a full wrap, what's your takeaway on Brock Purdy and how that looks going forward, both for quarterback play and finances?
You're under a rookie contract. He's a top 5 quarterback statistically and the way he performed in the league this year. If we're trying to compare him to Mahomes and pressure all that, then there's 31 others who are not going to live up to it. That includes Lamar Jackson, the 2-time MVP, and everybody else. We get too caught up in the physical, how far can you throw it, how fast can you run. How about just the guy, how many plays do you make and do you win? And to my knowledge, over the last 2 years, very few quarterbacks have started their first 2 years, and I don't care that he's got talent. Baltimore has talent. Buffalo has talent. That's the name of the game. Try to get talent people around your quarterback. There's very few outliers like Mahomes or Brady that can win without having great players around them consistently. Brock Purdy's a starting quarterback. He's not average. He's not just a guy, contrary to what some of those clowns on national media will have you believe. He's the starting quarterback. You don't need to go get somebody. You can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. You damn near should have won that one because he isn't the reason you got beat. But I can tell you this, having somebody else in there may very well be the reason. Brock Purdy showed that he belongs, and he did it for 2 straight years. Brock Purdy's your quarterback, and keep that roster together. And right now, they're my favorite to get back next year.
If you were doing this like today, because actually exactly 12 months from now they will be, like you hesitate, 40 mil, or you ride?
Oh, he's not. I'm listen, there's very few guys. There's very few guys in my mind that are. I wouldn't have paid Deshaun Watson what he got paid.
Right.
He's high. I mean, no way. But I can tell you what, I trust Brock Purdy with the ball more in his hands in a pressure situation. He may not be as talented, but talent and quarterback are 2 different things. So for me, would I pay him $40 million a year for 5 years and guarantee 75% of it? Absolutely not. He's not worth $40 million yet. It's 2 years, but I'll tell you what. Give me 2 more years or another year of this, and you got to say, listen, forget all the optics. We win with the guy, and we got a chance. So if you're telling me should he make more than Baker Mayfield, the answer is absolutely. If you're telling me he should make more than Lamar Jackson, no, not yet. But on this, he's still got time for another big one. If you're telling me is he worth $25 to $30 million, considering what he's done results-wise, you're damn right he is.
Yeah.
They may not have that luxury to,
we'll
to come low like that if he has another year like this.
I mean, think about this league, guys. You talk about return on investment with a 7th-round pick and the last pick of the draft. And I think the player, all you got to do is talk to the players that play with him, and you can get a great idea. I know you guys do. I'm talking about anybody of what they feel in a loss, not in a win. When you win a Super Bowl, go talk to him now. Is Brock Purdy your quarterback? You're going to find very few people in that locker room, in my opinion, that would say we got to find somebody else. He was not the reason. There was other reasons.
I think we all agree with that. Sean, great stuff, man. Thanks for doing it.
Hey, I love you guys, and congratulations with all that. The Barrett Sports Media Awards, you guys deserve it. You guys are awesome, and congratulations on where you're ranked. And there's very few shows that are better, so way to go.
Sean, appreciate you, man.
Appreciate that.
You're one of our favorites, man. All right.
Appreciate it.
Okay,
Thanks.
great stuff.
Yeah.
Sean Salisbury. God, the overtime thing is so captivating to people.
It is.
And again, I've reached a spot where it's poker. I can't even, he was definitive. I'm only definitive if I know that the other team is going for 2.
Well, I'm definitive in that I want to have the control. I don't want to have to worry about what the other team is doing.
Well, you're a control freak, so.
I'm actually really not, which is funny, but in this case, I want to have the ability to
I get it.
To control it.
I
And
get
if
it.
you go second, you have control over what you need to do. Now, can you do it? That's a whole nother issue. But you go out there, you get a stop, 3 wins it. You give up 3 ties it, a touchdown wins it. You give up 7 ties it, 8 wins it. You have the control. So for you being a control guy, I'm surprised that you don't want to have that. Because if you go second, you have more control.
I do think it's more circumstantial than some other people seem to think.
I'll allow
I don't
for that to an extent.
Sean made it very black and white. I don't think so. I can understand the thought process for sure, but again, if John Lynch tells you our defense is completely gassed, we can't send them right back out on the field right now, I'm listening to that. Or what if it was a different team? Right? What if this is not Patrick Mahomes on the other side? And it's not a team where you're like, oh, they're going for 2, right? What if it's a team? What if it was the 49ers? Let's put this in the Chiefs' hands.
Or if the game was like 6-6 and you go to overtime and nobody has scored at all.
I think you need to account for the moment where the game can be won by a field goal. I think you need to account for that.
Agreed, but in that same light, that to me makes it even more galling that they didn't defer because you're going up against a guy who had just gashed you. They just scored 3 consecutive times they had the ball, and you're going to give him the controlling hand by letting him go second.
But therefore, no love for John Lynch saying the defense was not ready to go back out on the field.
There's love for that, but the defense, it turns out, wasn't ready to go back out on the field 12 minutes later. I think the bigger issue and the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control is the defense was done. They were washed, and you lost Demo, Lenore, and you lost another member of the secondary on the same play. You already lost Dre Greenlaw. Your defense was exhausted, and you were down to a bunch of second stringers. So the defense was done anyway. I don't think that extra 10 minutes of orange slices and Capri Suns was going to matter at all.
If you look at it that way, then they absolutely should have deferred. But I don't think the Niners had decided what you just decided. I don't think they thought that it was automatic that the defense was going to give up a touchdown. But if you're thinking that way, and if you're so overwhelmingly impressed by Patrick Mahomes, where you're like, was automatically going to get a touchdown, well, then you defer. And you say, our only hope is he scores a touchdown, then we score a touchdown and go for 2. That's the only way to play.
It's not your only hope, but it's your best hope. I think no matter what, that's your best chance anyway.
Help us, Obi-Wan.
Totally. Your only hope. And, if you somehow get a turnover or you force Mahomes into a 3 because they're going to approach it differently when they don't have all 4 downs to play with, I think going forward, and I don't know how often we're going to see this, overtime in the playoffs, it's not a frequent thing.
Not often, yeah.
But, maybe next time you see it, you see the team that wins the toss defer.
Well, shoot, after this discussion,
I think so.
I think it'd be terrified to take the ball ever again.
Right, unless you had a ferocious defense.
Yeah, again, I do. I think it's more circumstantial than Sean sees it, in my mind. And that's fine. I mean, it's funny when he's like, 32 out of 32 coaches would defer.
That was funny.
There's at least one that wouldn't.
Yeah. And then he insisted you let him finish. That got a little heated.
That was before. Well, the funny thing, did you hear what he said? He goes, you asked me a question. Actually, it was a statement.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, I read a statement, and you mocked me to the guys behind the glass, even though it was a great statement.
Well, it's because you were doing a victory lap.
Well, I deserved
you
it.
You made a great point.
It was a great point.
You're not supposed to make great points in an interview.
I thought we were having a conversation.
We are now.
That could be a conversation.
We don't need to have. If you're going to make all the great points, then we don't need guests.
Some of the best.
I just throw it over to you. Let's go live to Dan Dibley for another great point.
I got more in the hopper, but
what else you got?
Some of the best interviews are just conversations.
Well, of course they're conversations.
They don't have to be
of course.
me browbeating, Momo with questions. Oh, Mark, that was just a great question.
Freaking
Katie, she shows up on
Katie
TV.
Couric over here.
Totally.
All right. Bill in Newark.
Let's get to these calls. We got Warriors to talk about.
We do. The
top
Dubs,
of the hour.
Dubs are playing in an hour and 23 right here on the game. Bill in Newark, what's up, dude? Bill?
Newark?
Bill?
Gone.
Javier in Vacaville. What's up, brother?
Hey, brother.
How you doing today, Mr. Willard and Dibley? Now,
Wow, those are dramatic pauses.
What's up, Javier? Had to get us off speaker. I respect it.
Hey, guys. So, the question that I have is simple. For one, I do love what Salisbury said, man. He is a great interviewer. He just, sets the tone, and I just love hearing him talk. I have a simple question. If you had a preference, and you think it's practical, would you rather have Belichick or Vrabel? I can't. I'm very decisive. I can't decide in my mind. I just want to know your guys' opinion, because unless they get that type of hire, I think they might have failed with this firing, in my opinion. But I want your opinion on those two.
Yeah, so for me,
it's an easy one.
I know what Dibs.
And I'll refer you to
YouTube yesterday.
Well, that and Nahigi and our boss sent out a picture just trying to imagine what this would look like. You with egg on your face, and it's kind of a goofy Photoshop of it. It's, I guess,
that's over easy.
Yeah,
that's really over easy.
It's actually kind of like the inside of a hard boiled.
Well,
like when you devil it,
it's super
and you cut
yolky.
It. Yeah,
it's yolked.
Heavy
it's
on the
yolked
yolk,
like Jay Glazer,
and it's on the forehead of a man who's about 41 years old, not 49.
Yeah, that picture is a few years ago.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
You look
it is.
good though, kid.
Thanks,
You still look good.
What? The hair's brown. What
no,
what do you
still
say?
some salt.
Yeah, some salt.
A lot of pepper.
Yeah,
salt and pepper.
Hey, push it real good.
It's the baggage under the eyes it's about one bag here. Right now you're 2 check-ons and a carry-on.
You think I'm more tired now?
Yeah, coach.
I am.
And you're handsome. I'm not trying to make this about you not looking good, but in this picture, you had a carry-on, and right now you're 2 Samsonites in a garment bag.
Mark Carry-On, he used to play for the Giants. I remember that guy.
Great call. That's a 4. Anyway, where were we?
Yeah.
Belichick.
Belichick and Vrabel.
Belichick.
I'm going to answer this 2 ways. Of
course you are.
If it has to be Belichick or Vrabel, I'm going Vrabel. And I'll explain that in a second. However, here's the real answer. ... Neither.
Yeah.
I'm telling you it's neither. So, first of all, Bill Belichick ain't taking this gig. You could start there. Second of all, presence. To me, too large. You don't want that. You don't want that kind of leadership in the room next to that kind of leadership. It's just, to me, it's way too much. I also think this idea that Bill Belichick is the perfect fit at age 72, having a hard time relating to players. I love that we want Wilks down on the sideline being more energetic, and in the next breath we're like, let's get Belichick. Oh, that just screams sideline energy to me. This guy walking around with a poncho on, not looking at anybody. Get out of here. Vrabel, to me, is much more on the level of the players. However, you're talking about guys who want to be head coaches. Vrabel, more than Belichick, might look at a DC role, but I also, at least in my research, I find 2 guys who are not part of the Kyle Shanahan tree and what he's looking for in terms of what he does. And that's what Salisbury just said. Go find someone who gets in the room with you and is speaking your language. And you want to do what they want to do, and they want to do what you want to do. So I expect the DC hire to be a smaller name, somebody younger, and yes, a Brandon Staley is an example. I've heard the name Jeff Ulbrich, who is the DC with the Jets right now, but he's underneath Robert Saleh, who's actually the DC. Could he want to come back and go to the Niners? I don't know, but I would much more expect it to be a name like that. That would be my prediction.
Yeah. Lot still to talk about. Long way to go until we even get into the interview season, but fascinating big names out there as well as some unknown names.
Plenty of calls still coming up. Stay where you are. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs. Free Odyssey app, wherever you find your podcast. Got everything from the roast and Steiny and Goo there as well. Warriors Live is not terribly far away. That's right around the corner in about a half hour. And the Dubs and Jazz are playing at 6 tonight. This is Willard and Dibs.
With heating bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected...
What kind of question is that?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. This overtime thing is just connecting. It's connecting with people. Oh, and George Kittle's a goofball, if you didn't already know that.
Well, goofball is one way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, and I'm looking right now to see what the dead cap number is. You got to run that guy for that.
Well,
explain it to the people, Mark. It's
so the
inexcusable.
The latest NFL Films, NFL Live mic'd up video that's now embarrassing the 49ers after Patrick Mahomes running laps around the stadium going, they want it. They want it. They want it. Fine, they want to give them the ball. They want the ball. Idiots.
Want the ball. Oh, my God.
So that's embarrassing enough. And then here's George Kittle, who is blocking for Christian McCaffrey.
Who's he blocking?
He's blocking another guy whose name is George. I don't even know. What's his long last name?
Karlaftis.
Okay, Karlaftis. George Karlaftis against George Kittle. ¿Quién es más macho?
We're both GK.
That's right.
Whoa! And I'm blocking you.
George acts like his first name is Baba Ganoush or something, and he just ran into another Baba Ganoush and was like, no way. We're both named Baba Ganoush.
Totally.
So Christian McCaffrey runs into the line. George is crushing, by the way, this other George. What's his name again?
Karlaftis.
So he shoves him, and as he takes him out of the play, George, the goofball, looks at the other George and goes, hi, George. Next thing you know,
oh my God,
the other George,
the one who's actually playing to the whistle,
notices that the ball is on the ground and runs right around goofball George.
Yeah.
And recovers the fumble.
Right.
And George Kittle dives for it too late.
Huh. One George has 2 rings. One George has no rings.
Was the other George on the team 4 years ago?
No, 2 years ago. George Kittle was.
Oh, no. The guy who has
George
2 rings.
Karlaftis is 2 in a row.
Okay,
he's a second-year player.
He was on the. Oh, got it.
This feels like a children's book, you know. George and George play football.
We
George,
do yoga.
Totally.
Yeah.
George blocked George, and then George greeted George, and then George decided to continue playing until the whistle because he noticed that the football, the most important piece of material in the world, happened to be free and moving about the country, and George decided to fall on the ball.
You're not being fair.
I'm being completely fair.
No, you're not. If George Kittle turns around, that's exactly what he's not supposed to do because his man might be right behind him and therefore could make a tackle. He's focused on the guy he's supposed to block, and he's blocking him, and his back is turned. How's he supposed to know the ball's on the carpet?
Well, you block your guy, and you see the running back go by you. Now it's okay to disengage and then think about blocking somebody else.
You don't see him go by you. He's right next to you in a pile. He might bounce it outside. Your job is to take your guy out of the play. And he was doing that.
Your job is not to take your guy out for lunch.
Well,
which is what he was intimating.
Was George. That's crazy.
What are the odds? Honestly, what are the odds? Hey, George, I noticed that you played in the Big Ten. So did I. We have the same initials. You know what I think? I think we're best friends.
Yeah.
And George Karlaftis politely moves George Kittle aside and recovers the football.
Yeah.
Attention to detail.
No.
You know who that's on, right?
Kyle Shanahan.
Thank you. It's about time you got there.
Can I mention our good friend Nick Wagner from ESPN? So I was listening to him talk about this.
Not a George.
No. But if I went up to him and I'd be like, hey, Nick. So Nick Wagner's talking about the Steve Wilks firing, and he brought up a good point that I don't think we've talked about yet, which is after everything that went on this season with offense, defense, zero blitz, whatever, run defense against Detroit and beyond, whatever you're thinking about the marriage of Kyle Shanahan and Steve Wilks as the 2 top coordinators on the team. You get to the Super Bowl, and for the first week of the 2-week break before the Super Bowl, what were we talking about with regard to Steve Wilks' defense?
It looked like they were jogging a lot. Not doing yoga, but doing jogging. We do jogging.
Not good.
No, it's not good.
And we said it wasn't good, but I want to point out, at least us, I can't speak for all the shows, we put that on Chase Young. We didn't put that on Steve Wilks. However, it is fair to bring that into the conversation, and I'd argue that if George Kittle actually wasn't blocking when Christian McCaffrey fumbled, and he literally was just running around the field looking for other people named George, and his effort was to be questioned, are you telling me that wouldn't come down on Kyle Shanahan? We'd go crazy if people on the offense were losing the NFC title game and just bebopping along as Aiden Hutchinson went and ate Brock Purdy, and he had offensive linemen like belly bumping with each other and doing the electric slide while it was happening. We would kill Kyle Shanahan. And that happened in the NFC Championship game. And Wagner brings up a great point. If you don't think that's a reflection of Steve Wilks, where he's got to come out After the title game, I talked to him. This was embarrassing, and you talked to him?
Yeah. It's embarrassing that you had to talk to him.
I still put that squarely on Chase. Don't get it twisted.
Of course.
But I'm sure that didn't play well in the 49er hallways.
No, and I don't think it played well in the 49er huddle either, where you watch Chase Young and the way he came out in the Super Bowl, and he made the first tackle of the game, and Dre Greenlaw was playing like Lawrence Taylor. Dre Greenlaw was playing 1,000,000 miles an hour. And the defense, I think, whether or not they got a firm talking to, they came out with a different energy in the first half, in particular in that Super Bowl, and they absolutely took it to Kansas City.
All right, we're going to hop into some phone calls on the 49ers stuff. Warriors Live coming up at 5:15. And oh, by the way, got a wee little earth shatterer there, too. Something that Joe Lacob said to Tim Kawakami on the TK pod that we should talk about in Warriors Live because it has a lot to do with contracts, tax penalties, and Klay Thompson. So we'll get to that coming up at 5:15. But coming up next, those of you that want to weigh in on the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan, we will absolutely come to you, so stay right where you are. I'd love to focus more on this show and everything we're doing, but I just realized something.
What?
Our technical director's first name is also Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark with a K.
Wow! Your name is Mark, too.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you fumbled the T's and you botched the read.
Clock.
Exactly. You butchered the clock and all the rest of it.
Willard and Dibs.
It's Big O Tires Buy 2, Get 2 Tires free sale now through Monday. This deal comes once a year on select in-stock sets, and with the purchase of a tire...
the game.
All right, Warriors live in 13 minutes. Kevin Dana is on the call tonight in Utah.
Gucci.
There you go.
Rain dance.
Yeah, boy. So
I need it all from you tonight, Kev. I need you to leave it all on the table. Last game before the break.
That's right.
For sure.
Got to go into the break with a winning record. And that is all on the line tonight in Utah, where the Warriors are. We'll get to Warriors Live, though, here in a handful of minutes. We want to get to a lot of you patiently waiting to hop in here and rip Kyle Shanahan because I've had enough. I've had enough of Kyle Shanahan and all the snootiness.
Well, arrogance we prefer.
And failures.
Yeah.
And doesn't know how to call a play. And let's see what else. Won't take accountability.
Can't manage the clock.
Blaming Steve Wilks for everything.
Turtles up in the big spot. Doesn't know how to explain overtime rules to an Ivy League educated player.
Now let me back on because I'm being obviously very sarcastic, but let me back
and I am
up
too.
But let me back up on something. I do want everybody to take stock of the 4 days that have taken place since the Super Bowl. And it has not been good for the 49ers.
No.
At all.
Our boss put out a list, and you and I have verbally gone through the list of, not transgressions is too harsh, but,
but
there have been things that have not reeked of Super Bowl or try again.
The Brandon Ayuk thing, let's start there.
Yep.
The defensive coordinator.
The John Feliciano Twitter
right.
gate.
You've got offensive linemen arguing on Twitter, apologizing to one another. You've got NFL Live putting out what feels like embarrassing stuff from the Chiefs on the internet. That's there for everybody to see. You've got Nick Bosa saying that we weren't prepared. You've got Kyle Juszczyk on NFL, mic'd up NFL Live. Well, hell if I knew what the hell are we doing out here in overtime. I didn't. Wait, so if we score a touchdown, we don't win? The whole thing.
Mahomes with the they want it.
It's like there's no getting around it now that what felt like a kumbaya tight, right? Like, kind of the way mom used to wrap a gift, right? Like tape. Everything's even. Pow, pow. Right? You see dad wrap a gift. You got stuff flying in every direction.
Dude.
Right? Like the Niners were the mom gift. And after the Super Bowl, they kind of look like the dad gift. I wrapped Christie's Valentine's gift with mailing tape. I ran out at the last minute, but they noticed that stuff. Babe, I'm coming. You got packing tape on here. I'm like, look, I'm doing my best.
Coach, I leave it to the professionals. And in this case, I went flowers and, she wrapped it and there was a bow and there was presentation and I did all I could to make it home from the flower shop and not mess it up on the 12-minute drive to get home. I know there's been a bunch of bad news around the Niners. One piece of good news, though, just coming out, something shared from our producer just moments ago.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's good news.
Yeah, air quotes good news. Successful surgery has been completed for Dre Greenlaw. And the torn Achilles is repaired. However, we can also add a full tear of the Achilles while running from the sideline onto the field. He will make a full recovery. They're not going to put a timetable in there yet, but we also know what that injury usually entails unless you do ayahuasca.
Well, and it's variability, and Doc Pandya just tweeted over the top of that saying, with less invasive techniques and accelerated rehab, athletes are able to come back sooner than in the past. Okay. So if sooner means 9 months, that puts you maybe after a bye in week 12 next year. And honestly, though, Mark, if he's able to come back in November, you feel like you still have 3 months of football if you're a good team.
Yeah, but you also still need to address the position no matter what. No matter what.
They drafted 2 linebackers last year, so you're hoping that those youngsters come in and that's how you addressed it.
Let's go to Dale in Walnut Creek. Hi, Dale. What's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, guys. Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yep.
If you tell me ahead of the game that you'd hold Andy Reid, the great coach Andy Reid, who got politely sent out of Philadelphia because he never won with great players there. And you hold the great Patrick Mahomes to 19 points in 4 quarters. I would say that through all the troubles that the defense had, the ups and downs, they pulled it together pretty damn well. 19 points, you'd probably take that going in. If you said that the best offense, the best overall team in the league, coached by the offensive genius, would be outcoached at every key spot by the defensive coordinator on the Kansas City Chiefs, and you'd only score 19 points, hey, I believe that Shanahan fired Wilks because he had the power to do so. Neither one of them deserves any more blame or credit. It's a game. The defense came together and held them to 19 points in regulation.
Dale, you're not wrong. Dale, real quick, you're not wrong, but you're making the firing about the Super Bowl, and that's just not what it was.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I get the culture. You got to feel comfortable with the guy that you're working with. My point is that I think we're making a little bit too much when you look at the end result. They actually did it. 19 points with all the turmoil is not something that you want to castigate somebody about.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that.
That would
Dale,
make it a castigation sensation, by the way, Dale. A rare castigation sensation.
I think what Dale's trying to say is if we had offered you before the game, hey, the Chiefs will score 19 in regulation, would you take it?
Yes,
and I think we'd say yes, but I think a lot of people then respond and go, so your point is, well, that genius Kyle couldn't get to 20 points. Well, you could argue that, and I could also argue your best player put the ball on the ground on a drive that was going to turn into points.
And that's
on Kyle?
Right.
So
right. And a missed blocking assignment and Brock Purdy missing an open receiver and all the rest of it.
There's always intricacies to this conversation, and I think it's hard to acknowledge them, but you have to. You have to.
You do. And I think the same thing applies for Steve Wilks. And
sure.
I think that decision was made long ago about his future with the organization. It had nothing to do with the Super Bowl.
I agree. I agree with you. Jay in Oakland, here with Willard and Dibbs. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, a couple of things. First thing, not sure if you guys knew this, but the Streets is actually calling Kyle Shanahan the NFL version of Doc Rivers. And I don't think that's fair to Doc.
Oh, wow.
Man. Streets are tough.
I can't believe my name ended up in this. I don't know what I did wrong. I'm just sitting here trying to coach the Bucks.
That's too funny. So I got a different, unique perspective. Obviously, it's been 4 days, and I think everyone is still teed off about that whole decision. Hear me out. I think if we had Mahomes or the 49ers, do you feel like Kyle Shanahan would have deferred? Do you feel like Kyle would have trusted Mahomes to have the ball second? Yeah. So the answer is yes.
No, the answer is no. I don't think the answer is yes.
My answer is I don't know.
My answer is no. I think Kyle is really married to the idea of a third possession.
You know, again, Jay, I think Dibbs and I are on the same page here where a lot of this has to do with your philosophy of would you go for 2 if both teams score touchdowns. I think Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes would. I don't know what Kyle would do. I really don't.
And if you said that he wouldn't, that's why we lost. That's what separates Andy Reid from Kyle Shanahan. Because Andy Reid would.
See,
Kyle Shanahan.
Jay, right. That's what, and by the way, Jay, that's what separates Andy Reid from Kyle Shanahan. He has Patrick Mahomes. I'll forever believe that. I think they're both phenomenal coaches. I think both teams went out and made a bunch of mistakes. And I give Steiny a nod for something he said probably a year ago, which is that it's very likely that in some way, shape, or form, Kyle Shanahan's career ends up mirroring Andy Reid's. My hope is, though, that he doesn't have to go to a different team to do it.
Yeah.
That's my hope. Don't do what the Eagles did. And Stick with your guy. He's a good coach. He gets you there. It's exactly what Andy Reid went through for years, and now we all can't stop complimenting Andy Reid. And you act like Andy's doing something different. He's not. He just has Mahomes. Because, by the way, with Alex Smith in the same uniform, he was doing the same thing that he did with the Eagles. Make the playoffs and then lose at some point. Probably too early, by the way. Like first round. So that's the only difference to me between Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan. Andy doesn't have bigger you-know-whats. He's got Patrick.
Well, it's easier to have bigger you-know-whats when you have Patrick.
You got Patrick.
And that's kind of the way it goes. I was looking to see if there was a coach that had a longer tenure with one team before he got the Lombardi. And I look at Bill Cowher. Bill Cowher was the head coach in Pittsburgh for 14 years, and then he finally was able to get his Lombardi. So maybe Kyle Shanahan, hopefully it's not 14 years, but he might follow the Bill Cowher mold rather. He was coach in Pittsburgh from 92 to 06, and he finally got it done in 06.
Yeah, he's a 44-year-old coach. He's a 44-year-old coach. Been to 4 NFC title games and 2 Super Bowls. I really feel strongly that he's going to break through. Let's get one more. Joe in Stockton. Hey, Joe, what's up?
What's up, y'all? Long time no speak. How y'all doing?
Good.
Fantastic.
Good. I just wanted to give my 2 cents on the game personally. First things first, I don't know if y'all remember me calling a while back. I said I wanted to see this.
What's this?
Niners versus Chiefs, the rematch.
Got it.
Yeah, I remember your call.
We remember all of them, Joe.
You were prescient.
Anyway.
Wow.
Good. You said you love my laugh. Anyway.
I love every laugh.
Okay. But
I love
honestly,
laughter,
I think
Joe.
the game was good overall. I didn't really have any complaints up until overtime, and it's honestly, it's all set in the pudding. He should have taken his second. That way we can match. But honestly, overall, I think the game was good. Just mistakes were made.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Mistakes are always made. I still contend, and I don't know, we'll never know. But if the 49ers had won that game, would Kansas City Sports Radio be spending the whole next week going, these are all the spots where we lost this game? Yeah, probably. 5 fumbles.
Yeah, maybe. It's easier to not dwell on it, though, when you've got a couple already in the bank.
Why don't we dwell on the Warriors for a second, because it's time for Warriors Live.
Warriors basketball is back. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. 60 minutes before every game, we get you ready for tip. It's Warriors Live, and it starts now.
Yeah, and Willard and Dibbs with you. Warriors Live presented by Xfinity 10G, the network made for streaming. We'll get to the injury report, our Take It to the Bank prediction. We're going to get you all set for what's coming up with the Warriors as they head into the All-Star break. Tonight, the makeup game, of course, the tragedy weeks ago. The Warriors in Utah against the Jazz, trying to get back above the 500 mark with a victory. Let me start with this. Let's go right out with it. A direct quote from Joe Lacob on the TK pod with regard to the future of the Warriors. Quote, our plan 1, or 1A, is that we'd like to be out of the tax. And we think that we have a way to do that. That kind of is the plan, not just under the second apron. I'll tell you why that's important, because the truth is we need to be out of the tax 2 years out of the next 4 in order to get this repeater thing off our books. We don't want to be a repeater. It's so prohibitive. Not to say we wouldn't do it if we had to, but you've got to look at the downside of doing that. So that's the plan, is to try to do that. And we think we can keep our team together and retain even the players that are. We might be able to bring players back at different numbers and so on. End quote. What's your reaction to that?
It means that, Klay, we want you back, but you're going to have to take a big haircut. And I'm not talking about a little off the sides and just a touch off the top. We may have to shave that thing in 3 quarters. So go from 42 to about 15 a year.
Maybe.
I'm looking at the number, Mark.
At least half.
This year it's $165 million is the tax level threshold. Next year it'll go up a little bit, but you start adding up who you already have under contract, and you're already close to that 165 as it is.
So TK goes on to throw this out there. What if they were to give Klay Thompson Draymond Green's contract?
Okay.
25 a year. 4 years, 25 a year for $100 million. You know what that would leave the Warriors to spend on the rest of their roster, which would be in the need of 5 more players?
You're assuming no Chris Paul. I would guess that you're going to have about $10 million left to spend on 5 guys.
That is exactly right.
I was just guessing.
That means that all of them would be minimum contracts.
Right.
All of them. So, yeah, they say they've got a plan. I can't wait to see it. I think that the Warriors offseason is going to be just as interesting as the regular season and playoffs. We'll see if they get there, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a lot of work to be done. And as you know, Dibbs, this changes every 24 hours. We'll see how we feel tomorrow. But it is a day where people are a little bit down on Klay Thompson because it was a wonky performance, 1 of 9 from 3, and you can get over that. But then when you take that shooting percentage and have it lead to bad decisions on the court, that's when people get a little bit turned off.
And that's where the ultimate test will lie in terms of what you and I discussed about 8 months ago, wanting the big 3 to be able to go out on their own terms here as Golden State Warriors, and to do that together, for them to be coterminous with their careers. It feels more and more like Klay is now the tenuous one. It was Draymond in the offseason, the player option. Will he get a deal? And then all of the stuff that happened with the suspension, then the trade deadline. It feels more now like Klay is looking like he might be the odd man out come April.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Chris Paul out as he continues to recover from the left-hand fracture. Warriors announced yesterday he'll be reevaluated in 10 days. That means 9 days now, but doing shooting work and seems to be on a really good track.
That's good news. And, you got the break here, so get healthy coming out of the break, everyone.
Absolutely. That's right. A full week of no games. And for the Jazz, everybody that you've heard of that is on the Jazz roster will play tonight in this one. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet on all your devices. Let's do our Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. I'm going to circle Jonathan Kuminga for a big game tonight. Just 13 points last night. He's been playing phenomenal basketball, very, very consistent. Last night for him, that was about as muted of a point performance as we've seen. I think on a back-to-back and a run of games where the Warriors have had a lot of games in not that many days, you'll look to the young legs tonight. Give me Jonathan Kuminga for north of 22 points.
I'm going to take Klay Thompson for over 3.5 3-pointers. Klay Thompson, even though he had a moment where it didn't seem like he was that dialed in, he's a smart player. He's a veteran player. He knows what he did. He knows how he played. And he also, I think, is aware of the reality that you're heading into the break. So you don't have to hold back or save your energy for anything. You're going to get a full week off. I've got Klay Thompson with a bounce-back game tonight, hitting 4 or more threes.
That'd be great. That would be great. I love that. And, of course, 8 threes for Steph Curry. Don't forget that, because that's just automatic.
Well, if he doesn't score 40, then maybe he's got to go. Okay? Good God, the run he's been on.
It's unbelievable, right? Everybody's, Klay and Draymond are getting older. And then meanwhile, the guy who's 2 years older than them is out here scoring 60.
Right.
It's unbelievable. Let's look ahead. What's on tap is brought to you by Farmers Brewing. Have you tried Farmers Brewing yet? If not, it's time to put your lips on a farmer. That's right. And it is none other than the All-Star break. Steph Curry, the lone All-Star for the game Sunday. Let's take a moment to bring that in. That's a little different. Steph Curry, your lone All-Star.
And for those of us who've been around the block a time or two, you remember decade upon decade where you had no All-Star. So before we cry in our cereal, let's remember those days and the joy we all felt when David Lee made the All-Star team.
Oh, my God.
Must have been 2000 and it's like, oh, my God, we got an All-Star. I think I cried that night. And now, woe is us, we only have one, and it's the chef.
Will someday Brandon Pajemski be an All-Star? He will compete in the Rising Stars game tomorrow night, which is a fantastic honor for him. Should be fun to watch him play. He was absurd last night. 5 of 5 from 3, scores 25 points. Let's take a moment to acknowledge especially a group that has been ripped for their drafting in recent years. Warriors might have found something at number 19.
Yeah, I think they have, and he's a guy who's not afraid to stick his nose in there. He can score. He can defend. He can take a punch, as we saw last night. Mason Plumlee giving him a two-piece. What the heck is going on with that? But
that was a frustration sensation.
That's a buck, and the kid hung in there and went down and got up, and he's not afraid to stick his nose in there. I love him.
Don't forget Saturday night, Steph Curry against WNBA star Sabrina Ionescu in a one-on-one 3-point shooting contest. You throw the records out when it's men versus women.
Yes, and it's the 3-ball, and I'm afraid that the chef is he's picked the wrong fight, Mark. I got Sabrina. I'm taking Sabrina plus 200 as the odds.
Is it really?
Yeah, you get plus 200 on Sabrina.
But this is like the 3-point line. They're using the NBA 3-point line, right?
I would imagine she gets to shoot
or
from
she
her
gets to
own
shoot from her
3-point line.
line.
I would guess.
Yeah, that works.
I mean, otherwise it's not really that fair.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's accurate. I agree.
I mean, did you see Steph's shot yesterday in pregame from 108?
Yeah, that one was not produced by the internet. That was real.
Yes.
That actually happened.
I mean, that was crazy.
The Warriors are off until next Thursday when they open the second half with a 3-game homestand. That's an interesting one. Lakers, tough. Hornets, Nuggets. Good little 3-game homestand. Yeah, I think you got to go 2-1. You got to find a way to win one of those Lakers or Nuggets games.
Well, it starts tonight. Tonight is a spacing game where you beat Utah and you get a little breathing room in that battle for the 10. You got to be the 10 before you could be the 9, Mark. Tonight's a big one for that.
Well, stay with us. And by the way, if the Warriors are up by 15 as the fourth quarter starts, just my suggestion, don't leave.
Jeez,
I don't know what the hell's going to happen in the fourth quarter.
Stay tuned.
It's not a good characteristic.
No, it's bad. You've blown 6 of those leads by 15 or more, but you got to put it behind you. Tonight's a big one for tie-breaking purposes, for the standings, and for a little bit of that momentum heading into the break.
I like what you're saying. The Warriors are full game and a half ahead of Utah, even more in the loss column, but you're not wrong. This is one that you want to get, and especially it gives you the winning record heading on into the All-Star break. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet on all your devices. Kevin Dana's got the call, and we're going to send it out to Utah coming up next.